Introduction. Rainbow agreed to follow her, and Su Luo immediately assumed an expression of sheer ecstasy. Thank you, esteemed mentor. I have long heard of your greatness. You are the savior sent by the heavens. I shall protect you and save humanity, achieving unparalleled greatness. Her demeanor resembled that of a fervent devotee, utterly captivated by her ideology. Rainbow nodded. She had successfully deceived so many, and countless wealthy youths had succumbed to her beliefs. One more fervent follower would not raise suspicion, for she believed her brainwashing had succeeded. It was only natural for someone to believe in her. Outside the camp, the sounds of automobiles and hoofbeats reached her ears. Rainbow glanced back at Su Luo and said, Chapter 1. The beginning of everything. In a state of confusion, a sudden, intense sensation of compression enveloped Li Xinglian. After a struggle born of instinct, he finally sensed that he could move again, though his mind was utterly fatigued. After a few hoarse cries, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The time was the autumn of the 45th year of Konoha, just after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi War. The setting, the core area of the Uchiha clan, one of the three great noble families of the Hidden Leaf Village. In a luxurious and spacious courtyard, the Uchiha clan's elder, Uchiha Jin, and his only son, Uchiha Tanjirou, paced restlessly outside a room from which the anguished cries of a woman and muffled sounds of comfort and encouragement emanated. Damn it, that Tsunade chose to leave the village at such a time. Otherwise, even if, hearing his wife's heart-wrenching screams, Tanjirou, in a fit of rage, struck a nearby pillar with a fierce punch. With a soft explosion, debris flew from the stone structure. Calm down. Your mother, Mike Suzy, may only be a Chunin, but she is among the first medical ninjas. With her inside, nothing will happen. Tanjiro, you must keep your composure. Though Uchiha Jin was equally concerned for his grandson and daughter-in-law's safety, he was a seasoned family patriarch, aware that someone needed to maintain composure in such a moment. This is what a steadfast anchor looks like. Tanjiro instinctively wanted to say something, but in the face of his formidable father, he held his tongue and suppressed his emotions. Time felt as though it stretched for a century. Finally, accompanied by a hoarse yet resounding scream, the sound of a youthful wail reached the ears of the onlookers. Both father and son outside breathed a long sigh of relief simultaneously. Exchanging glances, they beheld the ecstatic joy reflected in each other's eyes. At that moment, nothing else mattered to Tanjiro. He was ready to dash into the delivery room. Just as he was about to touch the door, it swung open. A middle-aged woman, her expression weary and her white robe, stained with traces of blood, appeared at the entrance. She wore traditional Japanese attire, her tall and voluptuous figure complemented by long, jet-black hair cascading down her back. A strikingly beautiful woman. The only lament was the slightly pronounced crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, a testament that even the most enchanting of beauties could not escape the passage of time. Yet, at that moment, both Tanjiro and Uchiha Jin's attention was not on this alluring matron. Both were excitedly focused on the swaddled bundle in her arms, listening to the resounding cries of a newborn. They rushed forward eagerly. Mother, is the child all right? Tanjiro instinctively reached out to take the swaddled bundle from her, yet hesitated, fearing that his actions might harm the child. Being a Jonin from the Uchiha lineage, he felt utterly at a loss and refrained from fully embracing his child. Look at you, why the rush? This is my grandchild. I haven't even had my fill of holding him yet. Go check on your wife. A son? Wonderful. Tanjiro's heart soared, but upon hearing his mother mention his wife, he quickly responded and tiptoed to glimpse the face of his newborn son. How ugly. He couldn't help but mutter as he bypassed his mother and headed into the delivery room. He and his wife had grown up together, and now that their son was safe, he needed to care for his beloved. Otherwise, the days ahead might be. However, given his wife's elite Chunin strength and the fact that his mother, who assisted in the delivery, was one of the village's rare medical ninjas, his wife should be fine. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Tanjiro felt a deep admiration for his father's past decision to support the formation of the Medical Ninja Corps under Tsunade, despite not opposing it during a certain meeting in the Second War. Chapter 2. The Busy and Deceased Parents. Fast forward over 4 years to the beginning of the 49th year of Konoha, as the Third Shinobi War approached its climax, entering its most intense phase. At this time, all factions involved in the war had essentially wagered all their chips on the table. Under the near-overtly sinister maneuvers of the Konoha leadership, led by the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and advisor Shimura Danzo, Over 90% of the Uchiha forces were gradually mobilized to the front lines against the Mist Village. It was at this moment that the Uchiha clan finally reacted. However, their response was unexpectedly brutal and reckless. The newly appointed clan leader, the bloodthirsty Eyes Fugaku, led over a third of the Uchiha's fighting force, disregarding the orders of frontline commander Orochimaru and directly returning to Konoha. The remaining Uchiha ninja were led by the clan elder's son, elite Jonin Uchiha Tanjirou, along with his resolute wife, Uchiha Rimei. From a perspective of the Uchiha clan, this action was warranted. Otherwise, should the majority of their forces encounter unforeseen circumstances in the hostile environment of the Mist Village frontlines. Given the recent blunders orchestrated by Hiruzen and Danzo, the Uchiha encountering misfortunes on the battlefield was almost inevitable. Yet, with Fugaku's defiance and retreating, the remaining Uchiha found themselves in an exceedingly awkward position. Sure enough, a few months later, news from the front lines arrived, declaring a decisive victory against the Mist Village. The cost? Over 70% of the Uchiha on the front lines perished, and the remaining clan members suffered severe injuries, rendering them unable to continue their shinobi careers. Among them, the leaders of the front lines, Uchiha Tanjirou and Uchiha Rimei, both lost their lives. From that day forth, nearly every household within the Uchiha clan erected altars to mourn their lost kin. In the core area of the clan, within an exquisitely decorated bedroom, a small figure lay on the large bed. Strange ceiling. Bah, what a strange thing to say. Why did my old man have to name me Tanjiro? Now look, I've truly hit rock bottom. Xinglian. Now he is Uchiha Nanxing. He has traversed, not merely once, but has undergone a reincarnation. No, it is a blend of both. And it is only now, after the tragic loss of his parents, that he awakens his memories of his past life. Nanxing, lying in bed, meticulously sorted through his current predicament. He had seemingly crossed over into the shinobi world and been reborn, but it wasn't until he was nearly 5 years old and struck by the loss of both parents that he broke through the fog of infancy and awakened the memories of his former life. The so-called fog of infancy, as Nanxing understood it, refers to the state of newly born human infants whose brains are not fully developed, unable to contain their complete consciousness from past life. Thus, the inherent instinct of humans would confine this mature consciousness within the storage area of the brain. It is widely recognized that humans utilize only about 10% of their brain capacity. One might wonder what the remaining portions serve. A segment is dedicated to managing the subconscious operations of the body, but a far more significant area is responsible for sealing potential memories of past lives. These functional zones, tasked with such sealing, represent the earliest developed brain structures during human embryonic growth. As a newborn, an infant gradually evolves, establishing new worldviews and forming a distinct personality or consciousness, thus embarking on a new journey of life. In this context, Nanxing is undeniably fortunate. His newly developed consciousness is unable to accept the loss of his parents, leading to a profound collapse. Were it not for the existence of Nanxing in a previous life, perhaps, after enduring trauma, this new consciousness might have had the opportunity for recovery. However, given the current circumstances, having successfully completed his reincarnation, Nanxing inadvertently unlocked the advantages bestowed upon him by the formidable other self of his past life. A faint crimson hue flickered in the somewhat dazed eyes of Nanxing. As for the name Li Xinglian, it is evident that the formidable entity has already paid the price. Having eagerly accepted the benefits, it would be absurd to contemplate retracting one's acceptance. Even if separated by realms beyond comprehension, the likelihood of that entity being unable to reach through the fabric of reality to confront him remains minimal. Yet what if there exists a hidden backdoor within the system he received? Despite the so-called vows of the Great Path, should one willingly contravene the agreement? Merely contemplating this thought caused the semi-transparent blue system interface, which had hovered before Nanxing since his awakening, to start flickering. Nanxing hastily focused his thoughts, emptying his mind, and envisioned a blade of light severing that rebellious thought. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but after this mental exercise, the semi-transparent system interface indeed ceased its flickering. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having traversed into such a perilous realm as the ninja world, losing the golden opportunity within his grasp would seal his fate. As for the name from his past life, being recognized by a mysterious and powerful entity and receiving a golden finger as payment was undoubtedly worthwhile. Master Nanxing, have you awakened? Upon hearing Nanxing's exclamation, the bedroom door swung open, revealing two young maidens, adorned in elegant attire with lovely twin ponytails, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old. Mingxue, hurry and inform Lady Huizi. The slightly taller girl, with twin hairpins, instructed the other child. Understood. The girl named Mingxue promptly responded, casting a glance filled with meaning at Nanxing before dashing out, her twin ponytails bouncing cheerfully behind her. The remaining girl approached Nanxing, gently placing her hand on his forehead to check for fever. Upon confirming his health, she released a sigh of relief. Are you a ninja? Just as she was about to speak further, Nanxing interjected with his inquiry. Master, Huashu is not yet a ninja, but both Huashu and Mingxue have been undergoing ninja training within the clan for 3 years. Father says Huashu now possesses the strength of a lower-ranked ninja. Lower-ranked? Are you certain it's from Konoha? Very well. Can you dispel illusions? Come, perform a technique for me. Under Nanxing's persistent urging, Huashu felt an inexplicable wave of nervousness and hurriedly complied. Release. Is it over? There's no response. Try again, Nanxing urged, his lips curling into a smile as he eyed the still-present semi-transparent system interface. Could it be that Master Nanxing was rendered foolish by the sudden news? The 8-year-old Uchiha Huashu regarded Nanxing with a peculiar gaze as she attempted the illusion-dispelling technique once more. Release. Chapter 3. I understand the reason. After several instances, Nanxing gazed at the still-present translucent system panel before him and could no longer contain his exuberance, bursting into a hearty laugh. Indeed, the system is real. That formidable figure who had to sever his own Dao fruit is also genuine. Woohoo! Nanxing is finally ready to soar. The sudden, manic laughter of the adorable boy startled Uchiha Huashu, who had been quietly critiquing him. Now, there was no need for Nanxing to urge her. Release, release, release. It was of no avail. Huashu watched in alarm as he continued to laugh uncontrollably, even beginning to bounce on his bed, patting the quilt with fervor. She was genuinely worried. Although she had heard during casual conversations with the clan's teachers about many strong individuals from years past who had a penchant for laughter, especially one renowned elder dubbed the Mad Laughter Uchiha, the current boy's antics were on an entirely different wavelength. Oh no, this young master cannot truly be losing his mind, especially while she and Mingxue were on watch. Xiaoxing, what is wrong? My dear grandson, do not frighten your grandmother. As Huashu's chaotic thoughts proliferated, a figure clad in black mourning attire, Uchiha Keiko, rushed into Nanxing's bedroom, swiftly passing by Huashu and half collapsing onto Nanxing's bed, tightly embracing his small frame while frantically checking on him and inquiring. Keiko's actions interrupted Nanxing's laughter, drawing his gaze towards his grandmother. The beauty of Uchiha Keiko's face revealed many more wrinkles than he remembered, and her once lustrous black hair now sported at least a third more silver strands. A jolt surged through Nanxing's heart. Yes, that infamous father of his had truly met his end this time, and that beautiful woman who would have cherished him, proudly displaying him to the world, was gone as well. Nanxing fell silent, burying his face in his grandmother's embrace, as if an eternity had passed. Grandma, I am hungry. All right. Grandma will take Xiaoxing to eat something delicious. Afterward, Uchiha Keiko discreetly inquired with Huashu about Nanxing's reactions upon awakening. Upon understanding the situation, she could only weep profusely, feeling utterly helpless. It seemed that the child believed the tragic news of his parents' demise was merely an illusion. As for the laughter, there is a saying that great joy can lead to sorrow. That sorrow could only compel those around him to refrain from mentioning it, allowing time to soften the pain. From that day forth, the two little girls beside Nanxing grew increasingly anxious. These two little maidens were cousins, their families having been vassals to Nanxing's lineage for generations. The father of Huashu is now the chief guardian of the clan's elder, Uchiha Yuan. Mingxue's father and their mother perished alongside Naxing's parents, serving as loyal retainers. How intriguing. It is puzzling that throughout their days together, the two young girls have scarcely exhibited any sorrowful emotions. Is it possible that the people in this world are so emotionally detached? Naxing remains unaware that this is a request from his grandmother. Perhaps it is absurd, but it seems that they empathize with one another, or perhaps they see in Naxing a figure even more pitiable than themselves. The two girls often regard him with eyes full of tenderness and compassion, their mannerisms and tones during conversations appearing particularly cautious, which makes Naxing feel somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, as an adult in spirit, being gazed upon in such a manner by two young girls leaves him feeling quite uneasy. Consequently, the two little girls think, we understand. The young master is shy? Naxing retorts, you know nothing. Outside a nearly soundproof chamber, Naxing gazes seriously at the two young girls. I am about to meditate and cultivate in the quiet room. You must guard the door, and no one is to enter until I emerge, not even my grandmother. With that, Nanxing steps into the quiet room, closing the door behind him, only to re-emerge momentarily to add, if you fail in this task, I will tell my grandmother that I never wish to see you again. With a decisive thud, he shuts the door, leaving the two bewildered girls no opportunity to respond. While the origins of these two young girls are beyond question, Nanxing remains hesitant about whether to place his trust in them. They are currently by his side due to the directives of their elders, but should there come a day when Nanxing's intentions clash with an elder's command, how would they respond? As the protagonist harboring a significant secret, Nanxing cannot afford to keep individuals he cannot fully trust close, especially when he is engaging with the most crucial aspects of his existence. These thoughts flitted through Nanxing's mind only to be set aside momentarily. His focus shifted entirely to the translucent system panel that materialized before him in response to his thoughts. New journey, my legion, return. The system panel displayed 3 options. With the return option grayed out, Nanxing stubbornly attempted to select it with his mind, but as expected, there was no response. It remained uncertain whether this was due to incorrect operation or if the grayed option genuinely did not respond. Thus, Nanxing reversed his approach, directing his thoughts to my legion. A new interface appeared, while the old one minimized into a small icon in the upper right corner. My legion, 16, Uchiha Nanxing Uchiha Novice Warrior, expand. Uchiha Nanxing, Portrait of Nanxing, Iron Will, level 0, grants an additional 2 vitality at the lower level. Scout, level 0, grants a 10 increased probability of discovering special information at the lower level. Item management, level 0, increases personal storage by an additional 6 cubic meters at the next level. Healing, level 0, at the next level. Increases the health recovery speed of Legion members by 10. Caution, healing requires a slight consumption of the individual's own energy. First aid, level 0, automatically generates a shield equivalent to 5 health points when Legion members sustain fatal damage. Cooldown period of 24 hours. Cannot be activated manually. Command, level 0, increases the maximum capacity of the Legion by 5. Unused skill points, 4. Surely this does not require further explanation. I comprehend the rationale. Yet why does it feel like I am merely left with a fragmented system of mounts and blades? Does this imply that even amidst countless versions of myself across the multiverse, I still belong to the unfortunate faction? Chapter 4. Uchiha Nanxing. In comparison to the previous life's mount and blade games, this peculiar system has indeed curtailed much. One can only say it is better than having nothing at all. I wondered why that main interface appeared so odd. How could you reduce a plethora of skills to a mere 6? Who devoured the rest? Furthermore, with 6 skills, how is it that only 4 unused skill points remain? What am I to do if I wish to allocate more? Ugh, is there such a thing as choice paralysis in this world? Nanxing grumbled for quite some time before ultimately having to face the reality. Iron Will. It increases both health limits and recovery. I shall invest in the first level. Reconnaissance? Probability of information discovery? What on earth does that annotation mean? I shall set it aside for now. Item management? An essential ability for any novice protagonist, without a doubt. Let us invest in the first level. That leaves us with just 4 options. My head is beginning to ache. Healing overlaps somewhat with Iron Will's second ability. Yet it is tailored for the Legion. Am I not merely 5 years old? Should I not be able to handle matters at hand? I shall invest in it. Consider it a boon for my future subordinates. Command pertains to the scale of the Legion. This is not urgent for now, as I currently have no candidates for the 5 available slots. First aid, with a health point strength of 5, feels somewhat untrustworthy. Nevertheless, I will choose it. Enhancing my survival capabilities can never go amiss. After a series of operations, the content projected onto his retina transformed. My Legion, 16, Uchiha Nanxing Uchiha Novice Warrior Ranwin Novel Network, expand. Uchiha Nanxing, cartoon version of Nanxing's portrait. Iron Will, level 1, increases health by 2 points. Reconnaissance, level 0, at the next level, additionally increases the probability of discovering special information by 10. Item management, level 1, 63 cubic meters of personal storage. At the next level, additionally increases personal storage by 6 cubic meters. Healing, level 1, increases injury recovery speed by 10. Caution, healing requires a slight consumption of the individual's own energy. At the next level, increases the health recovery speed of Legion members by 10. First aid, level 1. When a Legion member suffers fatal damage, a shield equivalent to 5 vitality strength of that unit is automatically generated. For lower-tier Legion members, a shield equivalent to 10 vitality strength is generated upon suffering fatal damage, with a cooldown of 24 hours, and cannot be activated voluntarily. Domination, level 0. Increases the maximum number of Legion members by 5. And use skill points. 0. Outside the quiet chamber. Two young girls are silently communicating in a form of coded language reminiscent of the Uchiha clan. Young Master Nanxing is truly adorable, even when giving orders. He maintains an air of coolness, absolutely charming. Humph. This isn't mere coolness. Young Master Nanxing must be deeply affected by the matters concerning those two adults. He is certainly beginning to encase his heart in ice. My heart aches for him. Indeed, what should we do? Should we report this to Lady Huizi? Not just yet. We are young Master Nanxing's attendants, not Lady Huizi's subordinates. Our focus must remain on young Master Nanxing. Hee. Let me melt the ice within young Master Nanxing's heart with my gentle embrace and fiery spirit. Oh no. Such a burdensome task should be left to me as his younger sister. Sister Huayu, you may assist occasionally. As a prestigious family with a lineage spanning millennia, it is inevitable that there are a few enviable quirks. From the moment the two young girls' ancestors agreed to Lady Huizi's request to serve young Master Nanxing, their fates became irrevocably intertwined. To Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Huizi, it seems that the bloodline of their family is now solely represented by Nanxing, who must inevitably branch out in the future. This is merely a preliminary arrangement. After the enhancement of Iron Bones, the attributes gained at the next level have improved, while the attributes for item management, first aid, and healing remain fixed at the next level. One wonders what formula this flawed system employs for its calculations. With great enthusiasm, Nanxing picks up the small incense burner from the only piece of furniture in the quiet chamber, a device meant for inserting lit incense. Watching the small incense burner vanish and reappear in his hand, the youthful Nanxing cannot help but display a somewhat infatuated smile. Fortunately, this somewhat comical expression does not appear frightening on his adorable youthful face. It is merely a tad amusing. Having grown weary of the incense burner, Nanxing attempts to enter his personal space, only to discover he is indeed unable to do so. Why can't I play at phasing like that scoundrel libido? Poor rating. Next, he receives the 2 points of vitality granted by Iron Bones, sitting cross-legged on the cushion, then closing his eyes. After a while, Nanxing opens his eyes once more, rises, bounces around the quiet chamber, kicks his legs, and bends slightly. No noticeable changes? Where did those 2 points of vitality go? I feel no sense of enhancement whatsoever. Having realized that mere speculation might not suffice, Nanxing once again summoned the system interface, directing his attention towards the new journey. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Young Master, the Grand Elder wishes to see you. Please make your way to the meeting room. Understood. In the reception room, Nanxing sat across from the aged Uchiha Jin, both the elder and the youth maintaining expressions devoid of emotion. Observing the elderly man before him, Nanxing noted the many wrinkles adorning his face. He recalled that the elder's hair had always been a mix of gray and white. Yet, he was merely 2 years older than his grandmother. It appeared that the esteemed position of the Uchiha clan's Grand Elder weighed heavily upon him. Nanxing tilted his head and addressed the 2 young maidens standing nearby. You may leave. Huaxiu and Mingxue nodded in unison and exited the reception room. Nanxing stole a glance at his grandfather, Uchiha Jin, before shifting his gaze to the 2 guards flanking him. He recognized the one on the left. He was Huaxiu's father, Uchiha Kenichiro. The other was unfamiliar, which was not surprising, as Nanxing, despite his noble status, was but a child. However, given Uchiha Jin's stature, at least one of these guards was likely a Nin, though Nanxing could not discern which one. Uchiha Jin waved his hand, and the 2 guards bowed slightly before stepping out of the reception room, clearly indicating that the grandfather and grandson wished to engage in a private conversation. Grandfather, where did my parents meet with misfortune? Who was responsible? Upon hearing Nanxing's question, a complex array of emotions flickered in Uchiha Jin's eyes. His beloved grandson had undergone a remarkable transformation in recent days. Yet, this was the Uchiha way, was it not? Little star, you need not concern yourself with these matters right now. The clan will handle everything appropriately. After all, we are Uchiha. It is precisely because we are Uchiha that I am not at ease, old man. Little star, for now, focus on growing up happily. Everything will be taken care of by your grandmother and me. Uchiha Jin attempted to redirect the conversation, clearly reluctant for his grandson to bear such heavy burdens at this tender age. In just a month, little star will be 5 years old. And next year you shall attend the Ninja Academy, where you will meet many companions your age. Such sentiments typically emanated only from his grandmother, Uchiha Keiko. No need for that. I shall not attend the Ninja Academy, Nanxing declared resolutely, were it not for necessity. Who among adults would tolerate mingling with a gaggle of young children, often subjected to the prying eyes of that old wretch, Sarutobi Hiruzen Since you will handle matters regarding my parents for the time being, I require an elite shinobi, preferably one of Jonin rank. The latter part of his statement came as a startling shift, yet what astonished Uchiha Jin the most was that, as Nanxing uttered these words, a faint crimson hue emerged within his once clear, black pearl-like pupils. This left the elderly man across from him both astounded and pained. If given a choice, he would rather. Qingzi, the aged voice of Uchiha Yuan resonated. Suddenly, a figure with a hint of surprise appeared in Naxing's reception room. It was one of the individuals who had been waiting outside alongside the old man. Uchiha Qingzi, with her waist-length, light purple hair tied in a ponytail, donned a form-fitting black combat outfit. However, the netted chest piece that subtly revealed her ample curves and a significant expanse of alluring white somewhat marred her otherwise striking demeanor. Yet, as a ninja, such choices could be understood. After all, with her captivating youthful charm, Qingzi's face was partially concealed by a black half-mask, revealing only the upper portion above her nose. Upon making her entrance, she first bowed respectfully to Uchiha Yuan and then, while surveying the room, her gaze fell upon Naxing's crimson, single tomo Sharingan. This is, if memory serves me right, this young master is not yet 5 years old, is he? Is it due to those two adults? Observing Naxing's petite frame, a slight pang of sentiment stirred within Qingzi. Currently, Qingzi's rank was that of an elite chunin. Yet she believed she would soon ascend to Jonin-level prowess, henceforth taking charge of your safety. Naxing regarded Qingzi with a neutral expression, deliberately avoiding the captivating deep curves that were subtly on display. This individual is merely a child, yet to reach 5 years of age, there remains an extensive journey ahead, and one must not reveal their true nature too soon. What I desire are loyal warriors. Naxing seemed dissatisfied and reiterated his demand to the elderly man. In accordance with Lord Naxing's wishes, from this moment forth, Qingzi shall be exclusively your loyal warrior. Before Uchiha Yuan could respond, Qingzi had already taken a kneeling position beside Naxing. From Naxing's viewpoint, the most prominent features were her perfectly rounded, pert form, followed by her slender waist and the delicate cascade of light purple hair adorning her back. Had he not already glimpsed the double tomo in her eyes, Naxing might have mistaken her for the character Yuzuki Shion from the Hokage series. In that case, please rise. After a brief silence, Naxing summoned a semi-transparent system panel with a thought, and with a gesture, he tapped on the number following, My Legion. Upon hearing this, Qingzi straightened up and looked up just in time to see Naxing extend his hand, palm open. In the next moment, a white orb, roughly the size of a third of a fist, materialized in his tender, charming palm. The small orb radiated a gentle white glow, appearing exceptionally beautiful. Just as Qingzi was curiously pondering the nature of this technique, the orb suddenly transformed into a beam of white light, striking her forehead before she could react, followed by an electronic voice echoing in her mind. Uchiha Nanxing invites you to join his legion. Do you accept? Uchiha Qingzi paused momentarily, captivated by the slowly spinning crimson single tomo in Naxing's eyes. I accept. Sunny exclaimed this statement aloud. Nanxing's eyes twitched slightly. Couldn't you just respond in your heart? Furthermore, I have accepted you as a subordinate, yet your demeanor gives me the impression that I am inviting you into a harem. Glancing at Sunny's graceful figure, I realize that it is rather premature to accept you now. At least a decade must pass. The girl may not even be willing to wait. Perish the thought. Sister, you must wait for me to grow up. Casting aside my inner distractions, the system panel indeed displayed changes on my Legion page. My Legion, Uchiha Nanxing. Uchiha Novice Warrior. Uchiha Sunny. Uchiha Skilled Warrior. Expand. Iron Will, Level 1. Increases vitality by 2 points. Scouting, Level 0. Lower levels grant an additional 1 point of instinct accuracy, increasing the volume of information discovered by 10. Item Management, Level 1. 6 cubic meters of personal space. Lower levels grant an additional 6 cubic meters of personal space. Healing, Level 1. Increases vitality recovery speed by 10. Recovery requires a small amount of the individual's own energy. Lower levels increase Legion members' vitality recovery speed by 10. First Aid, Level 1. Automatically generates a shield equivalent to 5 points of vitality strength when Legion members suffer fatal damage. Lower levels generate a shield equivalent to 10 points of vitality strength when Legion members suffer fatal damage, with a cooldown of 24 hours and cannot be activated manually. After Sunny proclaimed her willingness, a rare yet profoundly powerful surge of vitality emanated from her body, coursing through her limbs. The sudden occurrence compelled her to utter an alluring and captivating sigh. The grandfather and grandson, already drawn to her sudden exclamation, felt their thoughts nearly led astray by her enchanting voice. Nanxing, being youthful, was not overly concerned, even if he displayed an unusual expression. Sunny would not think much of it, especially since he maintained the activation of his Sharingan, effectively concealing his emotions. Chapter 6. 3 Tomo the Elder Uchiha Yuan. A seasoned veteran who had weathered decades of trials and tribulations, nearly found himself amused to the point of embarrassment as he witnessed Sunny's reaction. In that moment, Sunny's blood surged fiercely, and combined with her feelings of shame and anger, her vitality seemed to reach its zenith. Uchiha Yuan then observed as this recently assigned guardian to his grandson, engulfed in a swirl of awkwardness, shame, and indignation, effortlessly transformed her 2 Tomo Sharingan into a 3 Tomo Sharingan. How could this be? Is the advancement to 3 Tomo so effortless now? Was it due to Nanxing's recent technique? Uchiha Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, and he turned to gaze at Nanxing with an expression of inquiry, fervor, and anticipation. Nanxing understood that the primary reason for Sunny's dual Tomo advancement was indeed the effect of the Legion skill, Iron Will. If one were to find themselves at the pinnacle of the dual Tomo Sharingan, like Uchiha Haruko, then the seemingly modest 2 units of vitality would serve as a catalyst for advancing to the 3 Tomo state. Initially, he had presumed that this Iron Bones was akin to a personal skill in hack-and-slash games, but it has become evident that it is, in fact, a Legion skill. What a fortunate turn of events. Haruko's attribute panel reveals that she possesses merely 1 less point in command than he does, indicating that his personal skill is likely limited to command alone. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Uchiha Jin, the elder, staring in dumbfounded delight, prompting Nanxing to hastily explain, "This is it. Not a single drop remains, at least for the next year. This marks the awakening of my second bloodline limit. The ability to bestow upon others a portion of primordial vitality for their growth. The results appear exceedingly favorable, though once one accepts my gift, they shall forever be bound to my will." Nanxing presented the carefully crafted lines he had prepared. The second bloodline limit? I have heard that a genius with dual bloodlines has emerged from the hidden mist during this war. I never anticipated that my little star possesses such talent. No, my little star's dual bloodlines are even more formidable. Will my little star awaken the fabled powers in the future? Aside from Haruko and myself, does anyone else know of your dual bloodlines? Uchiha Jin inquired, striving to suppress his overwhelming elation. Certainly not. I only discovered it today, Nanxing replied. Then let us keep it from your grandmother as well. From now on, I shall impose a gag order on any information regarding you within the clan. My dear star, remember, until you become sufficiently powerful, do not reveal your talents. Uchiha Jin cautioned repeatedly, concerned that Nanxing might succumb to the urge for attention, as children often do. Old man, you and I are of the same mind. That is precisely why I mentioned I would not attend the Ninja Academy, Nanxing retorted. The old man's wish for Nanxing to remain inconspicuous aligned perfectly with his own inclinations, having lived 2 lives totaling over 30 years. Nanxing was well aware of the wisdom in quietly amassing wealth. Moreover, in this harsh ninja world, rife with seasoned veterans, he had no desire to be the standout target, at least not for the time being. Setting aside Kaguya and Uchiha Madara, as well as Uchiha Obito, even the formidable duo of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo presented a challenge that the Uchiha clan could scarcely contend with. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Uchiha Jin, Nanxing's grandmother, Uchiha Keiko, arrived with several food containers in hand. The 3 of them enjoyed a warm and delightful dinner together. As the clan elder, Uchiha Jin was burdened with pressing affairs and, after a brief stay post-dinner, took his leave. Uchiha Haruko naturally remained behind, and Nanxing had Huashu and Mingxue assist her in tidying up and relocating. For as Nanxing's loyal bodyguards, she was destined to reside alongside him. Sunny's father perished early in World War II, and just a few years later, her mother also hastily succumbed to illness. It must be said that the hidden world is far from the idealized portrayal seen in many spirited anime. In truth, numerous tragedies remain obscured. Uchiha Haruko grew up under the care of the elder clan members, a circumstance that stemmed from her parents being pivotal figures in this faction during their lifetimes. After engaging in idle chatter with her grandmother, Uchiha Keiko, for an extended period, Haruko, along with Hanami and Akane, finally concluded their tasks. Nanxing feigned fatigue, requesting Hanami to accompany him for a bath before retreating to his room to rest. As he departed, he slyly cast a knowing glance at Haruko. Half an hour later, just as Nanxing assumed that Haruko had failed to grasp the meaning of his glance and resigned himself to his bed, a sultry voice echoed, "Master Nanxing, are you impatient? Haruko has come to attend to you." Nanxing glanced at his delicate, pale arm and rolled his eyes in exasperation. "All right, in light of your first day here, I shall overlook your age. Come here and allow me a kiss. Giggling. Do not rush, young master. Sister Haruko is on her way. The moment she finished speaking, a stunning face, both teasing and joyful, swiftly approached Nanxing, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Nanxing, a virgin who had never experienced such a scenario in 2 lifetimes, tilted his head back in shock, collapsing onto the bed as his handsome face flushed crimson. This woman appeared quite aloof in daylight. How did she transform so dramatically at night? Haruko, delighted, observed Nanxing, who lay embarrassed on the bed. Now this is more like it. During the day, I was almost deceived into thinking that Lord Jin's household produced a stunning beauty. Ahem, Lord Nanxing, I merely jested to lighten the atmosphere. Do not be upset. After all, she would be serving him for life, and it was imperative not to cause her undue embarrassment. However, Nanxing, blushing and prepared to retort, found himself thwarted as Haruko anticipated his reaction, causing his punch to land harmlessly. Sister Haruko, we are not suited for one another. The age gap is simply too vast. After all, she would need to be capable of protecting him, so it was best not to be too harsh. Yet, it seemed that this statement had little effect, nearly as detrimental as any scolding. Uchiha Haruko felt several question marks forming above her head. What do you mean? Am I old? I am merely 9 years your senior. Nanxing blinked, gazing at Haruko's ever-changing expression. Had he misspoken? That shouldn't have been the case. The 30-year-old virgin, having lived 2 lifetimes, felt bewildered and quickly sought to change the subject. Ahem, let us discuss serious matters. Shortly, we may need to relocate. Sister Haruko, do not panic, but prepare yourself for battle. Chapter 7. The quest in the land of Caladia. The attention of Uchiha Haruko was successfully diverted by Nanxing's words. The extraordinary moment when Nanxing bestowed her power upon her was still vividly etched in her memory. With a swift inspection of the ninja tool pouch and her equipment, Haruko removed the short sword from her back, holding it in her left hand, and nodded at Nanxing. Observing this, Nanxing summoned the system interface and selected the option New Journey from the main page, mentally clicking it. In the next instant, without any visual effects, both Nanxing and Uchiha Haruko suddenly vanished into thin air. They found themselves on an expansive grassland, where the terrain was flat and vast, only slightly undulating in the distance. The ground was blanketed with low-lying vegetation in a delightful mix of tender greens and golden yellows, resembling a thick, multicolored carpet, which appeared particularly refreshing against the backdrop of the blue sky. On a desolate hillock, rarely trodden by human feet, 2 figures appeared without warning, one tall and one short. The girl held the sheathed short sword tightly in her left hand, while her right hand grasped several shuriken in a defensive posture. Beside her was a young boy, around 5 or 6 years old, whose eyes shimmered with a faint crimson glow as he curiously surveyed the vast, desolate grassland. This eerie place, where exactly is it? Caladia? It doesn't feel like it. Nanxing mused aloud, surveying the surroundings. It seemed they would have to rely on their own legs to explore for quite some time. Lord Nanxing, where are we? What are we supposed to do? Where is our destination? The inquisitive Uchiha Haruko, experiencing this unfamiliar situation for the first time, could hardly contain her curiosity and bombarded him with questions. I'm not entirely sure, merely speculating. Let us choose a direction and walk for a bit to see if we can encounter someone who can guide us, Nanxing replied, taking a shuriken from Haruko's right hand and casually tossing it into the air. With a soft thud, the shuriken landed a short distance away, its sharp tip pointing towards a certain direction. Look, now we have a direction to follow, Nanxing exclaimed, bending down to retrieve the shuriken and playfully tossing it as he proceeded forward. Uchiha Haruko blinked her lovely eyes, quietly observing the antics of the little boy, before resignedly following him. Surprisingly, instead of feeling apprehensive about being in unfamiliar territory, she felt a sense of anticipation. In the distance of the endless grassland, a small group of riders, clad in a wildly primitive and rugged style, most of them bare-chested, galloped forward with great speed, perhaps guided by some cosmic will. They were heading directly towards the location of Nanxing and Haruko. As autumn approached, a considerable portion of the grassland had turned golden under the autumn wind, with patches of brown earth occasionally peeking through the low shrubs. This scenery was indeed beautiful, but traversing it proved to be rather less delightful, especially for the 5-year-old Nanxing. Leading Haruko along the direction previously chosen at random for over an hour, they found themselves surrounded by a monotonous expanse of barren grasslands. Nanxing was silently lamenting the excessive intensity of today's training when the 2 of them ascended a low earthen slope. And just as Nanxing hesitated whether to conclude the day's endeavors, an instinctive awareness seemed to stir within him. At that moment, He raised his gaze towards the distance. Approximately 2 kilometers away, amidst the formerly uniform grassland, a group of a dozen horsemen had mysteriously appeared. Nanxing's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the attire of these individuals with clarity. Among the riders, only a few donned intricately painted leather vests, while the majority were bare-chested, adorned with metal ornaments resembling bronze around their waists. Their unkempt hair was styled into various braids, and they were generally tall with bronzed skin, resembling the barbaric tribes described in myriad ancient texts from his past life. Nanxing raised his hand to wave at the group, intending to inquire about directions. After all, he had heard that the Friends of the Grasslands were renowned for their melodious songs, dances, and hospitality. The group, having already noticed the sudden appearance of Nanxing and Haruko, approached without fear, driven by their boldness and warmth, riding their horses towards the two. As they moved closer, Nanxing noticed that they were accompanied by nearly twice as many empty horses. This was fortuitous. Nanxing felt the small pouch of golden beans on his belt, reminding himself that he was a law-abiding citizen. With so many idle horses, surely it wouldn't be too much to take just a couple? After all, he could always offer them money. Soon, the group of menacing riders galloped to within 300 or 400 meters of Nanxing and Haruko. The leading barbarians scrutinized the two, particularly fixating on Haruko's slender and curvaceous figure. Then, their eyes gleamed with excitement as they began to shout incoherently, brandishing various weapons and urging their horses to charge towards the two. Nanxing was momentarily speechless. Wasn't it said that they were known for their singing and dancing, their hospitality? Sighing, he halted his action of unfastening the small pouch on his belt. It seemed that spending today would be out of the question. How could mere, ordinary men, reliant on their horses for combat, possess the audacity to rob 2 ninjas? Wasn't this a world connected by a golden finger? Oh, then there was no cause for concern. He thought to leave a few alive while trying to avoid harming the horses. Before he could finish his thought, Haruko had already transformed into a shadow, darting towards the charging cavalry. The devil spare us, great demon lord. We are willing to surrender. I am ready to become your servant. Nanxing gazed at the 3 bloodied brutes who had prostrated themselves before him, watching as their incomprehensible utterances transformed from complete gibberish to the occasional recognizable word, and finally into coherent speech within a mere few minutes. How astonishing! Can you comprehend their words? Nanxing blinked, turning to the curious Qingzi beside him. I can't understand it all. Is this some language from a small nation? Qingzi wondered aloud, intrigued by the possibility that Nanxing might grasp their speech. Nanxing did not immediately indulge Qingzi's curiosity. He was somewhat annoyed by the cacophony of pleas from the brutes before him, brandishing the kunai he had been toying with. He commanded, "Silence! You speak. Who are you? What brings you here? And why did you attack us?" Chapter 8. The Dothraki. Here lies the song of slaughter and grass. A call to arms. The 3 burly men, in a state of utter disarray, quivered at the sight of the diminutive Nanxing's gesture, hastily ceasing their clamor. The scene appeared somewhat comical, yet not a soul present found it amusing. Nanxing directed his inquiry at the stoutest of the trio, who, despite being a mass of muscle, had recently fallen from a galloping horse, rendering him in a rather pitiable state, yet fortunate enough to have preserved his life. Esteemed lord, this is a misunderstanding. We were merely inspecting the grasslands and had no intention of. He was met with disdain from Nanxing, who had undergone extensive foundational training as a ninja from the Uchiha clan for over half a year prior to awakening his memories. The prior murderous intent from these brutes had not escaped his notice. However, he found this mode of communication rather intriguing and continued his interrogation to extract intelligence regarding this vast grassland. Qingzi, perceptive as ever, recognized that her master possessed a means to converse with these bandits, perhaps equine marauders. Though her curiosity clawed at her heart like a playful kitten, she restrained herself, adhering to her duties. After all, she was the most exceptional prodigy of the Uchiha clan's younger generation, having been the first to attain the 3-tomo Sharingan, a formidable leaf ninja of elite status. It must be that second bloodline limit ability Nanxing mentioned earlier, she mused, eager to learn more. Once Nanxing concluded his interrogation, he gestured for Qingzi to escort the 3 Dothraki to round up their horses while he remained rooted in place. By the gods, I knew that name. Westeros sounded familiar. This world is indeed that of a song of ice and fire. Is my wretched golden finger not a system of mounted combat? How have I arrived in the realm of slaughter and grass? Could it be mounted combat, a song of ice and fire? Is that even possible? Mounted combat across the heavens? You may as well grant me a means to achieve immortality. Though the world of ninjas and a song of ice and fire does boast seemingly immortal sages and deities, the difficulty in obtaining such powers is exceedingly daunting. For those who traverse and reincarnate, the onset is akin to a hellish challenge. After all, who among the transmigrants from Blue Star does not yearn for immortality? Nanxing stood in contemplation until Qingzi returned, guiding 3 captured Dothraki and herding a dozen horses. Let us proceed to the nearest city-state. Steadying himself, Nanxing awaited their brief preparations before instructing the 3 captives, then mounted the most magnificent steed alongside Qingzi. How splendid! Although ninjas are indeed a highly mobile class, excelling in long-distance assaults as their strength grows, it is quite reasonable for a mere 5-year-old like Nanxing to opt for a less strenuous mode of travel. For the next several hours, he reclined comfortably in the embrace of the young girl, barely moving. By evening, as the 3 Dothraki looked on in astonishment, Nanxing and Qingzi retrieved their pre-prepared dinner from the sealing scroll, enjoying their meal while directing the captives to set up a campsite. By the time the 3 Dothraki finished, nearly half an hour had passed, and they were certainly adept at the task. Observing the 2 rugged tents and the neatly arranged small herd of horses, Nanxing shook his head, extracting sushi and other less favored dishes from the scroll, gesturing for the captives to eat promptly. After all, he was not a capitalist, and exerting some labor from the captives posed no psychological burden. Food would still be provided. As for its palatability, they were merely captives. Having something to eat sufficed. Curious, Nanxing and Qingzi wandered around the 2 tents. Though the tent's exterior appeared rough, they exuded a distinct exotic charm, if not for the faint, lingering odor of the sheepskin and animal hides that comprised the tents, mixed with the herbal incense seemingly intended to ward off insects. Nanxing felt fortunate that he had not chosen to wait for the captives to finish setting up the tents before dining. Quickly covering their noses, they exited the tents and circled the modest campsite, playfully engaging with the only all-black foal among the herd. This spirited young horse had followed them, having separated from a mare during the earlier chaos caused by Qingzi's actions. Thankfully, after several hours of travel, they had grown somewhat familiar with each other. Otherwise, Nanxing might not have been able to approach the sole foal, protected at the center of the herd. This rare all-black foal was likely the most valuable asset from the previous group of Dothraki. The lively creature pranced around Nanxing, leaping and twirling. Perhaps intimidated by Qingzi's presence behind him, the spirited foal hesitated to make physical contact with Nanxing, appearing somewhat cautious, yet was irresistibly drawn to the carrots and delectable pastries that occasionally appeared in his hand. With an air of cool detachment, Shizuka gazed enviously at the interaction between Nanxing and the little colts. The young girl harbored a fondness for these adorable creatures. However, it seemed they had been somewhat frightened by her earlier presence. Furthermore, bound by her responsibilities, she refrained from approaching them, suppressing her desire to caress their soft coats. After a brief period of impatience, Shizuka noticed that the herd in the distance had finished grazing and was now waiting on the 3 captured Dothraki. Nanxing, taking the remaining piece of carrot in hand, offered it to a longing black colt before making his way towards the captives. The black colt savored the rare delicacy, hesitating for a moment as it observed Nanxing's retreating figure alongside the imposing shadow that instilled fear, before ultimately choosing to seek its mother. Nanxing, leading Shizuka, approached the trio of Dothraki, who promptly lowered their heads in a display of submission. We shall depart for a day or 2. You are to remain here for 3 days. Should I fail to return within that time, you will be free. As soon as Nanxing's words fell, the captives looked up in astonishment. The golden touch he possessed was still a mystery, yet it enabled these 3 to comprehend his words, while he could only decipher their speech through the translucent subtitles at the bottom of his system interface. We will cast a curse upon you. If we do not return in 3 days, and you have not waited here, this curse will subject you to untold suffering, leaving you to wail in agony until your bodies dissolve into putrid blood. Upon hearing this, the Dothraki's eyes widened, and despite their limited understanding of what a curse entailed, a flicker of fear began to spread across their faces. Nanxing exchanged a knowing glance with Shizuka, who quickly clasped her hands together, forming seals with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Fire release, great fireball technique. From Shizuka's delicate lips, a vibrant red flame erupted, transforming into a colossal orange fireball over 5 meters in diameter a mere 10 meters away, expanding and blazing fiercely. The Dothraki stood stunned, their expressions paling as they reluctantly accepted the reality that this formidable warrior was also a mysterious and terrifying sorceress. Once the intimidation was complete, Nanxing dismissed the captives from his mind, taking Shizuka's hand in his own. With a thought, he activated the return option on the system panel, and in an instant, the 2 vanished before the bewildered eyes of the Dothraki. Spending the night in such a grotesque and inhospitable tent was beyond Nanxing's tolerance. As for whether the captives would remain here after such a display, he left it to fate, for he deemed it inconsequential. Having gained a general understanding of this world, Nanxing cared little for their fate, merely considering that having a few guides would save him considerable effort in the future. Certainly, the little foal named Black Wind, belonging to Nanxing, is indeed one of the reasons. Uchiha Haruko experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, only to realize that she and Nanxing had instantly returned to the confines of his chamber within the clan's territory. She hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire about something from Nanxing. Meanwhile, Nanxing had already picked up the clock he had prepared long ago, only to be astonished to find that the hands of the clock bore an uncanny resemblance to those from before he entered the world of ice and fire. Had an entire 24 hours elapsed in the shinobi realm? It was imperative to note that their sojourn in the ice and fire world had not exceeded 10 hours. The disparity in the passage of time was indeed perplexing. However, it was conceivable that in the ice and fire world, more than 10 hours had transpired, while time in the shinobi realm remained in a state of suspension. Just as Nanxing was about to venture out to consult two young girls regarding the time, an inexplicable message suddenly materialized in his mind. It resembled a rudimentary guide on the usage of his newfound abilities. It stated that each natural day, both Nanxing and the members of his legion could traverse into the target world, namely the ice and fire realm, for a maximum duration of 24 hours. Furthermore, while Nanxing resided in the shinobi realm, the passage of time in the ice and fire world would decelerate to nearly a standstill, and vice versa. Ultimately, while in the shinobi realm, Nanxing could continuously monitor the surroundings within a 100-meter radius of the coordinates where he exited the ice and fire world, and he could manipulate the flow of time in that world at will, although he could only control time to flow backward and not forward by even a second. Such an extraordinary capability left Nanxing utterly astounded. He felt increasingly as though he were engaging in a video game. Could it be that the ice and fire world was merely a virtual realm? Fortunately, Nanxing did not dwell on this notion excessively. The very fact that he could traverse and be reborn in the shinobi realm was already an extraordinary occurrence. Wasn't the existence of such a remarkable ability a fortuitous blessing? Simultaneously, a series of messages composed of text began to scroll in the upper left corner of his vision. Uchiha Haruko has slain a Dothraki bandit. Personal experience 4. Legion experience 4. Uchiha Haruko has slain a Dothraki bandit. Personal experience 5. Legion experience 5. Uchiha Haruko has slain a Dothraki bandit. Personal experience 4. Legion experience 4. This notification continued to scroll through 15 entries, precisely matching the number of Dothraki she had previously dispatched. Upon inspecting Uchiha Haruko's character attributes, expanded. They read, Uchiha Haruko, Uchiha Proficient Warrior, 975-1000. Strength, Body, Agility, Precision, Ninja, Chakra Innate Attribute, Fire, Wind. Chakra, Evaluation, a ninja-type warrior possessing a unique bloodline, exhibiting exceptional potential for cultivation. However, the Legion leader should be cautious, as this warrior's perilous bloodline may lead her to extreme behaviors during specific periods. Nanxing swiftly assimilated the information, for in his previous life at the orphanage, there were numerous personal worlds and systems akin to Golden Fingers. Concepts such as my transmigration divine ring and my dual crossing gate were commonplace, hardly remarkable. Observing that his Golden Finger's default main world was the ninja realm, he found it intriguing that slaying Dothraki could actually yield experience points, categorized into personal and Legion experience. The implications of this must be well understood by those from Blue Star. Furthermore, a question lingered. Why was there no system notification when Uchiha Haruko eliminated those Dothraki? But the information only manifested upon their return to the ninja realm? Did this pertain to the rules or conflicts between worlds? It seems the ninja realm is indeed his primary world. However, it remains uncertain whether defeating foes within it would also grant experience. Additionally, Uchiha Haruko's Sharingan had evolved to the 3-Tomo stage, yet the system still classified her as a proficient warrior within the second tier, just a notch above a novice warrior. By analogy, Haruko's current strength remained at the Ch-Nin level, though her experience points, 975-1000, suggested she was not far from the J-Nin tier. One could only wonder if, upon filling her experience points, she could ascend directly to J-Nin status, or if she would be subjected to the tedious collection of breakthrough materials, reminiscent of those frustrating mobile games. Alas, such ominous thoughts. Nanxing quickly dismissed them as mere musings, urging the system not to take them seriously. Noticing Haruko beside him, her lips poised to speak yet hesitant, he wore a smile that conveyed mastery of the situation. Sister Haruko, The matters over there must remain undisclosed to anyone. Otherwise, I would regrettably have to relinquish you. She was esteemed by the system as a warrior of considerable cultivation potential. Naturally, Nanxing hoped that Haruko could become his ally in every conceivable sense. Moreover, she was merely 25 experience points away from likely achieving Jonin status, making her an exceptional talent, second only to a few peers like Shursui and Itachi. With adequate resources and training, she might even rival those two. Chapter 10. A city gate collects entrance taxes while another collects exit taxes. The endeavor to win over Uchiha Haruko begins with this term of endearment, sister. As for safeguarding the secrets of the world of ice and fire, this would serve as Nanxing's first and final trial regarding Uchiha Haruko. In a sense, she represented a legacy from his late grandfather, Uchiha Yoshinori, who held the esteemed position of elder in the Uchiha clan and remained in power. The likelihood of Haruko engaging in rebellion under such circumstances appeared minimal. Such is the nature of Nanxing, a suspicious individual from Blue Star. Otherwise, a typical person would have already entrusted their life to her. A young lady endowed with both beauty and exceptional talent, Nanxing is reluctant to subject her to further trials. Should Uchiha Haruko defy Nanxing's orders and divulge information about the world of ice and fire to others, most likely to Uchiha Kagami, it would not pose a significant dilemma for Nanxing, given her esteemed status. Regardless of whether the individual privy to such information is the elder Uchiha Kagami, it is improbable that any actions regarding Nanxing would circumvent him. The reason Nanxing seeks the elder for a death warrior and intends to introduce her into the world of ice and fire is predicated on his current 5-year-old physique, which is wholly incapable of traversing another realm. The looming threat of the Night of Annihilation compels him to act rather than remain passive, prompting him to take a slight risk. Although he is unaware of what the opposing world entails in the following days, Nanxing dedicates her energies to familiarizing herself with her surroundings and gathering intelligence. As a nascent persona awakening within a child of merely 4 or 5 years, her capacity for information is inherently limited, having never ventured beyond her clan's territory. Thus, the most significant utility of her prior memories lies in enabling her to recognize her immediate family, ensuring she does not become a monstrosity destined for eradication. Beyond that, she must rely on her own faculties. Nanxing remains uncertain whether her current situation is fortuitous or otherwise. On one hand, the impending collapse of the Uchiha clan under the leadership of a traitor looms ominously. On the other, as the sole grandchild of the Uchiha clan's elder and a scion of the founding family of Konoha, her standing is undeniably advantageous, surpassing even the exploits of her previous life. Given such an auspicious start, had it not been for a serendipitously acquired boon, she might have contemplated a life of idleness followed by a hasty retreat. It is said that next year marks the 50th anniversary of Konoha, a year poised to witness many significant events. Kakashi Hitaki's promotion to Jonin, the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge, Uchiha Obito's demise, and Rin Nohara's tragic end. By year's end, once the Third Shinobi War concludes, Sarutobi Hiruzen shall abdicate, paving the way for the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, to ascend as the fourth Hokage. Each of these occurrences is beyond the realm of influence for one as diminutive as Nanxing. Yet, amidst the chaos of conflict and death, one cannot help but ponder why that woman must perish. The woman who, upon hearing Uchiha Nanxing express a desire against siblings at the tender age of 3, resolutely abandoned her husband's fervent pleas for a second child. She will never return. A peculiar itch arises from the friction of tears gliding down her face. Am I weeping for a mother whose memories have yet to awaken? I am a traveler from another realm. How could I shed tears for someone I scarcely recall? Nanxing forcibly redirects her scattered thoughts, resolving that, at the very least, she shall avenge you in the future. In recent days, Nanxing has been entering the world of ice and fire with Uchiha Haruko daily. The expressions of the 3 captured Dothraki were quite amusing when they witnessed Nanxing and his companion vanish one moment, only to reappear the next with drastically altered appearances, having changed their attire overnight. Subsequently, the duo set off towards the nearest city, Pantos, guided by 3 local scouts. Due to the Dothraki's unique calendrical system and their general indifference towards the temporal reckoning of other races, Nanxing was unable to ascertain the current timeline within the realm of ice and fire. However, through careful inquiries, he deduced that the vast plains of Dothraki Sea had yet to experience any significant upheaval, nor had there been any sightings of hundreds of thousands of Dothraki cavalry embarking on overseas expeditions. Thus, it could be reasonably inferred that they were still in a period preceding the unfolding of the narrative. Though Nanxing had only briefly skimmed through the television series in his previous life, let alone the original novels, he was nonetheless familiar with the overarching plot. When the three Dothraki captives enumerated the nearby cities, Nanxing resolutely chose Pantos as their destination. He pondered whether Daenerys had been born yet. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly not mind acquiring a dragon of his own. The prospect of nurturing one was also not out of the question. As long as the current timeline wasn't too early, for the anticipation could be quite unbearable. Thus, for nearly a week, Nanxing and Uchiha Haruko traversed the ice and fire world, traveling, encountering Dothraki bandits intent on robbery, slaying monsters, collecting loot, continuing their journey, and experiencing the fluctuations of time in the ninja world during the nights. This repetitive cycle continued until they finally arrived at the outskirts of Pantos, herding a small flock of over 100 horses along with their three captives. Based on the time taken to reach this distance, it appeared that the world of ice and fire was significantly larger than the ninja world, a comparison that left Nanxing with an odd sensation. Why was the ninja world his primary realm? Surely, remaining here would afford him much greater security. The walls of Pantos towered over 10 meters high, a remarkable height for this era, with soldiers standing in formation equipped with swords or spears along the walls and gates. Numerous flags of varying colors and patterns fluttered above, and with Uchiha's keen eyesight, he discerned that the tax collectors flanking the gates were composed of at least 3 groups. A diverse crowd of individuals awaited entry at the gates, forming a queue extending over 50 meters, indicating a considerable flow of people. As a city primarily reliant on trade, the entrance to Pantos was bustling with numerous caravans and robust mercenaries. Of the 3 gates facing Nanxing and his companions, only the left and right gates were open, allowing people to enter through one and exit through the other. At the city entrance, the soldiers of Pantos were collecting entry taxes, while those at the exit were similarly demanding exit fees. This operation left Nanxing in awe, affirming the city's reputation as a trading hub, indeed quite impressive. Chapter 11. Initial encounter in Pantos. Upon his arrival, Nanxing refrained from causing any disturbances, recognizing that it was not yet the time for such antics. Once inside the city, he was warmly recommended by Hassan, the fortunate Dothraki bandit whose fall from his mount had spared Nanxing's life, to a luxurious hotel situated along the coastal side of Pantos. Following their encounter with Hassan's group, Nanxing and Uchiha Haruko, having gained valuable experience, showed no mercy towards any subsequent Dothraki they encountered, leaving them with only 3 retainers. The recent spate of violence enacted by Uchiha Haruko had thoroughly intimidated Hassan and his companions. Now, even in the populous city of Pantos, boasting over 100,000 inhabitants, they dared not entertain any treacherous thoughts. In their daily lives, they were exceedingly cautious, fearing the wrath of the girl who could kill without a second thought. Fortunately, after several days of trepidation, they discovered that their unexpectedly enigmatic masters exhibited a surprisingly gentle demeanor, seldom resorting to reprimands. However, Uchiha Haruko's relentless eradication of any who dared to draw weapons against them left Hassan and his companions with no room for disrespect. They had wholeheartedly accepted their roles as subservients. After spending a night in the upscale hotel, the following day, they rented a quaint seaside courtyard. Although modest in size, the 200 to 300 square meters were well maintained, with dedicated personnel having tended to the flora and buildings. After Nanxing settled the payment, they could move in immediately. The accommodations inside rivaled the luxury of the previous night's superior hotel room, complete with a designated area for livestock at the rear. The pony, affectionately named Black Wind by Nanxing, along with its mother and Uchiha Haruko's steed, as well as Hassan's mounts, were all settled in here. As for the over 200 horses acquired from the Dothraki Sea, Pantos, being adjacent to such vast grasslands, naturally boasted a dedicated market for livestock. A specific area was set aside to accommodate the horses they had brought, requiring only a modest rental and management fee. After securing the courtyard, Nanxing and Uchiha Haruko conferred and realized that the spoils of war they had gathered during their journey contained a rather limited amount of currency and precious metals. The Dothraki predominantly engaged in barter, and larger transactions typically involved more valuable items such as silver and gold, with copper coins being rare in such dealings. Moreover, the Dothraki tribes capable of significant trade generally considered Nanxing and Haruko's small party beneath their notice, and thus, they were unlikely to be regarded as worthy spoils. In truth, Nanxing had not encountered a group of Dothraki that could be deemed a tribe along his journey. A small sack, roughly the size of a human head, was gently tipped over onto the table, spilling around 200 coins, approximately the size of a thumb's nail, made of silver and gold. More than 90% of these coins were silver, with only a dozen or so gleaming with a captivating golden hue. Additionally, There was a smaller bag containing 7 or 8 items such as bracelets, rings, or hairpins, which possessed some amount of gold content and could be considered relatively valuable. Consequently, it was imperative to hasten Hassan and his companions to sell the horses at the market. Otherwise, the costs of the venue and fodder would accumulate substantially each day. Nanxing pondered this, feeling reminiscent of engaging in a business simulation game. Hassan, not daring to delay, replied, "Yes, esteemed lord, Nero and I will attend to this matter immediately." With that, Hassan bowed slightly and prepared to turn away, only to be called back by Nanxing. "Do not rush, Hassan. Keep an ear out for news regarding the Targaryen family. Yes, the so-called Beggar King. There is no need to inquire directly. Simply be attentive when others speak of him." "Yes, my lord." Hassan nodded without hesitation, waiting for a moment to ensure Nanxing had no further instructions before leading another tall Dothraki named Nero away. Now that they had arrived in the renowned city of Pentos, how could they not pay heed to the illustrious Targaryen family? However, the overly cautious Nanxing did not permit Hassan to overtly seek information about the Beggar King, Viserys Targaryen. After all, he was new to this place and wished to avoid drawing too much attention. The Beggar King, Viserys, was the elder brother of Daenerys, the mother of dragons, and one of the last known surviving direct members of the Targaryen family. In addition to these siblings, the Targaryens also included the enigmatic Aegon Targaryen and Jon Snow, Daenerys and Viserys' nephew. Nevertheless, Aegon Targaryen and Jon Snow felt rather distant to Nanxing at this moment. He needed first to ascertain the general circumstances surrounding Daenerys and Viserys before formulating further plans. Nanxing was not overly anxious about this. He still had ample time, as there were at least 5, 6, 7, or 8 years until the night of the massacre. Accompanied by Uchiha Haruko and a final Dothraki servant, Nanxing leisurely exited the courtyard, ready to explore the enchanting city of Pentos. One must admit that Pentos left a favorable first impression on Nanxing. At least the coastal district appeared relatively clean and tidy, unlike the infamous reputation of King's Landing. Indeed, the foulness was as literal as it sounded. Upon entering the city through the eastern gate from the Dothraki Sea yesterday, Nanxing had experienced firsthand the chaos and filth of Pentos's outer districts. Surprisingly, upon crossing the boundaries between the outer districts and the inner city, even the western coastal area was devoid of the indescribable stench and squalid conditions. This was indeed a fitting return for the 5 copper coins paid upon entering the inner city yesterday. It is said that the administrators of the city of Pentos designated the eastern outer districts as a livestock market, the primary venue for trading animals and furs. In contrast, the inner city and the coastal regions were assigned dedicated city management teams that patrolled daily, having employed a substantial number of women and young children from the slums to clean the streets and clear the sewers. Although the wages provided by the municipal hall were exceedingly meager for those in the slums, it represented a coveted opportunity that they would strive to secure with all their might. Such circumstances left Nanxing somewhat astonished. It was reminiscent of a medieval world of ice and fire, possessing its own merits. Chapter 12. Uchiha Shirsui, who had begun to grasp the will of fire. Nanxing blinked her large, innocent eyes, gazing somewhat dazedly at the black-haired boy of her age seated opposite her, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "So, you are Uchiha Itachi? Happy birthday, cousin Nanxing." The adorably petite black-haired boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, flapping like a pair of wings, looking exceedingly charming. However, Nanxing's keen observation revealed a subtle tension in the muscles between his brows. It seemed that Uchiha Itachi had once been taken to the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War by his unreliable father, Uchiha Fugaku. As this thought crossed her mind, a naive smile blossomed on Nanxing's face. "You too? Happy birthday, Itachi." Indeed, the 2 adorable children at the center, receiving everyone's well wishes, were Uchiha Nanxing and Uchiha Itachi, both sharing the same birthday. However, one was born at 10 o'clock in the evening, while the other came into the world shortly after 11. Coincidentally, Itachi's mother and Nanxing's mother were close cousins since childhood. Nanxing's emotions were particularly intricate, especially with another boy, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, seated at the edge. His position suggested an awkward status. Yet being present at such a private gathering for the birthday celebration of the grandsons of the Uchiha clan's elders indicated his significance. His name was Uchiha Shirsui, and his grandfather had once been a prominent elder in the Uchiha clan council, Uchiha Kagami. Although Elder Kagami had sacrificed himself in battle against the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, over 2 decades ago, his status within the Uchiha clan remained profoundly esteemed. Shirsui's presence here was due to his long-standing friendship with Nanxing. In truth, He was regarded as the older brother within Nanxing's previous social circle. Certainly, another reason lies in the familial ties, as Shirsue's mother is indeed the niece of Natsuki's grandmother, Uzumaki Keiko. The intermarriage within the family inevitably leads to various intricate relationships. As a few individuals wielding the highest authority within the clan, their offspring naturally form small circles, often established from a young age. Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed the role of the third Hokage of Konoha at the age of 25, and for at least the first 2 decades. This esteemed ninja undeniably proved to be a remarkably accomplished Hokage. The higher echelons of the Uchiha clan were naturally inclined to align with him. Uchiha Kagami, a senior disciple of Hiruzen, had previously been a paragon among the Hokage lineage of the Uchiha clan. Although Elder Kagami has since passed, Shirsue's identity and slightly older age indeed qualify him to emerge as a leader within a certain small circle of Uchiha's direct descendants. However, since the latter stages of the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha's upper echelons have gradually intensified their suppression of the Uchiha clan, and the Uchihas could not remain passive. The subtle confrontations between both parties were inevitable, and as tensions escalated, Shirsue's position became increasingly precarious. Nevertheless, the upheavals in the adult world had not yet impacted the children. The friendship among Shirsue, Itachi, and Natsuki remained steadfast. Until now, Natsuki's father faced a sudden downfall, dragging his mother down with him. Natsuki, profoundly affected, had not appeared before his friends for nearly half a month. It was only today, on the occasion of his and Itachi's birthday, that they held a celebratory gathering. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Natsuki, both core figures of the third generation of the Uchiha clan, organized the birthday celebration, attended by the clan's elder and patriarch. Although this celebration did not involve a large-scale invitation to others, merely gathering relatives from both families, the signals it sent within the clan and even to the outside world were significant. The only son of the clan elder, Uchiha Tanjirou, sacrificed himself to ensure the survival of the patriarch's son, Uchiha Fugaku. Following such an event, the patriarch and elder could still gather peacefully, which undoubtedly merits contemplation. However, these intricate political factors were momentarily unrelated to Natsuki, who was now entirely focused on Uchiha Makoto, who sat beside him with a gentle smile. Having seemingly forsaken her own son, this voluptuous and quintessentially Japanese woman felt quite displeased that her nephew, Natsuki, had grown distant since his awakening. At that moment, she was affectionately cradling a 5-year-old boy in her arms, disregarding his fervent struggles. After a lengthy lunch, the adults dispersed into their respective groups, those discussing matters and those indulging in gossip. Natsuki, Shirsue, and Itachi, once inseparable companions, found themselves gathered together. Yet the atmosphere among them had transformed completely from what it once was. After a brief silence, Nanxing took the initiative to engage in small talk with Jishue. Brother Jishue, is life at the Ninja Academy still as vibrant as ever? As Uchiha Jishue responded to Nanxing's inquiry, he scrutinized this former junior closely. It was astonishing that Nanxing, who had recently encountered a profound transformation and had reportedly been in a state of confusion, had managed to recover so completely in such a short span of time. At least on the surface, he appeared to have returned to normalcy. It was truly remarkable, considering he was only 5 years old. However, reflecting on the will of fire, which he had been diligently studying, Jishue couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. He, too, had experienced the agony of losing his parents at a tender age, and he began to worry that Nanxing might tread a radical path in the future. Jishue cautiously inquired, Nanxing, although this may be a bit forward, I am genuinely curious about your current perspective on the village and our clan. Nanxing reacted with bewilderment. What is wrong with you? Is this a topic fit for children aged 5 to 8? Was Jishue already deeply entrenched in his thoughts at this young age? The will of fire was indeed a formidable influence. Despite a faint sense of unease, Nanxing stood his ground. Brother Jishue, as the saying goes, a small voice bears little weight. We are still far from adulthood, and now is not the time to meddle in higher-level disputes. Furthermore, while I admire your ability to forge friendships at the Ninja Academy, I have resolved not to attend. I intend to devote all my energy to training. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can my words resonate with a greater audience. Uchiha Jishue furrowed his brow slightly. Nanxing's response was somewhat unexpected. It skirted around his original question, yet did not entirely evade it. Had Nanxing indeed developed his own views after such experiences? Although Jishue felt a pang of regret that Nanxing was no longer willing to share his innermost thoughts as he once did, he bore no negative feelings, merely reflecting on how Nanxing was beginning to mature. Observing from the sidelines was another young star, Uchiha Itachi, who queried, meow meow meow. Chapter 13. Expansion of the Legion. Nanxing held a somewhat ambivalent view of Uchiha Jishui. There was no doubt that Jishui was a prodigy, given time. He possessed the potential to attain the legendary status of a 6-pads-level powerhouse with a single, eye-opening the Susanoo. However, geniuses often come with a myriad of flaws and defects, and Jishui undoubtedly exhibited a natural inclination toward rebellion. This was evident in Uchiha Itachi, who inherited his will. After all, who among the sane would contemplate the annihilation of their own clan, let alone commit patricide and matricide? Furthermore, Jishui's stance made it exceedingly difficult for Nanxing to sway or recruit him. The accomplishments of Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom Jishui admired and trusted, were indeed too illustrious, and the righteousness he held was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to resist. Meanwhile, Itachi observed Nanxing, who was gazing at him with a relaxed smile while watching the interaction between himself and Jishui, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. At this juncture, the untainted Itachi still holds a possibility of being drawn into his camp, as his inherent stance aligns more closely with that of Nanxing than with Shisui. Moreover, in terms of emotional connections, Nanxing's relationship with Itachi is not significantly inferior to that of Shisui and Itachi. Nanxing is Shisui's cousin and Itachi's elder cousin, while Shisui and Itachi share no familial ties beyond their clan. This small circle initially formed bonds through Nanxing, which later deepened into closer relationships. However, in Nanxing's endeavor to recruit the Uchiha Itachi into his fold, formidable strength is an indispensable prerequisite. Whether it be to resist pressure from within the clan or the higher echelons of the village, or to avert the calamity of clan extinction, unparalleled strength is paramount. One can only hope that time remains on their side, and that his growth can at least match or surpass these two prodigies. Nevertheless, with an entire world as his backing, Nanxing does not consider himself inferior. Although the combat prowess of the world of ice and fire is evidently below that of the ninja realm, what he seeks is not extraordinary power from there, but merely the potential for growth through experience gained from its inhabitants. Indeed, Nanxing has verified that he cannot acquire experience points from Uchiha Shizen within the ninja realm. Consequently, he and Shizen have attempted to eliminate various large and small beasts within the training grounds of Konoha, and Shizen even ventured out one night to eliminate a group of marauding bandits. Even a rogue chakra practitioner among the bandits, who could hardly be considered a ninja, yielded no experience points. Apart from not attempting to slay summoning beasts or personally engaging in the slaughter of humans, they have explored every other avenue. Thus, the value of the ice and fire world has significantly increased for Nanxing. This implies that, at least in the short term, this vital resource of experience points can be exclusively obtained from the ice and fire world, and not just from its humans. Even the horses of the Dothraki can provide a modicum of experience. While a horse may only yield 1 or 2 experience points, it signifies that Nanxing need not focus solely on humans in the ice and fire world. If given the choice, he certainly does not wish to become a mindless killer. One must also ponder whether the White Walkers and their whites in the far north of Westeros yield experience points. Should they do so, Nanxing would be inclined to cultivate a few White Walkers. It must be said that with such a situation and convenience at hand, Nanxing feels particularly suited to become the unseen puppeteer in the world of ice and fire. He senses an overwhelming aura of blood and fire, with countless nefarious schemes sprouting in his mind like mushrooms after rain. A sudden gust of cold wind swept into the room, jolting Nanxing back to reality. With a gentle exhalation, Nanxing reflected on the precariousness of his situation, nearly swayed unknowingly to the opposing camp. In pursuit of experience points, he acknowledged the inevitability of confronting adversaries. However, he resolutely vowed to uphold certain principles. Without a steadfast moral compass, he feared he would gradually succumb to darkness, ultimately losing his humanity and becoming a true demon. He cautioned himself internally, contemplating what boundaries to establish. The first rule emerged clearly. He would not harm women or children. After all, considerations for sustainable development must prevail. As for other stipulations, he would determine them as circumstances arose, recognizing that such principles should possess a degree of flexibility. In the courtyard rented by Nanxing and his companions, 2 lively figures appeared, Uchiha Huashu and Uchiha Mingxue. At the innocent age of 11, they brimmed with curiosity, and being granted access to Nanxing's secret haven filled them with a profound sense of validation. Both girls had already attained the combat prowess of a lower ninja, their physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals, despite the ninja's typical lack of emphasis on strength and defense. As they busily organized Nanxing's bedroom, laughter and playful banter enveloped the courtyard in a joyous atmosphere. The rapid emergence of Uchiha Huashu and Uchiha Mingxue into this world of ice and fire owed much to Uchiha Shisui. His unexpected inquiry the previous day instilled a sense of urgency in Nanxing, prompting him to shed the arrogance that stemmed from his awareness of the timeline. Although the night of the massacre was still 6 or 7 years away, who could guarantee that he would survive to witness that fateful moment? Given Shimura Danzo's notorious tendencies, he would not hesitate to act even within the Uchiha clan's territory. The Roots collection of Sharingan was not solely achieved on the night of the Uchiha massacre. At the tender age of 5, Nanxing found himself at a significant disadvantage. Despite the support of his system, he recognized that he could not solely rely on his own abilities for self-preservation in the immediate future. Consequently, cultivating subordinates became a necessity. The system he possessed bore a striking resemblance to a military faction from a past life game, and he realized that striving for rapid strength alone might not be the most prudent approach. Thus, with limited options, Nanxing naturally turned his attention to Huashu and Mingxue. Two girls, not yet 12, possessing the strength of lower ninjas, were certainly formidable, especially as members of the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Nanxing and Uchiha Haruko returned to the courtyard with Hazan in tow, bearing a sumptuous Western-style feast, white bread accompanied by roasted meat and a generous serving of stew. The four Uchiha sat at the main table, enjoying their meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation, while Hazan and his companions respectfully occupied a small table in the corner, savoring their portion. The procurement of supplies is nearly complete. Let us embark on our journey tomorrow morning. Nanxing's sudden proclamation was met with a mixture of anxious excitement from Huashu and Mingxue, while only Qingzi maintained a serene demeanor. Where are we headed? Naturally, we are bound for the hunting grounds of the Dothraki Sea, or perhaps to engage in fishing. It must be noted that the system's decision to place Nanxing's initial location in the Dothraki Sea is indeed quite fitting. Here, one encounters the savage and ferocious Dothraki, the most primitive of nomadic tribes, their numbers seemingly endless. Much like when Nanxing and Uchiha Qingzi first appeared on the vast plains of the Dothraki Sea, any foreign weaklings discovered by them would be swiftly overwhelmed, as if by ravenous wolves. Even members of their own kin are not guaranteed safety, as the land is rife with brutal and bloody conflicts. The formidable Dothraki tribes frequently launch raids against the 9 free trade cities of Essos and other relatively weaker factions, resulting in a perpetual cycle of slaughter. Thus, from the perspective of engaging in a sort of fishing enforcement against the Dothraki, Nanxing does not feel an overwhelming psychological burden. While it may seem somewhat pedantic and hypocritical, such reasoning allows him to better persuade himself. After all, he was once a young pioneer, born under the red flag and raised in New Huaxia, and in his previous life he had never taken a life, not even that of a chicken. The prospect of actively taking lives, potentially on a large scale, necessitates considerable mental preparation. We are but a small merchant caravan merely passing through Valerian Avenue. If the Dothraki insist on attacking us, surely it would not be wrong to defend ourselves, would it? As for the previous encounters, it was Uchiha Qingzi who took action, while Nanxing, oblivious to the circumstances, felt a certain tension. When faced with the threat of life and death, one often disregards moral constraints. In essence, one is a passive response, while the other is an active pursuit of sustenance. The distinction between the two is vast. As night fell, the Uchiha quartet mysteriously vanished into the shadows of Pantos. Hassan had long grown accustomed to their disappearances, showing no surprise, instead instinctively concealing their absence. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Nanxing, with an air of calm, completed his cleansing routine under the attentive care of Huashu and Mingxue. He had become quite familiar with the sight of the two young ladies clad only in sheer garments. Although these girls appeared to be entering the early stages of development, their figures still remained unremarkable. Yet, as they were on the cusp of leaving their youthful phase, their fair skin and exquisite features held an unparalleled allure for certain unsavory individuals. Nanxing could only sigh at his ill-timed circumstances, but a gentleman conceals his talents, awaiting the right moment. At present, it is merely a matter of timing. There is no rush, and he shall first nurture his potential before seizing the day. Nanxing, with a tranquil mind akin to a sage, returned to his bedroom and climbed into bed, preparing for slumber. However, he tossed and turned restlessly, unable to find peace in sleep. Just as he was about to throw off the covers in frustration, a curvaceous silhouette appeared at his bedside. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by her presence. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Uchiha Haruko's crystalline gaze seemed to radiate a captivating light even in the darkness of night. Her expression was exceedingly gentle, laced with a hint of concern. "My lord, are you unable to sleep?" A bit, he admitted. Since I cannot sleep anyway, I suppose we could chat. Nanxing, who was already inclined to nurture Haruko as a trusted confidant, welcomed the late-night conversation. My lord, you need not worry about staying in the city. I can lead Hazand and the others outside to execute the plan. I am your ninja, your tool. It seemed that Haruko had discerned the underlying reasons for Nanxing's turmoil and sleeplessness, prompting her to offer her assistance. Initially surprised, Nanxing felt a wave of gratitude. It was evident that Haruko perceived his subtle emotions. Yet, setting aside the question of whether it was truly safe for Nanxing and the other two genin to remain in Pantos, the Uchiha clan's current predicament could not afford to wait for his gradual maturation. Unfortunately, such matters were difficult to articulate, and Nanxing could only shake his head in refusal. Haruko, however, appeared to misunderstand. Kneeling by his bedside, she leaned in to meet his gaze. My lord, I am your loyal warrior. You brought me from the Elder's side for this very reason. Your remarkable abilities make you invaluable. Above all, please prioritize your own safety. While it must be said that Haruko had a point, her perspective differed from his own. Despite being acutely aware of the value of his second Kekkei Genkai, he had chosen not to report it to the Elder or anyone else, allowing himself, a mere 5-year-old child, to navigate through turmoil until today, when he decided to embark on seemingly perilous endeavors, prompting her to voice her concerns. I must say, Haruko, you have proven yourself worthy, Nanxing remarked with a gentle smile. Fear not, Haruko, you are not merely a tool. I shall grant you formidable strength and the dignity of being human. As he reached out to caress Uchiha Haruko's lavender tresses, his expression softened. As for tomorrow's foray beyond the city, I have my reasons for needing to mature swiftly. I apologize, but I cannot divulge the specifics just yet. I can only ask for your trust. Haruko felt a twinge of strangeness at being approached in such a manner by a mere child, yet at that moment, she realized she could no longer persuade Nanxing against taking risks. Then please, be exceedingly cautious. Leave all the battles to me tomorrow. All right, Haruko, you should also rest. We will need your strength as our main force tomorrow. Yes, my legion Uchiha Nanxing, Uchiha Novice Warrior. Uchiha Haruko, Uchiha Elite Warrior, 19. Strength, body, agility, spirit, endurance, innate chakra attributes, fire, wind. Chakra? Evaluation, a warrior of ninja lineage endowed with a remarkable bloodline, possessing an exceptional potential for development. This bloodline has reached a bottleneck, and the subsequent breakthrough necessitates the warrior to be in an extreme emotional state. During promotion, this warrior can additionally utilize an equivalent amount of Legion experience to surpass the bloodline limitation. Chapter 15. The fishing begins. Prior to arriving at the city-state of Pantos, Haruko had already amassed sufficient experience points through the selfless contributions of the Dothraki people. After several days of transformation, her strength unsurprisingly ascended to the level of an elite Uchiha warrior, equivalent to that of a Jonin. Following her promotion, Haruko's 4 core attributes surged by nearly double, while her chakra reserves compared to that of a Chunin skyrocketed by over 10-fold. The Jonin truly embody the vital backbone that various ninja villages hold in high regard. What particularly caught Nanxing's attention was the latter part of the system's evaluation of Uchiha Haruko. This warrior can additionally utilize an equivalent amount of Legion experience to surpass the bloodline limitation. This bloodline limitation refers to the Manjiki Sharingan, does it not? The equivalent amount presumably indicates the 1,000 experience points required for an elite Uchiha warrior, specifically the Jonin, to transcend into a Kage-level powerhouse. Thus, it implies that Haruko would need to expend 1,000 Legion experience points to upgrade to the Manjiki Sharingan. Initially, Nanxing believed that Legion experience was solely for upgrading the Legion. Considering that the Legion skills were rather formidable, he was unaware of the broader significance of Legion experience. An ordinary Dothraki can provide 45 personal experience points along with an equal amount of Legion experience. Whereas Uchiha Haruko's promotion to Kage level and simultaneous awakening of the Manjiki would require the expenditure of both types of experience, each amounting to 1,000. In simpler terms, she would need to personally eliminate over 2,000 Dothraki. Is this quantity excessive? In truth, it is not particularly daunting. With determination and relentless perseverance in her slaughter, it would not take long to accomplish. Yet, it is precisely this resolve that proves most challenging. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the stark realization of such a concrete slaughter benchmark weighed heavily on Nanxing's heart. This is merely the experience required to cultivate Uchiha Haruko. Next, there are also Huanhua and Mingxue, followed by himself and others who may join the Legion in the future. However, to break through to Kage level while awakening the Manjiki, A ninja achieving such a feat through this method should be considerably stronger than Uchiha Shisui and Itachi, who relied solely on their innate talent, right? Nanxing's thoughts meandered aimlessly, various notions swirling in his mind, until he eventually drifted into a hazy slumber. The following day, Nanxing's exhaustion attracted the concern of his grandmother, Uchiha Keiko, but he managed to appease her with playful antics and charm. Uchiha Keiko, a venerable elder of the Uchiha clan, held significant sway, particularly among the women of her lineage. With numerous responsibilities to attend to, she busied herself after confirming that Nanxing was unharmed. Despite the ongoing Third Great War, life within the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha remained notably tranquil, and a day akin to any other soon transitioned into night. In a world of ice and fire, a modest caravan comprised of 3 adult men, accompanied by 3 women and a child, set forth from the gates of Pantos, drawing a mixture of pity and derision from the onlookers. This caravan, bearing a peculiar fan banner, gradually receded from view, oblivious to the soldiers stationed at the city gate and the restless individuals within certain larger groups departing the city. Whether they noticed or not, they chose to turn a blind eye. As the Uchiha caravan progressed along the Valyrian road, their pace remained steady, swiftly leaving behind the towering walls of Pantos, becoming increasingly distant. However, as they ventured deeper towards the Dothraki Sea, their companions dwindled. To Nanxing's slight surprise, it was not the Dothraki who first chose to make a move against them. The Valyrian road bore a semblance to the renowned trade routes of the 9 great city-states, albeit only slightly. Approximately 100 miles from Pantos, the renowned thoroughfare's condition abruptly deteriorated. The once relatively smooth path became riddled with potholes, causing the Uchiha caravan's pace to slow and become arduous. After traversing a short distance further, a sudden cacophony of whistling and thundering hooves erupted from behind. Uchiha Haruko glanced back to see a group of around 30 riders, clad in various styles of leather armor and wielding an array of weapons, pursuing them. The malicious glares directed at the Uchiha caravan, coupled with the mocking and exuberant expressions on their faces, made their intentions abundantly clear. Uchiha Haruko signaled to Hassan and the others, prompting the caravan's 3 wagons to decelerate and gradually come to a halt. Nanxing, still sharing a mount with her, enjoyed the gentle swaying of the ride, and, upon Haruko's command, gently reined in their steed, catching sight of the approaching cavalry. With pale skin, towering stature, and disheveled leather armor, these riders exuded a fierce yet undisciplined aura, resembling a haphazard assembly of mercenaries or perhaps guards from larger caravans. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Observing the opportunity for experience as they drew within 100 meters without any signs of slowing, Uchiha Haruko took action. With a deft motion, she lightly pressed her toes against the stirrups, effortlessly rising to a poised stance upon the horse's back, positioned slightly toward the rear. Subsequently, Haruko swiftly teleported behind the galloping cavalry, momentarily standing atop the rear of a mottled horse driven wild by its rider. The rider was a burly white man clad in a steel helmet, with unkempt blonde hair and beard protruding from the gaps between his helmet and disheveled leather armor, giving him a most disheveled appearance. Uchiha Haruko refrained from expending chakra to unleash ninjutsu. Instead, she opted for a more energy-efficient attack. A gleaming blade, the length of a forearm, extended from the back of the man's neck to his throat, and with a sudden and forceful tug, he was silenced before he could utter a scream. The man's body, accompanied by a gushing spray of blood, toppled sideways from the saddle. Simultaneously, a multitude of shuriken erupted from Haruko's hand, each one striking with precision, deeply embedding itself into the eye sockets or throats of the scattered foot soldiers. Although the Uchiha clan was renowned for their shuriken-throwing prowess, Haruko's innate talent in this art did not quite reach the level of the future Itachi Uchiha. 2 riders, however, managed to escape her onslaught, remaining blissfully unaware of the fate that had befallen their comrades as they continued their charge, their morale soaring high. Yet, Haruko merely cast a glance at their retreating figures, choosing not to strike them from behind, just as she leaped from her mount to dispatch her foes. Hanako and Akira arrived near Nanxing. Akira swiftly occupied Haruko's previous position, aiding Nanxing in controlling the horse, while Hanako positioned herself defensively between the oncoming cavalry and the merchant convoy. Chapter 16. Enveloped in the warm embrace of the young lady facing the 2 approaching riders, Uchiha Hanako exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, with a stoic demeanor, she launched 2 shuriken, slightly larger than the standard ones, which accurately and lethally struck the eyelids of 2 towering steeds. The anguished cries of the horses reverberated through the air as they, overwhelmed by excruciating pain and the terror of blindness, stumbled and fell. The two riders, who had previously galloped side by side, were met with a tragic descent onto the hard-packed soil of Valeria Avenue. One was fortunate enough to merely break an arm and lose consciousness, while the other met a more unfortunate fate, landing face-first into the ground, the sound of his face meeting the earth resonating painfully in Hanako's keen senses. The battle had thus concluded, and even before the three carts had fully come to a halt, Nanxing, who had remained quietly seated on his horse, witnessed the crimson hue in his eyes dissipate quietly. The precise amount of experience points gained from these mercenary-like riders would only be ascertainable upon returning to the ninja world, though it was unlikely to be less than that acquired from the so-called Dothraki raiders. As the skirmish came to an end, Hassan and the others promptly secured the carts and began making their way towards the battlefield to collect their spoils. At this moment, Huashu approached the two magnificent steeds, still struggling in agony, with a certain melancholy. From the pouch at her waist, she retrieved a shuriken. "I am truly sorry, but I must make this choice." With that, she swiftly swung the shuriken twice, bringing an end to the suffering of the two wretched horses. Not far from the city, they had already captured around 20 horses, though a few had bolted too far, prompting the group to forego the pursuit. At this pace, it seemed that this expedition to the Dothraki Sea might yield 1,000 steeds to return to Pantos. They left one horse and several days' worth of provisions for the unfortunate soul with a broken arm, who remained unconscious, whether by misfortune or luck was uncertain. The Uchiha caravan continued deeper into the Dothraki Sea, a journey destined to be accompanied by mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Logically, one would expect a considerable number of Dothraki and other predatory figures who, for years, had lived as bandits along the gold-laden Valyrian road. Yet these lowly brigands seemed only to take, never giving back. Despite their reliance on the Valyrian road for survival, they had never considered mending its surface. Nanxing lamented the torment his tender physique had endured during this time. Observing others riding might evoke admiration for the riders, but upon mounting a horse for extended hours, Nanxing discovered the true nature of the pain. Even with the luxurious comfort provided by Seiko's plush cushion, within just 3 days of venturing deep into the Valyrian road, Nanxing found himself utterly jostled. Although beginning physical training at the tender age of 5 was somewhat premature, one must find joy amidst suffering. Thus, after a few days, the Uchiha caravan's pace fluctuated, sometimes slow, as Nanxing ran for his physical training, and at other times swift, when he returned to the warm, tender embrace of Miss Seiko for rest. This strategy of using oneself as bait was perceived as an egregious act by the Dothraki, who had now learned a thing or two from the past few days. Their gazes towards the Uchiha quartet were now filled with trepidation. Nanxing remained indifferent to their fear, but was evidently cautious around the three, especially after learning of their encounter with him. However, as Nanxing noted, it would be unjust to punish without teaching. Having already accepted the three as servants, it was unnecessary to be overly harsh unless extraordinary circumstances arose. After all, their performance in this role had been commendable thus far. After 8 days of delving deeper into the Dothraki Sea, the group finally turned to prepare for their return journey. The relentless slaughter, even from the sidelines, had begun to twist Nanxing's spirit in ways that were difficult to articulate. At the same time, he was also wary of the Uchiha clan's bloodline, which was deemed by the system as a perilous lineage prone to extreme behaviors. Nanxing believed it prudent to exercise caution. Currently, she was still in the initial phase of her accumulation, a time when the margin for error was minimal. Indeed, her youthful limbs could not bear the repercussions of any mistakes. The carnage on the return journey had not diminished significantly, especially as the Uchiha caravan approached Valyria Avenue from another direction, where many Dothraki were accompanied by their families. The 4 Uchihas chose not to show mercy. All 3 women had undergone rigorous ninja training. Regardless of identity, any foe deserved to receive the treatment befitting an enemy. However, due to Nanxing's prior considerations for sustainable development, all Dothraki children and women who posed no threat or harassment to her party were spared. Moreover, since the spoils acquired by the Uchiha caravan had become quite abundant, they generously chose to take only the precious metals and the finest livestock from the Dothraki, leaving behind assets of lesser value for the women and children, thereby significantly enhancing their chances of survival. During the return journey, Nanxing and her companions unexpectedly rescued 5 Lazarene women, who had recently been captured by the Dothraki. The Lazarene people were known for their bronze skin, somewhat flat facial features, and almond-shaped eyes. They were celebrated for their prowess in herding various sheep and were also renowned for their peaceful nature. The Dothraki, however, scornfully referred to them as sheep people, targeting them primarily for plunder due to their relatively low combat capabilities. The 5 Lazarene women rescued by the Uchiha caravan were of average appearance, approximately 30 years of age, and possessed robust physiques. This very quality had led to their allocation to a Dothraki contingent that barely exceeded 100 in number, including the elderly and young. Given their inherent enmity with the Dothraki and their evident hardship within that group, when Nanxing's party expressed their intention to spare the remaining Dothraki, the Lazarene women seized the opportunity to offer their service, wishing to become Nanxing's subordinates. In response to this request, Nanxing glanced at the caravan's substantial herd of over 300 horses and acquiesced. Hassan and the others were indeed struggling to manage the vast equine contingent and would benefit from their assistance. Chapter 17. The promotion of Huashu and Mingxue to skilled Uchiha warriors. After a grueling 16 days, the Uchiha caravan finally beheld the towering walls of Pantos once more. A lengthy queue still awaited entry at the right gate, and although the Uchiha contingent was few in number, they appeared before the city with over 600 magnificent horses and other livestock, drawing considerable attention. Regrettably, this trading city-state remains a bastion of order. Despite the insatiable greed of countless individuals for its wealth, none dared to seize it. The sheer number of horses made it impractical for them to enter the city. And thus, Hassan led the group with considerable effort towards the horse farm located outside the city. This establishment, affiliated with the official Pantos horse market, could easily accommodate hundreds of livestock, provided one could afford the cost. However, for Nanxing, it was imperative that these horses be swiftly transformed into wealth. His past experiences had taught him that in any orderly realm, money is indispensable, not only in the world of ice and fire, but also through the 6 cubic meters of personal space granted by Legion skills. Limited exchanges of resources between the two realms were feasible. Although the currencies of the Shinobi world and the ice and fire realm differ, gold and silver are universally recognized as precious metals, holding significant value. Furthermore, other treasures such as jade and emerald symbolize wealth in human society. Due to its proximity to the Dothraki Sea, the prices of large livestock such as cattle and sheep in Pantos are considerably lower than in many other regions. Unfortunately, the distances to other city-states are too great, and Nanxing was unwilling to miss the opportunity to engage with the protagonist Daenerys. Thus, he had to forego the path of maximizing profits. Moreover, the minuscule experience points gained from slaughtering cattle and horses were not what Nanxing desired. Instead, he had set a new personal standard: no senseless slaughter. However, upon reflection, a slaughterhouse might indeed be a suitable place, though he could not bear to send the 3 adorable girls, Haruko and Hanshua, there. Perhaps if the Legion were to recruit male members in the future, it could be considered. The Uchiha quartet rested in their seaside courtyard in Pantos throughout the afternoon. As evening approached, Hassan and 3 Dothraki men, along with 5 newly joined women, had just finished settling hundreds of large livestock, and incidentally returned with a freshly slaughtered fat sheep. This was a request from Nanxing, who desired roasted lamb for dinner. To his surprise, Nero of the Dothraki trio possessed exceptional grilling skills. Although the cooking apparatus differed from what Nanxing was accustomed to, the flavor surprisingly resembled that of a barbecue restaurant he used to frequent. After a satisfying meal, the courtyard had 5 or 6 vacant rooms, ample space for the 5 Lazar women to settle in. After sending them off to arrange their own accommodations, Nanxing and the 3 Uchiha women exited the world of ice and fire. My Legion: Uchiha Nanxing, Uchiha Novice Warrior. Uchiha Haruko, Uchiha Elite Warrior, 1341. Strength, Stamina, Agility, Spirit, Ninjutsu, Chakra. Innate attributes: Fire, Wind. Chakra. Evaluation: Slightly. Uchiha Hanshua, Uchiha Novice Warrior, 100-100. Force, Body, Agility, Spirit, Endurance. Chakras. Innate attributes: Fire, Earth. Chakra. Evaluation: Yet another female warrior possessing a unique bloodline. The commander should be aware that there may be a slight risk of loss of control following the awakening of this bloodline. Note: this warrior has already acquired sufficient experience points at this stage and is currently undergoing transformation. Uchiha Akatsuki, an inexperienced Uchiha warrior, 100-100. Force, Body, Agility, Spirit, Endurance. Chakras. Innate attributes: Fire, Lightning. Chakra. Evaluation: The 3rd female warrior with a peculiar bloodline. It appears that the commander possesses a special recruitment channel. But why are they all female? Could it be? Note: this warrior has also gained enough experience points at this stage and is in the process of transformation. After nearly half a month of arduous effort, Uchiha Haruko has finally amassed over 1,300 experience points following a frenzy of slaughter, surpassing the milestone of 10,000 by more than 110. At this rate, Achieving the rank of Shadow and obtaining the Manjiki Sharingan will merely be a matter of 6 months, even considering factors such as the so-called moral convictions or psychological pressures, alternating between half a month of rest and half a month of endeavor by next year. The foremost general of Nans will undoubtedly stand triumphantly at the pinnacle of the current ninja world. There is much potential ahead. Nans felt a surge of exhilaration. The immense weight named the Night of Annihilation, which had long burdened his heart since awakening, had finally been quietly shattered. His spirits were lifted, and the frustration from a few days prior, when the system indicated that his physical attributes were insufficient and advised postponing his advancement to an experienced Uchiha warrior, had vanished without a trace. Moreover, Hanasaku and Akatsuki, during their journey across the Daslak Sea, had taken turns engaging in battle, accumulating the necessary experience points to rise from novice to experienced Uchiha warriors, and they, too, are currently in the midst of transformation. It is anticipated that in a day or two, these two young girls will possess the strength of Nin level ninjas. Regrettably, neither has awakened the Sharingan, nor have they experienced the vitality enhancement from the clan skill, Iron Bones, upon joining the faction, as Uchiha Haruko did initially. Just as Nans was feeling a twinge of disappointment, a line of text unexpectedly appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. Detected that a member with a special bloodline in the faction is ascending. Would you like to spend 100 faction experience to assist this member in awakening their bloodline talent? Detected that a member in the faction, the same notification appeared consecutively twice. Without hesitation, Nans promptly chose to invest faction experience. Faction experience pool, 2713. Consumed 100 faction experience to assist Uchiha Hanasaku in awakening her bloodline talent. Consumed 100 faction experience to assist Uchiha Akatsuki in awakening her bloodline talent. Faction experience pool, 2513, a mere 100 points of faction experience per person. It is a trifling matter indeed. Chapter 18, an unexpected encounter with Hatake Kakashi in the tranquil stillness. Uchiha Hanshio and Uchiha Mingshue completed their transformation, emerging as two 11-year-old Nin. Although they paled in comparison to Hatake Kakashi, who would ascend to Nin at the age of 12 the following year, their achievement was remarkable among ordinary prodigies. Hinata Niji from the 12 Young Strong was of a similar caliber. Moreover, being mere Nin, it was highly likely that Hanshio and Mingshue would soon catch up to, or even surpass Kakashi. The exhilaration of enhanced strength was palpable, especially as Nanxing had decided to take a half-month respite. With half a month for the Shinobi world and another half for Pantos, they could indulge in a full month of relaxation. To celebrate Hanshio and Mingshue's promotion to Nin, Nanxing resolved to take them and Haruko on a delightful excursion around the village, despite the need for discretion. Having awakened nearly a month ago, Nanxing had yet to thoroughly explore Konoha. With the company of Nin and two Nin, their safety within the village was assured. Off they went. Konoha truly deserved its reputation as the strongest shinobi village, even after enduring years of warfare, and the Third Great Ninja War nearly culminating in a 1-4 scenario. The village's commercial streets remained bustling with vitality. Merchants from the Land of Fire and a few other nations continuously entered and exited Konoha, bringing with them an array of goods and a sense of prosperity. The four of them strolled through the eclectic commercial streets of Konoha, sharing laughter and occasionally stopping at food stalls to sample unique delicacies. Hanshio and Mingshue had an affinity for sweet treats like red bean balls, which reminded Nanxing of the open-hearted Mitarashi Yanko. In contrast, Haruko, like Nanxing, was not fond of overly sweet confections, but was rather intrigued by various savory delicacies. As they traversed the long street, their joyous laughter echoed. But the smiles of passers-by who had initially been drawn to the girls' cheerful voices faded upon noticing the Uchiha clan insignia adorning the boys. In a moment of serendipity, Nanxing spotted a sign for Ichiraku ramen not far away. Having been in Konoha for nearly a month without tasting the legendary ramen, it was indeed a glaring omission. Thus, Nanxing led Hanshio, Mingshue, and Haruko toward the famed ramen shop, where the bustling activity was evident even from the entrance, with the occupancy nearing 90%. Given that Ichiraku ramen was not particularly large, their arrival coincided with the last available table. Upon seating themselves, a radiant young woman, appearing but a year or two older than Hanshio, approached them with a warm smile. "Greetings, esteemed guests. What may I serve you today?" The diminutive Nanxing cast a cursory glance at the girl donned in a kitchen assistant's attire, and it was evident that she harbored no negative sentiments despite the increased workload brought about by the influx of customers. Changpu, a girl brimming with zest for life, sparked a flicker of fondness within Nanxing upon their first encounter. This burgeoning affection was not solely attributable to Changpu's youthful and exquisite visage, nor to her gently curving silhouette. I would like a large serving of river delicacy tonkatsu ramen, and a large serving of tenryofu tonkatsu miso ramen as well. The other three girls, unlike Nanxing, opted for the larger portions of ramen. Although ninjas did not consume food as extravagantly as pirates, their appetites were by no means negligible. Even Nanxing, whose petite frame had recently begun to undergo rigorous physical training, found her appetite had notably increased. Having already indulged in 3 or 4 portions of various snacks en route, she felt perfectly satisfied after devouring a bowl of ramen, devoid of any sensation of overindulgence. Just as Nanxing completed her meal and exhaled a sigh of relief to alleviate the strain on her lungs and jaw from slurping the noodles, 3 somewhat familiar figures fortuitously settled into the adjacent table. Nanxing glanced over in surprise, her attention drawn primarily to a silver-haired boy who appeared to be in the 5th or 6th grade, a young ninja, as evidenced by the various symbols of the hidden leaf village adorning him and his companions. Clad in a form-fitting black combat outfit, this silver-haired ninja wore a forehead protector, and a black mask partially concealed the lower half of his face, exuding an aura of cold detachment, undoubtedly appealing to many admirers. Indeed, this was none other than the legendary Hitaki Kakashi. Accompanying him were 2 individuals who, if appearances were to be trusted, were none other than the bizarre members of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito, and the woman whose actions nearly led to the destruction of the ninja world, Noira Rin. Uchiha Obito sported a head of short black hair, embodying the transition from boyhood to youthful exuberance. He was adorned in sunglasses, athletic wear, and a ninja tool pouch, with the iconic Uchiha fan emblem emblazoned on his back. At that moment, he was animatedly chattering away, contributing to the escalating clamor within the ramen shop. In contrast, Noira Rin, the seemingly serene girl beside him, responded to the curious glances from other patrons with an apologetic gaze, her smile gentle and calming, evoking a sense of compassion rather than reproach. Upon sighting these 3, Nanxing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she momentarily swallowed her intent to have Mingxua settle the bill, eagerly turning her gaze towards Hitaki Kakashi. This unmasked curiosity did not escape Kakashi's keen perception. The only visible part of his face, his eyes and eyebrows, subtly quivered, and from the corner of his eye, he discreetly observed the quartet from the Uchiha clan. A curious assembly, were they not? Kakashi simultaneously glanced at Uchiha Obito seated across from him, swiftly processing his thoughts. Obito, seemingly unacquainted with the Uchiha clan over there, appeared oblivious to the child's unwavering gaze directed at me. Kakashi, however, found himself at a loss regarding Natsuki's scrutiny, especially considering the latter was merely a 5 or 6-year-old child, a purebred citizen of Konoha. He discreetly signaled to his comrade, Uchiha Obito, yet to his astonishment, Obito was engrossed in conversation with Rin Noira, entirely oblivious to Kakashi's indication. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in mild exasperation. What was the matter with the Uchiha clan? Meanwhile, Natsuki paid no heed to the slight discomfort he had caused Kakashi, fixated instead on Kakashi's mask. The enigma of what lay beneath that mask was among the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the Hokage. Today, however, the answer to this conundrum was poised to reveal itself before him. Chapter 19. Kakashi Hitaki joins the brigade as the steaming bowls of ramen arrived at the table for Kakashi's trio. He could distinctly feel the intensity of the child's gaze increasing. Kakashi thought to himself, what on earth? In a moment of bewilderment, he resolved to disregard the child's attention. He adjusted his mask, lifting it slightly to expose his mouth and nose, savoring the delectable taste of the ramen. In that fleeting moment, disappointment flickered in Natsuki's eyes. The mask was so tightly secured. Was this man averse to revealing himself, or was it the shadow of his father, Tsukumo Hitaki's demise, that kept him concealed? Having caught only a glimpse of Kakashi's face, Natsuki's anticipation waned, and he listlessly asked Akane to settle the bill before rising to depart the establishment, intent on returning home. Meanwhile, a perplexed Kakashi found himself increasingly bewildered by the child's intentions. After finishing a mouthful of ramen, he gestured towards Natsuki's retreating figure and inquired of Obito, Obito, those individuals over there are also from your Uchiha clan, are they not? Obito, taken aback, admitted that he had indeed overlooked the 4 children seated behind him. Following Kakashi's gesture, he caught sight of Natsuki, who appeared to be conversing with Hanabi, her cherubic face turned slightly toward him. Oh indeed, that is the child of our clan's esteemed elder, a good friend of my cousin, Shursui. What's this, Kakashi? Do you wish to meet that little one? You didn't mention it before, and now it would be improper to call him back. Kakashi shot Obito an exasperated glance. It's nothing. I merely find that child rather intriguing. Rin Noara, quietly listening to her companion's exchange, cast a thoughtful glance at Natsuki's figure, which was gradually disappearing into the crowd. The fact that this child could capture Kakashi's attention hinted at some extraordinary quality he possessed. On the other side, upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Haruko, who had witnessed the earlier scene, could not suppress her curiosity and inquired about Natsuki. My lord, is there anything noteworthy about the silver-haired lower ninja we encountered today at Ichiraku Ramen? Nanxing paused for a moment, indeed piqued by the question, and began to leisurely stroll through the Uchiha clan grounds while responding. Undoubtedly, that lower ninja must be Hatake Kakashi, a truly prodigious talent. A prodigy? Haruko was astonished, pondering what kind of individual could elicit such praise from someone like Nanxing. Is there truly such a person in Konoha? Indeed, in my estimation, Hatake Kakashi's talent ranks among the top 3 of the new generation of shinobi, despite losing an eye and being burdened by Obito's Sharingan, which led to nearly a decade of despondency. Kakashi managed to rise to the rank of elite Jonin. After regaining his motivation, he swiftly ascended to the level of a Kage, and later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he exhibited power nearing that of the Sage of Six Paths while sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki. If such a person cannot be deemed a prodigy, then who else could possibly bear that title? Haruko, of course, would not challenge Nanxing's judgment. Although somewhat incredulous, she felt a sense of joy at Nanxing's revelation. I see. My lord, I shall discreetly gather intelligence on Hatake Kakashi so that you may subdue him in the future. Nanxing was taken aback, a great question mark forming above his head. What nonsense is this? Why would we need to subdue Kakashi? Upon reflection, he found the notion rather intriguing. Many lamented that Kakashi was hindered by Obito's Sharingan, which squandered his rapid growth period. It is widely believed that had he developed without such setbacks, Kakashi's accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of his father, Hatake Tsukumo, the infamous Konoha White Fang, renowned among the legendary Three Ninjas. However, despite Tsukumo's legacy, the prospect of subduing Kakashi now seemed utterly impossible. It is essential to note that he has already become a disciple of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, specifically under the direct tutelage of the Hokage himself, which is entirely different from the typical relationship between Jonin and their subordinate lower ninjas. Until the fourth Hokage's tenure concludes, the likelihood of persuading Kakashi to join our ranks is exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, this does not preclude the possibility of fostering a positive relationship with Kakashi. Nanxing harbored a favorable impression of this remarkably talented individual. As he retracted his wandering thoughts, he observed Haruko's expression, which seemed to convey, I knew it. He refrained from dampening the enthusiasm of his trusted subordinate, merely offering a somewhat dismissive remark. Just observe for now, he is not yet suitable. The corners of Haruko's attractive mouth twitched slightly, as if acknowledging the temporary truth of his words. As the personal guard of the former clan elder, Haruko possessed considerable information and was acutely aware of the increasingly precarious situation of the Uchiha clan within Konoha, perhaps even more so than the average clan member. Previously, the heir of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, openly defied orders on the battlefield between Konoha and the Hidden Mist village, leading a portion of his clan members back to the village. Although that battle, under the leadership of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, concluded in victory following significant sacrifices from the Uchiha, it was evident that such an incident could not simply be overlooked. In the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War, the higher-ups of Konoha would inevitably seek retribution against the Uchiha clan. The tensions between the clan and the village were likely to intensify, potentially leading to the most disastrous of outcomes. A hint of sorrow flickered in Haruko's bright eyes. Though she was a member of the Uchiha clan, she also identified with her role as a citizen of Konoha. If possible, she sincerely wished to avoid an irreconcilable conflict between the two identities. This sentiment resonated with the majority of the Uchiha, who had long endured oppression. Yet, Haruko felt it was difficult to articulate the current state of affairs. Over the past 2 years, the atmosphere within the clan had gradually turned unsettling, with members seemingly beginning to voice their grievances about everything. Nevertheless, Haruko believed these issues would not escalate too severely. At worst, the clan's influence and power might diminish further. Ultimately, they might even relinquish control of the Konoha police force, which had been overseen by the Uchiha for generations. Nanxing had casually remarked a few days prior that the Konoha police force was hardly a coveted position, laden with responsibilities that often alienated others. This revelation sparked clarity for Haruko, as her long-standing confusion found at least a partial resolution. The Uchiha had monopolized the Konoha police force for many years, appearing to bask in glory, yet they had ultimately lost the trust of the people. Most grievances stemming from the police force's enforcement had been attributed to the Uchiha clan, despite the original intent of maintaining order for the entire village. Thus, perhaps relinquishing control of the Konoha police force might prove to be a wise strategy. Chapter 20. Grandmother. Give me 10 million to buy a game console. Nanxing and Uchiha Haruko strolled leisurely home while engaging in conversation. Hanasaku and Mayuki had already returned ahead of them and were diligently tidying up both the courtyard and the interior of the house. Upon seeing Nanxing and Haruko arrive, the young ladies greeted them with sweet smiles before returning to their tasks. The collaboration of two ninjas to clean a modest courtyard seemed an extravagant use of their talents, especially since both had employed the shadow clone technique. This technique, while not widely mastered among lower-ranking ninjas, indicated a level of proficiency that placed them among the elite of their rank. Previously, Hanasaku and Mayuki had not possessed such skill. However, having now ascended to the rank of Chunin, they adeptly executed the shadow clone technique with ease. After completing their chores, Hanasaku and Mayuki re-entered the living room, where Nanxing reclined comfortably on the specially procured sofa, resting his head on Haruko's elongated thigh, inhaling the faint, alluring fragrance that lingered about her as he closed his eyes in repose. As Huashu assumed that Nanxing desired a midday slumber, she hastily fetched a thin blanket from the adjoining room and gently draped it over his form. At that moment, however, Nanxing unexpectedly opened his eyes, tilting his small head to glance at Mingxue on the other side. Mingxue, aside from the coins we brought, what is the approximate value of the gold and silver? Being particularly adept at mathematics, Mingxue had assumed the role of the group's treasurer. All the gold and some exquisite silverware they had acquired from the world of ice and fire were stored within her personal space. Oh, I believe I previously estimated that our gold is worth around 20 million taels. However, if you are in urgent need of funds, we might have to exchange it at a lower rate, which would bring it down to about 20 million taels. Mingxue paused slightly, clearly taken aback by Nanxing's sudden inquiry. Yet her familiarity with the family's assets allowed her to respond without hesitation. In the realm of the Naruto series, the price of one tael is roughly equivalent to 6 dimes in previous renminbi, making 20 million taels quite substantial, especially considering it was the income of Nanxing and his companions in less than a month in the world of ice and fire, profiting from violence and chaos. The ancients do not deceive me. Let us consult grandmother later. It would be too troublesome for us to exchange it ourselves, rather than let others benefit. It is better to profit our own family. Yes, please place half of it beneath my bed. Understood, young master Nanxing. Mingxue nodded and departed towards his bedroom. In the evening, as customary, grandmother Uchiha Keiko returned to dine with Nanxing, while Uchiha Gen was notably absent. The old man could only be expected to dine at home twice a month. Most often, Uchiha Gen returned home in the dead of night, leaving Nanxing with little opportunity to see him in the morning. However, this was not entirely unfortunate. Nanxing's affection for his grandmother Keiko was significantly deeper than for Uchiha Gen, both before and after his awakening. It was not that he did not recognize Uchiha Gen as his grandfather, but he felt a certain awkwardness in their daily interactions. Grandmother, I have a quantity of gold and silver I wish to exchange for money. Whom should I approach? After dinner, while seated and sipping tea, Nanxing directly posed this question to grandmother Keiko. The aged features of Uchiha Keiko exhibited surprise. A quantity of gold and silver? How much? Wait, why does my dear grandson need money? Have you exhausted your allowance? As the sole grandson of the family's elder, Nanxing certainly did not lack for pocket money, which was of an entirely different caliber than that of an ordinary child. When Nanxing appointed Mingxue as treasurer, he had discovered that a 5-year-old boy managed an astounding 120,000 taels. By this standard, Nanxing's own treasures, valued at just over 10 million taels, seemed hardly remarkable. Fortunately, grandmother did not press further, merely requesting that Nanxing bring forth the items. At Nanxing's cue, Mingxue slightly bowed to grandmother Keiko and turned to retrieve a large bag from Nanxing's bedroom. Mingxue, Lady Huizi, within this, there lies approximately 10 million taels worth of gold and silver ornaments. The actual value may even surpass this, but as I mentioned, among ourselves, it matters not. Uchiha Huizi gestured for her attendants to take the items and instructed them to procure funds for Nanxing. Remarkably, this matter concluded with such ease. In truth, Uchiha Huizi harbored a profound curiosity regarding the origins of Nanxing's gold. Yet previously, Uchiha Yuan had conversed with her, refraining from divulging any information regarding Nanxing's second bloodline limit. He merely advised her to refrain from interfering in Nanxing's development. The rationale behind this remained a mystery, cloaked in the old man's enigmatic excuses. Intrigued, she resolved to keep a watchful eye on the young star, eager to see what necessitated such expenditure. Clearly, Uchiha Hiruzen felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Yet her affection for her beloved grandson led her to choose support instead. Nanxing smiled at the woman who received the bag from Mingxua, her cherubic face adorned with an innocent grin. This woman had been a part of the family for as long as Nanxing could remember, always by the side of her grandmother, Uchiha Hiruzen. Grandma, next time, if such a situation arises, I shall directly have Mingxua seek Aunt Nico. Uchiha Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Next time? After a brief exchange of idle chatter between the grandmother and grandson, Uchiha Hiruzen retreated to her chambers, while Nanxing, accompanied by Huashu and Mingxua, proceeded to the bathroom for a cleansing wash. Regrettably, Haruko declined Nanxing's invitation to join her. Honestly, how could a child harbor any ill intentions? Mingxua, tomorrow you and Aunt Nico shall retrieve the funds. Huashu, please invite the manager of that shop we visited today to our home, the one that sells the large arcade machines, and kindly ask him to bring along the largest and latest gaming console. The gaming console? Is that the item you mentioned earlier that was still lacking? Indeed it is. Nanxing had not anticipated that merely wandering through the commercial street of Konoha for the first time would lead him to encounter Kakashi and Obito's team, and subsequently discover the existence of gaming consoles in this world. These devices resembled the arcade machines from his previous life, roughly the size of 2 refrigerators, featuring a large electronic screen and 2 control positions. They required a joystick and 4 or 5 buttons to maneuver the characters on the screen. The sole distinction was that the games produced here were not the typical side-scrolling titles like King of Fighters or Three Kingdoms. It was undeniable that this ninja realm was filled with prodigies, yet many were overshadowed by the brilliance of the ninjas. Remarkably, these audacious game manufacturers had managed to create pixelated pseudo 3D games using arcade equipment. Chapter 21. Please call me game planner. Such circumstances seemed utterly ludicrous. However, for Nanxing, having experienced the likes of World of Warcraft, Swordsman Online, and PUBG, deriving pleasure from these games posed a considerable challenge. Yet, upon returning, an idea struck Nanxing. What if he could transform the enemies and settings from the current arcade machines into those resembling the Dothraki and the Dothraki Sea? Would alleviating the mental strain induced by the relentless slaughter of Uchiha Haruko, Huashu, and Mingxua prove beneficial? The inception of this notion certainly does not stem from Nanxing's belief that he is languishing in boredom due to the absence of games to play. Rather, it is the knowledge that the creation and modification of games can be quite a financial burden that has compelled him to liquidate a portion of his gold and silver assets. Firstly, the characters within the game could be adeptly designed to embody the charming silhouette of a young girl like Uchiha Haruko, while the enemy models might be configured as vast legions of cavalry or infantry. The weaponry for the game characters could likewise be tailored to include an array of tanto and shuriken, complemented by a variety of fundamental ninjutsu techniques. Thus, a quintessential hack-and-slash game could be sculpted into existence. Given the current capabilities of manufacturers who have already produced pseudo 3D video games, fulfilling these requirements should not pose a significant challenge. Following this line of thought, it merely hinges upon the requisite funds being available, which should not be a daunting task for Nanxing, who possesses a fortune of 10 million taels. Consequently, around 10 o'clock the following morning, Huashu escorted a middle-aged Caucasian man, clad in a kimono and appearing somewhat reserved, to Nanxing's residence, where he awaited in the reception area. The man's name was George Martin, standing over 6 feet tall. He bore a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and a notably protruding belly, all while his attire seemed somewhat incongruous to Nanxing. However, this name certainly commanded attention. As Huashu introduced George Martin into the living room, Mingxua guided his attendant to another room to commence the installation of the gaming console. Indeed, the Uchiha residence was powered. At least Nanxing's courtyard was. As thoughts swirled in Nanxing's mind, his dazed demeanor left George Martin, who was bowing in respect, feeling perplexed and slightly anxious. Are you the merchant selling these gaming consoles? I find myself quite intrigued. Might you introduce me to the designer? George Martin was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting from surprise to a fleeting flicker of pride. Esteemed sir, I am George Martin, the designer of this product. How may I assist you? Oh, so you are the designer, Mr. Martin. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have an idea I wish to discuss with you. Nanxing's concept for the new game astonished George Martin, who quickly shook his head, indicating that such ideas were overly idealistic and nearly impossible to realize with the current technological means. Nearly? So there remains a possibility. Nanxing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, 500,000 taels. When could I expect to see a finished product? George Martin was again taken aback. Am I not being clear enough? This is simply unfeasible. Observing his silence, Nanxing added, 800,000 taels. You shall receive half of the patent rights upon completion. A flicker of contemplation crossed George Martin's face, though hesitation lingered. It seemed that perhaps it was not entirely unattainable. 1,000,000 taels. Once the product is completed, you shall become a collaborator of the Uchiha clan, and you shall forever share in the profits generated by these machines. It is my pleasure to serve you, my lord. I shall return to my work immediately and strive to produce the first sample for your review as swiftly as possible. How long will it take, my lord? This endeavor involves numerous calculations, and I fear it may be quite challenging to accomplish in a short span of time. I estimate it will take at least 2 months. 2 months? Nanxing furrowed her brow and contemplated. I demand to see a successful sample within a month. Martin George's expression faltered, but before he could voice his concerns, Nanxing interrupted him. If you can complete it within a month, I shall reward you with 500,000 liang. Furthermore, for each day you finish ahead of schedule, I shall grant you an additional 50,000 liang. It is worth noting that the video game consoles sold at George Martin's store are priced at 30,000 liang each, making the reward of 500,000 liang remarkably generous. Indeed, upon hearing this, George Martin appeared somewhat exhilarated and eagerly nodded in agreement. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. George Martin, brimming with enthusiasm, took the initial investment of 500,000 liang provided by Nanxing and quickly returned to his store. Upon entering, he promptly announced the closure of the shop and, along with all his employees, commenced an intensive work session. In truth, the challenge Nanxing proposed was not as daunting as George Martin had suggested. At least, if it were merely to produce one sample machine, the difficulty was quite manageable. A month was more than sufficient, and George Martin was determined to claim that reward of 500,000 liang. Of course, he only dared to request that sum. Asking for more would surely seem like deceiving his young employer. With such wealth at her disposal, it was evident that even within the Uchiha clan, her status was not to be trifled with. As a shrewd businessman who had navigated the ups and downs of the commercial world for decades, George Martin possessed a keen sense of discretion. After installing the original video game console in his home, Nanxing finally discovered a new source of amusement during her leisure time. Although the game content was rather ordinary and lacked internet connectivity, the screen displayed a simple soldier wielding a katana, relentlessly cleaving through enemies. The two-player mode divided the screen in half, allowing each player to control a warrior character as they wreaked havoc upon the enemy troops. Nanxing only played for an afternoon with Haruko and Miyuki, and after dinner, she did not return to it. However, to her surprise, both Haruko and Hualing exhibited a keen interest in the game. The following day, Nanxing woke up rather late and discovered that they had already begun playing the video game. Without any inclination to intrude and vie for a position, she suggested to Miyuki, "Let's take a stroll outside the clan." Haruko and Hualing did not turn back, acknowledging her with a casual response. As Nanxing stepped out of the courtyard, Uchiha Haruko suddenly raised a hand, and 8-hand seals swiftly flashed before her. With a soft sound, accompanied by a swirl of smoke, another Uchiha Haruko materialized in the arena. She cast a glance at the engrossed Haruko still playing her game, then turned and followed Nanxing. After Nanxing and Huashu exited, they turned right, heading directly towards the Uchiha clan leader's residence. "Oh, my foolish brother. Your cousin has come to play with you." Chapter 22. Little Itachi, whom will you choose? Little Itachi, cousin has decided to take it easy. In a small training ground behind the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Nanxing lay languidly on the soft grass, while Uchiha Itachi persistently hurled shurikens and kunai at several fixed and moving targets in the distance. With a swish, Nanxing's despondent words caused Itachi's final kunai to miss its mark, gliding past the target and carving a long gray shadow through the air before embedding itself in the distant courtyard wall. "Take it easy?" Itachi turned his youthful face, looking curiously at Nanxing, who was speaking in strange terms. Ever since the upheaval, this companion had begun to act peculiarly. He no longer sought training with Shursui, nor did he mention their past dreams, and he even shunned the ninja academy. What was even more outrageous was that he had previously claimed he would devote all his energy to training, yet today he spoke of taking it easy. Though he did not fully grasp the meaning of taking it easy, Itachi could discern from Nanxing's dejected tone that it was certainly not a positive expression. "Indeed, my grandmother has said that I am the sole bloodline of her and my grandfather. I cannot afford any missteps. Therefore, until I reach adulthood, marry, and have children, I cannot venture out for any risks." "How can it be so? Does that mean you, Nanxing, must remain within the family for a lifetime?" Thus Itachi, Seeing you train so diligently gives me reassurance. Please continue your efforts, encompassing my part as well. Once I marry and have children, I will return to stand alongside you. Little Uchiha Itachi blinked his big eyes, appearing adorably naive. Is that so? Immediately, a flicker of determination crossed his small eyes. I promise you, Nanxing, I will strive alongside you. Rest assured, I will protect you and safeguard our clan. Observing Uchiha Itachi's spirited demeanor, Nanxing felt a pang of sadness and covered his face with his hand, slowly bending down. Ha! A certain mischievous child could no longer contain his laughter, leaving the serious Uchiha Itachi momentarily stunned. Itachi truly was innocent. Nevertheless, I am grateful for my little Itachi's trust. However, as a prodigious talent destined to become Hokage and bring an end to all wars, taking it easy is simply out of the question. Originally somewhat irritated, Uchiha Itachi felt a renewed spark in his eyes upon hearing Nanxing's declaration, his youthful face radiating excitement. However, a wicked smile once again crept onto Nanxing's visage as he opened his arms to embrace Uchiha Itachi, gently whispering in his ear, Itachi, as the future leader of the Uchiha clan, you must possess your own judgment and decisiveness. If one day, a grave discord arises between me and Shursui, leading us to a life-or-death duel where only one may survive, my esteemed clan leader, whom would you choose? After uttering this, Nanxing softly patted Itachi's back, releasing him from his daze, and added, to become the clan leader, Shursui's ideals may not suit you. He then fixed Itachi with a piercing gaze, asserting, this time, I am quite serious. With a carefree turn, Nanxing departed, exchanging a smile with Uchiha Mikoto as he passed through the front courtyard before exiting the clan leader's residence with Huashu. Xiaoxing, why not stay for dinner? Mikoto inquired. No, Aunt Mikoto, I must return to my studies, he replied. Though the time in Pantos was one of relaxation, it did not imply idleness over the past fortnight. Huashu, Mingxue, and Qingzi frequently ventured out in the afternoons and evenings, gathering intelligence in shifts. Possessing transformation skills of such caliber, they excelled in stealth and evasion, rendering themselves formidable within the realm of ice and fire. Following a baptism that cost thousands of Dothraki lives, the three Uchiha women, particularly Huashu and Mingxue, had shed their previous naivety reminiscent of freshly graduated genin. They had become decisively ruthless, recounting their nightly escapades with vivid detail, causing Nanxing to break into a cold sweat for the men of Pantos who indulged in nocturnal revelries. In reality, in recent days, numerous upscale areas of Pantos had quietly begun tightening security measures due to a spate of sudden deaths among prominent individuals in locales akin to theirs. While none of the deceased held monumental influence, they nonetheless represented leaders of various mid-tier factions within Pantos's gray areas. Overall, at a lower echelon of Pantos, the market had grown increasingly tumultuous. Initially, when such incidents first occurred, many gangs sustaining losses presumed it to be orchestrated sabotage from rival factions, prompting immediate retaliatory actions. Thus, chaos began to proliferate, although only a limited segment of the populace was affected in the short term. Qingzi soon discerned that certain unseen hands seemed to be stirring the pot, pursuing their own objectives. Nanxing and Qingzi had anticipated these developments, recognizing that this controlled chaos would facilitate their efforts in gathering intelligence on the Targaryen siblings and other vital information. Through the diligent efforts of Qingzi, Huashu, and Mingxue over this period, the general timeline and intelligence regarding the world of ice and fire have been thoroughly investigated. Even Daenerys has received some dubious information that is difficult to ascertain. Pantos and Westeros are not particularly close, which is precisely why Varys, the Master of Whispers in King's Landing, specifically requested his ally, one of Pantos's governors, Illyrio Mopatis, to provide refuge for the Targaryen siblings. Prior to this, the brother and sister had endured great hardships, roaming through various city-states on the continent of Essos, suffering disdain. Viserys even had to sell his mother's crown to survive. This clearly indicates their dire straits, making Illyrio's assistance invaluable to them. However, for Illyrio, this was more of a political investment, albeit one with considerable risk. At present, the timeline in the world of ice and fire is approximately 5 to 10 years after the War of the Usurper, a period marked by the rapid decline of King Robert Baratheon following his ascension. During this time, King Robert successfully vanquished Greyjoy and quelled his rebellion. Yet this victory has only exacerbated his inclination towards indulgence. According to the appearance of the current prince, Aegon, it can be inferred that there are still about 3 to 5 years until the main events unfold. Thus, the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms remains Jon Arryn, and the incestuous affair between Queen Cersei and her brother Jaime Lannister has yet to be uncovered. These details are peripheral. What is most significant is that, according to these timelines, young Daenerys is likely around 10 years of age, the prime time for engagement. The manner and approach to connect with the Targaryen siblings, however, require careful consideration. Nevertheless, there is no need for haste in this matter, as the half-month intended for rest and relaxation has quietly elapsed. The 600 to 700 large livestock previously brought back have nearly all been sold, signaling that it is time to initiate the next hunting expedition. Furthermore, with the addition of 5 Lazar women to the caravan, the current lodgings have become somewhat cramped. Recently, Nanxing has taken a liking to a small estate during a seaside outing, but since the previously valued 20 million gold pieces have all been liquidated in the ninja world, he is currently short on gold dragons and urgently needs the patronage of the Dothraki. Thus, one early morning, a small caravan bearing an unusual white and red fan banner reappeared at the eastern gate of Pantos. The previous route chosen led straight east along the Valyrian road towards the Dothraki Sea, to allow time for the crops to mature. This time, the Uchiha Trading Company opted for the southeastern coastal direction of the Valyrian road. The journey thus far has been rather uneventful, as the Uchiha caravan has not yet encountered any Dothraki wielding extraordinary powers. For an ordinary individual, the presence of a superior ninja accompanied by 2 mid-ranking ninjas constitutes a significant dimensional strike. 15 days later, the Uchiha merchant group once again arrived at the eastern city gate of Pantos, bringing back nearly 800 splendid horses and cattle. The caravan divided outside the eastern gate, with Nanxing and 3 Uchiha maidens entering the city to return home, while Hazand and 8 servants drove the herd towards the horse market for settlement. Unsurprisingly, discerning individuals within the market began to take note of Hazand and his companions, including the initial 200 to 300 horses. Hazand had managed 3 batches of large livestock over the past month, amassing a considerable fortune that caught the attention of those managing the horse market. At present, these individuals were merely observing and gathering information. The decision to act remained uncertain. Having witnessed the terrifying martial prowess of their loyal Uchiha clan during several expeditions to the Dothraki Sea, Hazand and his companions held a psychological advantage over others. Their demeanor inevitably exuded a hint of arrogance, compelling the market managers to tread carefully, refraining from overtly probing, opting instead to discreetly disseminate information. Even if fear held them back from being the first to take a risk, they still managed to derive some benefits from the information. In a city as diverse as Pantos, it was only a matter of time before 1 or 2 desperate factions would venture to test the waters. Such a substantial prize, if indeed a prize, would be beyond the capacity of ordinary gangs. Moreover, even if they managed to seize it, a significant portion of the spoils would need to be sold in the chaotic market of Pantos, ensuring ample profit. The establishment of Pantos had spanned a long epoch, and within this grand city-state, every social stratum possessed its own survival wisdom. No one would be foolish enough to underestimate them. Nanxing certainly would not, and his desire to purchase a small estate located by the sea on the western edge of the city from a Pantos noble was, in part, to evade the harassment of these troublesome rogues. Although the Uchiha clan had a distinct advantage in martial prowess here, certain matters could not always be resolved by force, or rather, were difficult to resolve through such means. Most importantly, Nanxing, who had yet to attain great power, understood that he himself was his greatest vulnerability. While breaching the protection of the superior ninja Uchiha Haruko to inflict harm was indeed a formidable challenge. The indelible impressions left by the world of ice and fire loomed large in Nanxing's mind. The myriad bizarre fates of so-called protagonists, who met their untimely ends in the most inexplicable manners, haunted him. One moment, a character might bask in glory, and the next, they would inexplicably meet a swift demise. Additionally, while the world of ice and fire superficially appeared to be devoid of magic or to possess only low levels of it, one must not forget the presence of deities. The King of Light, the God of Cold, and the 7 gods, along with the old gods, all wielded enigmatic powers. And even among assassins, there existed formidable entities such as the Faceless Men. Thus, Nanxing believes his survival is well justified, for he cannot ascertain whether he truly possesses the greatest reliance of the 4th calamity, infinite resurrection. Although he indeed possesses attributes, skills, and experience points that are intricately linked to the game, who in their right mind would guarantee him that this is genuinely a game? Nevertheless, it will not be long before the 3 Uchiha maidens and the Legion accumulate sufficient experience, at which point Nanxing can attempt to showcase his abilities. As for what constitutes sufficient, it is, of course, when Haruko, Hanako, and Miyuki transcend from elite Uchiha warriors to shadow-level powerhouses and awaken their Manjiki Sharingan. During this expedition to the Dothraki Sea, Both Hanako and Mayuki have amassed the necessary experience to advance from proficient Uchiha warriors to elite Uchiha warriors. At this juncture, their promotion has already commenced, coinciding with the ascension of their newly acquired Two-Tomo Sharingan from merely a fortnight ago. In just a day's time, or precisely 24 hours, Nanxing will command 3 Jonin-level warriors, and with their 3-Tomo Sharingan, they will rank among the more formidable Jonin, particularly Haruko, who has already begun to master the various abilities of the 3-Tomo Sharingan, has swiftly completed her training in the transformation of fire-based chakra. Once she masters the wind attribute, she will forge a unique ninjutsu of her own. In the ninja world, achieving this milestone is typically reserved for those of renown, standing just below the elite Jonin tier. It could be said that possessing a personal title is a prerequisite for entering the elite Jonin ranks. At not even 15 years of age, Uchiha Haruko is already half a foot into this domain, an achievement that will soon be realized by Shursui. Should the outside world become aware of this, it would surely stir significant commotion. The emergence of a prodigious descendant is invariably one of the most crucial matters for ninja clans and villages alike. Furthermore, with Hanako and Mayuki being merely 11 years old yet already at the Jonin level, it is indeed remarkable. However, Nanxing merely contemplates this with caution. In a world of ice and fire, one must tread carefully, especially in the face of the looming threat posed by Kagaya Tsutsuki in the ninja realm. Not to mention the Tsutsuki clan lurking in the Starlit Expanse. Chapter 24. The unyielding Hanako's ascent to Jonin, East affluent and West opulent, South impoverished and North destitute. This is said to reflect the urban layout of ancient China. Though not entirely accurate, it holds its own truth. Panto's eastern district, being proximal to the Dothraki Sea, features numerous markets established for trade with the Dothraki and other nomadic tribes, resulting in a certain degree of chaos. Yet, this area is the most bustling and frequented for trade, with its outer and central districts hosting a plethora of gangs, second only in disorder to the northern slums. Nonetheless, the inner district maintains commendable order, and many wealthy merchants opt to reside here, facilitating their business endeavors. The residents of the district predominantly consist of the families and relatives of officials and nobles, as well as the officials themselves. The area is coastal, lacking a stringent demarcation between the outer and inner districts. Nevertheless, there exist several mid to high-end residential complexes, each safeguarded by a considerable number of soldiers and armed personnel to maintain order. The courtyard where Nanxing resides is located within a mid-range community, owned by a slave merchant who hails from Slave Bay and has acquired a low-ranking noble title through years of business in Pantos. However, this merchant is currently absent from Pantos, thus entrusting the management of these properties to a real estate agent in the West City. Interestingly, the small estate, nearly 2 hectares in size, that Nanxing has set her sights on in the outer district to the west of Pantos also belongs to this slave merchant, named Segundo Barbo. Is the slave trade truly that lucrative? Unfortunately, what Nanxing needs more is the experience offered by the Dothraki. Otherwise, she would never contemplate becoming a slave trader. For she hails from a society of red civilization where moral integrity is paramount. Most importantly for Nanxing, strength evidently holds greater significance than wealth. 3,000 gold dragons for a nearly 2-hectare small Western-style estate does seem somewhat exorbitant, yet not excessively so. Thus, Nanxing is inclined to proceed with the purchase. This marks her first acquisition in the world of ice and fire. It is worth noting that in her previous life, Nanxing could hardly afford even a toilet in a large city. One must concede that traversing dimensions is indeed one of the most effective means of altering one's fate. It is no wonder that so many opt for drastic measures in search of change. During another venture to the Dothraki Sea, not only did she sell a herd of large livestock for over 2,000 gold dragons, but she also amassed wealth in gold and silver amounting to approximately 1,000 gold dragons. Thus, buying the estate is comfortably within her means, especially since she and her companions in Pantos have no significant expenditures, allowing for several hundred gold dragons to suffice for daily expenses. However, the primary gains from this journey are evidently not merely the riches, but the advancement of Huashu and Mingxue. After a day's time, the 2 young women have finally completed their ascension, emerging as newly minted elite ninjas. My Legion Experience Pool, 3467. Uchiha Nanxing, Uchiha Novice Warrior. Uchiha Haruko, Uchiha Elite Warrior, 3149. Strength, Body, Agility, Spirit, Ninja, Chakra Innate Attribute, Fire, Wind, Chakra, Bloodline Talent, 3-Tomo Sharingan, possessing immense potential. Perhaps, under the stimulation of extreme emotions coupled with sufficient mental strength, this bloodline may break its bottleneck, and evolve once more. For safety, it is recommended to use Legion experience to assist in catalysis. Evaluation: an agile and mentally adept ninja-type warrior with a unique bloodline, possessing formidable combat capabilities and decent adaptability. However, their physical weaknesses render them relatively fragile. Uchiha Hanabi, an elite warrior of the Uchiha clan, 107. Strength, body, agility, 12. The average for adults in the ninja world is 1. Spirit, ninjutsu, chakra innate attributes, fire, earth. Chakra, bloodline talent, 3 Tomo Sharingan, endowed with immense potential. It is conceivable that under certain extreme emotional stimuli, coupled with sufficient mental fortitude, this bloodline may transcend its current limitations and evolve once more. For safety reasons, the use of Legion experience to assist in catalysis is recommended. Evaluation: brief, Uchiha Akatsuki, an elite warrior of the Uchiha clan, 91. Strength, body, agility, 12. The average for adults in the ninja world is 1. Spirit, ninjutsu, chakra innate attributes, fire, lightning. Chakra, bloodline talent, 3 Tomo Sharingan, possesses tremendous potential. It is conceivable that under certain extreme emotional stimuli, coupled with adequate mental strength, this bloodline may transcend its limitations and evolve again. For safety reasons, the use of Legion experience to assist in catalysis is recommended. Evaluation: brief. The attributes displayed in this Legion have become considerably richer, and the evaluations of the 3 Uchiha sisters have also shifted. Firstly, the attribute values of Hanabi and Akatsuki appear to be slightly weaker than those of Haruko. Yet Hanabi and Akatsuki are merely 11 years old, while Haruko is over 3 years their senior. One can surmise that these subtle differences are a result of age. However, their daily training can gradually enhance their attribute values. Haruko's data has shown some changes compared to the last assessment, with increases in strength, body, and agility. Other attributes likely show improvement as well, though the attribute panel only displays 1 decimal point, lacking further precision. The most significant changes in Haruko's fundamental attributes are in ninjutsu and chakra. The alteration in the ninjutsu attribute is presumably due to Haruko's recent training in transforming the nature of fire attribute chakra, while the chakra attribute has evidently improved as a consequence. This is a positive sign, indicating that one does not solely rely on system input to grow stronger. Daily practice remains beneficial. With such ease, they have ascended to the rank of Jonin, which has naturally exhilarated Hanabi and Akatsuki, especially in the realm of ice and fire, where there is an eagerness akin to wanting to test their skills with shurikens on anyone they encounter. As they were preparing for their nightly reconnaissance, the exuberant Hanabi suddenly proposed a direct visit to see how the highly regarded Daenerys, favored by Nanxing, truly looks. Nanxing, Chapter 25, a new objective, capturing Kagayaheim as a wet nurse at present. The red comet has yet to make its appearance in the sky, and the Uchiha trading caravan has swept across the Dothraki Sea thrice without encountering even a trace of extraordinary power. It appears that this celestial phenomenon indeed signifies the resurgence of spiritual energy in the realm of ice and fire. Thus, it is highly probable that the deities are currently unable to descend with their formidable might. Therefore, as long as they do not act too recklessly, it is reasonable to assume that in the years leading up to the appearance of the red comet, no divine entities will seek them out. Several years hence, when the crimson comet graces the skies of the realm of ice and fire, the question of who troubles whom remains ambiguous. After much contemplation, Nanxing refrained from dismissing Huashu's intentions, instead assigning the more composed Qingzi to team up with Huashu for their journey, while Mingxue stayed behind to safeguard their home. To the west of Pantos lies the Mopatus Manor in the inner city, merely one among many such estates, but notably the largest. At the heart of the manor stands a modest castle, its towers soaring high, with a series of structures tapering elegantly from bottom to top, culminating in a classic Gothic spire. The central edifice features an attic-like structure, with corner towers at each of the surrounding walls. Both the attic and the towers equipped with windows for surveillance and, when necessary, for launching arrows against foes. Enclosed by walls, the manor boasts 2 entrances, each flanked by observation holes that can serve as firing points in times of need. From the perspective of Uchiha Qingzi, should this castle host 300 to 500 defenders, it would likely withstand the siege of 2,000 to 3,000 Dothraki, provided the provisions and armaments within remain secure. Although it is nightfall, the gates at both the front and rear of the castle remain ajar, with armored soldiers patrolling the vicinity. These ordinary warriors pose little threat to Qingzi and Huashu. With a modicum of caution, they would likely remain undetected. While elite ninjas, particularly those from the Umbu, often meet grim fates in classic narratives. It must be acknowledged that Kishimoto, the creator, is merely a manga artist, lacking true insight into the intricacies of being Hokage. As it stands, the total number of elite ninjas in Konoha may scarcely reach 200, a matter shrouded in uncertainty. Given the fragility inherent to ninjas, even a shinobi of a significantly higher echelon, such as a Kage, would not dare to underestimate an elite ninja, unless they are a top-tier taijutsu practitioner like Reikage or Guy, who might approach such encounters with relative ease. The two young maidens sauntered boldly into the castle, swiftly locating their target for the evening. Before them stood a pair of striking siblings, a brother and sister with gold-and-silver hair and violet eyes, their beauty captivating. Huashu had long been curious about the appearance of such gold-and-silver hair, and upon witnessing it, she found it indeed remarkable. The siblings appeared to be 5 or 6 years apart in age, the brother approximately 15, and the sister around 9. Their features were exquisitely beautiful. The silvery hair glimmering with a hint of gold, illuminated by the flickering candles in the castle hall, exuding an almost ethereal glow. At that moment, the handsome youth, Viserys, was embroiled in a heated argument with his sister, Daenerys, sternly reprimanding her without any semblance of rebuttal from the delicate girl, who clutched tightly at Viserys' garment with her small hand. Viserys suddenly raised his right hand in response to his sister's timid gaze. Daenerys' petite form instinctively trembled slightly. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Viserys unexpectedly refrained from awakening the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Instead, he let out a gentle sigh and slowly lowered his hand. "Dany, I must reclaim the Iron Throne, you understand." Daenerys merely nodded, her face adorned with a somewhat adoring smile that suggested her brother indeed cared for her. As she tightened her grip on the hem of Viserys' garment, in a dimly lit corner of the hall, Shizuko and Hanako were keenly observing the Targaryen siblings at the center of the room. "Is that girl who looks a bit pitiful Daenerys?" With her silver gold hair and violet eyes, she seemed to fit the description, and her age aligned as well. "Sister Shizuko, she doesn't appear to be living well, should we?" "No. Oh, I haven't even mentioned what I intended to do. Don't dismiss it so quickly. Whatever you wish to do. The adults have only commanded us to gather intelligence. Unless the target poses a threat, we are not to intervene." "Very well. Is this what it means to be a ninja? It's rather dull. I'd prefer to stay by the young master's side rather than go out to act as a ninja." Shizuko and Hanako silently conversed in hushed tones for a while before beginning to withdraw. "Move quietly, as I tread lightly, leaving not a trace." Time passed imperceptibly, and Nanxing diligently continued his physical training, persevering through the challenges. Until this day, my Legion experience pool, 3467. Uchiha Nanxing, Uchiha Novice Warrior, 100-100. Strength, body, agility, spirit, ninja, chakra innate attributes, fire, wind. Chakra, bloodline talent, single-tome Sharingan, possessing immense potential. Evolving. Evaluation, a swift and mentally inclined warrior with a peculiar bloodline. Your frail physique is your fatal weakness. Evolution in progress. Today, after months of arduous physical training, Nanxing finally elevated his physical attributes to simultaneously investing 100 Legion experience. The Sharingan also commenced its evolution. Who would have thought that the most significant factor influencing the advancement of a fragile ninja was the very weakness of their physique? To achieve a physical attribute equivalent to that of an adult at the age of 5, Nanxing devoted over 4 months to rigorous training. During this period, he consumed countless precious herbs, both edible and for medicinal baths, with expenditures amounting to the weight of gold equivalent to Nanxing's current state. It was akin to a lavish investment in training. Nevertheless, for Nanxing, this endeavor was undeniably worthwhile. At the tender age of 5.5, a remarkable transformation began, and by 8, it seemed quite plausible that I could unearth Kageheim from the moon to serve as my caretaker. In Chapter 26, Might Die and Senju Die, Nanxing, who had just conceived what might be deemed a grand ambition akin to a filial tribute, now rested his head upon the silky thigh of Mingxue, lost in deep contemplation. Perhaps due to the prolonged position of reclining, Nanxing suddenly shifted his small frame, turning inward. The sensation of his cheek brushing against the smooth skin of her thigh was always delightful, though Mingxue initially felt nothing extraordinary. The warmth of Nanxing's breath upon turning ignited a faint blush upon her delicate face. She hastily sought to fill the silence. "Young Master Nanxing, you truly need not accompany us to the grasslands. Sister Huashu, Sister Qingzi, and I are now all Jonin." Yumea's thoughts of whether the combat prowess of the 3 Jonin could influence the impending upheaval within the ninja world occupied his mind. Nanxing, not feeling particularly drowsy, was momentarily taken aback by Mingxue's words. After a moment of contemplation, he reclined once more and responded, Sister Mingxue, sometimes I ponder whether, regardless of whether those Dothraki initiated the aggression, our subsequent forced retaliation might still bear the weight of sin. After all, this is a world as real as any other. We are akin to deities, who, in their arrogance, lure and slaughter the Dothraki like ants with mere morsels of food. However, if there truly exists a notion of sin in this, then it is I, the instigator, who ought to bear the burden. Thus, I should at least be present for every act of slaughter you commit. Mingxue listened as Nanxing articulated such a stark and brutal image with his mellifluous yet somber youthful voice, and felt a shiver run down her spine. As though jolted by an electric shock of over 300 volts, her skin prickling with goosebumps across her arms and back. Seeing Mingxue's pupils tremble and her startled expression, Nanxing's emotions became somewhat intricate. He suppressed the burgeoning desire to smile, while inexplicably sighing softly within. The transition from the three-tomo Sharingan to the kaleidoscope was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Witnessing his own evolution from a novice Uchiha warrior to a proficient one had already taken considerable time due to physical limitations. This system was evidently not one that allowed for mindless advancement merely by accumulating experience points. The metamorphosis of the Sharingan necessitated a profound engagement of mental fortitude. Although Nanxing was acutely aware that the psychological strain of slaughter could warp the mental state of the three Uchihas, he opted for a regimen of half a month of rest interspersed with half a month of activity. Yet, the potential mental barriers associated with advancing to the kaleidoscope compelled him to contemplate alternative methods for their spiritual enlightenment. Caught in the paradox of needing to act yet not overdoing it, this conflicting sensation indeed rendered his mood delicate. Furthermore, a mischievous thrill at successfully pulling off a prank surged within him, threatening to lift the corners of his mouth into a smile. Observing Mingxue's visibly shaken demeanor, Nanxing eagerly anticipated the outcome of his meticulously devised plan. My dear girl, do not choose to bear this burden alone. Remember that human nature resembles a mere echo. Most importantly, should Nanxing find herself performing such a scene before Huashu and Qingzi, it would undeniably diminish her stature. As for the tragic demise of so many Dothraki before Nanxing's very eyes, could it not evoke the very sense of guilt she claims to feel? What a jest! The players of our society are not mere figments, and the data within this virtual game is but a trivial matter. Does one truly wish for Nanxing to be haunted by inner demons? Regardless of how realistic the experience may be, can it truly yield experience points? You speak of being a genuine life form. Then why do the bandits of the shinobi world and the innocuous animals that meet their untimely ends not drop rewards? Regardless of the truth, Nanxing has resolutely decided upon her beliefs, and any attempts to persuade her are futile. After a brief wait, Huashu and Qingzi returned. The four did not employ any form of precaution and directly re-entered the shinobi world. Prior to their entrance, as Nanxing manipulated the flow of time, everything around her was rendered transparent. The monumental events of the shinobi world in the 49th year of Konoha, aside from the ongoing wars, included the Battle of Kaiki Mountain and Might Guy's desperate act to save his son at the cost of his own life, resulting in the significant defeat of the famed 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, with 4 dead and 3 escaping. Additionally, in the aftermath of the Battle of Kaiki Mountain, a 5-year-old child, devoid of memories, was rescued on the battlefield by the medical team's leader, Yakushi Nan, who brought him to an orphanage, naming him Deku and granting him the surname Yakushi. The Battle of Kaiki Mountain is too distant. Even if Nanxing wished to intervene, she would be unable to do so. The battle involving Might Guy, however, is said to have occurred not far from Konoha. Yet, this individual holds no necessity for rescue. Others may be oblivious, but the Uchiha clan is certainly not unaware. The 8 Gates formation was a lethal technique employed by the Senju clan during the era of shinobi conflict, specifically designed to counter the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Otherwise, how could the Senju clan stand on equal footing with the Uchiha clan before the emergence of the even more formidable Senju Hashirama, considering the overwhelming power of the Sharingan? The ability to utilize this technique indicates that Might Guy or his ancestors were likely among those high-ranking members of the Senju clan who abandoned their family name to integrate into Konoha. Such individuals are undoubtedly staunch supporters of the Sarutobi clan, and at present, Nanxing sees no possibility of winning them over. Here, one cannot help but admire the brilliance of Senju Tobarama. In Nanxing's view, the most commendable aspect of this second Hokage was not the establishment of the Ninja Academy, but rather his willingness to relinquish a relatively narrow view of family loyalty, trading the name of Senju for the legacy of Konoha. Beyond his direct descendants, Senju Tsunade and Senju Rope Tree, he encouraged all others to abandon the illustrious name of the Senju clan, dispersing their influence across the fabric of Konoha. This not only allowed his clansmen to operate from the shadows, significantly reducing external covetousness towards the wood-release bloodline, but also garnered immense political capital in the process. Such a magnificent sacrifice and display of broader vision. Surely the last two seedlings of the Senju clan can aspire to become Hokage for a term or two. Meanwhile, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who barely stand on equal footing with the Senju, were secretly reveling in their own mockery of Tobirama Senju. Had everything proceeded according to Tobirama's plans, these old stalwarts of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would have indeed been reduced to myopic beings. However, it is unfortunate that Tobirama Senju met an untimely demise at the tender age of 50, leaving no time for the subsequent plans he had envisioned, thus entrusting the position of Hokage to his disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even more regrettable is the evident divergence of Hiruzen's path from the one anticipated by Tobirama. In the aftermath, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not seem to honor the bond of master and disciple with Tobirama. The mere survival of Yamato's wood-release experiments and the death of Senju Rope Tree serve as testament to this fact. The so-called wood-release experiments required subjects whose genetic material was compatible with that of Hashirama Senju, thus, who could serve as suitable experimental subjects. Undoubtedly, they were the scions of the Senju clan who had forsaken their name and become mere ninjas of Konoha. Particularly in later experiments, such as the one involving Yamato, infants were utilized. Where did these infants originate? The narrative that these human experiments were orchestrated by Danzo Shimura, while Hiruzen was oblivious and unable to intervene, is a tale only the most naive could accept. In summary, in Nanxing's eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi undoubtedly ranks among the most cunning of individuals, while Danzo falls short by comparison. Regarding these various matters, Nanxing eagerly anticipates the day he can confront the illustrious Third Hokage in person. The encounter would surely be quite entertaining. As for Kabuto, this youth may indeed be a talent worth nurturing. It would be prudent to forge a connection with him, rather than allowing him to be led astray by Orochimaru. It would be better for Nanxing to bring him under his wing. After all, this individual shines brightly in pivotal moments, and the Edo Tensei technique seems tailor-made for him. With the system in place, enabling Kabuto to achieve accomplishments that surpass his previous life would be a mere trifle. Having noted the intention to engage with Kabuto, there is no immediate rush. After understanding the unfolding mission of Hikari and Hanabi, Nanxing felt a sense of relief. Keeping an eye on the Targaryen siblings is akin to grasping the pulse of the era within the world of ice and fire. As the protagonists navigate their tumultuous journey, a plethora of precious items and knowledge shall emerge. Although the overt combat prowess of the ice and fire world pales in comparison to that of the ninja realm, this ancient world has certainly seen its share of grandeur, concealing numerous hidden treasures. Certainly, the treasures that captivate Nanxing's eyes are not mere dragon eggs. Such trifles could be easily crushed by any high-ranking summoning beast within the shinobi realm. The dragons found here are, at best, akin to bipedal wyverns, far from deserving the majestic title of dragon. The true treasures lie in the ancient magical knowledge that has been passed down from the world of ice and fire, much of which has sadly become obsolete. This includes the abilities of the Green Prophet inherited from Shea and the Thousand-Eyed Crow. Furthermore, the corpse-controlling powers of the others hold a certain intrigue. One wonders if there exists a possibility of their integration with the cycle of reincarnation. Lastly, there are the deities themselves. The existence of any immortal being signifies an inexhaustible reservoir of riches, and it is undeniable that Nanxing harbors such ambitions deep within. However, it is wiser to retreat and weave a net than to confront the abyss. Presently, Nanxing lacks the audacity to boldly approach Daenerys, primarily due to an overwhelming sense of inadequacy and strength, which renders him incapable of facing those entities bearing divine titles. Thus, Nanxing resolved to conclude this period of rest a day early, embarking on the next round of monster slaying. After all, the year 49 in Konoha does not present any significant events in which he can partake. Amassing strength remains the paramount solution. This time, Nanxing intends to take direct action. No longer can he remain in the shadows. He must step forth to deliver the finishing blows. To this end, he had been diligently practicing his shuriken throwing technique. The Uchiha caravan set off once more from the eastern city of Pantos, the red and black fan banners fluttering once again over the Dothraki Sea. Though unassuming, the modest reputation of the Uchiha has begun to echo across this vast steppe. On the first day of their departure, Nanxing was still undergoing a 24-hour metamorphosis. He felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if a gentle current of warmth was flowing through his body, fortifying his small frame. leaning against Uchiha Haruko. He found himself drowsy, especially as he rode upon a carefully selected steed, whose gentle swaying provided a level of comfort that far surpassed that of a galloping horse. The first day of the journey passed smoothly for Nanxing, with the occasional catch being effortlessly dispatched by the newly promoted Jonin, Huaxia, and Mingxue. They continued to handle the defeated Dothraki in accordance with their established customs, slaying the adult males while disregarding the women and elderly, who posed no threat, pillaging the choicest spoils before leaving the rest to fend for themselves. It was only after the metamorphosis was complete on the second day that Nanxing began to inflict a few finishing strikes. It was notable that the experience required for his promotion to a skilled Uchiha warrior was merely 1,000 points. Moreover, the ascension to an elite Uchiha warrior likely carried both attribute and age restrictions. After all, Nanxing's body was still in its juvenile phase, and merely achieving the strength of a Chunin was already a remarkable feat. The chakra and power of a Jonin could very well surpass the limits of his small physique. Certainly, this is merely Nanxing's conjecture. However, the previous restrictions imposed by the system evidently stem from this very notion. As for Kakashi Hatake, who ascended to the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12, he is now a mere 9 years old, having matured 4 additional years compared to Nanxing. A rugged Dothraki warrior, with disheveled hair yet adorned with 2 or 3 thin braids tied with small bells at their ends, knelt before the young man with a resounding thud. "O great demon lord, please spare me and my tribe. From this day forth, we shall offer sacrifices to you and become your devoted followers, provided that you allow my kin to survive." "Oh," Nanxing mused. Observing this robust figure and the tiny bells adorning his braids, a sudden thought flitted through his mind. "Are you a Khal or a Khaleesi? Great demon lord, I am but a Khal, and my tribe comprises merely 300 warriors, of whom fewer than half remain. But please believe me, we shall strive to herd and hunt, doing our utmost to provide you with all that you require." This fellow was the leader of a Dothraki tribe numbering over 1,000. Upon spotting the Uchiha caravan, he unhesitatingly led more than half of his warriors forward on horseback, fueled by excitement. The outcome was, of course, inevitable. Nearly 200 Dothraki raiders were left with fewer than 20, all laid low and awaiting Nanxing's finishing blow. It was bewildering how he had managed to attain the title of Khal, displaying such cowardice by bowing to Nanxing and pleading for mercy. Chapter 28. New Legion members seek to follow. Nonetheless, considering the 3 braids adorned with bells atop his head, it seemed he had once triumphed over 3 fellow Khal leaders. He could be contemplated as a candidate for testing a new idea. In light of your being the first Khal to pledge allegiance to me, I shall grant you an opportunity. Just know that you must cherish this chance, for should I discover even a hint of defiance against my will, the consequences shall be dire." As he spoke, Nanxing suddenly raised his hand, and before Qingzi could act, he launched a shuriken. The weapon whistled past the surrendering Khal's ear, the chilling breeze from its keen edge causing his robust frame to shiver involuntarily, though he valiantly suppressed himself. A sharp sound of a weapon piercing flesh followed, and then the thud of a body hitting the ground. The Khal turned to see that one of his formidable warriors lay lifeless, clutching an erect, curved blade. From the position of the blade, it was evident that this warrior had intended to ambush the young demon incarnate before him. Such an effortless slaughter of his own valiant warrior could not possibly be the act of a mere human child. The Khal's conviction grew ever stronger in his assumptions. The presence of those formidable witches capable of unleashing flames and thunder is indeed a testament to the power of the demon god. As Havienko turned around, a radiant orb of soft white light, roughly the size of a fist, struck his face. Uchiha Nanxing extended an invitation for him to join his legion. "Shall I accept this invitation?" Havienko pondered, initially astonished that he suffered no injury. A cascade of questions flooded his mind as he cautiously lifted his gaze to Nanxing, only to meet his profound stare. A shiver ran through Havienko's heart, prompting him to nod fervently. "Yes, I accept." In the next moment, Nanxing sensed a faint connection forming between himself and the imposing Dothraki warrior before him, realizing the system had likely integrated this individual into the legion. Havienko's reaction was even more pronounced. He felt a surge of warmth rising from the depths of his limbs as soon as he uttered his agreement, a wave of exhilaration coursing through him. Simultaneously, the minor aches and bruises from his recent fall began to tingle with a gentle, soothing sensation. Could it be? Was his injury healing at an accelerated rate? Such miraculous power was bestowed upon him by the demon god. How wonderful! What is your name? Nanxing's sudden inquiry interrupted Havienko's elation. He quickly straightened his posture and respectfully bowed slightly, replying, "My lord, I am Havienko. How may I serve you?" Nanxing nodded, acknowledging his response, and issued a brief command for the Uchiha convoy to prepare for their journey. Organize your cars, and then follow the Uchiha convoy at a distance of 10 miles. I will summon you if needed. Before departing, the skilled healer, Huashu, who had mastered basic medical ninjutsu such as healing technique and hemostasis, attended to Havianko and the 20 or so Dothraki warriors who had temporarily lost their combat capabilities. After Huashu's treatment, these injured warriors swiftly regained their basic fighting strength. To the ordinary observer, this miraculous scene would be nothing short of astonishing, leaving Havianko and his fellow Dothraki warriors in awe and dispelling their earlier confusion regarding his swift surrender. Engaging such a magically gifted foe was undoubtedly unwise. Indeed, Havianko proved his worth as a leader. My Legion Experience Pool, 7518. Uchiha Nanxing, Proficient Warrior of the Uchiha Clan. Havianko, Dothraki Raider Leader, 0100. Strength, Physique, Agility, Spirit, Extraordinary Knowledge, Energy, Unawakened. Bloodline Talent, None. Evaluation, a robust mortal warrior, adept in various melee weapons and longbow techniques. He is well suited to serve as cannon fodder, with minimal potential. The system's assessment of this individual is strikingly blunt, labeling him as mere cannon fodder. It appears that the disparity between the profession of a bandit leader and that of a Uchiha warrior is indeed vast and unfathomable. Moreover, the Dothraki may lack any extraordinary talents, relying solely on their numbers and the aggressive traits typical of nomadic peoples for temporary dominance. The attributes on the Haikenko panel, namely extraordinary knowledge and energy, seem to replace ninjutsu and chakra, and this character's performance has been exceedingly disappointing. Fortunately, Nanxing originally intended to use him merely as an experiment and harbored no significant hopes, so he is not overly disheartened by the outcome. After glancing at my Legion, Nanxing tentatively allocated 940 points of Legion experience to it, and indeed, the information on the attribute panel changed in the next moment. My Legion chimed. Congratulations. Your Legion level has increased, and the size has successfully expanded to a current total of 511 members. One skill point has been added, with a remaining total of 1. The experience required to elevate the Legion from level 2 to level 3 has risen from 1,000 to 2,000, and one hopes it does not continue to double indefinitely. Otherwise, advancement will become impossible in the later stages. The increase in Legion size alleviated Nanxing's earlier thoughts of possibly eliminating Haikenko. Furthermore, acquiring a new Legion skill point is indeed a positive development. Currently, among the 5 Legion skills, only Reconnaissance remains at level 0, and it is imperative to test its effectiveness now. After a series of operations, the information regarding the Legion skills on the attribute panel changed once more. Iron Will, level 1, increases each Legion member's vitality by 2 points. Reconnaissance, level 1, grants an additional 1 point of intuitive accuracy to each Legion member, increasing the volume of information discovered by 10. Item Management, level 1, provides each Legion member with 6 cubic meters of personal storage space. Healing, level 1, enhances each Legion member's life recovery speed by 10 points, requiring a small amount of the individual's energy for recovery. First Aid, level 1, automatically generates a shield equivalent to 5 points of vitality strength when a Legion member suffers lethal damage, additionally increasing intuitive accuracy by 1 point and the volume of discovered information by 10. This description feels somewhat enigmatic. Intuitive accuracy? Is it akin to a sixth sense? Nanxing closed his eyes and attempted to grasp the concept, but sensed no change, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Inquiring with the girl named Haruko behind him, he learned that she too felt nothing unusual, prompting a sense of loss. Had he allocated that skill point to item management, it would have increased the storage space by 6 cubic meters. Chapter 29, Supporting a Dothraki Warlord, How to Seek Pursuit reading. However, Nanxing speculated that intuitive accuracy might be an attribute that requires accumulation to a certain magnitude before a qualitative transformation occurs. Nevertheless, the increase of 10 in the volume of discovered information is evidently crucial, particularly when delving into the extraordinary knowledge of the world of ice and fire in the future. As the experience pool for the Legion becomes more accommodating in the future, it remains feasible to allocate a few skill points to observe the effects of elevated skill levels. The Uchiha caravan swiftly completed its tasks and resumed its journey, this time, of course, without collecting any spoils from the raiders of the Heian clan, instead entrusting them with a herd of over 100 horses trailing behind the caravan. The grass on the vast Dothraki Sea is remarkably unique, with some patches reaching heights surpassing that of a man. From over 10 miles away, the Heian raiders were indeed invisible to the naked eye from the Uchiha caravan. However, Many large clans possess special birds capable of aerial reconnaissance, although such resources evidently require highly skilled personnel that the Heian clan could not cultivate. Before long, new prey emerged, a group of approximately 300 Dothraki warriors, not yet worthy of being called a clan. Unsurprisingly, upon spotting the Uchiha caravan laden with 3 carts of treasures, the leader of this Dothraki band excitedly rallied his warriors, shrieking and waving their curved blades as they encircled the caravan. Many Dothraki armed with longbows shared similar sentiments. They hesitated to shoot arrows for fear of harming the precious captives and incurring losses to their own wealth. Nanxing suppressed a yawn that was on the verge of escaping his lips, offering a final gesture of respect to the experience about to be gained. Gratitude to Mother Nature for her bountiful gifts. He retrieved 7 or 8 kunai from his tool pouch. Although Pantos was not renowned for its forging, the craftsmanship of the blacksmiths within the city was commendable. Nanxing contemplated that, should his item management, level rise and storage space prove sufficient, he could potentially become the largest dealer of concealed weapons in the ninja realm. Due to the ninjas' emphasis on safeguarding their personal information, kunai and shurikens are often considered disposable weapons, particularly in hostile territory. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Nanxing hurled a kunai towards the Dothraki riders charging within 50 meters of his group. Whoosh, whoosh, hitting 8 out of 6. Not too shabby, considering that Nanxing had only recently practiced Uchiha's throwing technique and was targeting moving objects. After initiating the attack, the agile figures of Huashu and Mingxue, who had already dismounted beside him, swiftly advanced towards the Dothraki cavalry. The 2 elegant silhouettes, diminutive in the face of the imposing Dothraki riders, charged into the fray wielding their short swords, each barely half a meter long. The stark contrast in size rendered the scene reminiscent of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. However, in the next moment, the tide of battle shifted entirely. As the 2 petite figures clad in tight combat attire darted about, one Dothraki rider after another clutched their throats and fell from their mounts. Soon, the cavalry from the front was annihilated by Huashu and Mingxue. After exchanging a knowing glance, the 2 deftly flanked the remaining 20 or so cavalrymen who had originally intended to ambush the Uchiha caravan. However, this time, Huashu and Mingxue refrained from delivering fatal blows, opting instead to incapacitate or severely injure them. Meanwhile, under Nanxing's direction, Nero released a signal into the sky, summoning the brigand Hikampo to hasten his approach. Although Hikampo's attributes as a Dothraki raider were rather unimpressive, Nanxing was willing to grant him an opportunity to prove himself. Curious to see if this hapless individual could indeed rise from mediocrity. This would also provide Nanxing with a sense of closure. If Hikampo failed to impress, he would likely reconsider recruiting ordinary individuals from the world of ice and fire in the future. After all, each legion could only accommodate 5 additional members, and Nanxing had many aspirants in the ninja realm he wished to enlist. Furthermore, members from the ice and fire world could not accompany Nanxing back to the ninja realm, significantly diminishing their value. It was evident that not everyone possessed the charm of Daenerys Targaryen, Sansa Stark, or the Rose of Highgarden, Marjorie Tyrell. Thinking further would only exacerbate his collecting obsession. The mere fact that legion members from the ice and fire world could not accompany Nanxing to the ninja realm had already dampened his enthusiasm for nurturing them, at least until he could ensure his safety in the ninja world. As for Hikampo, with Nanxing's growing demand for experience points, he indeed required a character to function effectively within the Dothraki Sea. The current fishing operation was adequate for minor skirmishes, but it would inevitably fail to satisfy Nanxing's increasing appetite. Preparation was essential. Before long, Hikampo stood before Nanxing, while Hassan and others had already brought over the 23 incapacitated Dothraki cavalrymen, arranged in 2 neat rows upon the ground. Nanxing gestured with a slight lift of his chin, commanding, "Do it. Eliminate them." Hikampo hesitated for a brief moment, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle, but then bowed slightly to Nanxing before straightening up and turning towards the targets, drawing his curved blade as he advanced. The 100 experience points required for the Dothraki raider leader were swiftly accumulated, and Hikampo's status panel displayed a notification indicating leveling up. Now, all that remained was to wait. Simultaneously, Hikampo felt an all-encompassing warmth surging through him, reminiscent of the divine blessing he had received from the dark god before, enveloping him in comfort. This sensation far surpassed the thrill of previously capturing a Valyrian descendant and was even more enduring. Was this the reward for his offering to the dark god? How delightful. Understood. It appears that you require such a sacrificial model, my lord. Nanxing evidently lacks the ability to perceive the psychological activities of the legion members. Otherwise, upon hearing the lamentations of Hyanku, he might indeed entertain the notion of seeking a different puppeteer. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for Hyanku to withdraw. Hyanku quickly bowed once more and, maintaining his bent posture, took 3 steps backward before turning to leave. However, at that moment, Hassan halted his departure, as the Dothraki tribe defeated by the lords had been entrusted to Hyanku for management. Thus, a new spawning mechanism was established. Chapter 30. Uncle Snake is returning to the village. A call for continued reading. Elevate Hyanku, nurturing his potential into that of a true warrior, transforming him into a force to be reckoned with. Consequently, he would stir the tides of the entire Dothraki Sea, further supporting and manipulating this newfound power to vanquish and absorb all rival forces encountered, thereby becoming the mightiest faction in the Dothraki Sea. The next step would be to set sights on other tribes, such as the Lazarene, known as the Sheepmen, who appear to possess some esoteric knowledge related to shamanic practices. Moreover, consider the 9 free cities of trade. Illyrio Mopatus, as one of the governors of the city-state of Pentos, has the capacity to procure extraordinary items like dragon eggs, showcasing the significant capabilities of these city-states. Additionally, there lies the ruins of Valyria, shrouded in terrifying curses. Nanxing, upon hearing various rumors, is reminded of the nuclear fallout zones of Year. Such locations are ones he prefers to avoid risking personal ventures, thus necessitating the delegation of others to explore them in his stead. In light of this, establishing a puppet force becomes vital. Why a puppet force, you may ask? Simply due to a desire for convenience. Nanxing does not wish to squander precious moments embroiled in the intricate affairs of the world of ice and fire. My Legion Experience Pool, 6666. Uchiha Nanxing, Uchiha Skilled Warrior, 106, 1000. Strength, Physique, Agility, Spirit, Ninjutsu, Chakra Innate Attributes, Fire, Wind. Chakra, Bloodline Talent, Double Tomo Sharingan. Possessing immense potential. Evaluation, a nimble warrior with a peculiar bloodline inclined towards ninjutsu. Your frail physique is your fatal weakness. Hyanku, Dothraki Cavalry Commander, 01000. Strength, Physique, Agility, Spirit, 07 Esoteric Knowledge, Battle Aura, Bloodline Talent, Beast Affinity. The customs and culture of the Dothraki have fostered a profound bond with equine and certain similarly sized beasts over countless generations. Evaluation, an unprecedented low-tier extraordinary warrior who has surpassed the limits of original growth. Awakened to an extraordinary vocation, he can expend limited battle aura to enhance his weapons and body, thereby augmenting defensive and offensive capabilities. Growth potential is evident. The notorious leader of the Hanyanku bandits has transformed into a cavalry commander, a seemingly incongruous transition. Could this imply a submission to authority? The attributes of Hanyanku, strength, agility, and stamina, have each increased by 3 points, while his mental fortitude has only seen a modest rise of 1 point. It appears that the Dothraki are not particularly renowned for their intellect. As for the extraordinary knowledge, Nanxing interprets it as Hanyanku gaining mastery over his own extraordinary energy, his battle aura. The energy has been supplanted by this battle aura, and after conducting some tests, Hanyanku discovers that his defense is akin to donning a suit of iron armor enveloping his entire being. Even Qingzi finds it requires considerable effort, utilizing chakra to attach to her shuriken to cut through it. His resistance to ninjutsu is commendable, as he can withstand the aftershocks of the great fireball technique. His endurance also deserves praise. Ordinary Dothraki warriors struck him a staggering 786 times before exhausting his resources. However, a notable drawback is the battle aura's exceedingly slow recovery rate, merely 3 to 4 units per hour, and its significant consumption of food. Hanyanku now requires 5 to 6 meals a day, each comprising 2 to 3 pounds of meat. Yet, this can only be deemed a minor flaw, overshadowed by his considerable strengths. A slight disparity in rank has propelled Hanyanku to new heights, evoking envy and excitement among all the warriors of his caste who are aware of his transformation. Regardless of the nature of the pact made with that fearsome demon, their leader now possesses formidable abilities, and it seems a promotion to Casa for their group is not far off. At that juncture, the original members will naturally rise alongside him, with the possibility of becoming a Ko themselves in the future. After becoming a proficient warrior of the Uchiha clan, Nanxing's Sharingan has evolved into a double Tomo state. His dynamic vision has seen a slight enhancement, allowing him to perceive chakra pathways, discern every subtle movement of his opponents, and understand the intricate processes of muscular exertion, all of which he meticulously records in his mind. This, undoubtedly, is the source of the Sharingan's insight and replication capabilities. However, He has yet to experiment with its hypnotic potential. He wonders if he will have the opportunity to explore the concept of hypnosis, perhaps even a knowledge exchange of sorts. In terms of attributes, Nanxings are slightly inferior to those of Huashu and Mingxue when they were proficient warriors of the Uchiha clan, particularly in stamina. He can only hope that stamina does not become a limiting factor in his ascension to an elite Uchiha warrior. Otherwise, he may find himself facing restrictions once more. On this day, the higher-ups of Konoha suddenly announced an exhilarating piece of news to the villagers. The legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Konoha, with 4 members slain on the spot and the remaining 3 fleeing in disarray, currently still under pursuit. However, details regarding the hero who paid the price for this victory or the specific ninjutsu employed to achieve such results were not disclosed. Certainly, it is perfectly reasonable to withhold intelligence regarding our formidable allies in order to prevent them from becoming targets. At this moment, no one has drawn any conclusions from this decision. As news of this development spread, the Mist Shadow significantly withdrew from the stage of the Third Shinobi War, resulting in a stabilization of the conflict in the direction of Konoha. At this juncture, the commander Orochimaru was summoned back to the village under the pretext of recuperation. Prior to this, the illustrious Namikaze Minato had shown brilliantly on the battlefield against the Cloud and Rock Shinobi, successfully earning the title of the new elite Jonin of Konoha. The Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, also gained renown throughout the shinobi world, attracting the envy of many. Upon hearing this, Nanxing felt a stirring in his heart. Had Orochimaru already been forsaken by Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time? If so, might there be a chance to approach Orochimaru during this period? However, reflecting on Uncle Snake's rather aloof demeanor and the disparity in their respective strengths, Nanxing quickly extinguished this fleeting thought. At this moment, Uncle Snake likely represented the pinnacle of the legendary Sannin. With only 3 Jonin on his side, it would be unwise to invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. Chapter 31. The Rock Shinobi Strike. Cloud Shinobi suffer heavy losses. Lost in thought, Nanxing found himself feeling somewhat constrained. Yet upon glancing at his slender limbs, he accepted the reality. He still had much growth ahead and could not afford to be reckless. Having only been in this world for less than half a year, there was no need for such urgency. Nanxing reassured himself, taking several deep breaths to suppress the restless stirrings within. Furthermore, there was no necessity to confront Uncle Snake. Although he later became fixated on the Sharingan and clashed fiercely with Uchiha Sasuke, he too had faced defeat at the hands of Itachi. Less than half a month after the upper echelons announced the defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the mist, Orochimaru returned to Konoha with a contingent of approximately 500 subordinates. What struck one as significant was that the Konoha leadership, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not organize a large-scale reception for these returning warriors. Only a sparse few gathered to welcome Orochimaru and his entourage, most of whom were villagers with friends or family fighting on the front lines of the mist. Of course, a portion of them were admirers of Orochimaru. Notably absent from this assembly were members of the Uchiha clan. During the Third War, over 300 of their kin perished on the front lines against the mist, a grim consequence of being deployed to an area where their attributes were severely mismatched. As the commander overseeing the mist front, it would be hard for anyone to believe that Orochimaru bore no responsibility for this tragedy. Though Nanxing speculated that the still uncorrupted Orochimaru likely had not targeted the Uchiha clan during the conflict, it remained true that he was a direct disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this light, one might argue that the Uchiha clan had not entirely wronged him. Orochimaru returned to Konoha in a rather unremarkable manner, and thereafter, he remained silent, at least without causing any stir that Nanxing could discern. Nonetheless, Nanxing understood that the descent of his uncle into darkness likely commenced at this juncture. Subsequently, Nanxing's life regained its tranquility, devoid of any significant events warranting his attention, and naturally, there was nothing he could intervene in during this time. However, the situation in the ninja world was far from favorable for Konoha. The Second Great Ninja War had concluded only a few years prior, and many of the renowned ninjas from Konoha's illustrious era, such as Kakashi Hatake, Kurenai Yui, Asuma Sarutobi, and Obito Uchiha, had yet to reach adulthood amidst the interlude of war before the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. The young ninjas of Konoha were thus compelled to enter the battlefield prematurely, an indication of the considerable fatigue afflicting this colossal entity in the ninja world. Particularly now, as the Third Great War persisted for an extended period, the absence of significant defeats in battle, despite the prolonged engagements, demonstrated Konoha's undeniable strength. Even the higher echelons of Konoha, such as Hiruzen Sarutobi, found leisure to engage in internal strife and suppression. This state of affairs was partly due to the fact that the other four great ninja villages were not entirely unified in their opposition to Konoha. For instance, the IWA ninja village had only allocated a portion of its forces to engage in low-intensity skirmishes with Konoha in the Land of Grass. Meanwhile, the Mist ninja village was embroiled in conflicts with the Wind ninja village, with a considerable intensity of warfare. Only the Wind ninja village and the Cloud ninja village maintained a level of hostilities comparable to that of Konoha, particularly the latter. Driven by the ambition of claiming the prosperity of the Land of Fire following the demise of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the second Reikage. A turning point emerged between the Cloud Ninja and IWA Ninja villages. After several years of intense battles between the Cloud and Konoha, both sides exhibited signs of fatigue. Although Konoha appeared somewhat more resilient. Recently, on the battlefield, Minato Namikaze emerged as a formidable contender against the Third Hokage, A. Capable of holding his ground against A and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the illustrious combination of the Cloud Ninja forces. This immense pressure prompted the Cloud Ninja to temporarily lessen the intensity of their conflict with Konoha, awaiting the outcomes of battles involving other ninja villages, as they felt it was time to rest after enduring for so long. Yet, the cunning Tsuchikage, Anoki, chose this moment to brazenly invade the Land of Lightning. The scheming second Tsuchikage swiftly led an army of over 10,000 IWA ninjas to intercept the retreating Cloud forces, inflicting substantial casualties in a remarkably brief period. It was at this moment that the Third Hokage, A, embraced his moment of glory, opting to remain behind to confront over 10,000 IWA ninjas single-handedly. Engaging in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. The reputation of the strongest spear, the Hell Stab, and the strongest shield, the lightning armor, resonated throughout the ninja world, marking the conclusion of the 49th year of Konoha. The atmosphere of the new year during wartime was rather subdued. Nonetheless, the Uchiha clan held a grand New Year's festival internally, inviting numerous close acquaintances and families to partake in the festivities. Among them were the Yui and Kuruma clans, both of which were once significant ninja families within Konoha. Regrettably, due to years of warfare and certain internal issues, they have both fallen into decline, with even the existence of high-ranking ninja within their ranks being exceedingly rare. The Yui clan had maintained a close relationship with the Uchiha clan since the Warring States period and, owing to the Uchiha, had joined Konoha, becoming one of its founding ninja clans. Their decline may be partially attributed to the increasingly precarious standing of the Uchiha clan within Konoha. The deterioration of a steadfast ally inevitably reflects the waning influence of the Uchiha. As for the Kuruma clan, the current leader, Kuruma Songyun, a Konoha Jonin, was once a comrade of Uchiha Fugaku, and their relationship had always been amicable. Additionally, Songyun is the father of Kuruma Yakumo, who was one of the victims of the heart demon, Idu, awakened by Yakumo's bloodline limit. Unfortunately, at this time, Yakumo had yet to be born, and it would be many years before Nanxing would encounter that intriguing young girl. Children should live carefree lives, and naturally, no one would bother to inform Nanxing about adult matters, let alone consult him on them. Although Uchiha Haruko had already achieved mastery in fire-style transformation as a Jonin, she had never revealed her abilities before her clan members. Being a woman, her status within the clan was inherently low. Thus, Nanxing and his trio could only relish this tranquil period, during which Haruko had specially invited 2 of her former comrades from her Genin days, 1 male and 1 female, both civilian ninjas, to join the New Year celebration at the Uchiha estate. Although tensions had begun to surface between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, particularly after the tragic passing of Nanxing's unfortunate father, Uchiha Tanjirou, these repercussions had not yet permeated the lower ranks. In the eyes of ordinary civilian ninjas, the Uchiha clan remained the esteemed premier family of Konoha. Being able to partake in the Uchiha's New Year festival was undoubtedly a significant event that could elevate one's status. Chapter 32. 50 Years of Wood Industry. The Third War approaching its end, although this new year was rather dull for Nanxing. It marked the time when he would reach the age eligible for enrollment in the Ninja Academy. Due to his distinctive personality, he chose not to attend. In response, Uchiha Gen graciously opened a portion of the clan's lower-tier treasured tomes to Nanxing and arranged for a clan Jonin to serve as his mentor. Uchiha Tenki, a name that Nanxing found rather worthy of jest, was a 28-year-old Jonin of the Uchiha clan. Despite being of an age that could be deemed as that of an uncle in the ninja world, Uchiha Tenki still appeared remarkably youthful. Possessing striking good looks and a slender physique, standing nearly 6 feet tall. A 28-year-old who looks no different from an 18-year-old youth is undoubtedly an enviable state. Clad in a form-fitting battle suit adorned in shades of slate gray, a forehead protector bearing the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village rests upon his brow, while a standard vest of the Leaf Security Department envelopes his upper body. It appears that his duties within the Leaf Security Division are not overly burdensome. Otherwise, Uchiha Tenki would not have been able to undertake the additional task of instructing Nank for 2 hours every other day. His presence has not caused any distress to Nank, who has already ascended to the initial ranks of a nin in both physical and chakra training. His foundational skills have far surpassed the pre-academic level that Uchiha Tenki once recalled, and Nank breezes through the various assessments of his progress. The true challenge lies in restraining his own power to avoid revealing more than necessary. Yet, this intricate game of self-control further hones Nank's mastery over his abilities. And Uchiha Tenki's guidance proves to be remarkably effective. Engaging in a comprehensive foundational training regimen from scratch poses no detriment to Nank, aside from consuming a bit of time. Rather, it yields considerable benefits. This is evidenced by the gradual, albeit slight, increase in the values of his attributes displayed on his panel. On the battlefield of the ninja world, following the demise of the Third Hokage, the Cloud Village has effectively exited the fray. Although the Stone Village suffered significant losses, the overall damage incurred was not catastrophic. Merely over 1,000 ninjas had fallen at the hands of the Third Hokage, and their strategic objectives remained unmet. The time bought by the Third Hokage has allowed the Cloud Village to finalize their defensive preparations in the Land of Lightning, leaving the Stone Village with little opportunity to breach it unless Inoki of the 2-day scale opts for a direct confrontation. However, such a direct approach is not characteristic of this cunning strategist. In contrast to the defensively fortified Land of Lightning, the Leaf Village, positioned centrally on the continent and subjected to attrition by the other 3 major ninja villages, presents a more enticing target. With over 8,000 ninjas remaining, the Stone Village redirected their offensive, swiftly pushing through the Land of Grass and advancing their front lines to the very edge of the Land of Fire. Unprepared for the rapid advance of the Awakens, the Hidden Leaf found itself in a precarious position. Although the Leaf promptly dispatched elite forces to counter the assault, they were met with overwhelming aggression from the numerically superior Awakens, resulting in a continuous retreat of their defenses. Fortunately, an unexpected movement by the Cloud Village at the border with the Land of Earth compelled the Second Hokage to allocate some ninjas to bolster the defenses in that area. It is well known that the hot-headed warriors of the Cloud Village are notorious for their propensity for headstrong combat. Their infamous history includes a rebellion against their own Second Hokage for signing a truce, leading to the execution of their own leader, Jin Jiao and In Jiao. While it is unlikely that they would recklessly assault the Land of Earth, the possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. The 2-day scale Inoki is unwilling to take such a gamble, resulting in a significant decrease in the number of Awakens ninjas stationed at the front lines between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Although they still number over 3,000, any plans for a swift breakthrough of the Land of Fire's defenses have been thwarted. Thus, the 2-day scale Inoki can only mutter a curse of misfortune, yet at this juncture, the Awakens continues to hold the upper hand against the Hidden Leaf. In the precarious situation of Konoha, stretched thin by an extended front, they found themselves unable to allocate sufficient forces to counter the onslaught of the Rock Shinobi, while remaining vigilant to the movements of neighboring nations. To alter the course of events, the leadership of Konoha devised a strategic plan to dispatch elite ninjas to infiltrate enemy territory, sabotage their support outposts, and sever their supply lines. Among the operatives designated for this mission was the team led by Minato Namikaze, which comprised 2 Jonin and 2 Chunin, including Kakashi Hitaki, who had recently attained the rank of Jonin. The Kanabi Bridge was a pivotal supply point along the route for the Rock Ninja, and it was precisely this target that Minato's team was tasked to assault. While the specifics of the battle remained unknown to Nanxing, he was aware that the ultimate outcome aligned with the original timeline. The Kanabi Bridge was successfully destroyed, significantly shifting the tide of war and laying the groundwork for future victories, a conflict that would come to be known as the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. However, the heavy toll exacted for such an achievement was not widely publicized. Chunin Rin Noara went missing, and Chunin Obito Uchiha fell in battle, while Jonin Kakashi Hitaki lost an eye, subsequently taking possession of Obito's remaining Sharingan without the Uchiha clan's consent. This action stirred considerable unrest among the lower ranks of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, after negotiations between clan leader Fugaku Uchiha, the Third Hokage, and Minato Namikaze, the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan tacitly accepted Kakashi's use of Obito's Sharingan. The terms of this acceptance remain unknown to Nanxing, but it appeared to ease tensions between the clan and the leadership of Konoha. As the incident involving Kakashi's eye gradually faded from public discourse, further developments regarding Rin Nohara's sacrifice during the Three Tails incident eluded Nanxing. However, during a chance encounter with Kakashi, whose demeanor bore the weight of despair, Nanxing could surmise the gravity of the circumstances. At that juncture, his attention was diverted from Kakashi, for Uchiha Haruko had, after 6 months of diligent endeavors and participation in the growth of Hachiman Kosuka, arrived at a critical juncture for her imminent promotion. In pursuit of this goal, Haruko temporarily suspended her involvement in the ice and fire world, dedicating a month to the front line alongside her Uchiha brethren against the Rock Shinobi. Engaging in a series of intense battles, she swiftly vanquished 3 Jonin of the opposing faction, earning the moniker of the Uchiha Sword Demon. Having honed her swordsmanship through extensive combat against lower-tier warriors in the ice and fire realm, coupled with the fierce skirmishes against the Rock Shinobi, she ultimately cultivated her own distinctive style. Haruko wielded a katana with a blade length of half a meter, employing the Uchiha clan's unique swordsmanship, and, drawing from Nanxing's insights inspired by Shursui, she carved her own path in the art of body flicker technique. Her short-range thrusts proved to be immensely threatening, leading to the unexpected demise of the 3 Jonin from the Rock Ninja. More importantly, after accomplishing these tasks, Uchiha Haruko's elite warriors finally commenced their advancement. Chapter 33. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan Beyond Destiny. In Haruko's attribute panel, the phrase advancing finally appeared. Overjoyed, Nanxing simultaneously sensed a familiar surge of strengthening energy coursing through her body. Prompted by her physical exhaustion, she persuaded a senior elder of the Uchiha clan, stationed at the front lines, to grant her permission to return to the village. A new Kaleidoscope Sharingan was on the verge of being born. While Nanxing was filled with anticipation, he could not shake off his worries. After all, it is well known that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan comes with drawbacks, and excessive use can lead to blindness. Nanxing harbored little doubt about whether the system would allow the kaleidoscope to evolve into the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, but he pondered the experience points required for such an advancement. Would there be any additional conditions? These concerns weighed heavily on his mind, especially since he would inevitably become a wielder of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan in the foreseeable future. He certainly did not wish to share the same fate as the yet-to-be-born Sasuke, who awakened his Kaleidoscope Sharingan only to lose his sight within a year. Thus, the answers to these questions regarding Haruko's advancement were, for the time being, even more significant than the abilities of her Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This advancement signified the potential for mass-producing the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. With the Uchiha family still numbering in the thousands, he was determined to gather 200 pairs of eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, believing that no one in the ninja world would dare to challenge him. If there was a possibility for further advancement, he would seek out Otsutsuki himself. Tension and anticipation accompanied Nanxing throughout the day. He recalled the excitement he felt when he first discovered that the Fifth Lady could also achieve such power. Sleepless nights plagued Uchiha Haruko as well. Although she had applied for permission to return to the village, it was evident that traveling from the borders of the Land of Fire back to Konoha could not be accomplished in a single day, unless she utilized a rapid succession of body flicker techniques, which would undoubtedly diminish her physical condition and potentially jeopardize the awakening of her Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Caution was paramount. Furthermore, she needed to be wary of unexpected encounters along the way, such as infiltrating ninjas from enemy nations. Given the frailty of a ninja's health, it was prudent to exercise caution. Thus, Uchiha Haruko's advancement took place in a secluded corner within the frontline camp of Konoha, where this pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which was never destined to exist, was born unnoticed by everyone else. In a rather inconspicuous tent designated for the Uchiha clan's resting area, Uchiha Haruko, who had been meditating all night, suddenly opened her eyes. A beautiful, crystalline gaze, brimming with feminine allure, was suddenly illuminated by a flash of crimson. Any ordinary person who happened to witness it would instinctively feel their heart skip at least a beat. However, the crimson hue within Haruko's pupils underwent a new transformation. 3 blood-red tomo began to rotate clockwise, gaining speed with each passing moment, until, at a certain instant, the spinning tomo converged into a singular, circular, crimson blood ring. Abruptly halting, the 3 tomo transformed into 3 razor-like blades, gracefully rotating within her pupils. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan awakened. Simultaneously, all attributes of Uchiha Haruko experienced a significant enhancement, heralding the silent emergence of a new shadow-level powerhouse. Meanwhile, Nanxing, who had been waiting throughout the night, felt a stirring within his heart and instinctively opened the system panel. Indeed, Uchiha Haruko, Uchiha Divine Warrior, 0. Strength, Body, Agility, Spirit, Ninjutsu, Chakra Innate Attributes, Fire, Wind. Chakra, 7. Body, Agility, Ninjutsu, Bloodline Talent, Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a formidable top-tier bloodline. Now evolved to its limits. Evaluation. Possessing a unique bloodline with agility and a mental inclination toward a ninja-type warrior. Bloodline potential has been fully realized, awakening special abilities that extend from personal heart alignment. Uchiha Divine Warrior. Is this what divinity entails? The specific powers gained by Haruko post-advancement were not displayed on the attribute panel, such as the abilities of the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan and Susanoo. It seems she would need to familiarize herself with and master these abilities. Nevertheless, several noteworthy pieces of information emerged. Firstly, the experience required to ascend to the next tier of Super Shadow level had increased tenfold, reaching a staggering 100,000 units. Additionally, Haruko's 5-dimensional attributes had tripled, and her chakra had surged by several dozen times. Lastly, the evaluation hinted at the next enhancement of the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, referred to by the system as mutation, necessitating some wondrous item of flesh and blood attributes. Other enhancement options would require the collection of more extraordinary information in the future to unlock flesh and blood type wondrous items. It remains uncertain whether these could be obtained from the ninja world or the realms of ice and fire. However, it is highly probable that the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan of her direct siblings and parents would correspond to this flesh and blood type wondrous item. Yet, Nanxing could not currently envision any substitute that the realms of ice and fire might offer. After successfully advancing, Uchiha Haruko did not linger at the frontline camp in Konoha, but returned to the village as originally planned. This period marked nearly 2 months since the Battle of Kemui Bridge, and it seemed the Third Great Ninja War was drawing to a close. The conclusion of Konoha's hard-won and costly victory in this war was already established, and there was no necessity for Uchiha Haruko's combat prowess to be exposed at this time. Moreover, given that Haruko had yet to familiarize herself with the myriad abilities of the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the extent of her combat capabilities remained uncertain. 2 days later, Uchiha Haruko finally concluded her training at the tail end of the Third War and returned to Konoha Village, Panto's district, Uchiha Manor. This modest estate, spanning over 2 hectares, has been acquired by Nanxing, and their party has resided here for 2 months. The central edifice of the estate is not a castle in the traditional sense, but rather a 5-story stone building in a Western architectural style, resembling a secondary fortress. Each floor of this structure boasts an area of approximately 500 to 600 square meters, ample space for the Uchiha Quartet alongside their servants, including Hazand and Nero, totaling 8 in number. Surrounding the stone building, a new ring of low outbuildings has been constructed, accompanied by a perimeter wall made of stone, 3 meters high and 1 meter wide. Some of these dwellings are designated for the serfs who previously labored on the estate, considered as adjunct property of the Uchiha estate, and included in the prior transaction. Should Nanxing choose to dismiss them, these individuals would face the grim fate of being sold at the horse market in Pantos. Indeed, the commodification of human lives, often at prices inferior to that of horses, is a stark reality of this world. Chapter 34. An initial trial of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The familiar servants of Hazand expressed astonishment at the reappearance of Uchiha Haruko, who had vanished for a month. However, they understood that it was not their place to inquire further, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect. When Uchiha Haruko departed from Nanxing's side to head towards the front line in Konoha, the construction of the estate's walls and low buildings had only just commenced. Now, a month later, these structures have been completed, albeit lacking in aesthetic appeal, even bordering on the unsightly. Nevertheless, Nanxing intends to take the time to draft a conceptual design inspired by ancient Chinese gardens, subsequently engaging professionals for its realization, envisioning a cherished residence. The current stone building serves merely as a temporary abode. Previously, the Uchiha estate primarily cultivated a subtropical fruit akin to jackfruit from the world of ice and fire, which, as an economic crop, yields approximately 10 gold dragons annually for the estate's owner. Additionally, a small portion of the land is dedicated to cultivating wheat, which is distinctly different from the wheat known to Nanxing and Blue Star. The wheat of this world is nearly 5 times the size of typical grains, with plants standing twice as tall. More importantly, the yield of this wheat exceeds threefold, boasting the remarkable ability to remain unwound into flour for 5 to 10 years. This may reflect a form of adaptive evolution in response to the prolonged summers and harsh winters characteristic of the ice and fire world. In this realm, winters are significantly shorter than summers, with the latter enduring for up to a decade, while the harshest winter recently lasted 5 years. This disparity has led to heightened demands for food preservation, making this robust wheat the most common crop in the world. The Uchiha estate had also cultivated nearly 100 acres of wheat, alongside various fruits and vegetables, serving as sustenance for the serfs and a modest supply of goods. From an operational perspective, the Uchiha manor is indeed capable of achieving self-sufficiency, which many consider to be a valuable asset. Although the 3,000 golden dragons paid by Nanxing for this estate may represent a premium, in the grand scheme of things, it cannot be deemed a loss-making venture. Nanxing has also retained the original staff of the manor, with the exception of a few loyal confidants appointed by the previous owner. There has been no hasty decision to alter the cultivation practices. For the time being, everything remains unchanged. At this moment, Uchiha Haruko stands within the confines of the courtyard, illuminated by the anticipation emanating from Nanxing and the eager gazes of Hanshio and Mingxue. The excitement in the eyes of the two 12-year-old kunoichi is palpable. After all, they are about to witness the legendary might of the Uchiha clan, the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Haruko nods slightly, signaling her intent to commence. Without any overt gesture, an overwhelming mental pressure suddenly envelopes the entire area. Simultaneously, the three-tomo Sharingan silently manifests in Haruko's eyes, swiftly transforming into two kaleidoscope Sharingan resembling the shape of shuriken. Upon entering this state, I can distinctly perceive an immense power coursing through my being, rendering me seemingly invincible. Clearly, during her time in the ninja world, Haruko had previously activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan discreetly. However, she had restrained herself, avoiding any unnecessary commotion. Now, in the realm of Pantastos, she can finally unleash her full potential. Astonishingly, blood-red tears begin to flow from Haruko's eyes, and with a resolute shout, the previously suffocating mental force transforms into a chilling aura that instills dread. From behind Haruko, a massive vertebral column emerges, thick as a human body, rapidly generating rib bones that encase her. Yet, through the gaps between the ribs, her expression remains visible. The blood tears have gradually ceased, suggesting her acclimatization to this state. Subsequently, a skeletal left arm composed of pale purple energy grows swiftly from the spine, followed by the right arm, a skull, and ultimately, an enormous shield towering 3 men high. In just a few heartbeats, a half-formed skeletal figure, slightly smaller than the adjacent 5-story stone building, stands resolutely upon the earth. Susanoo. Maintaining this state is somewhat taxing, yet not excessively so. Short-term combat should pose no issue. Before the words fully escape her lips, Haruko's expression darkens, and her eyes overflow with even more dramatic blood tears. Concurrently, the half-formed skeletal Susanoo begins to rapidly develop veins and muscle, eventually cloaked in a layer of pale purple energy, while a large shuriken resembling a windmill materializes in its previously empty right hand. At this moment, both Nanxing and Huashu Mingxue, without exception, activated their Sharingan, meticulously observing the formidable Susanoo, a weapon of mass destruction at a military level. Nanxing noted that within the confines of Susanoo, Qingzi's eyes were shedding blood tears. Although they were not as terrifying as the initial surge of blood when she activated Susanoo's second form, they showed no sign of abating. The crimson liquid continued to cascade down her fair visage, causing a slight tightening in Nanxing's chest. Just then, he distinctly heard Uchiha Qingzi's voice once more. This form bears a significant burden. I sense that even with my utmost effort, I can only sustain it for less than 10 minutes before collapsing. However, its combat and defensive capabilities are remarkably enhanced, far superior to the initial form. Having said this, Uchiha Qingzi voluntarily dispelled Susanoo, the imposing half-formed deity, dissipating like mist. After all, it was their own estate, and it was ill-advised to test the lethal potential of Susanoo's enormous shuriken, exceeding 5 meters in diameter. In the distance, the serfs and servants, thoroughly shaken by the commotion, finally mustered the courage to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon witnessing Qingzi dispel Susanoo, Huashu and Mingxue swiftly approached her, supporting her on either side. Sister Qingzi, you are so impressive. I feel I would struggle to withstand even a single move from you. Indeed, just now, when I was locked in that giant's terrifying gaze, I found it difficult to move at all. Nanxing stepped forward. Sister Qingzi, are you all right? Uchiha Qingzi shook her head, indicating that she was fine. I can sense it. Much like the first time you welcomed me into the Legion, a faint vitality continuously emanates from within me, slowly restoring my body. Yes, with Iron Bone and Healing. These two Legion skills possess the ability to gradually restore members' injuries and vitality. If so, Doesn't that mean Qingzi can use her Manjiki Sharingan indefinitely without fearing the adverse effects of blindness? Chapter 35. An initial trial of the Manjiki Sharingan. Iron Bone. Level 1. Increases vitality by 2 points. Healing. Level 1. Increases healing speed by 10 points. A small amount of the individual's energy is consumed during recovery. It was proven that these two Legion skills alone could not grant Uchiha Qingzi the ability to sustain her Manjiki Sharingan indefinitely. Having merely activated the second form of Susanoo, and without even testing its offensive and defensive capabilities, her eyes had already sustained a degree of damage. They began to feel dry, and her vision experienced temporary blurriness. Even with the enhancement of the two Legion skills, it took half an hour for her sight to return to full clarity. This indicated that the current level 1 recovery skills could only ensure that Uchiha Qingzi would receive sustained recovery post-battle. In other words, this meager supplement cannot possibly match the consumption of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan during high-intensity battles. What to do? Naturally, one must augment it. Legion Experience Pool. Currently, there remains nearly 140,000 Legion experience, despite the consumption of 10,000 experience for Haruko's synchronization and advancement of her bloodline to awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The accumulation of such a substantial amount of Legion experience is attributed to a rather significant issue. Legion members, upon reaching the limit of personal experience for their realm, find themselves unable to store or absorb any excess experience. Nevertheless, they can still contribute to the Legion's experience pool, which is the awkward predicament faced by Hanabi, Akane, and Natsuki at present. From August of the 49th year of Konoha to October of the 50th year, they have spent nearly half of that time engaged in monster hunting. Hanabi and Akane, elite Uchiha warriors, along with Natsuki, a skilled Uchiha warrior, have long since accumulated the requisite experience for their promotions but remain stalled at certain critical junctures. Natsuki estimates that her primary issue is her still undeveloped physique, which has yet to begin its maturation. While Hanabi and Akane share a portion of this concern, their greater hindrance lies in their mental attributes not meeting the required standards, along with a slight deficiency in their physical constitution. Recently, the two young women have been diligently training in both martial arts and illusion techniques, aiming for targeted enhancements in these two areas. Ding! Congratulations, Legion Commander. Your Legion level has been upgraded. Legion Experience Pool. Ding! Congratulations, Legion Commander. Your Legion level has been upgraded. Legion Experience Pool. Ding! Congratulations, Legion Commander. Your Legion level has been upgraded. Legion Experience Pool. Ding! Congratulations, Legion Commander. Your Legion level has been upgraded. Legion Experience Pool. Alas, I've gone overboard. That final tap was ill-advised. With nearly 140,000 Legion experience, after those few actions, only a little over 10,000 remains. If both Hanabi and Akane were to initiate their advancements simultaneously, would it not spell certain doom for one of them in awakening the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Fear not. These two young women are not poised to advance just yet. There is merely a gap of over 6,000 experience points. Ample time remains. However, it is imperative to remember that a minimum reserve of 20,000 Legion experience must be maintained. Otherwise, when the day arrives for Hanabi and Akane to ascend, Natsuki may find herself filled with regret. With 6 Legion skill points, Natsuki allocated 2 points each to Iron Bones and Healing, and 1 point each to Scouting and Item Management. Legion skills, Iron Bones, Level 3, increases vitality by 6 points. Scouting, Level 2, additionally increases intuition accuracy by 2 points, enhancing the amount of information discovered by 20. Item Management, Level 2, provides 26 cubic meters of personal space. Healing, Level 3, increases health recovery speed by 30, with a minimal energy cost from the individual during recovery. First Aid, Level 1. When a member of the Legion suffers a fatal injury, a shield equivalent to 5 vitality strength is automatically generated. The accumulated experience of the Legion over the past year has nearly been exhausted. And considering the exponential increase in experience required for each level, these Legion skill points will become increasingly precious. However, at this moment, Iron Bones and Healing are of paramount importance to Nanxing. The third floor of the Uchiha Manor's stone tower has been designed as a grand lounge. Previously, each individual had 6 cubic meters of personal space, which was sufficient for Huashu and Mingxua, who had brought a few sofas from the Shinobi world. Coupled with the elegantly rustic solid wood table and coffee table crafted by the old carpenter from the Lazar people, this unexpected combination proved quite harmonious. After testing the Susanoo, Uchiha Haruko returned here with the others to rest on the sofas for half an hour, until their bodies were fully restored. Suddenly, the crimson hue in Haruko's eyes reappeared, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan manifested, casting its gaze towards Nanxing's seat. In the next moment, without a sound, another single sofa beside Nanxing's right hand vanished from the hall, identical to the one beneath him. Nanxing. Elated, he pondered, spatial ability? Huaxiu and Mingxue also noticed this scene, yet their expressions remained devoid of surprise, merely casting curious glances at Haruko. Sister Haruko, what is this? Haruko blinked, her radiant smile brimming with pride and joy. Would you like to take a look inside my space? Huaxiu inquired. Space? What is that? Is it like our personal space? Mingxue chimed in. Yes, yes. Is this also a capability of the kaleidoscope? It can actually allow living beings to enter. It's even more impressive than personal space. Seeing Nanxing nod in agreement, Uchiha Haruko's expression turned serious. In the next instant, Nanxing, Huaxiu, and Mingxue vanished from their spot, leaving Uchiha Haruko seated alone. Accompanied by a subtle sensation of weightlessness, the trio suddenly materialized in an extraordinary space. The floor and ceiling of this realm were composed of a reflective surface radiating a blue luminescence, mirroring their indistinct reflections both above and below. Surrounding them was a faint blue light illuminating an area of roughly 40 to 50 meters, while further beyond lay a shroud of darkness. Even with Nanxing, Huaxiu, and Mingxue activating their Sharingan, they could not penetrate the obscurity. Chapter 36. Initial experiment with the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The surrounding darkness conveyed no information nor any sense of threat. It seemed merely a pure barrier of shadow. The ceiling and floor of this space appeared to be approximately 30 meters apart. If it were merely a room, it would be vast. Beside them was the single sofa that Haruko had just stored, and Nanxing calmly took a seat upon it. Sister Haruko, will this place continue to expand in the future? Nanxing's composure swiftly dissipated the flicker of panic and vigilance within Huaxiu and Mingxue. Indeed, the cheerful voice of Kingxi soon resonated in their ears. Hehe. Lord Nanxing truly does not resemble a child at all, showing no fear whatsoever. This space will gradually expand with the growth of my mental strength. Has Lord Nanxing conceived any brilliant ideas? This was the very reason why Uchiha Kingxi consistently referred to Nanxing as Lord, as opposed to the term young master used by Huaxiu and Mingxue. Nanxing's demeanor was far from that of a mere youthful human cub. He exuded an aura of maturity and steadiness. Uchiha Kingxi had long since resolved that she would remain bound to Nanxing, perhaps ever since that declaration of willingness, or perhaps from the time they traversed the vast Dothraki Sea together. Who could say for certain? Nanxing did not respond to Kingxi's inquiry, but instead continued to probe. Does this space possess any other extraordinary abilities? Indeed, my lord. As soon as Kingxi's words fell, a massive curved screen materialized before Nanxing, its arc reminiscent of the crescent moon at the beginning or end of the month, encompassing a 120-degree field of vision directly in front of him. Unless he deliberately turned his neck, this screen would entirely obscure his view. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the image displayed upon the curved screen that held significance. Before him appeared a girl with waist-length lavender hair tied into a ponytail, clad in a form-fitting black outfit. Even through Nanxing's seasoned eyes, her youthful figure elicited a hint of surprise. Her exposed skin was smooth and delicate, her legs perfectly proportioned, and her curvaceous form was nothing short of captivating. As Nanxing's attention fixated on her alluring silhouette, a wave of shyness, embarrassment, and incredulity surged into his mind, accompanied by Kingxi's voice echoing directly within his consciousness. Lord Nanxing, please do not be so impolite. Sensing Nanxing's profound bewilderment, the Kingxi displayed on the screen cast a bashful yet playful glance toward him. This time, her voice resonated in the blue-lit space. This is the ability of my kaleidoscope. Here, I can absolutely ensure Lord Nanxing's safety. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can transport you wherever you wish to go. In Nanxing's mind, she continued, my lord, just like in that video game you enjoy, I can also allow myself to be controlled by you. For instance, I can connect with your thoughts now, and you can direct my movements or dictate where I should launch an attack. At this revelation, Nanxing was truly astonished. Is that even possible? In the realm of the ninja world, I found myself immersed in a game, embodying a female member of the Uchiha clan, a wielder of the Mangeki Sharingan. Instinctively, Nanxing's gaze shifted to the side profile of Uchiha Haruko on the curved screen. Suddenly, Haruko leapt gracefully off the ground, landing heavily upon the third floor of a stone tower, causing a tremor that was quite a sight to behold. Nanxing felt a wave of embarrassment as he locked eyes with Uchiha Haruko, the atmosphere thick with silence. Realizing his actions, He hurriedly conveyed his apologies to Haruko in his mind. A faint blush adorned her delicate face as she shot him a playful glare through the screen. Before breaking into a smile within his thoughts, Lord Nanxing, one must not be so reckless with a lady. Though Huashu and Mingxue struggled to comprehend Haruko's sudden expressions, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of inferiority in the presence of her proud stature. Despite being merely 3 years her junior, the disparity seemed insurmountable. In the connection of thoughts, Nanxing remarked, "Sister Haruko, my attributes differ greatly from yours. If I were to control you, it might diminish your combat effectiveness. Perhaps it would be better for me to serve as an advisory support while you make your own decisions in the heat of battle? Indeed, you make a valid point. My lord, let us venture forth and test this new experience." Such a novel gaming experience was one that no player could resist. Yet, from her earlier leap, Nanxing acutely sensed that his proficiency in controlling the game character was insufficient. His reflexes lagged far behind the swiftness of Uchiha Haruko's form. Moreover, the intricate maneuvers required for ninjutsu and the utilization of the Sharingan eluded him. Even if he were to force his way through, his combat prowess would be exceedingly limited. However, as someone who had witnessed countless breathtaking battles across myriad realms, Nanxing considered himself capable of fulfilling the role of a supportive connection to Haruko's mind. Haruko readily agreed. Bypassing the stairs and effortlessly leaping to the window, landing among the treetops 100 meters away. In a mere flash, her silhouette reappeared in the distance. Without alerting anyone from Pantoth, Uchiha Haruko ventured alone to the coastal area, proceeding northward along the shoreline. As a skilled and swift ninja, she swiftly penetrated the desolate wilderness several dozen miles away from Pantoth, where she unleashed an overwhelming surge of pale purple chakra. A towering skeletal figure, approximately 10 meters high, materialized from the earth, and as Haruko intensified the release of her chakra, a chilling and formidable skeletal giant emerged. Enveloped within the chest cavity of this energy skeleton, Uchiha Haruko was shielded by ribs and a spine. Bang! A colossal, pale purple skeleton took its inaugural step, though merely a first step. It marked a significant advancement for the Uchiha within the realm of ice and fire. The resonance of its rhythmic footfalls intensified, accompanied by earth-shattering tremors as the immense Susanoo charged forth with formidable speed into the heart of the Dothraki Sea. Chapter 37. The enviable second evolution of Hien was no more. He is now known as Hien-Ka. Indeed, he has ascended to the rank of a Kaos. Hien's caste has undergone a remarkable transformation, having upgraded to a formidable band of over 8,000 men, with a total population exceeding 30,000. In stark contrast to the mere 1,000 members it boasted 7 or 8 months ago, this change is nothing short of revolutionary. Even many of his seasoned subordinates, and at times Hien-Ka himself, feel as though this period has been but a vivid dream. Yet, Hien-Ka, with fingers as thick as carrots, gently clenched his fists, raising them, each the size of a bowl, before him. Breathing in the slight resistance of the pure air, he felt the surge of his bronze-hued muscles in his arms and chest. This strength was undeniably real. Since Hien-Ka's promotion to the esteemed position of Dothraki cavalry commander over half a year ago, his body has undergone a miraculous second evolution. His height has soared from just over 2 meters to an impressive 2 meters and 6, his physique expanding considerably, and his muscular definition becoming remarkably exaggerated, transforming him into a veritable giant. The changes in his body have been profound. His strength, form, and weight have all surged dramatically, making him a renowned warrior within the Dothraki community. For some time, he has even replaced his steed with a heavy warhorse traditionally used by the Dothraki for transporting goods, as his weight exceeding 200 kilograms necessitated a more robust mount to carry him into battle. The heavy steeds, towering over 2 meters at the shoulder and nearly 3 meters in height, are pivotal to the Dothraki's migratory lifestyle across the vast grasslands. However, due to their substantial appetite, consuming 3 to 5 times more than ordinary horses, these heavy horses are quite rare among the typical caste. Fortunately, Hien-Ka's predecessor left him a family of 2 large and 2 small heavy horses. Previously, Hien-Ka had often lamented their voracious consumption, which burdened the caste considerably. Yet, in this unforeseen circumstance, the heavy horses have salvaged Hien-Ka. Otherwise, he might have been relegated to the ranks of infantry. Nevertheless, the challenges posed by the heavy horses are manifold. While they are naturally suited for bearing weight, expecting them to charge at a speed comparable to other warhorses is folly. However, as the commander of the Dothraki cavalry, Hien-Ka's role is contingent upon his ability to charge effectively. A cavalry leader whose speed lags behind that of his own troops holds little value. However, perhaps due to the fortune bestowed upon him by following Nanxing 2 months ago. During the New Year period in the world of ice and fire, a contingent of 500 to 600 Dothraki warriors joined Hyen's Khalasar, presenting him with a rare and precious large wild stallion. This magnificent creature seemed destined to be Hyen's steed. Its stature was but a fraction smaller than the heavy horse he presently rode, yet its capacity for burden was equally impressive. Most importantly, it possessed the extraordinary ability to charge at a speed surpassing that of an ordinary warrior. Although its endurance was somewhat fleeting, this wild stallion, which Hyen named Biden, had only just reached maturity, leaving ample room for future promise. Hyen personally filled Biden's trough with feed and affectionately stroked its white mane. Feeling immense satisfaction with his current life and eager anticipation for the day he would unify the Dothraki Sea with the presence of the Legion commander, Hyen never doubted this. Suddenly, a series of soft tremors accompanied by a thunderous sound echoed in the distance, growing ever closer. Hyen's expression grew increasingly grave, as he sensed an aura of extreme danger approaching. Soon, a colossal skeletal Susanoo, towering nearly 30 meters high, came into view, charging towards Hyen with an unparalleled ferocity, as if intent on crushing them all. Faced with this incomprehensible calamity, the Dothraki were thrown into a state of panic. The herd of horses, cattle, and sheep erupted into chaos, fleeing in every direction. Many of the tethered horses struggled violently, desperate to escape. Just as the dreadful outcry of the camp was about to ensue, their call, Hyen, finally discerned through his extraordinary vision the figure of Uchiha Haruko encased within the translucent lavender energy of the Susanoo, releasing a sigh of relief within. Upon witnessing the tumultuous scene within the camp, he inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Silence! Allies have arrived. You cowards, what are you panicking for? True Gil is bringing disgrace upon us." During this time, Hyen's four bloodbound guards swiftly gathered around him. Upon hearing their call's words, they too breathed a sigh of relief and began to echo Hyen's commands, attempting to quell the surrounding chaos, though their efforts seemed less than effective. Hyen led a few of his bloodbound guards and a handful of trusted warriors swiftly beyond their encampment, confronting the towering and fearsome Susanoo. The guards beside him felt their legs tremble involuntarily. Hyen, too, felt a surge of anxiety as he clenched his fists, his heart racing like thunder. Yet he forced himself to maintain composure. Although Uchiha Haruko, a senior officer in the Legion, appeared to be in a rather unsettling state, surely she would not resort to harming a comrade such as himself. Although Hyamka valiantly stood at the forefront of his kin, claiming that the approaching entity was an ally, the sheer height difference, a staggering tenfold, rendered the being a true demonic presence. The audacity of Hyamka, a Kaio, to stand resolutely for his people evoked profound admiration. This courageous stance was indelibly etched in the memories of all the Dothraki witnessing the scene. Within a mere 100 meters, the imposing Susanoo finally began to decelerate, allowing Hyamka, who had slightly bent his knees, to fully relax in the final moments. Heaving a sigh, Hyamka felt the dampness enveloping his back. Were the veterans of the Legion truly this terrifying? Fortunately, he had never underestimated them merely because they were women. Otherwise, he feared that even his sleep would be disturbed in the future. Alongside him, the brave Dothraki warriors gathered, their astonished gazes fixated on the skeletal giant and the figure of Uchiha Haruko within it. Several bloodbound guards, as Hyamka's trusted confidants, recognized Haruko, and an overwhelming sense of shock and reverence welled within them upon witnessing her command such catastrophic power. Truly, she was deserving of the title of a demonic envoy. Breathtaking even as a woman. Chapter 38. The Dothraki undeniably revere the strong. In their customs, women, the elderly, and eunuchs are regarded as subjugated weaklings. Yet, this culture possesses a tender side, as these vulnerable individuals are permitted to ride in carriages and receive special care. From a closer vantage, the ethereal lavender Susanoo instilled an oppressive sensation in the Dothraki, akin to a mountain looming overhead. Particularly, the chakra emanating from Haruko's kaleidoscopic Sharingan exuded an aura of dark malevolence. Those who are just and resolute may instinctively harbor disdain for the wielder of the Uchiha's kaleidoscope. Conversely, the weak-willed and feeble are more easily cowed by its power, experiencing visceral fear and trepidation. At this moment, Hyamka and his numerous subordinates, while still emboldened to gather around him in defiance of the distant Susanoo, fell into silence as the terrifying skeletal giant approached. All the Dothraki lowered their heads in timidity, daring only to glance at the giant skeletal foot of Susanoo. Fortunately, Uchiha Haruko shattered the oppressive silence with her voice. Hyamka, are there any here who oppose you or refuse to submit? Hyamka's heart jolted. Was the matriarch once again intervening on his behalf? He quickly gestured toward a direction. 3 days ago, to the southeast, my men encountered a Kaio. However, the opposing force boasted an army of 30,000 warriors. Although Hyamka considered himself formidable, he realized that engaging in a direct confrontation would inevitably lead to significant losses on his side. Thus, he ultimately chose to let them pass. The Dothraki were not particularly inclined toward duels, and when Hyamka issued a challenge to the KO of the opposing side, the latter immediately declined upon witnessing Hyamka's exaggerated stature. This was a prudent decision, as the Dothraki warriors would harbor no suspicions about their own KO's judgment. In the fantastical realm of ice and fire, fearsome beasts abound, such as the mountain cats and ice wolves of Westeros, which are not mere ordinary creatures and would surely overwhelm any solitary human. Upon receiving the guidance, Uchiha Haruko, controlling her Susanoo, turned and prepared to charge forward once more, only to suddenly halt as if a thought had struck her. Almost forgetting, she exclaimed, "Your current weakness lies in your mental fortitude. To grow stronger, the strength of your will is indispensable. Here is a scroll containing a translated technique for mental visualization. Be sure to study it diligently." With that, a scroll appeared in Haruko's hand, and a gap opened in the energy cocoon of her Susanoo, through which the scroll was cast forth. Hyamka hastily caught it, firmly remembering Haruko's words. The power of will, and the technique of mental visualization. Could he truly become even stronger? This was splendid news. Haruko paid no heed to Hyamka's musings. After tossing the secret scroll, she directed her Susanoo to sprint toward the southeast with unmatched vigor. The scroll, indeed, originated from the realm of ninjas and was one of the secret techniques of illusion training, having excluded the chakra cultivation aspects. As for Hyamka's potential success in mastering it, he would serve as the first test subject. If he succeeded, it would be a testament to his capabilities. Should he fail, it would merely indicate that Hyamka's aptitude for training was lacking and not a reflection of the technique's validity. From a distance, Hyamka's subordinates witnessed their KO confront the fearsome skeletal demon and, after a brief standoff, successfully drive it back. They erupted in jubilant cheers. Their KO was indeed an invincible force upon the grasslands, even compelling such a terrifying and powerful demon to show deference. It seemed that the demon had left behind a token of apology before departing. Such sentiments quickly spread throughout the camp, and Hyamka's Blood Alliance guards, along with the loyal warriors nearby, would not dispute this favorable narrative about their KO. Furthermore, they were aware that the reality differed from the rumors, for their KO was, in fact, allied with the very skeletal demon that struck fear into the hearts of many. That formidable demon was, indeed, the greatest support for their KO. As a result, the prestige of Hyamka surged once more, captivating countless tribesmen who gazed at him with fervent adoration. Among them, many youthful and alluring Dothraki women frequently cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Whenever Hyamka's gaze lingered even momentarily, the women being observed would immediately straighten their backs and accentuate their curves, unreservedly showcasing their most enchanting selves. It seemed that with just a subtle beckoning of his finger, his tent would be graced by an abundance of visitors that very night. Although Dothraki customs dictated that their most significant events must unfold beneath the open sky, for Hyamka, they would gladly assume the role of clandestine lovers, if only temporarily. This privilege was one he had never enjoyed, even when he held the title of KO. It was inconceivable to have so many maidens approach him willingly. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haruko continued her relentless pursuit for over an hour, covering nearly 200 miles. Yet she found no signs of a large tribal migration. Just as she began to suspect she had veered off course, she suddenly spotted a substantial group of Dothraki cavalry in the east, their faces etched with terror as they turned towards Susanoo, panic swirling around them. In the next moment, the colossal and formidable Susanoo charged toward them with fierce intent. Witnessing the towering figure of Susanoo, which dwarfed even the mightiest beasts of the plains, the Dothraki warriors wasted no time in turning their steeds to flee. The horses, too, sensed the imminent danger, bolting forward with all their might without needing their riders' urging. Seeing these Dothraki warriors flee in a cowardly manner without so much as a word, Haruko's lips curled into a slight, menacing smile. Flee! The skeletal form of Susanoo erupted with chakra beneath its feet, and simultaneously, for massive voids appeared in its energy cloak, which began to spew forth tremendous waves of chakra flames. Utilizing the principles of jet propulsion, Susanoo rapidly closed the distance to the Dothraki cavalry at a speed approaching instant transmission. Clearly, Nanxing, the master of verbal prowess, was treating Susanoo as a test of strength. In the heart of Uchiha Haruko's psychic space, Nanxing, Huashu, and Mingxua bore witness to her commanding Susanoo as it pursued and annihilated the fleeing Dothraki cavalry. They watched as she mercilessly trampled the panicked Dothraki one by one, and saw Susanoo charge toward the distant signs of the Dothraki camp in the direction the cavalry had fled. Haruko seemed to be teetering on the brink of losing control. Although Nanxing and the others observed from behind Haruko, unable to discern her expressions and demeanor clearly, her occasional smiles, reflected on the curved screen, grew increasingly unsettling, revealing a visage wholly consumed by the ecstasy of slaughter. This left Huashu and Mingxua somewhat startled. Clearly, something was amiss with Qingzi. What has happened to Sister Qingzi? She seems rather frightening. The languid Nanxing merely cast a disinterested glance at the two girls before redirecting his attention to Qingzi on the curved screen. Had his gaze not been fixated on observing the carnage wrought by Susanoo, rather than on Qingzi's alluring form, Huashu and Mingxua might have been tempted to misconstrue the situation. Indeed, Qingzi appeared to be consumed by bloodlust, a facet of her character previously unseen. Perhaps it was due to her solitude this time. Free from any weaknesses to protect or concerns to ponder, allowing her to unleash her true self. Or perhaps the awakening of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan had unleashed a darker side that lay dormant within her. In the vast encampment of the Dothraki, countless livestock lay prostrate on the ground, paralyzed and barely daring to breathe, fearful of attracting the attention of the terrifying demon that had suddenly descended upon them, wreaking havoc. This visceral reaction stemmed from their very souls, a natural reverence for a top predator, a response that only those endowed with extraordinary gifts could confront. The rest could only cower in trepidation, immobilized. They resembled pitiful lambs facing the legendary wrath of a dragon. When all was said and done, standing amidst the hellish landscape of corpses and rivers of blood that had become Susanoo, Uchiha Qingzi suddenly felt a chill sweep over her, snapping her back to reality. Looking up through the pale purple chakra shroud of Susanoo, she surveyed the gruesome, blood-soaked mire that surrounded her. Is this what I have done? How could this be? At that moment, the tumult of confusion, regret, and terror within Uchiha Qingzi was laid bare to Nanxing, who shared a mental connection with her. Even the reasons behind her intense emotional upheaval were vividly apparent to him. Sister Qingzi, even if you truly transform into a demon, you shall always be my Qingzi. Just as I previously stated, each strike you make, each life you take, is in my name. Even if you were to slay the entire world. Should there be any notion of sin, I shall bear it all for you. All consequences shall be mine to endure. Yet, it was merely data. Having claimed less than 100,000 lives, Qingzi's composure began to falter, indicating she still required further tempering. Nanxing's gentle, yet powerful words resonated within her heart. And Uchiha Qingzi, connected to his thoughts, felt the sincerity behind his declarations. Enveloped in an aura of malevolence, Uchiha Qingzi appeared momentarily frozen, her pupils trembling and her heart racing. Though she had long understood the deep bond she shared with Nanxing and had resolved to dedicate her life to him. In this moment, Qingzi comprehended that she would likely never again be able to escape the grasp of this small boy. Even if one has already descended into the depths of hell, there exists a boy capable of uttering a single phrase that can draw her back. The profound impact of this sentiment reverberates not only with Uchiha Haruko, but also with the bystanders Nanxing and Mingxua. They comprehend that if they were to find themselves in a similar predicament, Nanxing would undoubtedly extend the same compassion towards them. Yet, they remain uncertain whether they might encounter such circumstances, particularly as their own pursuit of power has involved the slaughter of countless beings. After all, Uchiha Haruko stands as the first among them to possess the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Nevertheless, the presence of such a steadfast anchor is undoubtedly a source of reassurance. Thank you for your comfort, dear adult, but I am concerned. The words of Haruko were abruptly interrupted. But I do not worry. Every wielder of the Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope Sharingan awakens two unique abilities. Susanoo is merely a shared capability among them. If my instincts serve me well, Haruko, your first special ability is the mental space here. As for the second, it should be the Azura transformation we just witnessed. Azura transformation? Indeed. By sacrificing one's sanity, one gains the most terrifying and precise combat intuition and offensive prowess, instinctively annihilating any entity that exhibits hostility with the most lethal and efficient attacks. This is the unique ability I refer to as Azura transformation. My kaleidoscope's second ability? Uchiha Haruko gazed around, only to realize that the Susanoo surrounding her had shrunk from nearly 30 meters to a mere 3. This not only allowed for more adept control, but also heightened her perception of the external world, significantly alleviating the strain on her eyes. Indeed, perhaps it was Nanxing's initial whimsical suggestion, something about creating several jet openings behind Susanoo to enhance its instantaneous thrust speed, that left Haruko with a sense of subsequent inadequacy during her charge against the hostile Dothraki. It was due to the substantial chakra expenditure that she subconsciously sensed danger, inadvertently plunging into the Azura transformation state. Surprisingly, this led Haruko to discover an alternative mode of utilizing Susanoo. And through testing, she found that the 3-meter form of Susanoo could be sustained for nearly an infinite duration, especially with the existence of several legion skills. The continuous damage to Haruko's eyes from the smaller Susanoo in its second form could be entirely disregarded, while her chakra, exceeding 12,000 points, still fell short of that of the tailed beasts. Maintaining Susanoo for 20 to 30 hours without significant depletion was more than feasible. Moreover, with Haruko's mental space. From this moment forth, Uchiha Nanxing finally possessed the foundational capital to make a significant impact in the ninja world. If Nanxing cast a glance at the awestruck expressions of her companions, should these two also manage to break through their ranks before the Night of the Nine Tails, there would surely be a grand surprise awaiting Uchiha Obito upon his arrival in Konoha. Chapter 40. The background of the Uchiha clan. Once Uchiha Haruko had calmed the tempestuous emotions within her, she gradually retracted the overwhelming aura of lethal intent that had engulfed her. After a full quarter of an hour, the surviving men, women, and children of the ravaged cairn, along with their livestock, began to scatter in a frantic bid for safety across the vast grasslands. Concerned that the over 50,000 corpses of the Dothraki could spawn a horrific epidemic amidst the ruins, Nanxing waited for Haruko to withdraw her Susanoo and, after regaining her chakra, urged her to unleash a grand fire technique to incinerate the remnants of devastation entirely. If possible, it was prudent to avoid losing future experience points due to unforeseen circumstances. Having traversed the Dothraki Sea and wrought countless slaughters, Uchiha Haruko, after tidying up the aftermath, began her return to Pantos in a flash. On her way, she passed by the town of Kar, where she cautioned its inhabitants to refrain from heading southeast in the near future, lest they encounter any vengeful spirits that could bring forth disease among their own. Her journey back to the Uchiha estate was uneventful. Even when encountering other Dothraki parties, Haruko refrained from further bloodshed. Although Nanxing mentioned that Shura transformation was another capability of her Sharingan, Haruko remained wary of such an uncontrollable state. What if she were to lose herself and inadvertently harm Lord Nanxing? Thus, her training in illusion techniques and mental attributes must continue until she could fully master the Shura transformation ability. Meanwhile, Huashu and Mingxue, having witnessed the true power of the Uchiha clan's illustrious Sharingan, became invigorated and dedicated all their time to training. With a system in place and Nanxing by their side, they felt they were but a step away from the Sharingan. If not now, when would they strive for greatness? Thus, the three spirited Uchiha sisters embarked on their training fervently. Nanxing, however, found himself constrained, as his body had yet to enter a phase of rapid development. Not only was he unable to practice physical techniques, but even the refinement of chakra had its limitations. Feeling bored and reluctant to disturb the diligently training trio, he led Hassan and a few other servants around the estate, inspecting the various crops being cultivated. Upon encountering ripe fruits, he would have someone pluck a couple for tasting. And then he engaged in playful antics with the half-black horse he had initially received upon meeting Hassan. It was only when dusk began to settle that he returned to the stone tower to dine with Haruko and the others. The bread made from wheat in this world of ice and fire bore a similar texture to that of the ninja realm, though the culinary offerings here leaned predominantly towards Western cuisine. Initially, it felt somewhat unfamiliar, but among the 5 Lazarus servants, 2 were surprisingly skilled cooks who had made significant strides in their culinary arts under Nanxing's guidance during this time. At least the meals prepared are now more suited to the tastes of Nanxing and her companions. These 5 women have recently ascended to the esteemed status of first-class servants within the Uchiha Manor, akin to Hassan and his 2 compatriots. Not only do they receive a salary, but they also enjoy 2 days off each month. Such generous treatment has left many of the former serfs of Uchiha Manor green with envy. The initial 8 servants of Nanxing, while overwhelmed with gratitude, have also developed a sense of urgency, becoming notably more proactive in both attitude and work ethic. As night fell, Haruko, Keiho, and Akatsuki donned their black night garments, preparing to once again meet Daenerys. Over 2 months ago, during a nighttime reconnaissance, Haruko had a half-intentional, half-coincidental encounter with the 2-year younger Daenerys. The innocent Targaryen girl readily placed her trust in Haruko, faithfully keeping their secret and never revealing Haruko's existence to her brother Viserys. This endearing bond gradually endeared Haruko to the young girl, leading her, along with Akatsuki and Keiho, to frequently visit the 10-year-old Daenerys under the cover of night, sharing heartfelt conversations and laughter. The four have since forged a deep friendship. Tonight, thanks to Haruko's emotional space, Nanxing will also accompany them to meet Daenerys, leaving the question of whether to reveal herself for later consideration. It has been over a year since the beginning of this journey, and her appearance before the protagonist has indeed been quite delayed. However, given that both Nanxing and Daenerys still have a considerable distance to travel before reaching adulthood, such a slow progression is understandable, particularly for Nanxing, as Daenerys is only 3 years away from an arranged marriage to the enigmatic Khal Drogo, a figure rumored to possess hundreds of thousands of Dothraki followers. One wonders how long it will take for Hyen to confront him. Nanxing eagerly anticipates the day Hyen will clash with Khal Drogo, and if possible, to establish a connection between Hyen and Illyrio Mopatis, thereby securing a claim to Daenerys Targaryen for herself. Wouldn't that seem a tad cowardly? The Uchiha clan, one of the 13 Dragon Lord families of Valyria, could indeed be quite impressive amidst the ruins of the cataclysm that befell Valyria. Nanxing wholeheartedly praised her sudden inspiration. The Uchiha clan has now found its identity in the world of ice and fire. After all, isn't the Western world accustomed to fabricating history? Then let us Uchiha borrow from your customs. Surely that is not too much to ask. And as for the skeptics? Come, behold my Susanoo, a fist 3 meters wide. Dare to question me again. Regarding the unique abilities of the Uchiha clan, this is the magnificent result of our ancestors' complete absorption, transformation, and ultimate fusion of dragon power into our own strength. This explains why our family does not possess dragons. We have already embarked on the path of harnessing great power within ourselves. Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. Regarding the Targaryens, an aristocratic family that survived the fall of Valyria, it is only fitting that the Uchiha family extends their support to you in light of your unfortunate circumstances. As for the reason why the Uchiha clan has been absent for so many years in the realm of ice and fire, it is simply that the lineage bears formidable supernatural abilities, making procreation a challenge. The stronger the life force, the lesser the fertility, indeed. Therefore, it is quite normal for the Uchiha family to take 4 wives simultaneously. Wouldn't you agree? Who opposes this? Who supports it? Excellent. The background is tentatively established. As for any further additions, we shall discuss it with Seiko after I meet Daenerys tonight through the heart connection space, to avoid revealing any flaws. Chapter 41. Interrupting the awakening of the sleeping dragon's fury at the tender age of 10, Daenerys is already a striking beauty. It must be said that the marital traditions of the Targaryens possess certain advantages. In this regard, their views align closely with those of the Uchiha clan, which similarly advocates for marriages within the same surname. Generally, only the most desperate Uchiha men would take a woman of a different surname as their wife, signifying a relinquishment of their pure lineage identity. Indeed, much like the Hyuga, the Uchiha distinguishes between the main family and the branch families, although for the Uchiha, the branches indicate a historical intermingling with foreign blood, resulting in a dilution of their pure lineage. However, unlike the Hyuga, the Uchiha family offers relatively equal treatment and environment for both main and branch family members, except that if an ancestor mingled with foreign blood, the descendants of that branch would find it increasingly difficult to awaken their eyes. There are even rumors that the Uchiha's pride, the Manjiki Sharingan, can only manifest within the pure-blooded Uchiha lineage. In contrast, the Targaryens face the unfortunate reality of their numbers never increasing, or rather, they never had the foundation to continue as a pure-blooded family, yet they stubbornly chose to pursue that path. Thus, the saying goes that with the birth of each Targaryen, the gods cast a coin, heads an angel, tails a demon. This was evidently the case for the Targaryen siblings within the Illyrio's Mance, a striking youth, appearing around 16 or 17, with flowing silver-gold hair, was furiously berating a small girl with the same hair color, whose gentle demeanor evoked pity. The scene provoked a sharp gasp from Huashu and Mingxue, with Huashu whispering, "Here we go again. That wretched scoundrel only knows how to bully Dany. What kind of brother is he?" Although Nanxing had long been aware of Daenerys' childhood plight, witnessing it in person stirred her indignation. "Seiko, is this situation common?" In the heart of Sunny's mental space, Nanxing was able to engage in direct consciousness communication with her, eliminating the need for spoken words and allowing for a more candid exchange of their genuine thoughts. Earlier on their journey, Nanxing had eagerly shared his conceptualization of the Uchiha clan's identity within the realms of ice and fire, and Sunny appeared to wholeheartedly endorse these notions. Or perhaps she simply did not mind as long as Nanxing found it necessary. However, at this moment, the background he had crafted for the Uchiha clan seemed to provide an excellent pretext for intervening in the unfolding scene. After an initial discussion and refinement of Nanxing's concept through their mental connection, Uchiha Sunny, who had just killed thousands during the day, found herself wanting to stand up for an unjustly treated 10-year-old girl out of compassion. Is this a contradiction? Not at all. After all, beauty is justice, and stature is the true king. It seems something peculiar has slipped in. Beauty is justice, and the fair-skinned, doll-like young Daenerys embodies a certain form of justice in the hearts of some individuals. Viserys' expression twisted slightly as his raised hand came crashing down on Daenerys' shoulder. As the last surviving princess of the Targaryens, Daenerys' visage must not bear any marks of injury. Terrified, Daenerys curled her body in preparation for the pain she expected to come, as she had countless times before. Yet this time, an unexpected event occurred. Whiz! A small stone shot past Viserys' ear like a bolt from a crossbow, accompanied by a long, piercing whistle. The force of the wind it generated even causing a twinge of pain in his ear. Thud! Uchiha Sunny's formidable will propelled the small stone to smash against the stone wall several meters behind Viserys, creating a shallow dent in the surface. Viserys, alarmed, cried out, "Who?" "An enemy attack. Guards, come quickly." As his frantic calls echoed, two swordsmen from Bravos, skilled in the use of rapiers, stationed at the door, along with over a dozen unsullied, armed with spears, round shields, and daggers, rushed in. The Bravosi warriors were the first to draw their weapons and charge into the hall, swiftly positioning themselves on either side of the Targaryen siblings while scanning for signs of the attack. Upon noticing the small dent in the wall behind them and the scattered debris of the stone, they deduced the general direction from which it had been fired. Acting with commendable diligence, the two Bravosi warriors shielded the Targaryen siblings with their bodies. Meanwhile, the 12 Unsullied arrived, forming a defensive formation around the group upon witnessing the vigilant stance of the Bravosi warriors. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the assailants did not appear, nor did they receive any response from an enemy. In the midst of silence, it seemed as if an unseen raven was screeching, "Fool! Fool!" as it soared overhead. One of the Bravosi warriors spoke up, "My lord, have you seen the shadow of the assailant?" Viserys, seething with irritation, retorted, "What nonsense! If I had seen the attacker, would I be standing here unscathed before you?" The warrior endeavored to maintain an impassive demeanor, though this youth was not his employer. He was a distinguished guest whom his employer had instructed to treat with utmost respect, for the sake of 3 golden dragons a month. Enduring the arrogance of this guest was a trivial matter. "My lord, should I summon the governor? I believe this matter is far from simple." Viserys, though appearing fierce, was inwardly in a state of turmoil. His ingrained pride, the last vestige of his former self, forbade him from displaying even a hint of cowardice. "Of course, notify Illyrio. You must go at once and bring him to me." The warrior nodded gently. "Very well, my lord. You all stay here and protect the lord diligently. I shall inform the governor." With that, the Bravosi warrior kept his sword unsheathed, gripping it firmly as he strode swiftly towards the castle's exit. Before long, a middle-aged man, resplendently adorned, with a bushy beard and a corpulent figure, hurriedly arrived at the small castle at the heart of the estate. Accompanying him was a retinue of over 300 guards, with even more forces being mobilized. Illyrio Mopatis was deeply perplexed. He knew that many were aware of the Targaryen siblings under his patronage, but who would dare strike at them now? The inhabitants of the 9 free cities were well aware that he was investing in this pair of siblings, and any grievances would likely be addressed through him rather than resorting to such crude violence, for he was renowned for his willingness to cooperate. Thus, the most probable culprits remained the Baratheon family seated upon the Iron Throne of Westeros. Yet, it had been over a decade since the Baratheons had shifted their focus away from the Targaryens. Could there have been an unforeseen development? Had Varys, that rascal, failed to send word in advance? Was he unaware of the situation, or was he entangled in his own troubles? Though his mind raced with thoughts, Illyrio Mopatis remained rational, first allowing nearly 100 guards to enter the castle and conduct a thorough search. Once he ascertained that there was no immediate danger, he stepped into the grand hall. Before any figure appeared, Illyrio's flamboyant voice resonated throughout the chamber. "Oh, my dear prince, are you unharmed? I was terribly worried. I cannot fathom which wretched assassin dared to disturb you. The atmosphere here has become perilous. You must swiftly escort me to a safer haven. Moreover, you must urgently investigate who dares to plot my assassination. I suspect it is that gluttonous deer that pilfered my Iron Throne." Illyrio nodded eagerly. feigning a cautious and obsequious demeanor. However, just as he was about to utter more words, a chilling voice echoed through the hall. "Oh, it seems the main character has finally arrived." The throng of guards, along with Illyrio, Mager, Viserys, and Daenerys, all turned in unison to behold the figure that had appeared behind them. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Haruko had taken her place upon the elevated seat at the back of the hall. With an air of languor and nonchalance, she crossed one long leg over the other, exuding an alluring grace. Her cold and commanding presence rendered Haruko a regal queen, surveying her subjects from on high. Beside her, Huashu stood solemnly at her right, clad in attire that suggested she was a guard, yet her youthful visage and incomplete stature gave her the appearance of a mere handmaiden. "Sister Haruko, Sister Huashu, what brings you here?" Daenerys exclaimed, her voice ringing with surprise. Hadn't these sisters instructed her to keep their existence a secret? What was amiss today? "Come here, little Dany." Haruko's gaze towards Daenerys lacked the haughty disdain she had shown to Illyrio and Viserys, instead radiating warmth. Seeing Haruko's familiar kindness, Daenerys wasted no time in leaving her brother Viserys' side, eagerly approaching Haruko. Fortunately, Huashu understood that Haruko's appearance today must signify that she had matters to attend to in the mind space, and thus she gently took Daenerys' hand, leading her aside for quiet conversation. Illyrio, observing this shift, comprehended that this enigmatic woman, appearing like a specter, must have intentions that required his attention. As a merchant by trade, Illyrio's instinct was to navigate the situation with diplomacy rather than confrontation. "My dear lady, your sudden arrival at my estate intrigues me. May I inquire if there is any assistance you seek?" Under the guidance of Nanxing within the mind space, Haruko lifted her chin slightly, her expression haughty. "Mortal, I require no assistance from you. I am here solely because our prior projections have detected a Targaryen descendant, and I wish to observe." Viserys' expression shifted at her words as he scrutinized the striking beauty before him. Could she be from one of the noble houses across the strait that supported his claim? Was she sent to pledge her loyalty to him? Such a prospect might warrant consideration of making this woman his consort. Illyrio's brow furrowed slightly. The term mortal was no common phrase. Was she perhaps a Myrish, known as the son of the Golden Child, the Harpy? "Indeed, my lady, the esteemed Prince Viserys Targaryen, the contemporary sovereign of the Targaryen lineage, rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms, and lord of the Iron Throne, stood proudly amidst the grandiose introduction by Illyrio. He endeavored to puff out his chest and elevate his chin, embodying the persona of the true Dragon King. However, he was met with the icy mockery of a striking maiden upon the dais. "Pah, him, a feeble wretch with such diluted blood that he cannot awaken his heritage. What right does he have to claim the Targaryen name?" Viserys could hardly believe his ears, his violet eyes widening in disbelief. What madness was this woman uttering? Did she comprehend the identity of the man before her? At that moment, Illyrio felt a tremor of uncertainty within. Could this be true? As Viserys gazed at the haughty Seraphina, his expression twisted in anguish, and he could no longer contain his pent-up fury, unleashing a torrent of invective. "You wretched harlot." As he hurled his first curse, Seraphina's crimson eyes flickered dangerously. Suddenly, Viserys' countenance transformed to one of sheer horror, his eyes bulging as he collapsed limply to the ground. Naraka's gaze. In the heart of the mind space, the Southern Star scoffed vehemently. Who has the patience to endure this useless fool's incessant prattle? The sole audience, Seraphina, allowed a faint yet captivating smile to grace her lips, evidently pleased with the scene she had orchestrated. Illyrio, though astounded, was quickly reminded of his investment, prompting him to bend down and inspect Viserys. Relieved to find him merely unconscious, he exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as he lived, there remained a chance for redemption. Otherwise, this woman would have extinguished one of his most vital assets before the night was through, a calamity he could ill afford. Indeed, within that brief span, the Targaryen siblings had elevated in Illyrio's estimation to become his most significant investment, arguably the most crucial. Illyrio rose slowly, addressing Seraphina, "My lady, what is your intent?" "Just allowing this bothersome fool a moment's respite to learn a lesson," she replied, casting a reassuring glance towards Daenerys, who looked on with concern. "Out of respect for Dany, I shall not take his life. Now, it is your turn, mortal. Will you submit or face annihilation? The Uchiha clan graciously grants you the choice." What? Chapter 43. Illyrio, I am not a coward. I was simply born to serve the Uchiha family. Illyrio's expression shifted. Though he felt a flicker of trepidation, it was overshadowed by a lack of fear. After all, Seraphina was but one of two women, while he had 300 guards at his command. Despite her recent display of strange powers in subduing Viserys, it was inconceivable that she could intimidate him with mere theatrics. The mage, warlock, wizard, priestess, and nightwalker from Asha were not unfamiliar to Illyrio. In his eyes, Haruko was undoubtedly akin to such beings. Though these entities possessed enigmatic abilities, most could only contend with a few individuals, or at most, a dozen. Faced with a throng of warrior guards, these peculiar beings were rendered utterly powerless. Illyrio surmised that Haruko was merely posturing, yet he remained exceedingly cautious. He subtly gestured with his left hand behind his back, and after a brief moment, all the warriors and the Unsullied who beheld his signal stepped forward in unison, effectively shielding Illyrio from view. A hint of pride crept into Illyrio's voice as he addressed the crowd. "Lady from Asha, if you have come to showcase your abilities, I believe I have gleaned enough. I can offer 10 golden dragons a month to employ 2 of you as my security advisors. What say you?" Nanxing observed Illyrio's response through the curved screen and could not help but silently commend him. Though his physique resembled that of a clumsy pig, the fact that he had risen to prominence in the city-state of Pantos within a few decades indicated that he was far from a fool. However, Illyrio's lack of insight rendered his current demeanor reminiscent of a jester. As Illyrio stood poised with his retinue, Haruko straightened her posture, refraining from responding to Illyrio. Instead, she clasped her hands and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Technique of the Nirvana Sanctuary. Countless glimmering feathers materialized in the air, seemingly descending slowly yet actually plummeting rapidly towards the crowd below, encompassing even the castle entrance while deliberately avoiding the areas occupied by Illyrio, Juancio, and Daenerys. With a series of thuds, the warriors, guards, and Unsullied surrounding Illyrio all succumbed to slumber, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Illyrio's eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you? Illyrio, in just a decade or two, you have transformed from a mere mercenary to the governor of Pantos. Both fortune and strength deem you a remarkable individual. This is precisely why I am willing to extend an opportunity to you once more. However, the Uchiha clan, while valuing talent, will not offer a third chance to refuse. Thus, will it be submission or annihilation? Illyrio's bifurcated yellow beard trembled slightly, his eyes darting nervously. His corpulent form appeared to recoil a step in fear, inadvertently stepping on the fingers of the formidable warrior, Bavoris, who lay behind him. Yet, this titan of a man offered no response. On the platform, Uchiha Haruko's increasingly impatient demeanor and her icy gaze left Illyrio no room for hesitation, prompting him to hastily declare, "I submit. I choose to submit, my lord. Please inform me to which family I shall pledge my undying loyalty, and I shall serve you with all my heart." "Excellent. You have made a prudent choice. Regarding the origins of your lord, the Uchiha clan was once among the esteemed 13 Dragon Lord families of the free city of Valyria. I happened to hear that the last 2 dragons of the Targaryens are in your possession, which prompted my visit to Pentos. I see, Illyrio is indeed most honored. I never anticipated that one day I would serve the illustrious Dragon Lord family." Illyrio quickly aligned himself with Seiko's words, seemingly devoid of any skepticism towards the Uchiha clan's claim to the 13 Dragon Lords. This adeptness in navigating the winds of fortune, capable of bending yet remaining steadfast, even impressed the clandestine observer, Nanxing. Illyrio then inquired, "My lord, may I be so fortunate as to learn your esteemed name?" Seiko, with a smile that danced on the edge of amusement, replied, "I am Uchiha Seiko." She gestured towards the girl beside her. "This is my sister, Uchiha Hanako, and the one behind you is Uchiha Akisuke." Illyrio suddenly turned, realizing a girl resembling Hanako had appeared behind him, her face obscured by a black veil, revealing only her chilling eyes. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Illyrio's forehead as he hastily bowed to Akisuke, not daring to display any semblance of displeasure at her lack of response. "My lord, this scene is rather uncouth. Might I suggest allowing someone to come in, tidy up, and prepare for your reception?" "No need," Seiko interjected, rising gracefully. Her striking visage commanded respect without a hint of anger. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "You shall accompany me tonight, Danny, and tomorrow afternoon, you may visit the Uchiha estate in the coastal district of West Castle." Seiko then added, "Within 3 years, the tide of magical energies will rise again, heralding the dawn of an extraordinary era. You will have no opportunity, however, should any of your descendants possess extraordinary potential. The clan will consider bestowing resources for their cultivation. As for this pitiful Targaryen dragon sprawled on the ground, let us see if it awakens its bloodline in these final 3 years. If not, it will be relegated to breeding. In hopes of producing a Targaryen dragon with an awakened bloodline, one can only hope this creature truly bears the Targaryen lineage." As her words faded, Seiko led the way, with Hanako embracing a bewildered Daenerys and Akasuk trailing behind. The group vanished into the night sky above Illyrio's estate. After a considerable time, Illyrio seemed to regain his senses, bellowing for the servants and guards, untouched by Seiko's enchantment, to come forth and tidy up. The night at the Mopatis estate was a cacophony of chaos and activity. However, after instructing a steward to manage the aftermath, Illyrio secluded himself in a hidden chamber beneath the castle. The events of the evening were profoundly bewildering to him. Although he observed that his guards were merely in a deep slumber, Seiko's inexplicable powers compelled him to isolate himself within the chamber, seeking a semblance of security. Moreover, the information revealed in Qingzi's earlier words was exceedingly substantial. Illyrio found himself compelled to retreat to a quiet chamber, allowing himself to attain complete tranquility before engaging in contemplation. Chapter 44. Did Daenerys join the Playful Legion? The 13 dragon houses of Valyria? It has been 3 to 4 centuries since the cataclysm that obliterated the freehold of Valyria. How could these so-called dragon houses have survived? Illyrio could hardly accept such a superficial fabrication. It is well known that the Valyrians were characterized by their violet eyes and predominantly golden or silver hair. Yet, the 3 young women who claimed to belong to the Uchiha clan today exhibited black hair and black eyes, starkly contrasting with the Valyrian lineage. However, the very existence of such an obvious fallacy only served to heighten Illyrio's suspicion, coupled with Qingzi's display of terrifying illusionary prowess. It seemed unnecessary for someone of her caliber to seek a defunct family as a facade. Illyrio remained uncertain, but if what Uchiha Qingzi asserted were indeed true, then the tide of magical energy was about to rise once more, heralding the return of an extraordinary era. Was that the essence of what she conveyed? Illyrio found it difficult to accept Qingzi's insinuations. If that were indeed the case, his options would be severely limited. Even if Uchiha Qingzi could only unleash her formidable ability once in a short span, should she wish to eliminate him, Illyrio could scarcely conceive of effective means to resist. Moreover, the silent presence of Akira behind him only compounded his unease. After all, one could only evade a thief for so long. The wisdom of vigilance was echoed in similar proverbs, even if the world of ice and fire did not possess such a saying. Illyrio reassured himself that having already surrendered and pledged his loyalty to them, it would be prudent to observe the situation further before deciding on his next course of action. Uchiha Qingzi, no, my lady Qingzi, had taken away the exquisite Daenerys, yet disregarded the sole male scion of House Targaryen. Was it because they were both girls? Did the Uchiha clan favor females over males? The likelihood seemed slim. Thus, it appeared as though, as the lady suggested, Viserys' draconic bloodline had not awakened, and the chances of it awakening in the future were also dim. Conversely, it implied that the girl who had once stirred his heart, Daenerys, might indeed be the awakened heir of House Targaryen's bloodline in this generation. A fleeting expression of regret crossed Illyrio's face as he felt he had missed an extraordinary opportunity. He had genuinely entertained thoughts of eliminating Viserys or negotiating with him for Daenerys' hand in marriage. Yet, Daenerys' timid demeanor ultimately dissuaded him from pursuing that ambition. Such a cowardly mother would only bear offspring who would inevitably become mere lambs. This notion had gained considerable traction within the mercenary circles of Essos for a time. However, it is too late to say anything now. Daenerys has clearly fallen into the hands of her lord. Until everything is clarified, the cautious Illyrio will not act rashly. Perhaps in his mercenary days, he might have chosen to take a risk, but now Illyrio possesses far too much. The wealthier and more powerful a person becomes, the more they value their own life. This is an unbreakable truth. Even if one is willing to disregard their life, the vested interests of their subordinates will relentlessly compel them to cherish it. By the time Illyrio emerged from the hidden chamber in the castle's basement, it was already past 2 in the morning. Several stewards in the manor were waiting anxiously at the exit of the chamber and collectively sighed in relief upon his arrival. My lord, your unconscious guards have all been settled. Dr. Asa has examined them. They seem to have been affected by a certain sleeping poison, making it difficult to awaken them through ordinary means. Indeed, that Dr. Asa attempted to sever the hand of one of the innocents to rouse him. Illyrio waved his hand dismissively. Take good care of them, and observe how long they remain in slumber before awakening. With that, Illyrio hurried out of the castle, returning to his residence accompanied by the guards who had gathered in urgency. As for the Uchiha manor, the steward behind him opened his mouth, initially prepared to inquire about how to address Viserys next, but the words never escaped his lips. The others exchanged glances, shrugged, and decided to proceed as usual. At Uchiha Manor, Daenerys found herself somewhat at a loss as she watched the cool and handsome boy emerge from behind her sister, Hikari. Hello, Dany. May I call you that? Daenerys, with her lovely violet eyes, instinctively averted her gaze from Natsuki's piercing stare and shyly nodded. Very well, Danny. My name is Uchiha Natsuki, and we shall be friends from now on. You can call me Natsuki. Daenerys glanced at the encouraging gazes of Hikari and Hanabira beside her and nodded earnestly. Excellent. Please, make yourself comfortable. Relax. Would you prefer tea or cocoa? After the maid noted the drinks desired by the five, she promptly turned to prepare them. Seizing the moment, Natsuki continued, Danny, I have formed a legion, and Hikari, Hanabira, and Akatsuki are all part of it. Would you like to join us? A hint of confusion crossed Daenerys' adorable face. Are we playing house? That sounds fun. All right then. Upon hearing her response, Natsuki nodded, half clenching his hand before extending it, and a white orb the size of half a fist arced gracefully to land upon Daenerys' fair forehead. Uchiha Natsuki invites you to join his legion. Do you accept? Join a legion? Is there a ritual for this? It seems like it would be a lot of fun. I agree. Daenerys' soft, delicate voice rang out, and Natsuki felt a faint connection form between them. It was done, as Daenerys Targaryen's previously pale visage became flushed with vitality. Invigorated by a sudden surge of life coursing through her veins, the effects of the level 3 iron bones bestowed upon her 6 units of life force, a considerable amount indeed. Information gleaned from the system indicated that an average adult human possesses merely 10 units of life force. The presence of iron bones ensured that Daenerys' physical form was significantly more robust than it would have been in the original timeline, not to mention its life-restoring properties. The extraordinary effects of the other 4 Legion skills were similarly remarkable. After Daenerys adapted to the enhancements granted by the Legion skills, Huashu and Mingxue approached her, grasping her hands and huddling together to whisper excitedly about the wonders of item space and the healing capabilities it offered, alleviating worries about scarring during training. Nanxing stifled a yawn, suggesting that Huashu arrange a dedicated room for Daenerys later, before pulling Qingzi along to indulge in a refreshing bath and then retire for the night. Despite being unable to accomplish much, the joy of being with Sister Qingzi was enough to uplift her spirits. Chapter 45. Targaryen Dragon Speaker and Dragon Vein Sorcerer. Seeking continued reading. Daenerys Targaryen, Dragon Speaker, 0-100. Strength, body, agility, spirit, extraordinary knowledge, energy, none, awakening pending, bloodline talent, unburnt. The Targaryen bloodline grants her extraordinary resistance to fire and intense heat, alongside a superior affinity for fire and storm elements. Evaluation, a human mixed with traces of dragon blood, possessing the potential to become a dragon vein sorcerer. High growth potential. Note, currently, the lineage of bloodline sorcerers has been severed. This warrior cannot change class. It is recommended that scholars proficient in bloodline research participate in the warrior's development. At the age of 10, Daenerys' attributes were, apart from spirit, largely indistinguishable from those of an ordinary human girl, yet her bloodline talent was undoubtedly the highlight. The Unburnt, the most renowned ability of the Targaryens, may seem trivial, yet it serves as the finest testament to their lineage. The late Viserys, who perished due to the melting of a golden crown, undoubtedly lacked this capacity, further validating Nanxing's earlier suspicions, conveyed through Qingzi, regarding his true bloodline heritage. The system's assessment revealed that the Targaryens indeed possessed dragon blood. Nanxing had previously assumed they bore a Beastmaster's lineage, only to discover their true draconic descent. However, given their current state, it appeared that the Targaryens were of a diluted bloodline, relying solely on their ancestral essence and limited abilities to communicate with dragons to tame a few, showcasing their fleeting ferocity. Among the comments regarding Daenerys' cultivation, the suggestion was made to develop her as a dragon vein sorcerer, noting that the current world lacked any extraordinary lineage related to bloodline sorcerers. It was advised that scholars well-versed in bloodline research participate in Daenerys' growth. What does this imply? Surely, the system is not alluding to Orochimaru? Throughout the historical tapestry of the world of ice and fire over the centuries, Nanxing has consistently perceived it as a realm immersed in elemental tides, a low magic world. The term low magic is somewhat tentative, for it remains indisputable that this world harbors both deities and dragons, regardless of its diminished grandeur. The existence of immortals is irrefutable. Setting aside the intriguing question of how the profession of dragon vein sorcerers, predominantly originating from the mountainous realm, manifested in the world of ice and fire, it is noteworthy that the lineage of bloodline sorcerers has been severed. This statement implies that this world once indeed possessed bloodline sorcerers. Consequently, it appears that some of Nanxing's prior judgments may have contained certain inaccuracies. There seems to be room for heightened expectations regarding the world of ice and fire. As for Orochimaru, even a low-tier immortal mode of bloodline could enable him to conjure fascinating spells. One wonders what sparks will fly when he acquires the dragon bloodline from another world. Nanxing senses that significant transformations await Orochimaru. Of course, this is contingent upon Nanxing's assurance of his capability to withstand and counter any treachery or backlash from Orochimaru before offering such a rare and unparalleled experimental material, albeit merely blood or the like. Returning to the matter at hand, according to the system's guidance, if Daenerys cannot transition to the role of Dragon Vein Sorcerer, must she then persist along the path of Targaryen Dragon Speaker? This suggests that Daenerys' current vocation is considerably weaker than that of a Dragon Vein Sorcerer. It seems that the impromptu decision made last night to accept Illyrio as an ally was indeed wise. Yet, one wonders how this rotund individual will choose. If he indeed makes a remarkable contribution, it would not be out of the question to allocate a precious slot from her legion to grant him or his house. This reflects the extraordinary opportunity promised by Seiko on his behalf, leaving it to Illyrio to seize this chance. On a serene morning, Daenerys, still possessing a delicate doll-like visage at her age, awoke in the comfort of her soft bedding, her violet eyes shimmering like stars, albeit tinged with a hint of confusion. This does not appear to be my bed. Have we begun our flight anew? After a fleeting moment of bewilderment, Daenerys finally recalled the fantastical occurrences of the previous night. It truly felt as though she were in a dream. Extending her fair, rosy arm from the cocoon of blankets, she reached into the void before her, retrieving a shuriken presented to her by Huashu the previous night from the item space. The half-foot-long shuriken, entirely matte-finished, featured a small circular iron ring at its end, while its sharp blade bore a diamond shape, the grip entwined with gray anti-slip cord. Gazing at the shuriken cradled in her delicate fingers, and sensing the connection with the item space, excitement flickered across Daenerys' face. How magnificent it is! The secondary item space allows Legion members to possess 12 cubic units of personal storage. Aside from the prohibition against storing living objects, there are virtually no other restrictions. As long as the total volume of the stored items does not exceed the capacity of the storage space, one can retrieve and release items at will. Shurikens continually vanished and reappeared in Daenerys' small hands. It seemed that if left undisturbed, she could play like this in bed all day, unless interrupted by the call of nature. Just as Daenerys sat up to check on the whereabouts of the toilet, her suite's wooden door swung open, and a feminine voice resonated from outside the bedroom. "Lady Daenerys, are you awake?" "Yes, I am awake." "May I come in, Lady Daenerys?" "Please, come in." The visitor was Helene, one of the 5 Lazarene women rescued by the Uchiha merchant group from the Dothraki Sea, and the youngest and most striking among them. These Lazarene women were hard-working, accustomed to hardship, and upon becoming first-class servants in the Uchiha manor, they cherished their current lives immensely. In terms of their duties, they performed exceptionally well. Huashu and Mingxue were relatively familiar with Helene, so they entrusted her with the task of assisting Daenerys in rising from her slumber. During this period, Daenerys was exceedingly shy and timid, lacking in self-assurance, yet it was also a time when she was most agreeable. Although Helene was somewhat unfamiliar to her, Daenerys did not express any dissatisfaction. When Daenerys appeared in the stone hall, donned in a white Western-style princess gown, her golden and silver locks cascading over her shoulders, and her delicate features reminiscent of morning blossoms kissed by dew, she captivated all present. Not only Nanxing, but even Qingzi, Huashu, and Mingxue were momentarily spellbound. In that moment, Daenerys radiated an ethereal beauty, akin to a forest sprite or a delicate princess emerging from a painting, so breathtakingly enchanting that it felt unreal. Huashu and Mingxue shared a remarkably unanimous thought. How could that wretched brother of hers bear to harm her? Chapter 46, Expansion of Influence. Please continue reading. Daenerys, you are truly magnificent. You must stay with me forever, Huashu exclaimed, springing from her seat to embrace Daenerys' petite form. Daenerys quickly reciprocated, wrapping her arms around Huashu. The doll-like princess with golden and silver hair embraced the short-haired lady, their radiant smiles infecting even Nanxing with joy. Now Daenerys is a guest. It's almost 8 o'clock. Let us have breakfast together, Qingzi remarked, being a few years older, and despite her desire to hold the exquisite doll-like Daenerys, she maintained her decorum. The gentle hand of Miss Flower led Daenerys to a seat beside her. Initially shy, Daenerys offered a smile to the onlookers, greeting Nanxing, Haruko, and Mingxue before elegantly adjusting her dress and settling down. It was evident that, despite her unfortunate circumstances, Sir William Derry, who had once cared for them, along with her brother Viserys, had imparted stringent lessons in etiquette to her. Perhaps, for Viserys, This was the sole means of preserving his dignity. Following Nanxing's custom of dining in serene silence, the group returned to the lounge adorned with sofas, where they each took their seats. The servants, catering to individual preferences, served beverages before discreetly withdrawing. After savoring a sip of exquisite red tea purportedly from Bravos, Nanxing smiled and inquired, "How did you sleep last night, Danny?" After enjoying a leisurely breakfast, Daenerys once again found her rapport with Miss Flower to be as familiar as before, her posture relaxing as she responded with a warm smile. "Oh, it was quite comfortable. Thank you for your gracious hospitality, Commander." When she mentioned the commander, Daenerys playfully winked, unaware that this ease of demeanor was something she rarely exhibited even in the company of her brother Viserys. "If you feel uncomfortable, please do not hesitate to express it. It is perfectly all right. Later, you can accompany Miss Flower to explore all the vacant rooms here and choose one as your exclusive chamber. If you wish to reside in the Uchiha Manor, this will be your home. Conversely, should you prefer to return and stay with Viserys, that is entirely your choice. You are free. This is my promise to you as your commander, Uchiha Nanxing." As Daenerys regarded the earnest expression of the dark-haired boy, she instinctively felt that his words were profoundly trustworthy, enveloping her in an unprecedented warmth. "I will remember that." The ensuing conversation lightened, shedding its earlier formality. As Miss Flower and Mingxue effortlessly uncovered numerous topics for gossip with Daenerys, their laughter resonating throughout the hall. Suddenly, a youthful neigh echoed from outside the stone tower, causing Nanxing to pause momentarily before a smile graced his face. It was Black Wind calling to him. For the past few days, whenever Nanxing was at Uchiha Manor, he would take leisurely strolls with the little pony each morning. Perhaps it was due to the sweet carrots and treats Nanxing always had on hand. Or perhaps Black Wind possessed an extraordinary equine intuition. In any case, the little creature had become quite adept at seeking Nanxing's company and was particularly affectionate, almost like clockwork. After breakfast, Black Wind would wander away from its mother, drawn by the scent of Nanxing, to summon him. Delighted, Nanxing would ride the young pony for a few laps, his weight of around 60 pounds not hindering Black Wind's growth. After lunch, at approximately 1:30 in the afternoon, Illyrio arrived as scheduled. This time, he did not bring a large entourage, clearly understanding that numbers do not necessarily equate to a greater sense of security. However, the reason Nanxing summoned him once more was merely to establish a master-servant relationship without putting him in a difficult position. In fact, Nanxing recognized that a fleeting display of intimidation would not suffice to deter an old fox who had navigated the realms of commerce and politics for half a lifetime. It could even backfire, leading this man to underestimate him in his heart. Nonetheless, for Nanxing, regardless of this man's mindset in serving him, as long as Illyrio did not engage in any tangible betrayal or retaliatory actions, Nanxing would refrain from acting against him lightly. Illyrio was undoubtedly a clever individual. After Nanxing indicated that he would not interfere with his business or compel him to undertake actions that would significantly harm his own interests, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, this signified that Nanxing and his associates indeed hailed from an orderly organization, rather than one that demanded total devotion from the outset. Otherwise, he might have had no choice but to resort to a desperate struggle. Everything Illyrio possessed had been earned through perilous endeavors. He would not relinquish it so easily. Initially, when he discovered that the leader of the so-called Uchiha clan was merely a boy who appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old, a flicker of disdain crossed his mind. However, during their subsequent exchanges, Nanxing's remarkably clear thought process and consistently composed demeanor rendered him unable to dismiss him any longer, and his attitude grew increasingly solemn. After nearly 2 hours of dialogue with Nanxing, Illyrio realized that the Uchiha clan was primarily interested in establishing a cooperative relationship, albeit one where the initiative remained firmly in their hands. Considering the disparity in their martial capabilities, such a stance was entirely justifiable. Had their roles been reversed, Illyrio knew he would have acted far more ruthlessly, even unhesitatingly dismantling his own influence to select a more obedient representative. Ultimately, Illyrio agreed to diligently assist the Uchiha clan in acquiring various extraordinary knowledge and mystical artifacts, such as information from Ashia and dragon eggs. He would also facilitate connections with a rising new cow from the Dothraki Sea, Hyen-Ka, while managing livestock and furs from the plains. In return, the Uchiha clan would provide him with a modest amount of elite extraordinary military support. Of course, the so-called cooperative relationship was merely a psychological comfort that Illyrio sought for himself. In the eyes of Haruko and Huashu, regardless of attitude or essence, Illyrio had effectively become a puppet force subservient to them. Exploiting resources without restraint was merely an act of Nanxing's benevolence. It was not that he was incapable of doing so. Should Iliryu display even a hint of arrogance in his attitude moving forward, Haruko would not hesitate to administer punishment, urging him to correct his mindset and recognize the prevailing circumstances and situation. After conversing with Iliryu, it was now the turn of Viserys, who had been rendered speechless by the enchantment of Mingxue. Chapter 47. The reluctant Viserys in the eyes of many. Viserys is merely perceived as a cowardly and timid individual. However, if one were to place themselves in his shoes, it becomes evident that he is merely a tragic figure, ensnared by the whims of fate. At the tender age of 5 or 6, he was thrust into turmoil as his entire family was decimated. His parents and relatives fell one by one in a span of mere moments, while he was relentlessly pursued by merciless foes. Loyal subjects and guards perished or fled in succession, leaving him to escape, in a pitiful state, to the continent of Essos under the protection of a few steadfast allies like Ser Willem Darry, where he managed to enjoy a brief period of tranquility. Yet, this respite was short-lived, as Ser Willem succumbed to illness and death not long after. Bereft of his last loyal companion, Viserys was compelled to embark on a harrowing journey of survival. Even in such dire straits, he did not abandon his younger sister, Daenerys. Despite having to part with his last possessions, including the crown of his mother, Queen Rhaella, for a boy of just over 10 years, this was no small feat. Though he may have regarded Daenerys as his most valuable asset, the last vestige of Targaryen lineage, it is essential to recognize that the bond of brother and sister is a time-honored Targaryen tradition aimed at preserving the purity of their bloodline. This is a legacy that has endured for over 3 centuries. Viserys was merely upholding a tradition. Thus, to some extent, Nanxing finds a modicum of admiration for Viserys. Regardless of the reasons, at least he possesses some semblance of principles. Even though Viserys currently glares at him with unbridled disdain, Nanxing maintains a faint smile. Once Viserys is forcibly seated, Nanxing speaks with a tone of quiet contemplation. Viserys, if you were of sound mind, you would comprehend that if the people of Westeros were truly stitching the banners of the true dragon in anticipation of your return, your circumstances would be far different than they are now. Pausing for effect, Nanxing continues, or rather, the support for your Targaryen lineage in Westeros is undeniably a minority. Do you acknowledge this? Should this man fail to grasp such a notion, Nanxing would not be inclined to pursue the conversation further. Fortunately, Viserys, having endured his share of tribulations, seems to have lost his composure due to the collapse of his final gambit. Who exactly are you? How dare you treat me in this manner? Illyrio, have you betrayed me as well? His inquiries went unanswered, as both Nanxing and Illyrio merely exchanged scornful smiles, choosing silence. After a lengthy pause, Viserys appears to resign himself to his fate, taking a deep breath. You are right, child, but what does this have to do with you? Do you seek to exploit the Targaryens? Exploit? You should consider yourself fortunate that the Targaryens still hold any value for exploitation. Otherwise, do you truly believe you would have survived to this day? Nanxing paused momentarily before continuing. The shameful escape of your Targaryens before the cataclysm should have foreshadowed this day. Your circumstances over the years on the continent of Essos are, in part, a consequence of the actions taken by Aegon Targaryen. This remark elicited a subtle raise of the brow from Illyrian, who sat quietly in the corner. Was it truly so? It was unexpected that Nanxing's fanciful words coincided with certain events in Illyrian's memory. Viserion-S expression also shifted, reflecting a blend of relief and resentment. Who are you really? I hail from the Uchiha clan, the last surviving member of the once 13 Dragonlord families of Valyria's freehold. Although the Uchiha were not highborn like the Targaryens of old, addressing me as my lord is certainly not out of place. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Viserion's beautiful violet eyes, though skepticism remained predominant. For centuries, the Targaryens had believed themselves the sole surviving noble family of Valyria's freehold. After all, only the Targaryens had managed to command dragons over the years, while no news of dragon riders had emerged from any other land, including Essos. Now, a peculiar young boy accompanied by 3 seemingly fragile girls dared to claim descent from the former Dragonlord families. How absurd. Ah, I see. Even if what you say is true, as you can see, the Targaryens now consist solely of myself and Daenerys. What do you wish us to do? Can you aid me in reclaiming the Iron Throne? This individual, even in such dire circumstances, remained fixated on the Iron Throne, seemingly willing to exploit anyone for his ambitions. Nanxing chuckled lightly. Assist you? You may not be entirely inept, but you certainly lack any remarkable qualities that would warrant my support. Supporting you would be far less advantageous than backing Daenerys, one of the original protagonists of this timeline. Regrettably, dear little dragon of the Targaryens, you have yet to awaken the dragon blood within you. rendering you unworthy of the resources invested by the Uchiha clan. Vizirion's brow furrowed, yet he stifled his burgeoning anger at being referred to as the Targaryen's little dragon. Not awakened? Are you questioning my lineage? No one relishes the doubt cast upon their bloodline, and for a noble scion, it ranks among the gravest of insults, especially as it pertains to the very spirit that has propelled Vizirion's struggle thus far. Nonetheless, he managed to suppress his ire and continued to engage with Nanxing. A commendable feat in itself. I do not question the authenticity of your bloodline. The striking resemblance you share with Daenerys leaves no doubt of your sibling bond. What I mean is, you have not manifested the Targaryen bloodline's gifts as she has. If we speak of it precisely, you must be more familiar with the title the Unburnt than anyone else, correct? Viserys felt a sudden jolt in his heart, his expression filled with horror as he gazed at Nanxing, only to quickly shift his gaze to Daenerys, who was seated beside Huanqiu. How could this be possible? I am the true dragon. No, this cannot be real. This wretched deceiver has concocted such a lie from nothing. He must be trying to wrest Daenerys away from me, deliberately uttering such words. Yes, it must be so. I understand what you are contemplating, but you have no right to choose. Viserys, you were never the focal point. The only reason you sit before me today is that you are Daenerys' brother. Viserys glanced toward Illyrio, who sat with his head bowed, avoiding Viserys' gaze, and his expression gradually descended into madness. No, you cannot do this. I am her brother. Daenerys will despise you. She will surely take her revenge in the future. Chapter 48. Viserys on the brink of becoming a breeding machine. Viserys, utterly broken, resembled a patient seized by a fit of mania, clawing and flailing, even attempting to seize the teapot beside his chair to hurl it at Nanxing. However, the three Magatama in Mingshua's eyes shimmered with a glint, causing Viserys' raised hand to falter. Although his expression remained fiercely angry, his hand gently returned the exquisite porcelain teacup to the table, as though transformed into mere pottery. Nanxing patiently awaited Viserys' gradual calmness before speaking. First, Daenerys is free. She possesses the right to make her own choices. If she still wishes to draw close to you as her brother, even if she desires to break human ethics and marry you upon reaching adulthood, it is her freedom, and the Uchiha clan will not obstruct it. Merely a statement. I hope you do not take it to heart. Secondly, regarding your future, you have 3 years. If you have not awakened the Targaryen, unburnt, trait before the magical tide returns in 3 years, then resign yourself to fate. However, even without awakening, you need not fear a life of hardship. Your Targaryen bloodline is indeed valuable. Illyrio will continuously provide you with a superior lifestyle and will introduce you to countless beautiful women. All you need to do is bear children. Should you produce offspring who awaken the Targaryen bloodline traits, the Uchiha family will still be willing to invest resources for you and that child, even assisting the Targaryens in reclaiming the Iron Throne. Yes, assisting the Targaryens. Viserys' breathing became heavy once more, bloodshot veins appearing in his purple eyes. If I refuse, Nanxing shrugged indifferently. Then so be it. After all, it will take you a decade or two to derive value in such a manner. The Uchiha clan does not require this project. You may leave Pintos at any time, but no one, including Illyrio, will offer you assistance thereafter. Viserys stared at Nanxing for a moment, gritting his teeth. Fine. If that is the case, Daenerys, let us depart. Upon concluding his remarks, he rose and made his way towards the entrance of the stone tower. Neither the 3 Uchiha women nor Illyrio's guards attempted to impede his progress. However, as Viserys approached the door, an expression of sheer ferocity contorted his face, filled with rage and disbelief. Daenerys. Viserys' furious roar reverberated throughout the entire hall. Yet neither Illyrio nor the others displayed any signs of offense, merely wearing expressions of intrigue as they observed the unfolding drama. Brother, I have made my decision. I want to be with Sister Missandei. Despite the evident timidity in her voice and the difficulty in articulating such sentiments, Daenerys summoned the courage to defy her brother for the very first time, boldly asserting her will against fate. Daenerys was not naive. One brother regarded her merely as an accessory, prone to violence and scorn, while the other, a commander, had granted her respect and bestowed upon her extraordinary abilities. She knew very well whom to choose. As for whether South Star and the others might change their minds or deceive her, Daenerys, still a young girl, could hardly ponder such complexities. Meanwhile, Illyrio observed Daenerys, who had gathered her resolve. This girl had transformed overnight. Had she truly awakened the Targaryen bloodline within her? Illyrio's suspicions regarding South Star diminished further. It appeared that the Uchiha clan, regardless of their claims, possessed the ancient, extraordinary powers inherited from the days of Valyria. Caught off guard by Daenerys' defiance, Viserys hesitated for a moment before lunging towards his sister, who sat beside Missandei. Yet, as he took his first step, he caught sight of the crimson three-tomo in Missandei's eyes, which ensnared him in place once more. Southstar turned to Illyrio and smiled. Enough. This fellow is unlikely to regain his composure today. Please take him back to rest for a few days. If Daenerys wishes to see him, she may do so. If he chooses to leave, let him go. It was evident that Daenerys would need to bring guards when meeting Viserys in the future. Illyrio nodded repeatedly, as you wish. Nevertheless, he resolved to counsel Viserys upon their return, for these siblings were, after all, individuals entrusted to his care by the ever-watchful Varys. On Daenerys' side, buoyed by Missandei's continuous praise, a smile of excitement crept upon her lips. It was exhilarating to realize she could stand against authority. Was this what freedom felt like? What a delightful sensation. In the month of October, 50 years into the era of Konoha, the Battle of Kaiki Mountain finally reached its conclusion, with Minato Namikaze once again rendering great service to Konoha. Although the joint offensive from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Wind had initially besieged the Kaiki Mountain stronghold, the death of the Third Hokage left only the forces of Sunigakure remaining. Yet, the protracted conflict had already plunged Konoha into a state of profound exhaustion, rendering their resistance against Sunigakure increasingly arduous. It is difficult to fathom that despite the concealment of Orochimaru by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade's significant reduction in combat ability due to her hemophobia, Konoha still managed to triumph over Sunigakure. On the battlefield, the contributions of Minato Namikaze were undeniably monumental, particularly given that the legendary Sannin Jiraiya opted for a more subdued role. Thus, in November of the 50th year of Konoha, under immense pressure from both the feudal lords of the Land of Fire and internal factions, the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, voluntarily proposed his resignation from the position of Hokage, nominating Minato Namikaze as his successor. The subsequent developments unfolded predictably, leading to the successful inauguration of Minato as the fourth Hokage. Among the Sannin, Jiraiya naturally supported his disciple, Minato, while Tsunade, having suffered the loss of her only brother and lover in the prolonged wars and being afflicted by her hemophobia, had become somewhat incapacitated. Strangely, Orochimaru has recently adopted a more subdued demeanor, seemingly fully endorsing his mentor Hiruzen's decision, relinquishing his previous obsession with power. Overall, the transition of power between the third and fourth Hokage appeared remarkably peaceful from an external perspective. However, a significant portion, equivalent to one-third of the Umbu, continued to follow Hiruzen's orders, with the rationale being that they would fully transition once Minato had completely familiarized himself with the village's affairs. Many high-ranking clansmen and civilian ninjas, including Fugaku Uchiha, held great expectations for Minato's ascension. After all, his moniker Konoha's little son was not without merit, as he was publicly recognized as a genius ninja who had risen from humble beginnings. Yet, Natsuki harbored different thoughts. As Ashura, the second son of the Sage of Six Paths, could he truly reincarnate into a family devoid of the Tsutsuki bloodline? Is it conceivable that the Namikaze surname emerged when the Senju clan dispersed among the populace of Konoha? In the aftermath of Minato Namikaze's succession, he swiftly implemented numerous policies aimed at recuperation and revitalization, coupled with the prestige he had garnered on the battlefield. Minato's reputation as the fourth Hokage soared within the ranks of Konoha. Prominent clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga began to gravitate towards him, suggesting that if Konoha were to continue its legacy unimpeded at this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen's legacy would be firmly established. From another perspective, a ninja of Hokage caliber, wielding the space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, could indeed be considered one of the safest, if not the most difficult to kill, individuals in the world. At this moment, it is evident that Hiruzen sincerely intended to entrust Konoha's leadership to Minato. With Minato's relatively gentle approach and governance strategies, he was precisely the leader Konoha needed after enduring the ravages of war. Had it not been for a series of unforeseen events unbeknownst to Hiruzen, Konoha could have continued to maintain its supremacy over the other major forces within the ninja world. Regrettably, Hiruzen remained oblivious to the machinations of Uchiha Obito, who was secretly stirring up trouble in the ninja realm, not to mention the deeper hidden Kagaya. Subsequent events significantly diminished the strength and potential of Konoha. In a decade's time, among the so-called 12 young strong, how many could truly aspire to the status of a Hokage? Apart from Naruto and Sasuke, perhaps Hinata Hyuga could join them. But beyond that, there was not. Although Lee inherited the legacy of Might Guy, his innate chakra deficiency cast doubt on whether he could ever reach his mentor's heights. Neji Hyuga, despite the prowess of his Byakugan from the branch family, harbored little hope of stepping into the realm of Hokage before breaking free from the cage bird's confinement. Yet, to target the very essence of the main Hyuga family, the cage bird technique, would require an upheaval of the entire clan, a feat that seems exceedingly improbable. The others would at most reach the status of elite Jonin. While such ninjas may appear formidable to the average person, against the likes of Uchiha Madara or Kagaya Otsutsuki, they would likely be unable to withstand even the residual fallout of their clashes. As for Kabuto Yakushi, he scarcely deserves the title of a Konoha ninja. He is merely a product of the village. When compared to the previous generation, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Obito Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and Shursui Uchiha, the so-called 12 young strong, seem tragically inadequate. The preceding generation of Konoha's golden era is even less worthy of mention. This showcases the profound impact of years of warfare on Konoha, extending far beyond mere financial and demographic concerns. Relatively speaking, the succession issues within other ninja villages and factions are even more pronounced. On a day in December, at the Hokage residence located in the heart of Konoha, Minato Namikaze returned home late into the night once again, owing to his central position in the village and his renowned space-time ninjutsu abilities. Minato had few guards accompanying him, only Kakashi Hatake and the elite Jonin, Inoichi Yamanaka and Shikaka Nara, though the three were not exceptionally powerful. They were said to possess a measure of talent in space-time ninjutsu, having been specially selected by Minato as the promising young generation of Jonin or specially designated Jonin. However, on this day, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Inoichi, stepping ahead, opened the gate to the Hokage residence and immediately assumed a defensive stance, silently signaling his companions with a warning. In the tranquil courtyard of the Hokage residence, an enigmatic figure cloaked in black with long purple hair had appeared, seemingly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. Concerned for the safety of the Hokage's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, Inoichi called out first, "Who are you? Do you realize where you have trespassed?" A disdainful chuckle resonated in response, as the figure with the flowing purple hair turned, revealing a pair of cold, piercing eyes, the most striking feature being a peculiar crimson hue within those eyes. "What does Uchiha desire? Whatever it may be, it is of no concern to a mere pawn like you. Fourth Hokage, shall we have a conversation?" As Namikaze Minato stepped into the front courtyard of the Hokage residence, a gentle smile graced his face. At least for now, he felt no hostility emanating from the suspected Uchiha ninja before him. "You must be from the Uchiha clan. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Please, come in." With that, Minato offered a reassuring glance to Uchiha Shizune and turned to lead the way into the Hokage residence, boldly exposing his back to Uchiha Shizune, which caused a wave of tension among Uchiha Shizune's companions. However, Uchiha Shizune made no further move. She had not come to create trouble for Minato. Inside the Hokage residence, Kushina Uzumaki was engaged in light conversation with several female attendants when she noticed Minato entering first. Instinctively, a smile began to form on her face, only to falter upon catching sight of Uchiha Shizune, who trailed closely behind Minato, wrapped in layers of dark clothing. Her curvaceous silhouette and the three crimson tomo in her eyes unmistakably hinted at her identity. Kushina, well attuned to Minato, quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the expressions of Minato and the three members of the guard who followed behind. "We have guests. Please, take a seat," she gestured, leading the attendants to prepare tea in the back room. She then brought the tea to where Minato, Uchiha Shizune, and the other two, including Nara Shikamaru, were seated, and took a place beside Minato. Her husband had unexpectedly returned with a woman, and not just any woman, but one hailing from the Uchiha clan. Even though Minato was the Hokage, Kushina was intensely curious about the circumstances surrounding this visit. Nara Shikamaru nodded at Kushina, who personally served him tea. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the enigmatic Uchiha Shizune, radiating caution. Shizune, however, shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "Fourth Hokage, if you cannot ascertain the loyalty of these three, it would be prudent to have them step aside for the time being." Minato's smile remained warm. Yet he did not respond to Shizune's suggestion, seemingly unfazed by the notion of questioning the fidelity of Nara Shikamaru and the others. "Your attire suggests you prefer to keep your identity concealed. If you have matters to address, please speak plainly." Minato's demeanor inspired a profound sense of camaraderie among Shikamaru. Inazuka Kiba and Izumi Yawashi, "You are indeed confident, Fourth Hokage. However, prior to my arrival, I conducted some inquiries, and I can assure you that these three pose no current threat. Otherwise, tonight's meeting would have to be postponed. Indeed, there are no issues at present. After all, when Naruto faced such treatment, these three were conspicuously absent. Uchiha Shizun's words caused Minato's brow to arch slightly in surprise. So cautious? It appears the situation is grave indeed. Has the rift between the village and the Uchiha clan grown so severe? Indeed, I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Today, I come to meet you, primarily to convey, as commanded, the acknowledgement of your recent capabilities demonstrated during this period. If it were the third Hokage, one might question, commanded by whom? Namake's Minato continues to assume a listening stance. It appears that the third Hokage's prior series of suppressions against the Uchiha were indeed paving the way for you. Since your appointment, there have been policy changes that have garnered the favor of individuals such as Uchiha Fugaku. If the current situation can be sustained, it would indeed be a welcome outcome for us. However, fourth Hokage, shadows have begun to move clandestinely, and the next target may very well be Konoha, or even you. Having been granted a second chance at life, Nanxing cannot simply rely on his familiarity with the original timeline to idly pass the days. After all, he has only observed a few aspects of this world through that passionate series. The only way to confront all challenges is to strengthen oneself and one's allies. This embodies the principle of self-improvement. Thus, rescuing Namake's Minato could serve as a commendable endeavor. Minato was slightly taken aback. Targeting me? It is not arrogance. The entire world knows that his flying thunder god technique surpasses that of its creator, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who would possess the audacity to target him under such circumstances. The subsequent discussion pertained to the most significant secrets of the Uchiha clan. I hope that the Hokage's wife can establish a ceiling barrier, and that no more than 3 individuals partake in the ensuing conversation. After a brief contemplation, Minato nodded towards the Inuzuka trio and Uzumaki Kushina. Though feeling a sense of indignation at being humiliated twice, Natsukawa did not dare to defy Minato's directive. Once Uzumaki Kushina had cast the isolating ceiling array, he could only grumble to his companions in a corner of the room. Those Uchiha are indeed insufferable. Iwasaki admonished, do not let emotions cloud your judgment, Natsukawa. That Uchiha is formidable. We are certainly no match for him. Possessing the aptitude for space-time ninjutsu, albeit somewhat lacking, Iwasaki is nonetheless a Jonin with special perceptive abilities. His skills are well known to his companions, Natsukawa and Inuzuka Hashin, and upon hearing his words, their expressions turned grave. They began to scrutinize Minato, Uchiha Haruko, and Uzumaki Kushina within the ceiling array with heightened tension and focus. The array established by Kushina resembled the 4 Red Yang formation, though its intensity was not as great. Overall, it did not significantly obstruct their line of sight. Yet it effectively prevented sounds and scents from the cubic space within the array from reaching the outside world. Furthermore, with Haruko's face partially covered, there was no concern of information being gleaned through lip reading. Your disciple, Hatake Kakashi, possesses a Sharingan that seems somewhat unusual, correlating with certain matters we previously investigated. Therefore, we have continued our discreet inquiries, and indeed, we have uncovered some issues. Hana Uzumaki felt a surge of tension upon hearing about the 3 disciples related to Minato, especially concerning the sole survivor, Kakashi Hatake. What is the matter? Are you suggesting that the enemy might exploit Kakashi to target Minato? Haruko observed the striking red-haired Kunoichi, sensing her heightened concern for this matter. However, Haruko refrained from providing a direct response. Over the years, there have been differing opinions within the Uchiha clan. Elder Kagami South faction is close to the third Hokage, yet many clansmen harbor great dissatisfaction towards the third's oppressive measures. Our clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, leans towards a centrist stance, seemingly oblivious to the folly of his choices. Fortunately, he has encountered the 4th, Minato Namake's. Minato nodded, finding this in alignment with his understanding of the Uchiha clan. So, which faction do you belong to, and what are your demands? Haruko let out an enigmatic chuckle. We certainly belong to the faction discontented with the third. However, the old-timers seem to hold an inexplicable reverence for the so-called hero of the shinobi. Even the events from last year's battlefield in the mist are poised to be dismissed without due consideration. The mist battlefield? Minato understood the reference, but found it challenging to discern the rightness or wrongness of the situation from his perspective. We, the younger generation, vehemently disagree with the cowardice of the elders. Hence, we have set a bottom line. Should the village's leadership, headed by the third, cross it, we shall forcibly overturn the old guard. Yet, many of their companions chose to remain blissfully ignorant for the time being, delving into the shinobi world to investigate events and figures of interest. Surprisingly, their inquiries unearthed a wealth of intriguing information. As Haruko spoke, the 3 tomo within her eyes began to spin rapidly, causing a subtle stir of alarm in Minato and Hana. A surge of malevolent chakra erupted from Haruko. radiating outward with abandon. Had it not been for Hana's prior establishment of a sealing formation to contain it, this dark aura would have undoubtedly attracted external attention. The fourth Hokage and his wife exchanged glances, witnessing Haruko's sudden transformation into the mystical Manjiki Sharingan. The Manjiki Sharingan, they thought in unison. Such a phenomenon had resurfaced. Hana, who had mastered sealing techniques from the first Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki, who was also Tsunade's grandmother, recognized the Manjiki Sharingan instantly. This was a power once wielded by the legendary Uchiha Madara, a figure who nearly perished alongside the first Hokage. Now, this ability had re-emerged within the Uchiha clan. My eyes, I trust the fourth and Lady Uzumaki can recognize them? Hana nodded. The Manjiki Sharingan. Indeed. But what if I told you that the Sharingan transplanted in Kakashi Hatake is also a Manjiki? What would you think? Even Minato Namikaze couldn't help but feel astonished. What? How can this be? That I belong to Obito. To his surprise, Haruko affirmed this at that moment. It must certainly be Obito Uchihas. Our other companions have conducted extensive excavations at the battlefield where Obito fell, yet his body was never found. You mean? Chapter 51. Shimura Danzo slays the parents of the Rinnegan. User The primary reason Obito Uchiha was able to become the disciple of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, lies in the fact that, like Shisui, he belonged to the faction of the Uchiha clan that was close to the third Hokage. After all, he is Shisui's cousin. The fact that Kakashi acquired Obito's Sharingan was even sanctioned by the elders of our family. I wonder what expressions they would wear if they realized it was the coveted Manjiki they had long desired. Seeing the Uchiha girl's demeanor, Minato and Kushina Uzumaki felt a stir of curiosity. Since she too possesses a Manjiki, why does she regard Kakashi's with such disdain? If you are aware that Kakashi's eye is a Manjiki, why did you choose to let it be? From what you just said, it seems you haven't even disclosed this information to the elders of the Uchiha clan. Unbeknownst to him, Minato instinctively began to believe in the notion that there are numerous young Uchiha members standing behind Haruko. In this world, the foolish always constitute the majority. The Uchiha clan is no exception. If those old men were to learn that there exists such strength within our ranks, they would likely resent the fact that none of the four Hokage have borne the Uchiha surname. As for Kakashi, bearing a Manjiki Sharingan may not necessarily be a blessing for a ninja outside the Uchiha lineage. Haruko's words brought a sense of comfort to Minato. Indeed, these Uchiha children are also heirs to the will of fire, unwilling to witness Konoha descend into chaos. However, they seem to harbor deep-seated prejudices against the third Hokage. Kushina felt a wave of complexity wash over her, but it was reassuring that these young Uchiha were willing to engage in dialogue with Minato, indicating that the situation had not yet spiraled out of control. At the very least, they had not retreated into the shadows. The appearance of this Uchiha girl demonstrated their willingness to trust Minato. Truly, she is my little son, though we have many more speculations, such as the possibility of a hidden hand manipulating events in the shinobi world. We shall refrain from presenting them now, lest they cloud the fourth Hokage's judgment. It seemed that Haruko Uchiha intended to conclude this initial conversation today. She raised her right index finger, poised to speak, but suddenly halted. Indeed, the fourth Hokage. You must have heard of the three great ocular techniques of the ninja world. The illustrious Rinnegan has made its appearance in the Rain Village, where it is said that its wielder is also a disciple of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, much like yourself. Furthermore, the elder Shimura Danzo, who harbors a profound animosity towards the Uchiha clan, once orchestrated the assassination of the Rinnegan bearer's parents many years ago, albeit foolishly leaving traces behind. Thus, although this individual is indeed a student of Jiraiya, you, fourth Hokage, should prepare yourself to confront the might of the strongest ocular technique in the ninja realm. Suddenly, the masked Uchiha girl before Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki formed a hand seal with a single hand, followed by a soft pop and a cloud of smoke, causing her to vanish without a trace. This spectacle was also witnessed by the trio of Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi CHG, who stood beyond the sealing barrier. It was, astonishingly, a shadow clone. Inuzuka Kiba exchanged incredulous glances with his companions, struggling to comprehend the overwhelming presence that even a mere clone exuded. Just how formidable is this woman of the Uchiha clan? Minato, however, was not particularly surprised by this display. What left him astounded were the revelations shared by Hinata during their meeting today. Obito is likely alive. Kakashi possesses a Manjiki Sharingan. The Rinnegan, the pinnacle of the three great ocular techniques, has emerged in the Rain Village, and its wielder was once a disciple of his mentor, Jiraiya. Additionally, there is the enigmatic elder Danzo and the potential puppeteer behind the scenes. Lastly, had the younger faction of the Uchiha clan truly amassed such formidable strength? Minato raised a hand to his forehead, a headache beginning to form. While he did not wholly trust the intelligence provided by Hinata, many of her claims could be easily verified, such as the identity of the Rinnegan bearer. Having recently taken up the mantle of the fourth Hokage, and with Jiraiya still in the village, confirming these facts should not pose much difficulty. Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan, though potentially fraught with complications, could similarly be substantiated. However, investigating Danzo and the younger Uchiha faction would prove more challenging. Danzo still commanded the secretive root division of Konoha, the most powerful figure among the Council of Elders, and the greatest conundrum left to Minato by the third Hokage. Yet, the Uchiha girl who had approached him, willing to divulge such critical information, likely harbored goodwill towards him. An investigation was certainly warranted, but it must be conducted discreetly to avoid drawing attention to this formidable power. Suddenly, a pair of delicate yet strong hands pressed against Minato's temples from behind, as Kushina began to massage him. With a long sigh of relief, he felt the tension ease. A pang of sympathy welled up in his heart. Ever since he ascended to the position of Hokage, his beloved son had been burdened with tenfold the responsibilities and exhaustion compared to before, particularly this evening. The Uchiha girl had nearly overheard the entirety of the conversation between her and Minato. Kushina Uzumaki couldn't help but feel a sense of unease regarding the intricate dynamics both within and outside the village, as well as among the higher echelons of Konoha and the various ninja clans. Clearly, what she had gleaned tonight was merely the tip of the iceberg. Even Jiraiya-sensei had concealed certain matters, failing to relay them to the third Hokage and Minato. Otherwise, how could the esteemed Hokage, Minato Namikaze, remain oblivious to the existence of the Rinnegan? And what of Shimura Danzo? Nevertheless, the aspiration to become Hokage had been a shared dream between herself and Minato during their youth, and it was undoubtedly worth pursuing. After a moment, Minato gently placed his hands over his wife's and gave them a light pat. It was then that Kushina realized she had neglected to lift the barrier sealing array she had cast earlier, unaware that the shadow guards, Kurenai Yuhi, Anko Mitarashi, and others, had been lurking in the corner of the room, observing the couple's affectionate display. The Hokage's wife instinctively felt her cheeks flush, and she hastily formed a set of hand seals to dispel the previously established barrier. My apologies, Kurenai, Anko, and the others. You and Minato surely have matters to discuss. Please, take a seat while I tidy up the room. With that, Kushina swiftly rose and retreated inside. That night, after Minato imposed a confidentiality order on Kurenai and the others, he sought out Jiraiya, who was busy planning a trip outside the village for inspiration. The two conversed well into the night. Chapter 52. Uchiha Makoto gives birth to a daughter. Will she marry little Hoshino? In the 51st year of Konoha, with the cessation of war, a collective sigh of relief seemed to wash over everyone. Nanxing was aware that a wave of new births was on the horizon. The next generation of Konoha's young talents, including Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata Hyuga, was about to emerge. The war-weary villagers of Konoha had initially believed that they were on the cusp of a brighter future, a season of renewal and peace. However, most were unprepared for the undercurrents of internal strife that awaited them. Oh, foolish Adudu. Your beloved Onaikin has come to see you. Aren't you going to hurry over to greet me? Itachi, who had already decided to enroll in the Ninja Academy next year to learn the will of fire and ninja training, replied flatly, Nanxing, we are quite far from the front hall. The unspoken implication was clear. There was no need to continue the charade before our mother, Uchiha Makoto. Humph, little Itachi. You truly are unappealing. I see Aunt Makoto seems to be expecting another baby. I sincerely hope she will bear me a sister and not another little brother like you, who only enjoys being a pest. The small, stoic youth, Uchiha Itachi, raised his hand slightly, and a smaller kunai transformed into a shadow, striking the bullseye of a target more than 20 meters away with a soft thud. Such matters were irrelevant. Regardless of whether it was a brother or a sister, he would protect her for a lifetime. Ha ha ha. Nanxing erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of his life. Uchiha Itachi, with an impassive expression, cast a glance at the boisterous Nanxing, forcibly suppressing the stirrings of emotion within. Although he had never witnessed this individual engage in training voluntarily, he instinctively sensed danger each time he contemplated taking action. Was Nanxing feigning incompetence? Why? Could anyone truly pose a threat to the sole grandson of the clan's elder? Unable to comprehend, Itachi shook his head and resumed his practice of throwing kunai, disregarding Nanxing's presence. However, Nanxing was unrelenting, leaning against a tree trunk, insisting on conversing with Itachi while he trained. He aptly termed it a means to enhance Itachi's observational skills, urging him to be vigilant. It was said that Shursui excelled at the ninja academy, often praised by the third Hokage. Itachi could not help but steal another glance at Nanxing. Ever since Nanxing's 5th birthday celebration, he had abandoned all honorifics when referring to Shursui. Was it possible that the ominous prediction of a life-and-death confrontation between him and Shursui was indeed true? This thought made Itachi feel increasingly unsettled, and he uncharacteristically missed the target with a kunai he had casually thrown. Even the great Itachi makes mistakes. Naturally, the sound of laughter followed, a constant companion. Rolling his eyes, Itachi swallowed the question that rose to his lips. He knew that even if he voiced it, the response would be a dismissive "it's not yet time, you're still young, there are too many eyes around you," and other such evasive answers. That infernal enigma. Taking a deep breath, Itachi resolved to ignore Nanxing and focus on his training. Once he entered the ninja academy next year, he would surely defeat that insufferable brat. And then, perhaps, Nanxing would have no face left to utter "you're still too young." Seeing that Itachi was no longer engaging with him, Nanxing muttered, "What a bore. This little brat," and prepared to head home. Video games and spending time with the girls were far more entertaining. As he passed by the front yard of the Uchiha clan leader's residence, he noticed Uchiha Mikoto engrossed in embroidering a piece of clothing. Given the petite cuffs, it was undoubtedly not intended for herself or Itachi, nor for Uchiha Fugaku. "Aunt Mikoto, Itachi is so dull. Please don't have another son. Could you have a daughter for me instead?" Uchiha Mikoto was taken aback, bewildered by the request. Nevertheless, she quickly donned a gentle smile and replied, "Little Xing, I share your sentiment. I too wish for a daughter. However, one can never be certain. If it is a brother, you must protect him as the elder. Well, in light of Auntie's request, I shall take good care of him. But if it is indeed a sister, would you allow her to grow up and marry me?" Nanxing felt a large question mark materialize above his head, utterly perplexed by this whimsical notion. In the context of the Uchiha clan, it is understood that as long as individuals are not blood relatives within 3 generations of the paternal line, marriage is permissible, akin to the ancient Chinese custom of cousin marriages. Nanxing quickly shook her head and hurriedly distanced herself. As if at that moment Uchiha Mikoto had transformed into a formidable beast, leaving behind a remark, "Then let us forget about it, Aunt Mikoto. Perhaps you should have a younger brother instead." Mikoto furrowed her brow slightly, then shook her head with a gentle laugh, returning her focus to the garments in her hands. Initially, she had contemplated what it would be like if Sasuke were to become a girl in this lifetime, pondering whether her name would change to Uchiha Satsuki or Uchiha Nanako. However, the idea of Mikoto wishing to marry her to herself was swiftly dismissed. Although this would mean Sasuke would start off as a girl, Nanxing would still instinctively perceive her as a gender-swapped individual. Anyone could fit that role, except for her. The ensuing days passed in a tranquil, yet somewhat monotonous manner. Uchiha Mikoto's belly grew rounder with each passing day, while Shursui's reputation gradually spread within the Uchiha clan, even being exaggeratedly heralded as the hope of the new generation. Itachi was quite attentive to these matters, while Nanxing was solely focused on Aunt Mikoto's growing belly. If memory serves correctly, Sasuke's birthday falls in July, while Naruto's is in October. Time is running short. Over the past 6 months, although Hanabi and Akatsuki had diligently trained, their respective attribute panels continued to rise without reaching a point of self-advancement. Nanxing had yet to receive any inquiries from the system regarding the consumption of Legion experience points to assist their awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan. Given their strength and spirit levels, it should not pose a significant challenge for Nanxing to gather 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan before the Night of the Nine Tails in October. Perhaps, by then, she could indeed provide a delightful surprise for Obito and the hidden Uchiha Madara, as well as Kurizetsu, potentially saving the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The ensuing era in the ninja world would undoubtedly be intriguing. Chapter 53. The process of Heian unifying the Dothraki. However, during this period, although Uchiha Hanabi and Uchiha Akatsuki had not made advancements, another member of the Legion had successfully ascended to the pinnacle. Heian Dothraki, a Dothraki warrior. Strength, body, agility, spirit, extraordinary knowledge, battle chi, bloodline talent, beast affinity. This warrior can communicate seamlessly with the vast majority of non-enraged beasts, and with certain resources and costs, can gain their utmost assistance. Evaluation: a Dothraki warrior who has experienced an unprecedented adventure, having evolved to the peak of their race's combat prowess. Potential exhausted. No further advancement possible. Heian Dothraki had changed his surname once more, and most notably, his experience bar had vanished. This perfectly aligned with the evaluation stating that his potential was spent, and no further progress could be made. However, as a casually selected experimental subject, the Dothraki chieftain's advancement to a warrior of the third tier, comparable to a Jonin, has exceeded Nanxing's expectations. After reaching his limit, Havamkeo's physique underwent an unusual transformation, shrinking nearly 50 centimeters from his original height of almost 3 meters. Now standing just over 2 meters and 40 centimeters, he remains a formidable muscular figure. For him, this proportion of physique is the most familiar and conducive to his combat habits, based on agility and balance. Furthermore, Havamkeo's strength has surged by 3 to 5 times. In ancient Chinese, there is a term for the ability to pull back 9 oxen, and now this fellow can effortlessly pull back 13 or 14 adult horses. In Westeros, Gregor Clegane, the foremost warrior under House Lannister's Tywin, known as the Mountain, would likely falter under a casual strike from Havamkeo. Although Havamkeo lacks the ability to project his energy for long-range attacks, the archery and spear-throwing skills that Dothraki learn from a young age effectively compensate for this seemingly minor shortcoming. Moreover, Havamkeo's battle aura bears resemblance to the chi of extraordinary warriors in traditional Western fantasy, capable of briefly enhancing arrows and spears to increase their lethality. Thus, although Havamkeo's long-range attack capabilities may not rival the grandeur and convenience of ninjutsu, he is certainly not devoid of distant offensive potential. Then there is his talent, Beast Affinity, which, if fully realized, could significantly enhance Havamkeo's combat prowess. The skies above, the waters below, and the lands around him harbor numerous extraordinary beasts from the world of ice and fire. It should not pose much of a challenge for him to unify and conquer the Dothraki Sea and its surrounding vast territories. Nanxing can conveniently use his support for Havamkeo as an excuse to accumulate experience points. Recently, the Uchiha Quartet has been preoccupied with this endeavor in the Dothraki Sea. And regarding their progress, Havamkeo's clan has begun to clash with one of the most renowned clans in the Dothraki Sea. Indeed, it is the Khalasar of Drogo, the largest clan on the vast grasslands of the Dothraki Sea, boasting over 40,000 warriors and an undefeated record over the years. Drogo resides in a lavish palace in Westeros, a privilege reserved for the most powerful khals. Additionally, the governors of Pentos have united to offer him a palace adorned with 9 tower peaks in exchange for peace with Drogo, further elevating his reputation. Havamkeo's clan represents a burgeoning young force in the Dothraki Sea, while Drogo's clan inherits a legacy from his forebears, believed to encompass many unique traditions of the Dothraki, making it the most authentic Khalasar. Havamkeo's clan currently boasts over 20,000 warriors, with the total population approaching 100,000. As Dothraki clans typically occupy vast grasslands as their base territory, with at least half of the warriors rallying around the Khal's core forces. A faction of the Khalasar roams the periphery of the scattered nomadic tribes, serving as a protective and watchful contingent. Periodically, the warriors accompanying Khal Drogo in the central formation rotate with those stationed outside. The dispersed territory of the Dothraki stretches over several square kilometers, with cattle, sheep, and horses migrating in search of water and pasture, just as the Dothraki, who depend on these animals for their livelihood. This encapsulates the daily existence of the Khalasar. Plundering and warfare are merely diversions. In the world of ice and fire, Nanxing has no intention of intervening on a grand scale. The Dothraki Sea serves as a sufficient hunting ground for the growth of Nanxing and his companions for the time being. Furthermore, the Red Star has yet to rise in the skies of this realm, and the tides of magic have not yet arrived. While the intrigues among mortals in Westeros are amusing, Nanxing prefers to observe from the sidelines rather than engage directly, as such involvement holds little allure for him. Currently, the Legion comprises merely 7 members, including himself. Khal Drogo has already exhausted his potential, while Daenerys, like him, has yet to reach the stage of formal development. Although Izumi Uchiha has ascended to the rank of Uchiha God Warrior, the experience required for her next advancement remains daunting. Based on the current income of approximately 3,000 experience points per month, the achievement of the Super Shadow level seems to be at least 3 years away. Huanqiu and Mingxue are similarly stalled at the threshold of the elite shinobi tier, needing additional time to accumulate the requisite attributes. Moreover, the 2 members recruited from the Ice and Fire world cannot return to the ninja realm with Nanxing. After careful consideration, and buoyed by the presence of Izumi, who wields the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Nanxing resolves to be forthright with his father, seeking to initiate an expansion of the Legion. As a Uchiha God Warrior, enhanced and evolved through systematic reinforcement, Izumi is not akin to Itachi or Shursui, who achieve the elite status merely through the awakening of their kaleidoscope. Rather, She awakened her kaleidoscope Sharingan while advancing to the elite tier, a feat far more significant than mere numerical enhancement. In terms of sheer strength, even the peak Itachi of the original timeline would not stand against Izumi. Moreover, with Huanxiu and Mingxue on the cusp of their own advancements, Nanxing finds it difficult to temper his ambition. If not for his acute awareness that, at merely 6 years of age, he remains the team's most vulnerable point. Easily susceptible to targeting, he might have succumbed to hubris. Chapter 54. The excitement of Uchiha Minoru since the ascension of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Minoru appears to have adopted a more relaxed demeanor. The wrinkles on his face seem to have softened. This change has not gone unnoticed, as many have observed that the family elder has been more frequent in his visits to the ancestral home, sharing dinners with Nanxing and his grandmother, Keiko. After dinner, Minoru follows the same routine as Nanxing, savoring a cup of tea during leisurely moments, enjoying amiable conversations with his beloved partner and cherished grandson. Nanxing finished the last sip of his warm tea, handing the empty cup to Huaxiu, signaling for a refill. Old man, you seem rather cheerful lately? Haha. Has little Xing noticed too? I shall make more time to accompany you in the future. Ever since that initial awakening, Nanxing had affectionately yet audaciously referred to Uchiha Jin as old man, a term the elders seemed to take in stride, never once attempting to correct him. However, Nanxing chose not to respond to the elder but instead addressed a clan member kneeling quietly behind him, clad in a fitted combat suit topped with a vest. Uncle Jinny, please instruct all of Grandpa's guards, except for you, to leave the room and maintain vigilance. Uchiha Jinny, with his square jaw, paused momentarily upon hearing this. As the head of the elder's guards and the clan's chief elder, he was well acquainted with the elder's sole grandson and understood the unique position Nanxing held in the elder's heart. He was not merely the only grandson, but even so, he still directed his gaze towards Uchiha Jin, awaiting further instructions. Uchiha Jin glanced at Nanxing, whose expression was serious, and nodded in agreement. Jinny swiftly rose and moved to the entrance, issuing commands to his subordinates. The remaining 3 guards hastily took their positions outside the courtyard and atop the roof. Upon returning indoors, Jinny was taken aback by a stunning sight. His 12-year-old daughter, Uchiha Huaxiu, was performing hand seals with remarkable speed, conjuring a sealing barrier. Ninjutsu, illusion sound barrier. With Huaxiu's clear proclamation, a faint emerald green chakra membrane enveloped everyone in the hall, even forming a seemingly delicate barrier beneath their feet. What is this? A barrier ninjutsu? Huaxiu can perform such techniques on her own now? Who taught her? This girl has become a nin so quickly. A cascade of questions surged within Uchiha Jinny's mind, but he recognized that now was not the time for inquiries. He quietly returned to kneel beside Uchiha Jin, resuming his role as the final line of defense. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Keiko also regarded Huaxiu with surprise. Both elders recalled that Huaxiu's previous talents had seemed rather unremarkable. Otherwise, she would not have been assigned to care for the young Nanxing. Old man, I previously showcased my ability to you. Huaxiu is one of the results. How does it fare? Quite impressive, isn't it? Uchiha Jin surveyed Huaxiu for a moment, nodding in acknowledgement. Xing, are you able to assist others in accelerating their training speed? I recall Huaxiu only just became a genin last year. Now, Sister Qingzi has confirmed that both Huaxiu and Mingxue currently possess the strength of nin, and in a few years, reaching Jonin is certainly within their grasp. Oh, Qingzi. Qingzi took a step forward and approached Huaxiu, her crystalline, warm eyes gently closing and then opening again, revealing 3 star-shaped red tomo. In that moment, she exuded an aura that could be considered above average even among nin. Indeed, she had only stirred about 10% of her chakra. This scene was even more startling compared to Huaxiu's earlier display. Uchiha Jin, his grandmother Uchiha Keiko, and Uchiha Kenichiro were all utterly astonished. In just a little over a year, despite Qingzi having spent a month honing her skills at the war front, she had already reached the rank of nin. Even someone as seasoned as Uchiha Jin was filled with immense surprise. The existence of a nin was certainly not trivial as portrayed in those fervent anime. Nin level ninjas are already considered part of the upper echelon even among the 5 great ninja villages, and they are exceedingly rare within the ninja clans. Most importantly, since Nanxing had once again revealed this ability before him today, did it imply that, similar to the time when Sister Qingzi exhibited her powers, he could bestow upon his followers a certain enhancement in both potential and innate vitality? However, once they formed a contract with him, they would be bound to his will. Any defiance would result in severe repercussions for both him and the contracted individual. Thus, he wished for his grandfather to find 10 more clan members below the age of 18 to become his followers. The qualifications were not critical, but their character must be reliable. He had no desire to deal with treacherous individuals after investing resources. 10. Uchiha Jin was greatly surprised. With Huashu, Mingxue, and Qingzi, did this imply that the next generation of the Uchiha clan would assuredly produce at least 13 more Jonin? Plus, there was Nanxing himself. Heaven bless the Uchiha. Uchiha Jin immediately responded eagerly. All right, leave it to Grandpa. But will this have any impact on you, little Xing? If it burdens you, perhaps we should reduce the number? Grandmother Uchiha Keiko nodded in agreement with the old man, her expression filled with concern. Nanxing felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, he had a caring grandfather. Rest assured, old man, I am the last remaining sprout of our family. I care for myself far more than you might think. If calamity ever befalls our clan, I will be the first to hide away. Haha, that's good. The old man, far from being angered, appeared rather comforted by Nanxing's words, leaving him somewhat speechless. I'm just teasing you. Never mind. In any case, the night of clan annihilation will never come again. The use of this ability could indeed inflict harm upon him, specifically in the case where a follower defies the contract and forcibly resists his commands, resulting in damage to both parties. Therefore, old man, you must be exceedingly cautious when selecting individuals. Uchiha Jin's demeanor became significantly more solemn. No wonder little Xing had initially requested death warriors. It appeared that the selection of personnel indeed required greater scrutiny. However, if there were no restrictions on qualifications, the options available would still be quite extensive. Rest assured, my grandfather is well aware. Tomorrow may be uncertain, so let us convene the day after. In the afternoon, I will gather those who have been selected, and you, little Xing, shall finalize the arrangements. Nearby, Uchiha Kenichiro observed his daughter, whose excitement was palpable as she frequently glanced in his direction, a smile of pride and contentment gracing his face. Truly, she is my daughter, Uchiha Kenichiro, and this fortune is indeed remarkable. Chapter 55. Sasuke is born. How far can Naruto be? The notion that the emergence of traitors could lead to severe consequences for both Nanxing and the contractors is, of course, fabricated. As the leader of the Legion, Nanxing possesses measures to counteract any dissent among his subordinates. In theory, Legion members can choose to withdraw, contingent upon the consent of Nanxing, the Legion leader. So, would Nanxing grant such permission? Nanxing's most extreme punitive measure against rebellious members is the complete deprivation of the enhancements bestowed by Legion experience. For members of the Uchiha clan, this equates to the annihilation and destruction of their Sharingan, whether it be the Three Tomo or the Manjiki. Not even the Eternal Manjiki or the Rinnegan can escape such a fate. Thus, the adage holds true, all gifts of fate come with a hidden price tag. Nonetheless, Nanxing is no madman. While these extreme measures could instantaneously injure or even kill a treacherous subordinate, all members of the Legion are nurtured with care and resources by Nanxing. Unless faced with the direst of circumstances, he would prefer to avoid resorting to such actions. This serves as the primary reason for Nanxing's insistence that the elder conduct a thorough selection process. It is always preferable to eliminate potential threats before they manifest. What? You claim that all experience points are earned through the warrior zone conquests? Young man, how naive you are. Understand that without a platform, you are nothing. One must learn to be grateful. After reflecting on certain capitalist maxims, Nanxing found his heart miraculously at peace. The twinge of guilt that had briefly surfaced vanishing without a trace. 2 days later, the exuberant Huanshu and Mingxue led the newly joined siblings of the Legion on a monster hunting expedition. Among the 10 new Uchiha members, the youngest was 11, and the oldest 17, all possessing unremarkable talent within the Uchiha clan. Only 17-year-old Uchiha Z had awakened a single Tomo Sharingan. But the problem lay in the fact that he had only one awakened eye. The other remained ordinary, lacking any sign of evolution. This rendered Uchiha Z an anomaly among his peers. Other youths of the same age who had also awakened their Sharingan looked down upon him, as his mother hailed from outside the Uchiha clan, marking him as a typical representative of impure lineage. Conversely, among his age group who had yet to awaken their Sharingan, he felt out of place due to possessing one eye of the legendary Dijitsu. Uchiha Chi's father had previously served as a Nin within the Uchiha clan, yet he met his demise alongside Nanxing's father, Uchiha Tanjirou, on the front lines of the Hidden Mist, leaving Uchiha Chi to live solely with his mother, who hailed from outside the clan. Fortunately, due to the aftermath of that battle, the elder faction has consistently shown care towards Uchiha Chi and his mother, which has significantly improved their circumstances within the clan over the past couple of years. Uchiha Chi's selection by elder Uchiha Jin was undoubtedly a testament to his exceptional qualities. Despite the ridicule from other children of the clan, who boasted superior talents, directed at his mother, he has always exhibited unwavering filial piety, never once displaying any form of disrespect. It can be said that aside from his somewhat awkward talent, Uchiha Chi is indeed an exemplary child. In addition to him, this new batch of recruits included 3 boys, all of whom had yet to awaken their Sharingan. Among them was another Uchiha boy, nearing 17, who caught Nanxing's attention due to sharing the same name as a notable figure, Uchiha Kaido. The group comprised 4 boys and 6 girls. Members of the Uchiha clan are generally blessed with good looks, and these new recruits boasted a commendable attractiveness, likely to improve as they continued to grow. Kaido did not dare to underestimate these new recruits, especially noticing their shared surname with his leader. Within 10 days, under the special guidance of Huashu and Mingyue, alongside Kaido, all 10 new members had transformed into proficient Uchiha warriors and successfully awakened their 2 Tomo Sharingan. Each expended 100 points of clan experience, which they had diligently earned themselves, albeit unbeknownst to them. Consequently, these 10 new subordinates were utterly devoted to Nanxing, almost akin to fervent disciples. They readily accepted Nanxing's strict orders to only reveal their genin-level strength in non-critical situations, refraining from showcasing their Sharingan. Although youthful exuberance often beckoned them to demonstrate their prowess, it paled in comparison to the new strength and hope bestowed upon them by Lord Nanxing. Their successful advancement brought great joy to Nanxing, indicating that his goal of gathering 200 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan, or even the eternal Mangeki, seemed within reach. With newfound hope, and the realization that rapid progression demanded stringent requirements on their attributes, Uchiha Chi and his 9 companions were fully inspired to pursue their training with fervor. The notion that hard work could lead to strength was indeed the most gratifying prospect in their lives. Though young, they had already experienced the vicissitudes of life, and they understood that nothing could surpass this opportunity. Thus, time flowed seamlessly in these relatively peaceful and joyous days. Soon, in July of the 51st year of Konoha, Itachi's long-awaited younger brother, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, Uchiha Sasuke, was born. As the younger son of the current patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke's birth did not garner much attention within the Uchiha clan, as he was not the eldest. However, perhaps in an effort to mend the relationship with the semi-retired Third Hokage, Fugaku promptly bestowed upon the young child the name Sasuke. The name carries a notable legacy, particularly associated with Sarutobi Hiruzen's father, Sarutobi Sasuke, leaving little room for misinterpretation. While others remained indifferent, Sasuke's 2 older brothers, Itachi and his cousin Nanxing, were genuinely delighted by the arrival of the little one. Itachi, in particular, was overjoyed. His smile never faltered as he gazed upon Sasuke's wrinkled little face. This stood in stark contrast to Uchiha Fugaku's serious demeanor. Nanxing found the scene amusing but soon grew contemplative upon returning home, pondering the impending arrival of the Nine-Tails Knight. With Sasuke born in July and Naruto in October. During this time, Nanxing kept a vigilant watch alongside Haruko and Miyuki over the Nana Shrine, situated at the heart of the Uchiha clan's territory, as well as the Memorial Stone. If Obito were to return to Konoha on the eve of the Nine-Tails Night, it was likely he would visit these locations, given that they had no intention of avoiding him and aimed to protect Minato Namikaze. There was little need to overly concern themselves with their own exposure. Chapter 56. Throwing a white zetsu before the 4th Hokage in the ensuing days, Nanxing was not idle. He and Haruko attempted to make contact with Orochimaru one night. Yet, it appeared that Orochimaru was embroiled in some critical matters, choosing to evade Haruko's clandestine visit. Rather than feeling disheartened, Nanxing instead left behind a conjecture regarding cloning technology, along with its fundamental principles and relevant notes he had meticulously transcribed. He concluded the correspondence by advising Orochimaru to preserve and cultivate a few cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, suggesting they could be used for future negotiations. The letter bore the signature, Uchiha Shura. Regardless of whether Orochimaru acknowledged it, Nanxing felt he had established a preliminary connection with the enigmatic figure. After Orochimaru's defection and the formation of the Sound Village, he anticipated the prospect of collaboration. Would Orochimaru accept this? The awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan would undoubtedly compel him to confront reality. Nanxing believed that Orochimaru's defection had become increasingly detached from the 4th Hokage's tenure. The latter had begun to exhibit erratic behavior. It seemed that Orochimaru had lost interest in becoming Hokage, now seeking instead immortality and greater power. Under such circumstances, his defection appeared almost inevitable, regardless of whether Danzo took action against him. Recently, Minato Namikaze had exhibited a certain vigor, having garnered considerable recognition and allegiance from various ninja clans, while the authority wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo was gradually being reclaimed by him. In the realm of the renowned literature network, Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in a half-hearted collaboration, while Shimura Danzo, though reluctant, found himself powerless against the noble responsibilities of Hokage, ultimately aligning with other elders for mere self-preservation. This leniency from Namikaze Minato, who refrained from excessive pressure on these elders, revealed the stark reality of the situation. The younger generation within the Konoha system was eager to ascend, while the elder statesmen had evidently become impediments. The Nara clan, known for its strategic acumen, navigated this transition with relative ease, having long served as the intellectual backbone of Konoha, with knowledge being passed down through generations without significant turbulence. However, such circumstances were rare. Families like that of Danzo faced the daunting prospect of a lack of successors. The Shimura clan, being a smaller ninja family, was not alone in this predicament, as Mito Kazan and Uchiha Koharu also grappled with the dearth of promising disciples. Their inability to cultivate exceptional prot-gs left them at a loss. Among the elders, only the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, genuinely relished this unfolding drama, as he contemplated drawing a perfect conclusion to his illustrious Hokage career. Thus, the legacy of the ninja hero would remain untarnished, and Hiruzen had even begun to envision his retirement, reassured by the prowess of his two sons, already Jonin within Konoha, ensuring a bright future for their family name. Amidst this turmoil, the impending arrival of Uzumaki Kushina's childbirth drew near. In the Hokage residence, a slightly breathless Kushina carefully placed a cup of tea before Haruko. Sister Shura, it has been quite a while since your last visit. What have you been occupied with lately? Please, sit down, Kushina. Allow others to handle these matters. I have recently been discreetly selecting a few promising young talents from my clan and training them, Haruko replied. Oh, you have taken on disciples? That is wonderful, exclaimed Kushina, gently caressing her prominent belly. Minato and I may soon find ourselves quite busy, especially Minato. I wonder if I will be able to raise this child well. It would be delightful if he could one day come under your tutelage. Haruko raised an eyebrow, indifferent to the prospect. However, being the teacher of the fourth Hokage's son would undoubtedly fortify the relationship between their families and the Hokage's lineage. After all, the future leaders of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly include Lord Nanxing. Just as Haruko was about to articulate her thoughts, Namikaze Minato returned. Upon seeing Haruko conversing with Kushina, he showed no surprise. As Haruko had spent more time with the couple, she naturally earned their trust. After all, Uchiha Haruko was also an active ninja within Konoha. And since Minato's ascension to the position of fourth Hokage, the Uchiha clan's rapport with the village's leadership had flourished. More importantly, at this moment, Minato Namikaze has confirmed that Haruko Uchiha is indeed a formidable shadow-level powerhouse possessing the Manjiki Sharingan. Such a being, unless there exists a fundamental contradiction, is someone whom anyone would be eager to ally with. Azura has arrived. I truly appreciate your presence. If you have some spare time, please do visit Kushina more often. He said, You're too kind, Hokage-sama. Sister Kushina has taught me so much, and with her beauty, how could she ever be a bother? Although Haruko no longer concealed her appearance and figure during her interactions with the Namikaze couple, she still employed the codename, Azura, aptly named after one of the unique abilities bestowed by her Manjiki. Minato smiled and nodded, pouring himself a glass of water before sitting beside Kushina Uzumaki, gazing tenderly at her prominently rounded abdomen. After a moment of warmth between the couple, Haruko addressed them. Lord Fourth, I have another matter to discuss with you today. Minato expressed mild surprise. Oh. Yet, Haruko did not disclose the matter directly. Instead, she fixed her gaze intently on Kushina. Understanding her caution, Kushina refrained from commenting, quickly channeling her chakra and forming hand seals to effortlessly release a sealing barrier. At this moment, Kushina Uzumaki could be deemed the most proficient in Konoha's sealing techniques. Even nearing childbirth, a simple shielding barrier was a trivial task for her. The trio of bodyguards stationed at the entrance did not react with astonishment, but began to maintain vigilance against external threats. They murmured in unison. That woman's caution is indeed unprecedented. Yet why does she always make Lady Kushina take action? She certainly knows how to delegate. One of them, Kurenai Yuhi, shot a discreet glare at her companion, thinking him somewhat petty. After all, the first encounter was merely to reassure the fourth, and the Uchiha girl was acting in good faith. However, amidst the tense atmosphere, Haruko suddenly reached out and conjured a white humanoid figure from the air before her, causing the eyes of those present to widen in disbelief. Minato raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether this was a manifestation of spatial abilities. Is this the true power of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan? The gathered individuals failed to recognize the entity Haruko had summoned, which turned out to be a white Zetsu. This was indeed a harvest from Haruko and her companions, who had been monitoring the Nana Shrine. Chapter 57. Minato discovers outside forces conducting experiments on Hashirama's cells. The white Zetsu, said to have been birthed during Uchiha Madara's dormant period in the wood release experiments, is a being that straddles the line between human and monster. Proficient in the art of evasion, the white Zetsu can adeptly blend into the earth and transform into the likeness of any individual from whom it has absorbed chakra, making it an excellent candidate for intelligence gathering and transmission. At present, white Zetsu can be likened to the tentacles of Uchiha Obito. Wherever they appear signifies the focus of Obito's attention. Of course, this concept is one that Haruko cannot yet convey to Minato Namikaze, yet the existence of white Zetsu, a product born from the wood release experiments, inherently elucidates numerous issues. Lord Hokage, I wonder if you are aware that the village conducted a considerable wood release cell experiment several years ago. At this juncture, Minato Namikaze has already begun to place a measure of trust in Haruko. Otherwise, her audacious act of presenting a corpse to his wife, who has been pregnant for nearly 10 months, while inquiring about confidential village matters, would be quite alarming. I recently encountered some records, but those should be classified information within the village. How did you come by this, Shura? And what about this individual? Lord Fourth. Do you ponder why we harbor such intense animosity towards the third? As Haruko uttered these words, her gaze towards Minato shifted to one of profound significance. Following a casual remark from Nanxing, they had conducted an investigation and discovered that the Namikaze surname coincides precisely with the period when the Senju clan dispersed throughout Konoha. Minato fell into a brief silence. Having become Hokage, he now had access to a wealth of confidential information and likely comprehended that the issues between the village's higher-ups and the Uchiha stemmed from the conflicts originating with the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, which were remnants of the Ninja Age's discord between the Senju and Uchiha clans. However, Haruko's current insinuations suggested there might be more to the story. Haruko refrained from delving deeper into the subject, as the prevailing inclination among the Uchiha was to seek reconciliation with the village's higher-ups. Lord Minato, this creature is not human. It is likely a successful product of a wood release experiment, and I am certain that this experiment was not conducted under our village's auspices. It fundamentally differs from that individual, Tenzo. Haruko succinctly recounted the process by which she and Akiyuki detected and apprehended white Zetsu near the Nanxing shrine, emphasizing the remarkable ability of the creature to utilize the mayfly technique for stealth and escape, as well as its companion's rapid retreat. Capturing a single white Zetsu was already a testament to Nanxing's unintentional success, aided by the fact that both Kasumi and Akiyuki had also successfully awakened their Sharingan. Though Tenzo was also a wielder of wood release, he merely served as evidence that wood release is indeed wood release, and that Hashirama Senju was a testament to that legacy. After all these years, this once promising individual has ultimately reached only the rank of elite Jonin. Minato's heart trembled slightly at this revelation, yet he soon realized that Shura had mentioned from the outset that he was not alone. Even if the third concealed his actions deeply, Tenzo would frequently undertake secret missions, making it impossible for him to completely obscure his whereabouts, especially from his own kin. However, the issue lies in the object presented by Azura. Is it a product of wood release? Moreover, judging by Azura's implication, this item may indeed be capable of mass production. Therefore, I kindly request that you refrain from disseminating this information further, Azura. I shall arrange for a thorough examination and attempt to extract intelligence through interrogation. Should any new developments arise, I will inform you. Even in the case of a corpse, as long as it remains within its preservation period, there exist methods for a ninja to obtain fragments of information from its mind. Haruko nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. However, Lord Minato, the mere presence of this object in the village indicates that our previous conjectures were not unfounded. Someone truly intends to strike against Kirigakure. The day of Uzumaki Kushina's delivery may very well be the pivotal moment they choose to act. To avoid suspicion and not to provoke certain individuals, we shall refrain from intervening this time. Nevertheless, if you require assistance, I can temporarily heed your command, considering it is for the sake of Sister Kushina. Minato Namikaze nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude sincerely. Uzumaki Kushina joyfully embraced Haruko's shoulder, clearly understanding the distinction in their words. This matter would be presented to the outside world as a mere coincidence of my discovery. However, should the reality align with your speculations, The gravity of the situation becomes exceedingly dire. The body of the first Hokage has been desecrated? Uzumaki Kushina gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "This is utterly unforgivable." The couple tacitly avoided discussing the wood release cell experiments previously conducted by Kirigakure. After all, the materials for such experiments were likely remnants left behind by the first Hokage himself, considering the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's notorious penchant for experimentation and jutsu development. Yet, if external forces were involved, the most probable means of acquiring Hashirama cells would be through the desecration of the first Hokage's grave. There is also another theory that Uchiha Madara, during the Valley of the End battle, had bitten off a piece of Senju Hashirama's flesh. Once Minato Namikaze had cataloged the white Zetsu into the sealing scroll, Uzumaki Kushina lifted the barrier seal. Haruko lingered for a moment longer before departing, choosing not to remain as a third wheel. Haruko's exit was through the dissolution of her shadow clone. Since discovering that shadow clones could utilize item management and first aid, she and Nanxing had come to realize the remarkable potential of the shadow clone technique in the hands of their Legion members. With item management in place, the tactical options available to shadow clones multiplied exponentially. Even more astonishing was first aid, which could allow a shadow clone to generate a shield lasting 10 minutes, equivalent in strength to 5 vitality points, at the expense of a fraction of their chakra during critical moments. First aid, level 1, automatically generates a shield equivalent to 5 vitality points when a Legion member sustains lethal damage. This capability significantly enhances the combat resilience of their shadow clones, and importantly, first aid is a passive ability, triggering autonomously even when ambushed. It is verging on invincibility. Due to this, Nanxing and Xingzi have already begun to turn their attention to the shadow clone technique within the sealed book. Chapter 58, The Approaching Night of the Nine Tails. The shadow clone technique is simply a perfect match for the members of the Legion, although they cannot compare in numbers to Naruto's thousands of shadow clones. Possessing dozens of clones with actual vitality assisting in combat is certainly a noteworthy advantage. In battles where intelligence is paramount among ninjas, this inexpensive tactic holds immense value. Half a month later, on October 10th, 51st year of Konoha, Naruto was born as expected. In the dead of night, the true delivery room of Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and wife of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, was located in a heavily guarded building complex in the southeastern edge of Konoha. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed, and in an instant, a ferocious beast with 9 crimson tails nearly obliterated the entire structure. The Umbu ninjas guarding the vicinity suffered heavy casualties in that moment. The immense body of the Nine Tails engulfed the surrounding buildings in flames, igniting chaos in the southeastern part of Konoha. What alarmed the ninjas of Konoha the most was the sight of the beast's enormous eyes, which were slowly rotating with blood-red Sharingan. Damn it! Despite having set up 5 layers of traps, the enemies still found their way here. Fortunately, Kushina had arranged the delivery room far from densely populated areas. And that eye, what connection does this creature have with the Uchiha clan? Shiranui Genma felt he must be losing his mind for being less than 30 meters away from such a ferocious beast and still lost in thought. Cough. Ouch, this is... The Nine Tails? The 4th Hokage is in danger. Genma, with his partner Rado, had just regained consciousness at that moment, coughed up blood, and began to voice his concerns. However, no one was able to answer his questions, and he soon realized that his words might sow discord among the ranks, prompting him to fall silent. Genma employed a body flicker technique to move to a slightly safer distance with Rado, ensuring his partner was settled before glancing back at the Nine Tails. He then witnessed the beast launch a fierce assault, crashing down from the sky, enveloped in a fierce blaze of chakra, upon a group of 10 Umbu ninjas who had just cast a round of water-style jutsu against it. Genma recognized the leading Jonin, a talented ninja who hailed from a common background, previously praised by the 4th Hokage for his water-style prowess. However, there was no time for Genma to dwell on the surge of sorrow welling up within him as he looked around anxiously, faced with the formidable presence of the Nine Tails. He knew he must summon familiar allies to execute a combined ninjutsu in order to create even a momentary hindrance, thus buying time for the 4th Hokage and others. Fortunately, as a member of the 4th Hokage's Shadow Guard, he was well acquainted with numerous Umbu operatives he had collaborated with, and soon gathered around 8 or 9 ninjas for support. Water style, water barrier. With a unified shout, Nara Shikamaru and his third wave of comrades unleashed an enhanced water ninjutsu to block the path of the Nine Tails. Although previous attempts had demonstrated the futility of such actions against the beast, the desperate ninjas exerted every ounce of effort to achieve something. even if it merely delayed the terrifying creature for a second. The agitated Ninetales finally took notice of Narashikamaru, the small insect that had evaded its attacks multiple times. Its colossal, beastly eyes, burning with a frenzied rage, fixed upon him. Just as Narashikamaru felt the inescapable grip of fate closing in, a massive, pale purple skeleton, over 20 meters tall and enveloped in a flowing cloak of chakra, suddenly appeared beside the Ninetales. The chilling aura emanating from the enormous skeleton was suffused with a malevolent chakra that the leaf ninjas typically avoided, even recoiling from it. However, the sudden emergence of the Susanoo provided an unprecedented sense of security to the battling ninjas present. It was Uchiha's lord. The colossal skeletal form of Susanoo swiftly pounced upon the Ninetales, pinning it down while several thick black energy chains, as wide as a human waist, surged forth to ensnare the beast. For a moment, the Ninetales was genuinely subdued with such ease. Suddenly subjected to such overwhelming restraint, the Ninetales, previously in a frenzied rage, momentarily froze. Yet at that instant, the dim three-tomo Sharingan within its vast, beastly eyes glimmered with a vivid crimson light, strikingly conspicuous even amidst its fiery cloak of chakra. As the surrounding ninjas observed this spectacle with growing confusion, the Ninetales, trapped beneath the colossal skeleton, erupted with fury. The creature, renowned as the strongest of the tailed beasts, rolled violently, shattering the chains that bound it and overturning the skeletal Susanoo, which soon found itself pinned beneath the beast. Enraged, the Ninetales opened its massive maw and clamped down upon the chakra-clad skull of the Susanoo, while a bright orange light ignited deep within its throat. Seeing this, the resident within the Susanoo's head, Karui, swiftly adjusted her position, directing the Susanoo to shift her into its chest cavity. Seizing the moment while the Ninetales concentrated some of its energy to form a tailed beast bomb, she commanded the Susanoo to exert its strength once more. Utilizing the 8-trigram seal learned from Kushina Uzumaki, they flipped the Ninetales once again, forcing it beneath them. In a fierce contest of power, these two behemoths exchanged dominance, each pinning the other down multiple times within a span of merely 3 minutes. The scattered remnants of buildings around them were flung about by their immense power, and the ground was swiftly gouged into a large pit by their forceful legs and claws. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet it felt as if only mere moments had passed. As the fierce and intense battlefield calmed slightly with the two colossal beings finding their stances to grapple, a clear female voice rang out. "Damn it! Quickly find the Third and Danzo. Also, the barrier and sealing teams. I cannot hold on much longer. Why have they not responded yet? Do they wish for me to perish?" What was merely a shadow clone carrying a third of her chakra had managed to sustain the activation of Susanoo for this long, a testament to the remarkable ocular power of Uchiha Haruko. The overexertion of using Susanoo, combined with her unrefined 8-trigram sealing technique, resulted in a terrifying depletion of chakra. She had truly reached her limit. If no one arrived to take over soon, she would dissipate due to exhaustion of chakra. Chapter 59. The Uchiha Girl Slain by the Ninetales. During the earlier entanglement, the Ninetales had even managed to strike Haruko's emergency out of her. As for Hanabi and Akatsuki, even the shadow clone of Nanxing would never allow them to be exposed at this critical moment. Should that happen, the Uchiha would be of no assistance in this battlefield, and Haruko, with only a third of her chakra remaining, had to ensure that Nanxing in the mindscape remained in a safe location. After all, her primary existence was as Nanxing's loyal warrior, and her other identities held significance only thereafter. Hanabi and Akatsuki posed as elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan, adorned with 3 tomo. And like other members of the security department, they were tasked with evacuating villagers from a distance and establishing new defensive lines. However, upon hearing Haruko's impromptu query, did they wish for her to die? A sudden spark of inspiration flickered in Nanxing's mind within the mindscape. As the rampaging Ninetales grew increasingly frenzied, the last remnants of its rationality began to vanish from its immense, beastly eyes. The skeletal form of Susanoo and the chakra chains extending from the 8-trigram sealing technique began to crumble and dissipate inch by inch. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo. Is this your will of fire? Under the gaze of many, the desperate Uchiha clan's formidable warrior could no longer suppress the terrifying Ninetales, and thus, the backlash was imminent. The Ninetales, consumed by madness, suddenly swelled in size. Its terrifying claws, larger than ordinary houses, pinned Susanoo to the ground, unleashing a flurry of frenzied strikes. Finally, accompanied by a heart-rending scream, the ominous chakra constituting Susanoo began to dissipate like smoke. A half-body no? Merely the upper half of a corpse, was wretchedly swept out from the swirling dust by the nine tails. It was the body of a young girl with long black hair and a graceful figure, tragically falling in the direction where 2 squads of 7 root ninjas were stationed. The somber and lifeless aura emanating from the root ninjas was glaringly apparent to Mingxua, who possessed an extraordinary observational ability. The 3 women, accustomed to training and conversing with them, had a keen recognition of the 7 root ninjas. They were evidently caught off guard by the swift downfall of the Uchiha warrior wielding Susanoo, leaving them momentarily stunned and drawing the gaze of many others towards the unfolding scene. Subsequently, their leader seemed to receive some instruction and quickly produced a sealing scroll, preparing to retrieve the half-corpse of the Uchiha girl that had been flung before him. However, to their astonishment, at that very moment, a sudden explosion resonated from the eye sockets of the Uchiha girl's corpse. "Sister? Whose subordinates are you? What are you doing?" A figure shot forth at incredible speed, accompanied by a voice that reverberated throughout the arena with an accusatory tone. Panic surged within the root squad leader as an ominous premonition flashed through his mind. But it was too late to act. Uchiha Haruko made her entrance, bringing along a shadow clone infused with 1/3 of her chakra. The sealing scroll in the leader's hand began to emit a faint glow, and by the time Haruko dashed towards him, the half-corpse had already been sealed away. Ignoring all caution, Haruko lunged forward, and a massive skeletal arm composed of sinister chakra materialized around her, striking the root squad leader before he could react and seizing the sealing scroll. However, before the spectacle could fully unfold, the Nine Tails unleashed a furious rampage upon the surrounding structures, drawing the attention of all present. Haruko was compelled to temporarily retract the sealing scroll and stood defiantly against the Nine Tails, her expression embodying the anguish of a girl who had just lost a loved one. The frenzied Nine Tails could hardly tolerate yet another human ant daring to provoke it. With a deafening roar, the colossal fox surged towards Haruko, fueled by a torrent of raging chakra, its presence unmatched, perhaps due to some unseen connection. Just as the Nine Tails lowered its stance to pounce, Haruko's form began to manifest a more profound purple chakra skeleton than her previous shadow clone. Susanoo was reawakened. This time, Susanoo was not merely skeletal. Flesh and veins rapidly sprouted along its frame. Soon, a fully fleshed, towering purple giant wielding a massive shield appeared before the Nine Tails. Unfazed by the beast's ferocious assault, Susanoo first slammed its giant shield into the ground with a resounding crash, then assumed a bow stance, gathering energy. The collision between the 2 titans produced an astonishing commotion. Yet the outcome revealed that the Nine Tails, despite its immense stature, was momentarily pushed back by the impact, its head not quite as resilient as it might have believed. In that fleeting moment, Haruko discerned an opportunity. The colossal Susanoo pressed its right shoulder against the inner side of the shield, unhesitatingly charging towards the Nine Tails. Simultaneously, the ninjutsu, summoning technique, Monkey King, Enma, Diamond Staff, long, a steel rod, thick as a human waist, suddenly pierced through the ribs of Susanoo from behind, bracing against the inner side of its shield. Together, they exerted force, ultimately pushing the massive form of the Nine Tails back repeatedly, driving it beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, has finally shown himself, having forced it outside the village. It was not yet time to relax. Continuous assault was imperative. On the other side, the 4th Hokage, indeed worthy of his title, managed to injure me and even separated the Nine Tails. However, the Nine Tails will eventually belong to me. I am destined to rule this world and have many plans in store. Minato gazed at the figure of the masked man, Obito, who was disappearing into the void with his space-time abilities, his expression grave. He realized that the flying thunder god technique he had left on the assailant had become exceedingly obscure and distant. In that moment, he finally understood the complexity faced by others against a space-time wielder like himself. Nonetheless, the pressing matter was to return to the edge of the Hidden Leaf Village. Alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared a multitude of leaf ninjas, who were now forming teams and unleashing a barrage of joint ninjutsu against the Nine Tails. Hiruzen was gasping heavily. Evidently the previous technique, the Diamond Staff, had not been as effortless as it appeared. With a flash, a figure clad in ceremonial robes, adorned with tousled golden hair, finally emerged. Chapter 60. Haruko and the others have actually seized my sister's Manjiki Sharingan. Minato was abruptly attacked, rescuing the infant Naruto from the masked man's grasp, and once again retrieving Kushina, who was on the brink of death after the Nine Tails was released. He had been entangled by the masked man for quite some time before finally repelling him, making his appearance on the front lines of the battlefield. The arrival of the fourth Hokage instantly invigorated the morale of all leaf ninjas present. However, Haruko quietly expressed her apologies, knowing her shadow clone's chakra would soon be depleted once more. Fourth, Haruko swiftly retrieved the sealing scroll made of steel from her pocket, unfolding and releasing it. The half-corpse of a girl, somewhat familiar to Minato, suddenly appeared in Haruko's arms, who had been compelled to retract Susanoo. To Minato's shock, the lifeless visage bore 2 ghastly blood holes where the eyes should have been. It is because I trust you that my sister single-handedly suppressed the Ninetales for a full 5 minutes. During that time, everyone else merely watched her fight alone. The most despicable and unforgivable act was that after her death, her corpse was desecrated by the root ninjas. Qingzi gritted her teeth, her eyes visible beyond her face mask. Bloodshot with fury, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Those dark ninjas reeking of the undead are undoubtedly the loyal subordinates of Shimura Danzo, aren't they? How could they seize my sister's pair of Mangeki Sharingan at such a critical moment? Minato Namikaze, perplexed by Qingzi's relentless inquiries, wore an expression of disbelief. He abruptly turned to the equally bewildered Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes brimming with questions. Hiruzen, seasoned and astute, quickly recalibrated his thoughts. After a moment of feigned confusion, he replied, I swear on my life, when I arrived, I only saw this individual fending off the Ninetales, and I acted immediately. I truly have no knowledge of what transpired before my arrival. Minato instinctively believed him to a considerable extent, taking a deep breath, understanding that chaos must be avoided at all costs. Azura, please trust me. After this incident, I shall provide you with an explanation. However, we must unite our efforts to confront the Ninetales first. Qingzi, however, displayed her disappointment. I apologize, fourth Hokage. My chakra is nearly depleted. The Uchiha have already sacrificed too much today, and most importantly, I can no longer entrust my safety to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Please, Hokage, exercise extreme caution. With that, Qingzi hoisted the lifeless half of the girl's body and swiftly vanished into the distant woods with a series of shunshin techniques. Minato instinctively raised his right hand, yet found himself at a loss for words, helplessly watching Qingzi depart. After all, she had been driven to the point of fearing her return to the village. It seemed that he, as Hokage, had indeed failed in his duty. Minato and Hiruzen exchanged a silent glance, both at a loss for words. Even Hiruzen, known for his cunning, felt a whisper of doubt within. Could Danzo truly have acted so recklessly? Did he lack any sense of the bigger picture? Or had his hatred for the Uchiha blinded him entirely? Regardless, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Third Hokage, please assemble a medical team. Kushina needs them. Oh, is Kushina all right? I'm not sure. The situation is dire. As he spoke these words, Minato's voice trembled. Hiruzen nodded, offering Minato a word of consolation before creating a shadow clone and sending it hastily toward the village. Minato then withdrew a peculiar 3-pronged kunai, tossing it towards the Ninetales at a measured speed while swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique, shuriken. Instantly, the singular kunai transformed into 2, then 4, then 8. Rapidly multiplying into a multitude, raining down upon the Ninetales like a torrential storm. The flying thunder god kunai wielded by Namikaze Minato can only be carried in limited quantities. During his recent confrontation with the masked man, some of them were expended, and although his shadow guard typically carries a substantial number of these kunai, only Narashikaku remains at this moment. Thus, he resorted to the shadow shuriken technique to commence the battle. While this technique produces relatively fragile shadow clones with diminished recognition, it is certainly preferable to having no resources at all. In the ensuing skirmish, Minato became a flickering blur, continuously employing the Rasengan to harass the Ninetales, drawing its increasingly agitated focus away from the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen provided supportive attacks and safeguarded the ordinary ninjas serving as firepower platforms. Before long, the medical and barrier teams summoned by Sarutobi's shadow clone arrived, and he gestured to Minato to temporarily take his place on the front line. Minato then vanished from the battlefield, returning with Kushina, Uzumaki, and their child. However, upon reappearing, his expression bore no trace of joy, only a mask of numbness and forced smiles. It turned out that when Minato had rescued his wife, the Ninetales had already been released from Kushina by the masked man, and only Minato's timely intervention had prevented a fatal blow from being struck against her. The Uzumaki clan's robust constitution allowed Kushina to retain her life even after the extraction of the Ninetales, and Minato hurriedly transported her to a makeshift delivery room disguised as a barrier, where the most skilled medical ninjas awaited. He had believed, without a doubt, that he could preserve Kushina's life. The resilient Kushina had reassured him of this. Yet, Upon his return, Minato found his wife on the brink of death. In that moment, despair engulfed him. The Shura had long warned him, and he could have prepared more thoroughly. Why had events spiraled to this point? The sister of the Shura had lost her life for this reason. Was being Hokage truly so arduous? If given a chance to start anew, he would wish for just one more glance at their child. With a bitter smile, Minato thought, all right. The medical team, having already received orders from Sarutobi Hiruzen, rushed to the side of the fourth Hokage couple as soon as they appeared. Minato entrusted Kushina to the medical team for continued treatment, then carefully cradled the infant in his arms, presenting the child to Kushina. Chapter 61. No, his name is Uzumaki Naruto. Minato, our child is truly beautiful. He will undoubtedly resemble you. Let us name him. Before Kushina, Minato's smile radiated warmth. All right, Kushina, we shall name him Naruto. Naruto Namikaze, what a lovely name. No, he is Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, the members of the medical team surrounding Uzumaki Kushina were filled with tears. Do not presume that the ninja world disregards paternal lineage. After all, even Tsunade, upon marrying Asuma Sarutobi, changed her name to Tsunade Sarutobi. Although Uzumaki Kushina held a unique status as the last princess of the land of whirlpools and did not have to adopt the surname of Namikaze upon marrying Minato Namikaze, the decision for their son to bear the Uzumaki name still contravened prevailing societal norms. Nonetheless, Minato, without living parents, held the absolute right to make this decision. Despite the considerable sacrifices it entailed, perhaps he had other considerations as well. Regardless of the medical team's relentless efforts, Kushina's vitality continued to fade, leaving her increasingly frail. In that moment, Minato may have shared the same sentiments as Uchiha Tanjirou years prior, fervently wishing that Tsunade would remain in the village. After a brief silence, Minato cradled Kushina and their son Naruto, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them to the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon noticing them with an infant, was taken aback and quickly created a shadow clone to temporarily divert the Ninetales' attention, while he himself swiftly moved to the side of Minato and Kushina. Lord Third, Kushina is on the brink of collapse. This is our child, Uzumaki Naruto. I entrust him to you, Minato implored. At this moment, the only person he could rely upon was Sarutobi Hiruzen. His own master, Jiraiya? That man was merely a roguish wanderer, indifferent even to the position of Hokage, let alone capable of caring for an infant. Uchiha Shura, setting aside her inherent opposition to the higher-ups in Konoha, Shura's sister had perished in battle, and her Sharingan had been cruelly extracted. A confrontation between the Uchiha and the village's elite was evidently imminent. Minato's origins ultimately inclined him towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato, what is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively reached out to accept the infant Minato handed over, an ominous premonition swiftly blossoming in his heart. Indeed, the next moment, Minato began forming intricate hand seals. Hiruzen's eyes widened in realization. What he was witnessing was the Reaper Death Seal. Simultaneously, Kushina, summoning her last reserves of chakra, managed to teleport beside the Ninetales. 8 trigram seal. Dozens, if not hundreds, of dark chakra chains rapidly extended from Kushina, ensnaring the raging Ninetales and quickly suppressing it. Now Minato, she urged. No sooner had her words left her lips than Minato had already used the Flying Thunder God to arrive beneath the Ninetales. The ensuing events unfolded as they had in the original timeline. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, concerned that his young son's frail body could not withstand the burden, sealed away half of the Ninetales chakra, specifically the negative chakra, using the Reaper Death Seal. The positive chakra of the other half, along with a portion of both his own and Uzumaki Kushina's chakra, was sealed within Uzumaki Naruto's body using the 4-symbol seal. This not only aided young Naruto in resisting and suppressing the Ninetales, but also allowed the couple to one day reunite with their child, Naruto. Ultimately, they sacrificed their lives, falling before Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the conclusion of the Night of the Ninetales, the damage inflicted upon the Hidden Leaf Village was considerably less severe compared to the original timeline, where the Ninetales had rampaged to the heart of the village. Yet, this was unknown to all. The ninjas on the battlefield initially cheered briefly, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming silence and sorrow thereafter. Almost all members of the Uchiha clan were engaged in evacuating villagers and maintaining order, forming a preparatory front line in the rear. They were ordered not to approach the front line until further notice, as the immense beastly eyes of the Ninetales displayed markings identical to the Uchiha Sharingan from the moment it appeared. The Uchiha ninjas were deeply dissatisfied with this. Yet several elders and clan leader Uchiha Fugaku forcefully suppressed their emotions, urging them to obey orders to rescue and evacuate the villagers. Within the Uchiha compound, Itachi remained alone at home, safeguarding his 3-month-old brother, Sasuke. Little Sasuke lay quietly in his cradle, sound asleep, while Itachi gripped a slightly longer shuriken in his left hand and stealthily held 3 kunai in his right, remaining vigilant. Foolish Adudu, I believe I can hear you crying alone while holding little Sasuke. The sudden voice of Nanxing startled Itachi, prompting him to exhale gently, cursing the annoying fellow. Itachi raised his index finger to his lips. Sho. Nanxing paused momentarily, realizing that if the little one were to wake at this moment, no one would be there to soothe him. Indeed, even at just 3 months old, Sasuke, a character of protagonist caliber, could emit a wail that few could withstand. Well, except for Itachi. Itachi glanced at Haruko, who was following Nanxing, and pulled Nanxing slightly away from Sasuke before whispering, Nanxing, where were you just now? Why didn't you go to the shelter? TCH, didn't you and Sasuke also skip the shelter? Itachi felt momentarily choked by the realization. Yes, Nanxing, the grandson of the elder, was accompanied by a Jonin guard even in such times, while he and Sasuke were left unattended. Nanxing, noticing Itachi's expression, patted his shoulder. It's not as dire as you think. There are still 2 guards outside the courtyard. After all, you're the leader of the Uchiha clan. It's not that dire. Hearing this, Itachi finally relaxed, but soon noticed the dejection on Nanxing's face. Nanxing, what's wrong? Has something happened outside? Itachi had always held some suspicions about Nanxing, as both the elder and his father treated Nanxing quite differently. It is nothing more than yet another failed rebellion against fate. I should have anticipated that a figure like the 4th Hokage, if not destined to meet his end in sacrifice, would be beyond anyone's ability to slay. Witnessing in the shadows the 4th and his wife utilize the 8 trigram seal and the corpse demon seal to re-imprison the Ninetales and entrust their legacy, Nanxing could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Itachi, perplexed, inquired about this rebellion against destiny. Subsequently, Nanxing began to regard him with a gaze that sent shivers down Itachi's spine. Given the overwhelming inertia of the plot, was it possible that this individual was fated to become a traitor? Suppressing the dangerous thought of eliminating his cousin under the cover of the Ninetales onslaught, Nanxing glanced at the serene visage of the few-month-old Sasuke, unable to deny the child's undeniable cuteness. Thereafter, Nanxing sprawled on the tatami, appearing utterly devoid of motivation, his face a canvas of despair. Itachi, who had always maintained a cool demeanor, was resolute in his inquiry, his eyes fixed on Nanxing with an unyielding intensity. With the 4th Hokage deceased, it seemed inevitable that the clan and the village would soon be engulfed in turmoil. Indeed, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, did not survive the Night of the Nine Tails, a conclusion that left Nanxing feeling somewhat despondent. It was evident that altering the world's narrative was no simple task. However, he took solace in the fact that both he and Haruko had acted swiftly to counter the Ninetales and subsequently shifted the blame onto Danzo and Root, thus securing some degree of leverage for the Uchiha clan. Moreover, it was high time for the younger generation of the Uchiha to make their presence known. Brother Nanxing, what did you say? The 4th has fallen? Are you referring to the same fallen? Itachi, having developed a close relationship with Nanxing, was aware that his cousin had been engrossed in a particular video game for quite some time. Fallen. This gaming term had slipped from Nanxing's lips on numerous occasions, and Itachi was well acquainted with it. What else could it be? Though the prestige of being a Hokage may be modest, it still merits a semblance of rebellion against fate. Itachi's mind echoed Nanxing's earlier phrase. What else could it be? His cherubic face was etched with solemnity. Listen, Itachi, I have some important matters to attend to. Starting tomorrow, you must dedicate yourself to training, for should you encounter another situation akin to tonight's, you will truly be left to safeguard Sasuke alone. Surprised, are you, young one? You will need to put on a brave front before your brother, and your older cousin shall take the lead in that regard. Nevertheless, it was evident that the success of this pretense was merely an illusion in Nanxing's mind. Sister Haruko, it must be quite taxing to care for brother Nanxing, and I truly appreciate your willingness to come here to protect both me and Sasuke. Yet, it seems Nanxing has become rather preoccupied with those video games, so I implore you to keep a close watch on him in the coming days. Nanxing widened his eyes, wearing an expression of disbelief. How can you be such an Itachi? As Qingzi observed the interaction between the two brothers, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly, exuding a charming and playful demeanor. Nanxing, reclining on the tatami mat, fell into contemplative silence, continually replaying the impending shifts in the situation of Konoha. Shimura Danzo had yet to make an appearance that night. Instead, numerous members from his Root organization found their way to the battlefield, which aligned perfectly with the old schemer's tactics. However, following the events of the Nine-Tails Night, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely still place his trust in his old comrade, Danzo. This night's attempt at framing and sabotage might not yield the anticipated results. Regardless, the Uchiha clan had at least secured an advantageous position for the forthcoming confrontations. It was now a matter of how Danzo would respond. In any case, Nanxing was resolute in her decision not to retreat. If necessary, she would simply overturn the table. Chapter 62. The Uchiha requires a sovereign in truth. The injuries suffered by Uzumaki Kushina, characterized by a continuous drain of vitality, could be aptly addressed by the Legion's skills, Iron Bone, and healing. However, much like how Minato, despite having interacted with Uchiha Chingzi for an extended period, remained more inclined towards the third Hokage, Nanxing too could not fully place her trust in the couple. The integration of Uzumaki Kushina into the Legion necessitated Nanxing's presence before their eyes. In such a scrutinizing environment, it was inconceivable for Nanxing to take such a significant risk to save a woman with whom she shared a tenuous connection, one who might even become an adversary in the future. Even if Uzumaki Kushina were the epitome of an ideal wife, there could be no negotiation. As for trusting Minato, Nanxing, who had only gleaned insights about numerous global political figures through the news in her past life, understood that such glories were often the most deceptive. Should she extend unconditional trust to Minato merely based on his endearing moniker and commendable reputation? Thus, at the conclusion of the Nine-Tails Night, Nanxing chose not to reveal herself. Nevertheless, even so, the presence of Uchiha Shura and her sister astounded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Following the urgent distribution of various rescue missions, he hastily convened a meeting with Mito Kamen, Nara Shikamaru, and Shimura Danzo. The Uchiha clan concealed such formidable strength, indeed harboring sinister intentions. Kamen's wrinkles had become increasingly pronounced, a testament to her fading youth. She shot a glance at the unabashed Danzo, who dared to speak while the Uchiha's hidden prowess had manifested at the first sign of the Nine-Tails disturbance, resulting in the death of one of their own. What right did Danzo have to utter such words? Yet, reflecting on her own hesitance to present herself at the forefront, she conceded, "Brother does not mock brother, let it be. Danzo, that Manjiki Sharingan must be surrendered and returned to the Uchiha," Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, his gaze piercing. In that moment, doubts towards his old comrade began to take root in his mind. Had his years of leniency truly allowed Danzo's ambitions to swell to such an extent? Upon hearing the term Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Mito Gate-in and TKSH-ka instinctively turned their gaze towards the dark, pot-like visage of Danzo Shimura. As once timid juniors who had trembled under the formidable reputation of Uchiha Madara, they were acutely aware of what such a phenomenon represented. Danzo's ebony countenance twitched violently as he proclaimed, "Hiruzen, I swear upon the honor of Shimura Danzo that I have not obtained that so-called Kaleidoscope Sharingan, nor do I possess it at the root." With his words echoing in the air, an unsettling silence enveloped the conference room within the Hokage building. Ultimately, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to place his trust in his lifelong companion, Danzo, while Mito Gate-in and TKSH-ka similarly stifled their impending doubts. They understood that this old man harbored an unwavering ambition for the Hokage position, and a pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which could even withstand the Nine-Tails, was not a sufficient reason for Danzo to forsake the essential factor on his path to Hokage, his reputation. However, if Danzo had not succeeded, then who had? Or was this merely a self-directed play orchestrated by that Uchiha demon? Mito Gate-in furrowed his brow and inquired, "Danzo, we naturally believe you. But how do you intend to explain this to the Uchiha and the rest of the village?" The situation was evident. Uchiha Shura's sister had, at the cost of her own life, forcibly suppressed and delayed the Nine-Tails for an extended period, curtailing further losses for Konoha. She had fought valiantly and perished before the eyes of many, only to have her eyes seized or destroyed by root ninjas. This narrative had been corroborated by the Third Hokage and the Elder Council, who had summoned Noira Hiruzen and several Jonin captains present at the time, achieving a consensus. For Danzo, the public sentiment was overwhelmingly against him. The only remaining points to attack and suppress the Uchiha rested upon the three-tomo Sharingan within the Nine-Tails pupils and the masked man of the Uzumaki clan, who had also possessed a Kaleidoscope Sharingan, as revealed in the fourth's final moments. This figure was the most formidable threat, possessing space-time abilities rivaling those of the fourth Hokage, having entangled him for so long. Moreover, during his confrontation with Minato, he had ruthlessly slain Sarutobi Bawako, resulting in the Nine-Tails unsealing and the subsequent death of Kushina Uzumaki. It could be said that the masked man was the greatest victor of the night of the Nine-Tails. Meanwhile, the strongest force in the ninja world, the Hidden Leaf Village, had suffered grievously that night. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been reduced to an infant, and a peak shadow-level powerhouse had fallen. The demise of the intimidating Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, alongside these two, dealt a severe blow to Konoha, already in a state of dire need for recovery. This was precisely why Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mito Gaiden, and TKSH had insisted at the outset of the meeting that Danzo relinquish the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Firstly, Konoha could not withstand further upheaval in such a short span, and secondly, Hiruzen, in this dire situation, would undoubtedly have to step back into power. Otherwise, one's invulnerable body may very well suffer a tragic fate, and the situation in Konoha could descend into chaos. At the very least, Sarutobi Hiruzen comprehended that Shimura Danzo must never ascend to the unchallenged position of Hokage. The shadows of the ninja world ought to remain forever enshrouded in darkness. After all, humanity is inherently drawn toward the light. While darkness may possess a rare semblance of positivity, the conference ultimately failed to yield a resolution. The events of the Nine-Tails Night transpired with alarming suddenness, despite the prior efforts of Minato Namikaze, who had set numerous traps and mobilized a contingent of elite Umbu. The higher echelons of Konoha had certainly caught wind of the brewing storm, yet they remained unmoved. At the core, the weight of a mere Uchiha Shura was insufficient. Given the strained relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage lineage, compounded by Shura's lack of any notable accomplishments. Even though she provided the enigmatic white Zetsu, it was already a cautious step for Minato to elevate the alert level. After all, the elite shinobi of Konoha typically had their own affairs to attend to. Ultimately, Uchiha Obito did indeed cast a shadow over Konoha on that harrowing night, which eventually passed, but the following day saw few Uchiha returning to their clan grounds. Only a handful of Nin and Genin escorted the Uchiha clan members who had taken refuge. The clan felt a mixture of confusion and admiration upon learning that two significant figures, both the son of the clan leader and the sole grandson of the elder, had not shied away from danger. Chapter 63. A storm brewing that affects all. It was not until the following morning that Nanxing once again encountered his elder, Uchiha Kagami. Though age had worn him down, his face still bore the marks of fatigue, yet he instinctively smiled upon seeing Nanxing. With a grave expression, Nanxing seated himself opposite Uchiha Kagami and said, "Father, let us have a discussion. Uncle Kenichiro, please impose a lockdown." Uchiha Kenichiro momentarily paused, then swiftly signaled the other three members of Uchiha Kagami's guard to leave the room. Hikari and Akira followed suit, and soon only Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Kenichiro, Nanxing, and Haruko remained. Haruko promptly cast the ninjutsu, Sound Mirage technique, enveloping the four of them in a protective barrier. That night, both Haruko and I were present. The deceased Manjiki Sharingan and the subsequent activation of the Manjiki were both our doing. Uchiha Kagami, along with Uchiha Kenichiro beside him, widened their eyes in shock. Controlling the Nine-Tails to attack the village and ultimately engaging the Fourth Hokage, leading to his demise. While we have our suspicions, it is not yet convenient to disclose them to you. Furthermore, that night, Nanxing gradually elucidated to his elder the entirety of his interactions and endeavors with the Fourth Hokage over the past year, laying bare the subsequent plans before him. Uchiha Gen was momentarily struck dumb, and it took him quite a while to regain his composure. After forcefully suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, he promptly commenced a review of Nanxing's plan. However, just as he began to delve into the matter, he couldn't resist glancing up at Uchiha Haruko, who stood behind Nanxing. The kaleidoscope? Haruko smiled modestly, and a flash of crimson danced in her eyes, first revealing 3 red tomo, which then began to spin rapidly, manifesting the distinctive 3-blade shape of the kaleidoscope in her gaze. Uchiha Gen felt the immense pressure emanating from the 3 tomo in his own eyes, and at last, he believed, his heart swelling with elation. Observing Uchiha Gen's fingers tremble slightly as he lifted the teacup from the table to pour himself a drink. Nanxing's face flickered with a mischievous glimmer. Now, Huaxiu and Mingxiu are similarly endowed. Clink! The teacup slipped from Uchiha's grasp, striking the edge of the table and falling onto the tatami mat beneath him. Yet the old man paid no heed to the slight water stain. The excitement was unmistakably etched across his countenance. "Is it true? So, what about those 10 children you recruited earlier?" Nanxing replied with a mysterious smile. "There may be opportunities, but such matters are never guaranteed." Uchiha Gen inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. After a considerable time, the self-proclaimed stoic elder finally calmed himself. "Shaoxing, your plan is sound. The Uchiha clan must adopt a firmer stance. Otherwise, should Sarutobi Hiruzen return to power, our clan may face dire straits. He shared Nanxing's assessment, convinced that the village's higher-ups would most likely refrain from igniting another civil war during this precarious period, even in the unlikely event of such a conflict. No one understood the true might of three kaleidoscopes better than the Uchiha clan themselves. That was a power formidable enough to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Regarding the Nine Tails, Haruko's seemingly inadequate performance was primarily due to her being merely a shadow clone possessing one-third of her chakra, unable to fully unleash the capabilities of the kaleidoscope. Additionally, the Nine Tails, having been suppressed for years, indeed exhibited tremendous strength upon its initial eruption, easily rivaling the peak combat prowess of a shadow. Naturally, this may have led Konoha's upper echelons to perceive the Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope as somewhat exaggerated. However, the issue was not substantial. Besides, Nanxing had already resolved to engage in battle. Some individuals are inherently like this. They shed no tears until confronted with the grave reality. No amount of verbal intimidation could compare to the tangible experience of battle. Old man, this afternoon's Jonin meeting will have Haruko, Huashu, and Mingxiu serve as your guards and family Jonin. As for whether to inform Uncle Fugaku, the decision is yours. Uchiha Jin nodded gravely. Yet his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. It wasn't that the Uchiha clan was unwilling to consider Konoha's interests, rather, as a founding family, they had endured excessive marginalization and injustice over the years. Since the era of the second Hokage, the Konoha Security Department has long been utilized by the higher echelons of Konoha as a mere bone thrown to the Uchiha clan. Initially, the Uchihas may not have grasped the true nature of this hot potato department, but it has now become a burdensome relic they cannot easily discard. To partake in it is tasteless, yet to relinquish it is regrettable. Abandoning it brings forth the fear that this last bastion of power may also be snatched away by the upper echelons. However, retaining it means that the Uchiha clan's control over the Konoha Security Department serves only as a pretext for the Konoha elite to disregard the sacrifices of the Uchiha clan and erase their contributions. Uchiha Kagami understands that the clan has reached a critical juncture where a formidable voice must emerge. As for Uchiha Fugaku, although he has only been the clan leader for a few years and manages clan affairs with a semblance of competence, Kagami perceives that this young man is likely a fence-sitter, merely a preservationist, lacking the qualities of a true sovereign. What the Uchiha clan desperately needs at this moment is a ruler, not a mere caretaker. My grandson is the savior of the Uchiha. This time, allow this old man to act unilaterally. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the large conference room on the second floor of the Hokage building was filled with over 90% of Konoha's elite shinobi. A multitude of whispers circulated among them, sharing various rumors. It is said that the culprit behind the Night of the Nine Tails was an Uchiha possessing the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, I have also heard that initially, a powerful Uchiha with the Manjiki Sharingan suppressed the Nine Tails at the cost of his own life, preventing further devastation. Indeed, it was mentioned that Elder Danzo's root had some involvement. Speaking of Danzo, even as a Jonin, his voice has grown increasingly subdued, revealing his trepidation. However, I heard from a reliable source that the fourth Hokage's last words to the third Hokage indicated that the enemy was a Uchiha man wearing a vortex mask, possessing special space-time abilities. Could this be an internal conflict within the Uchiha clan? Is the turmoil within the Uchiha clan affecting the village? This theory seems somewhat absurd, nevertheless. All Jonin present, including those from the Hyuga, Sarutobi, Nara, and Akimichi clans, cast complex glances toward the Uchiha shinobi led by Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku. All understood that a storm that could encompass everyone was brewing. Chapter 64. The Jonin meeting commences in the Hokage building, the second-floor conference room. According to the principle that the most significant characters always appear last, the elderly members of the Konoha finally made their entrance after a considerable wait, long after everyone else had arrived. Naturally, the meeting was presided over by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a lengthy introduction, they finally arrived at the focal point of today's assembly, the future direction of Konoha. Esteemed colleagues, due to the enemy's despicable surprise attack, Konoha has suffered significant losses. However, it is precisely at this moment that we must not allow ourselves to feel the slightest discouragement. The enemy is formidable, yet ultimately, they dare only to scurry in the shadows. As long as we unite and remain vigilant, they shall merely be jesters in the end. The emotions of the numerous elite shinobi gradually swelled, stirred by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This old fox truly exemplifies a lifetime of political acumen, demonstrating unrivaled mastery of the situation. As the opportune moment approached, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally unveiled his ambitions. After delivering his speech, He dispelled the chakra coalescing in his throat and took a sip from the water cup before him. At this juncture, Mito Minyan, seated beside him, spoke up. In light of the current dire circumstances, I propose that we call upon the Third Hokage to return and oversee the situation. These words were met with a brief silence in the assembly, but soon, several loyal subordinates began to echo his sentiments. I concur. The Third Hokage has made remarkable contributions and possesses immense strength. He is precisely the leader our village needs in this perilous time. I second that. I too agree. Swiftly, the loyal shinobi of Konoha ignited a fervor within the venue, as if the choice to lead Konoha was already settled on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing the momentum building, Sarutobi Hiruzen took another sip of water, set down his cup, and cleared his throat, surveying the room. Ahem. After all, I am not young anymore. It is only fitting that I allow the younger generation some opportunities. Those supporting him responded in unison. Third Hokage, you are our unanimous choice. Please do not forsake the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression wavered. His loyal subordinates urged him earnestly once more. And just as the act of deference was about to unfold, an unexpected proposition emerged. Since the Third Hokage is concerned about his waning energy, why not summon Tsunade back? She is the true choice of the people. She must be the fifth Hokage. To be honest, this suggestion was not without merit. As the last descendant of the Senju clan, Tsunade, who had even been bestowed the title of princess by the daimyo, truly stood as a strong contender for the Hokage position. However, Tsunade suffers from a severe blood phobia, and for the time being, she is no longer the formidable Sannin she once was. Although this information was known only to a select few at the highest echelons of Konoha and had been strictly sealed, inappropriateness remains inappropriateness. What is more, the individual proposing this suggestion was none other than a Uchiha shinobi seated beside Uchiha Yuan. Who does not know that the Senju clan has always been the arch-nemesis of the Uchiha clan? For the Uchiha family to advocate for Tsunade as the fifth Hokage? Is today an April Fool's Day? Observing Uchiha Yuan, the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan, his demeanor remained calm, clearly indicating his knowledge and support for this proposal. Thus, the current situation became rather peculiar. At that moment, the leaders of the various shinobi clans felt a slight tremor in their hearts. Here it comes. The Uchiha clan indeed intends to stir trouble, but why would they wish to promote Tsunade Senju? Tsunade and the Third Hokage share a master-disciple relationship. How could one dare to challenge their mentor in such a manner? Moreover, this transpires in the absence of Tsunade Senju. It is worth noting that during today's meeting, none of the legendary three of Konoha made an appearance. Tsunade is absent, and Jiraiya is rumored to be away on a secret mission. What of Orochimaru? Is he not within the village? It is quite perplexing that he would choose not to attend such a significant meeting. At this juncture, sitting opposite Mito Kazan, the young Konohagakure ninja, Tsuken Koharu, spoke up. Indeed, Tsunade is an exceptional ninja, with remarkable achievements to her name. However, it so happens that she has recently embarked on a long-term secret mission, and it is unlikely she can be recalled in the short term. Implicit in this is the notion that following the appointment of Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage, Tsunade's dissatisfaction, as a former frontrunner for the position, is understandable. This explanation is somewhat plausible and successfully shifts the blame onto the deceased fourth Hokage. Uchiha Haruko's disdain was palpable as she retorted, in light of this, I propose Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of our clan. Although he is youthful, he has managed the vast Uchiha clan with remarkable efficiency in just 2 to 3 years, demonstrating exceptional capabilities in governance. Is this not precisely the type of leader Konoha currently requires? How could Uchiha Fugaku, merely a Jonin, command the respect of the masses? What qualifies him to become Hokage? Others interjected. Indeed, it is only the third Hokage who possesses the requisite qualifications to lead our village. Haruko countered with a steely gaze. While it is true that the third Hokage is held in high esteem, he has governed for over 20 years, during which Konoha has spent nearly half that time embroiled in conflict. Though we have emerged victorious in these wars, can the village truly sustain such a path? Have you forgotten the reasons behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's resignation? The village's wartime potential has been nearly depleted, and the growing anti-war sentiment among the populace forced him to step down in disgrace. Now he seeks to return? The expressions of the four Hokage on the stage darkened slightly, yet they maintained their composure, choosing not to respond. After all, it is customary for seasoned generals to engage with fellow commanders rather than a mere child from the Uchiha clan. As anticipated, a Sarutobi clan Jonin, sporting a full beard, rose in indignation, exclaiming, "You little girl, how old are you? What do you know of the hardships of the world? You cannot possibly comprehend what the third Hokage has endured for our village. What gives you the right to speak in such a manner? Humph. I lack the qualifications? She retorted. Since the founding of Konoha, the Uchiha clan has sacrificed a total of 5,836 lives, as recorded on the memorial stone. There are at least 800 more whose names were not inscribed. Is that not sufficient qualification? Is it merely a matter of lineage? Who cannot boast of such credentials? Since the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, the sacrifices made by the Uchiha clan are certainly not inferior to the Senju clan's dissolution. Chapter 65. Danzo, you old dog. Do you truly possess the qualifications to speak? The words of Uchiha Haruko resonate with the Uchiha clan's traditional demeanor, superior and commanding. Yet, such declarations leave others with no room for rebuttal. The only one worthy of comparing sacrifices with the Uchiha, Tsunade, is absent from the gathering. Even the Hyuga clan, though they too face targeted assaults from adversaries, primarily exist as reconnaissance units, thus receiving protection from their own forces. Consequently, the casualties of the Hyuga clan during wars remain relatively minor within the ranks of Konoha's ninjas, certainly not comparable to the losses endured by the Senju and Uchiha clans. As the atmosphere stagnated, Shimura Danzo, seated beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, could no longer contain himself. While no one disputes the Uchiha's merits and sacrifices, the Uchiha clan is not without its own issues. The purpose of today's meeting is to deliberate on the future of Konoha, not to bestow accolades. Any grievances the Uchiha may have can be addressed at a later time. Issues within the Uchiha clan? Danzo. The only issue the Uchiha face is their unwillingness to present all their Sharingan to you. Amidst the incredulous gazes of Konoha's elite shinobi, Uchiha Haruko's presence exudes formidable confidence. And her words are nothing short of thunderous. The phrase directed at Danzo immediately captivates everyone's attention, even catching Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard. Is the Uchiha clan choosing this moment to confront their adversaries? However, upon observing the bewildered expression of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, contrasting sharply with the calm demeanor of Uchiha Shingen, the clan elder, a thought arises. Is there truly discord within the Uchiha clan? While Hiruzen and others ponder the shifting expressions of the Uchiha members, Danzo, confronted directly by Haruko's audacity, can only widen his remaining eye, his already grim visage becoming even more sinister. At this time, although Danzo has yet to fully bandage his right hand, he still presents an image wrapped in bandages around his right eye. The black cloth binding his iconic Konoha headband across his forehead, coupled with the wound beneath his lips and his vulture-like gaze, justifies his reputation as a shadow in the ninja world. With a resounding thud, Danzo slams his palm onto the table. Who are you to dare insult me? Can I interpret this as the sentiment of the entire Uchiha clan? Do you, a mere child, represent all Uchihas? Are they plotting rebellion? Unexpectedly, Haruko too rises, striking the table with even greater force. Who am I? I am Uchiha Shura, the strongest of the Uchiha clan in this era. It was the night of the Nine Tails, when you caused the demise of my brother and seized his pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Haruko's eyes widened, and within them, 3 crimson tomo swiftly transformed into the fearsome shape of blood-red blades, an embodiment of the Mangeki Sharingan. The sheer power of her ocular prowess surged forth, an undeniable and immense aura that pressed down upon all present, accompanied by the chilling bloodlust accumulated from countless slaughters in the realms of ice and fire. The brutal, cold, and profoundly frigid killing intent was so overwhelming that it felt as if one were plunged into an icy abyss. Even the seasoned Jonin of Konoha, who prided themselves on a lifetime of battle within the shinobi world, could not suppress a gasp, their teeth gritted in disbelief. How many lives had this seemingly delicate girl taken? What could possibly account for such an extraordinary and terrifying bloodlust? No wonder she claimed to be Uchiha Shura. It was not merely in homage to the legendary figure of the shinobi world. This formidable presence caused even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to tense. Undoubtedly a force at the level of a Kage. Yet, this was not the end. The inconspicuous figures of Hanabi and Akira, who had been standing behind Uchiha Jin, stepped forward, flanking Haruko on either side. A pair of Mangeki Sharingan adorned with blood-red 6-petaled snowflake patterns emerged in Hanabi's eyes, while Akira possessed a pair with blood-red 6-pointed star motifs. Both were accompanied by an equally fierce and chilling killing intent, their aura unmistakably reaching the level of a Kage. In that moment, all present were left utterly speechless, their faces awash with astonishment. Danzo, you old dog, relinquish the Mangeki Sharingan that you seized from my sister that night, and then take your own life. Haruko's words, frosty to the core, brimmed with unabashed killing intent, as if the moment Danzo uttered a single refusal, the trio would immediately unleash their wrath. Danzo's countenance darkened, but it was undeniable that he was indeed shaken at this moment. However, self-termination? How could that be? What is this Mangeki Sharingan? I have never laid eyes on such a thing. Are you Uchiha truly intending to rebel? After Danzo's words, Hiruzen, along with Mito and Tsubaki, readied themselves, anticipating a sudden assault from these unprecedented Uchiha Kage-level warriors. Moreover, the fourth Hokage's final words before his demise involved releasing the Nine Tails to slay Sarutobi Hiruzen, ultimately leading to the tragic death of the fourth couple. The instigator was a man possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, and that individual stands among the three of you. Does he not? Danzo found himself at a loss. He knew that the person mentioned in the fourth's last words was a male, yet in this moment, he had no choice but to wield this excuse against Uchiha Shura. After all, a basic body technique could easily explain the discrepancy of a male turning into a female. Haruko scoffed. Let us not even mention that the masked man in the fourth's last words is a man, nor the fact that the fourth's sudden suspicion before the Nine Tails night was due to the intelligence I had previously revealed to him. My sister was ensnared for 4 generations, and as soon as the Nine Tails was unsealed, she rushed to the scene and forcefully subdued it for over 5 minutes. At that moment, where were you, Danzo? You old dog? Shimura Danzo maintained a calm demeanor, asserting, who can ascertain that this entire affair is not a well-orchestrated play by your Uchiha clan? The 3 women, Haruko and Nanxing, who had been ensconced in the heart space, simultaneously displayed a chilling smile. Indeed, mere words could not refute Shimura Danzo, nor could they prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from taking the stage once more. So, Danzo, that night, the chakra signatures of the 8 ninjas belonging to your root have already been marked by me. Finding them is hardly a challenge. Moreover, we have also witnessed the 13 3-tomo Sharingan and 19 2-tomo Sharingan concealed within your root base. Now, the Uchiha merely requires a single word from you. Will you choose to take your own life? Chapter 66. Verbal confrontation in the grand conference room for many of the high-ranking shinobi hailing from common backgrounds. Uchiha Shura's declaration was nothing short of earth-shattering. Yet perhaps due to some inherent qualities, the majority of them found themselves eagerly anticipating this drama of subversion. Conversely, the mood among the various clans, especially those possessing unique bloodline limits, was entirely different. Danzo, that old dog, dared to lay hands on the Uchiha clan, reputed as the foremost family in Konoha, secretly obtaining so many Sharingan. Surely, their respective clans would not escape such a fate. At this moment, aside from the Hyuga, who remained composed, the expressions of the other clan leaders shifted when they glanced at Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen upon the high platform. Mito Gate-in and Tinari Koharu, lacking the strength, wore increasingly grim visages. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo maintained their forced composure, but the other 3 inwardly cursed. Danzo, that incompetent fool, was unaware that Uchiha infiltrators had breached his own lair. With Danzo silent, the atmosphere in the conference hall became palpably awkward. Sitting beside the original Uchiha, Fugaku was equally dumbfounded by the unfolding scene. Was the Uchiha truly cornering Shimura Danzo, and even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Soon, Uchiha Fugaku began to adopt a vigilant stance. Given Danzo's typical aggression, it was not inconceivable that the situation could devolve into an all-out brawl. Moreover, it seemed that several of his younger kin were inclined towards such an outcome. To his dismay, Uchiha Fugaku realized that he too might be swept up in this insurrection. He cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Jin, subtly voicing a silent inquiry. Elder, what on earth is happening today? Why was I not informed beforehand? Fugaku, as Haruko just mentioned, you are indeed a commendable ruler of preservation. However, what the Uchiha clan currently requires is not merely a guardian of the status quo. Uchiha Fugaku, what do you mean? Are you, Uchiha Minoru, also intent on taking my life today? Fugaku, with his fierce gaze, has long since awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Yet how did the elder know? Uchiha Fugaku was genuinely perplexed, having awakened his Mangeki during his retreat from the Mist Shadow Front, and he had never employed it in any circumstance since. At this moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could no longer remain passive. He understood that if he did not intervene soon, these young Uchihas might resort to reckless violence. The murderous intent emanating from these 3 Uchiha, whose Mangeki-s were nearly indistinguishable, was reminiscent of a fierce retribution, indicating that these youths had undoubtedly engaged in numerous clandestine activities. They were certainly not individuals who adhered to convention. Shimura Danzo had spent his life employing unscrupulous methods, indulging in deceit and ruthlessness. Yet he never anticipated encountering a formidable adversary in his twilight years. Alas, they were all Uchihas, not descendants of Kagami. Otherwise, They would have been the most exceptional inheritors of the will of fire. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen surmised that even with Danzo and the impending arrival of Orochimaru, they might not be able to suppress the three Uchiha women by force. Enough. Today's meeting is meant to discuss how to resolve issues, not to create them. An unknown number of powerful enemies lurk in the shadows, waiting. Do you truly wish for our village to crumble without a fight? It would be preferable to perish at the hands of our own foolish allies than to face a godlike opponent. Third Hokage, as I asserted that night, the Uchiha can no longer trust you with their backs. Sarutobi Hiruzen faltered, and after a moment of silence, inquired, what exactly does the Uchiha want? To vie for the position of Hokage? Haruko scoffed, having maintained a superficial mental connection with Nange from the outset. Her words and demeanor were entirely guided by Nange's counsel, to which she wholeheartedly subscribed. The position of Hokage is something the Uchiha can forego. However, the four of you must retire within 6 months, particularly that old dog Danzo, even if he does not take his own life. He must completely withdraw from power and never wield even a modicum of authority again. As for the fifth Hokage, whether it be Tsunade, Orochimaru, or even Jiraiya, the Uchiha will accept it. In any case, the Uchiha will withdraw from this election. Furthermore, regardless of who the fifth Hokage is, as long as the directives are reasonable, the Uchiha will comply. During this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed one of the few remaining figures in Konoha capable of maintaining order. His intervention allowed Nange to present a final proposal that he could accept. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to bring Konoha to its knees. From the perspective of the Uchiha clan, Shimura Danzo is indeed a repugnant figure. Danzo, regardless of whether Elder Kagami of our clan left behind a final wish similar to that of Uchiha Obito, should have at least sought the Uchiha clan's consent. Much like Kakashi did. Over the years, the Uchiha have never withheld their support from the village. Yet, you could not even muster the decency to perform such a formality. Hence, the Uchiha have ample reason to suspect that your involvement led to the demise of Elder Kagami. This, I presume, serves as the underlying reason for your persistent antagonism towards the Uchiha clan throughout the years. Here, I refer specifically to the Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Kagami that resides in your right eye. Danzo, with a fierce glare from his cautious left eye, retorted, utter nonsense. I merely sought to conceal the village's high-level combat capabilities. Haruko's cold smile deepened, radiating disdain for engaging in further debate with him. Allow me to share another piece of information with you. During your collaboration with Hanzo in the Rain Village, a root ninja callously murdered a civilian child's parents before his very eyes, after which that child awakened the legendary eye technique, the Rinnegan. You may dismiss my words as exaggeration, yet the Rinnegan transcends even the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, which can elevate one to the rank of a Kage upon awakening. The bearer of the Rinnegan is undeniably a force of unparalleled strength, akin to that of a super Kage. But you need not require my elaboration. How did it feel to flee in embarrassment before that child who possessed the Rinnegan? Do you think there may come a day when that child seeks retribution, launching a frenzied assault on Konoha akin to the Night of the Nine Tails? Chapter 67. Ultimately, one must engage in a pursuit of reading. Indeed, for political figures, the art of compromise is their forte. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously contemplating Haruko's previously proposed terms, Nanxing could not let this opportunity slip by, allowing Haruko to continue humiliating Shimura Danzo. Simultaneously, she revealed some guiding information. Danzo, you delude yourself into believing you have rendered commendable service, yet you remain oblivious to the numerous hidden dangers you have sown for Konoha while basking in your own self-satisfaction. Under the third Hokage, you indeed contributed greatly to the village, standing as a leader whose merits outweigh his faults. However, during your tenure, the Senju clan faced extinction. The once promising Kakashi Hatake met a ridiculous demise under the weight of rumors. The village's potential for war has been utterly exhausted. All these matters you shall be held accountable for. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted, for Haruko's assertions regarding these three issues were irrefutable, unless he could suppress them with overwhelming force. It was evident that he was contemplating such a course of action. His presence now radiated an aura that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Uchiha Haruko, forcefully dominating the atmosphere with a palpable intent for battle directed towards Haruko and her companions. Cornered by a few younger individuals who brazenly insulted him with words, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite being a political figure, could no longer endure their provocations. Yet, he remained cautious in his approach. Young ones, he began, I comprehend your sentiments. Having suddenly acquired immense power, you mistakenly believe that the world ought to conform to your desires. Little do you realize that this is a manifestation of being unable to control your strength, instead allowing it to dominate you. Such is the greatest flaw of your Uchiha lineage. The legendary Uchiha Madara exemplified this, and you follow in his footsteps. Come, let us step outside the village, and I shall impart to you the true essence of magnanimity. The crimson light in the desert flickered, perfectly aligning with his intentions. After all, Konoha had been a sanctuary safeguarded by the Uchiha clan, who had sacrificed over 6,000 of their kin for its protection over the decades. It was best left undisturbed. Very well, said Hiruzen. As a ninja, power is the ultimate truth. Ultimately, we must engage in battle. Danzo, you too shall join. All who harbor dissent are welcome. The Uchiha shall accept all challengers. Outside Konoha, in the 11 experimental forest, this location was not far from the famed Death Forest, the site of the Chunin exams on the original timeline. Konoha's persistent conflicts with other nations stemmed largely from the Fire Country's exceptional geographical advantages. Particularly in the vicinity of Konoha, Senju Hashirama had once unleashed his signature jutsu, the Shinin no Jutsu, the birth of the forest. Thus, the area surrounding the 11 experimental forest was adorned with towering ancient trees, each nearly a century old. However, today this haven, renowned as a site for numerous jutsu experiments by elite ninjas, faced unprecedented devastation. A chilling, ominous chakra erupted, materializing into a towering purple skeleton. Exceeding 20 meters in height, the iconic ability of the Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo. Thick layers of purple chakra enveloped it, enhancing Susanoo's already formidable defenses. Following closely were two similarly sinister and oppressive manifestations of chakra on either side, a pink and a white Susanoo, both towering in stature. These colossal chakra entities required no action. Their mere presence shattered and uprooted many of the surrounding ancient trees. Before them stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kamizuki, and Tien Karu, the formidable quartet of Konoha. At a distance, several hundred elite ninjas from Konoha, having trailed from the Hokage building's conference room, gathered to observe the unfolding confrontation, their emotions ranging from anxiety to exhilaration. The standoff did not linger for long. The first to strike was Uchiha Hanabi, emerging from within the pink Susanoo. With her face veiled, Hanabi's eyes suddenly widened, and the 6 crimson six-pointed star patterns within her pupils shone brilliantly. The quartet of elderly warriors simultaneously sensed a chill, instinctively dispersing in an instant. Indeed, a pitch-black flame of extreme heat appeared without warning at the very spot they had just occupied. Amaterasu. Hwashu's gaze remained fixed on Shimura Danzo. Wherever this old fellow reappeared after using his body flicker technique, an unquenchable black flame would immediately manifest. This compelled Shimura Danzo to frequently shift positions, yet his ordinary speed could not match the swiftness of Hwashu's gaze. Consequently, every brief interval forced Shimura Danzo to activate his body flicker technique once more, thus initiating a brief contest of attrition between the two. Meanwhile, after utilizing Amaterasu to carve the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself targeted by Uchiha Haruko. Confronted with the massive chakra construct of Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from summoning the Monkey King, Inma, at first, instead launching a ninjutsu attack. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. As a seasoned powerhouse bearing the title of the Ninja King, Sarutobi Hiruzen's initial strike was a wide-ranging composite ninjutsu. However, Haruko did not evade or defend against this formidable attack. After all, Susanoo itself served as the ultimate defense. Although it was still in its second form, it was more than sufficient to withstand the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Haruko's response to the Third Hokage's offensive was straightforward. She charged in for close combat. The colossal Lavender Susanoo, under Haruko's command, rapidly diminished in size, a feat attributed to the unique ability of her right eye, the Shura, distinct from Hwashu and Mingxue. The smaller Susanoo concentrated its energy, enhancing its defensive strength by at least a third, while simultaneously reducing its target area and greatly increasing its agility. Controlling the now 3-meter-tall purple Susanoo, Haruko braved Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu assault, forcing her way forward to deliver a punch. Bang! With 2 successive sounds and a cloud of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen executed a substitution technique, leaving behind a wooden block amidst the haze. The block was obliterated by a punch from Haruko's Susanoo, partially obscuring her vision with the smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly utilized his body flicker technique to reappear at a distance, his expression grave as he hastily formed hand seals, determination burning within him. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. With the final hand seal complete, he bent down and struck the ground with one hand. The earth before him transformed into a torrent of flowing mud, rapidly coalescing with fallen trees to surge towards Haruko like a landslide. A crimson light flashed in Haruko's eyes as the purple Susanoo swiftly retreated, its immense right hand extending from above her shoulder towards her back. Chapter 68. The Battle of Konoha 4 against the 3 Uchiha women. A solidified chakra spear, approximately 2 meters in length and the thickness of an adult's arm, rapidly formed, resting on the front third of Susanoo. The 3-meter-tall purple Susanoo gently crouched before leaping skyward, its right arm raised gracefully, transforming its entire form into a taut bow brimming with potential energy. A characteristic of the Dothraki from the world of ice and fire, the spear throw. At this moment, Haruko's remarkably agile Susanoo seemed to embody a divine warrior from Western mythology, hurling the short spear in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen with formidable force. Such deftness and execution could only be displayed by Haruko, who possessed the prowess of an Asura. Neither Hanabi nor Mei could manipulate Susanoo with such finesse, no matter their efforts. The purple chakra spear transformed into a laser, piercing through Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest, and the anguished cry of the renowned Third Hokage echoed throughout the entirety of the experiment forest number 11. However, in the next moment, a plume of smoke erupted, and the once screaming Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished without a trace. It was a shadow clone. Almost simultaneously with the dissolution of Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone, a low, chilling voice emerged from Haruko's side. Dark Arts Technique. A vast visual illusion suddenly descended, enveloping the arena in an immense darkness. The majority of onlookers, including several Jonin surrounding the battlefield, were instantaneously deprived of their sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master of all 5 chakra natures, demonstrated his prowess as a peak shadow-level ninja, catching the observing Jonin completely off guard with his dark arts technique. Summoning technique, Monkey King Enma. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen seized the opportunity to summon his spirit beast, the Monkey King. The two worked in perfect harmony. As soon as the Monkey King appeared, it transformed into a solid iron staff. With the Vajra rod in hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen charged forward, taking advantage of Uchiha Haruko's momentary vulnerability to illusion. Among the documented possessors of the Sharingan in Konoha, Uchiha Madara was noted, though records of him have been somewhat exaggerated in the eyes of posterity. Realizing that his ninjutsu had little effect on Haruko, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly shifted to a physical attack. He dashed behind Haruko, swinging the Vajra rod with full force directly at the back of the neck of Haruko's towering Susanoo. With a resounding thud, the condensed chakra armor of Susanoo trembled slightly, yielding a small indentation as it absorbed the brunt of Sarutobi Hiruzen's strike. Simultaneously, the skeletal structure within Susanoo vibrated gently, swiftly dissipating the residual force from the impact. Clearly, Haruko's unique Susanoo exhibited a defensive capability far beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he immediately repositioned himself. Sensing the attack, Haruko instinctively commanded Susanoo's right hand to sweep horizontally backward, though the strike ultimately met with empty air. But then, the crimson hue in Haruko's right eye flickered softly, and the Asura technique was unleashed. In the next moment, a fierce killing intent surged into the sky, materializing into a pair of enormous crimson eyes that appeared before everyone in the entire experiment forest number 11. The numerous Jonin, who had just recovered their vision after enduring the residual waves of Sarutobi Hizashi's dark techniques, were unfortunate enough to be struck by the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Haruko. Many Jonin, not particularly adept at illusions, found themselves facing these towering crimson eyes, each one seemingly taller than themselves. It felt as if they were confronting a ferocious dragon that had suddenly materialized before them, and an involuntary urge to flee gripped them. A few of the Jonin, realizing they had made fools of themselves, hurriedly cursed and vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving only a faint trace of their lingering embarrassment in the air. Meanwhile, Haruko appeared to undergo a transformation, her Susanoo emanating a formidable aura, as though something immensely terrifying had awakened within her. The 3-meter-tall Susanoo wielded a pair of long, imposing chakra greatswords, while Haruko had closed her eyes, seemingly entranced in a state of feigned slumber. The two elongated chakra blades began to strike relentlessly at Sarutobi Hizashi, each slash executed with lethal precision, showcasing an all-out offensive that forced Sarutobi Hizashi into a rather precarious defensive position. In her Asura form, Haruko possessed an astonishing intuition. Even with her vision still recovering, The great swords in the hands of her Susanoo never strayed from Sarutobi Hizashi's vital points. Clang, clang, clang. Unable to evade, Sarutobi Hizashi was compelled to use his Kong Rui staff to fend off Haruko's powerful strikes. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hizashi was a rare polymath, proficient not only in both Yin and Yang chakra techniques and sage arts, but also nearly every ninjutsu from Konoha. Even in taijutsu, he exhibited remarkable skill. Remaining calm while wielding the Kong Rui, a weapon transformed from a summoned beast, as he adeptly utilized various techniques to absorb the force of Haruko's relentless onslaught. Yet, even so, Sarutobi Hizashi found himself suppressed by Haruko. The continuous, intricate strikes were so overwhelming that he could not even employ the simplest substitution technique. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his breath grew heavier, the age of his body becoming apparent as his arms started to feel weak. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart. He realized he had fallen into Haruko's rhythm, and that failure to adapt would likely lead to dire consequences. After previous attempts, Sarutobi Hizashi understood that his taijutsu strikes would most likely fail to penetrate Susanoo's defenses. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his chakra, gripping the Kong Rui firmly before him. At the same time, he raised his left hand before his chest, swiftly forming a hand seal. Clang, sizzle, with a series of ominous sounds. Sarutobi Hizashi's single-handed defense was indeed unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the Azura Susanoo, which had temporarily intensified its assault. The first ferocious strike landed upon the Indra's staff, causing Sarutobi Hizashi to tremble violently from the impact, while the second blow decisively breached his defenses. Regrettably, only a shallow wound, measuring about a foot in length, was left on his left shoulder before he substituted himself away. The fierce clash between the two was brief yet perilous. A single misstep on Sarutobi Hizashi's part momentarily placed him at a disadvantage, compelling him to conceal himself using transformation techniques. Meanwhile, Hanasaku, also affected by Sarutobi Hizashi's dark arts, found herself severely suppressed by Shimura Danzo. At this moment, Hanasaku had liberated herself from the dark arts, restoring her sight, yet her pink Susanoo was ruthlessly cleaved by Danzo's impressive wind-based ninjutsu. Simultaneously, Danzo summoned his spirit beast, the Dream Taper, which was now voraciously inhaling the vast Susanoo with its gaping maw, entrapping it within its grasp. Danzo, in tandem, unleashed the wind release, vacuum wave, to slice through Hanasaku's Susanoo from behind. The wind-infused chakra blades he released were incessantly carving into the ribs of the Susanoo, which was nearly separated by a wall from Hanasaku. This technique closely resembled one Danzo had employed against Sasuke in a later timeline, though Hanasaku's ocular prowess surpassed that of Sasuke at that time by several degrees. Despite Danzo's relentless assault, he remained thwarted before Hanasaku's final line of defense. It was precisely because she had not sensed any imminent danger that Hanasaku refrained from employing her other trump cards, calmly dispelling the dark arts and casting a disdainful glance at Danzo, who was still puffing his cheeks to unleash wind techniques. However, on the surface, Hanasaku's predicament appeared somewhat perilous, particularly as Danzo abruptly ceased his wind release, vacuum wave, and swiftly formed hand seals. Hanasaku, of course, would not allow Danzo's intentions to manifest so easily, even though she still felt no significant threat. With a gentle glare from her captivating fox-like eyes, her crimson pupils ignited, and her Susanoo began to transform once more. The veins and flesh throughout her body rapidly surged with vitality, swiftly mending her previously exposed back. Simultaneously, a longbow materialized in the hands of her Susanoo. With a fierce twist, Hanasaku commanded the colossal Susanoo to deftly grasp the bowstring with its left hand, pulling back to knock an arrow formed purely from condensed chakra between the bow and string in an instant. Once the transformation of the Susanoo was complete, it aimed decisively at the Dream Taper, unleashing the chakra arrow with unwavering resolve. The spirit beast, Dream Mako, did not have the opportunity to react before a colossal arrow, imbued with a blend of cherry blossom pink chakra, materialized before its throat, comparable in size to a human spear. Instantly gravely wounded, Dream Mako let out a pitiful wail before swiftly releasing a plume of smoke, employing the reverse summoning technique to escape back to its lair in the spirit realm. Shimura Danzo suffered the severance of a significant portion of his arm. Nevertheless, he continued to rapidly form hand seals for the technique. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo leaned back, inhaling deeply before exhaling towards Hanako. The vacuum great sphere that burst forth from his mouth resembled not mere bullets, but rather the ferocity of an air cannon, showcasing formidable power. In the face of this relentless barrage, Hanako, who had only just repelled the spirit beast Dream Mako, found herself unable to manipulate Susanoo for a counterattack. She instinctively raised the left arm of Susanoo to shield her chest. Susanoo trembled slightly as the chakra cloak enveloping its left arm was pierced by the vacuum great sphere expelled by Shimura Danzo. However, it merely breached the chakra cloak, leaving the underlying flesh unscathed, demonstrating remarkable resilience against Danzo's signature ninjutsu. Observing the results of his attack, Shimura Danzo decisively abandoned the subsequent transformations of the technique and hastily formed several hand seals. In the blink of an eye, for clones of Shimura Danzo dispersed in different directions. Without hesitation, Hanako's Susanoo raised the longbow in its right hand, while her left arm rapidly regenerated under the continuous supply of her chakra. Once again, the immense Susanoo drew back the bowstring, targeting each of the 4 Shimura Danzos in succession. 1. Bang! As the smoke dissipated, one Shimura Danzo vanished, revealing itself to be merely a shadow clone. 2. Bang! 3. Bang! This fellow truly is fortunate, Hanako sighed softly. Susanoo adjusted its stance, aiming at the last Shimura Danzo. At that moment, however, the true Shimura Danzo had also completed preparations for another assault. Unlike Naruto's spiral shuriken, Danzo's ninjutsu involved infusing ordinary shurikens with highly refined wind chakra, vastly enhancing their sharpness to the extent that they could effortlessly slice through rock and even steel. With one shuriken leading and the other trailing, 2 shurikens transformed into a whirlwind, shot toward Hanako at an erratic angle. Almost simultaneously, the cherry blossom pink chakra arrow surged forth, a streak of light shooting straight toward Shimura Danzo. Ack! The deep, hoarse cry of Shimura Danzo reverberated through the skies above the experiment forest number 11. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless Konoha shinobi, Shimura Danzo, having executed his attack simultaneously with Hanako, managed to slightly alter his posture just in time to avoid the full brunt of the deadly arrow launched by Hanako's Susanoo. However, the lethal arrow still grazed his right arm. With a mere flick, Shimura Danzo's entire right hand was obliterated, dispersing into a mist of crimson. A resolute individual, Danzo let out a single scream before promptly utilizing the body flicker technique to retreat into the distance. There, a cadre of stoic, robot-like Umbu ninjas awaited, encircling him in a protective formation. Meanwhile, the pink-hued Susanoo, previously targeted by Danzo, was assaulted by a ferocious wind-style shuriken, which sliced through the air with a deadly horizontal arc. The formidable cutting force of the wind shuriken, while it managed to sever nearly half of its path, was ultimately halted by the tangible chakra armor and flesh of the Susanoo. Conversely, another vertically oriented wind shuriken was deftly blocked by the bow arm of the Susanoo's right hand. The stout middle finger of the pink Susanoo arched downward, pressing against the thumb to form a circle before it gently flicked the shuriken, producing a resounding ding. The strike effectively shattered the formidable wind shuriken that had been relentlessly spinning against its chest. As the spectacle continued to unfold, the onlookers shifted their gaze back to Danzo, only to realize that the old dog had sustained significant injuries, glaring with one eye and a Sharingan filled with malice. The Umbu ninjas flanking him were undoubtedly members of the fabled Root organization, poised to attack at Danzo's command. Observing these ninjas, who appeared ready to launch an assault at any moment, the onlooker felt a sense of disdain. Danzo, have you exhausted your tactics? Danzo, his visage twisted in fury, barked. Attack! Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku, standing guard under the imposing presence of the formidable team leader, rose to the occasion. Danzo, do you dare? At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice resonated. Ah, quite the lively gathering. Might I also partake in your little game? The crowd turned to find a cold, long-haired man had inexplicably appeared among them. Orochimaru, the Cold Lord, had made his entrance. In Chapter 70, Mingshue's Kaleidoscope, a spatial whack-a-mole, the illustrious Orochimaru's arrival elicited little enthusiasm from the onlooker. Mingshue, your main course has arrived. Have you not finished your hors d'oeuvres? However, before the suggestion could be fully articulated, Mingshue's clear voice interrupted, emanating from within the white Susanoo as she toyed with Mito Gates and the soon-to-be elderly elite shinobi. T-Sun Haru. No need. I have long grown weary of these 2 old relics. Yet, merely watching you 2 battle would be rather dull. As Uchiha Mingshue spoke, a flicker of crimson briefly flashed within the pupils of her right eye. Kaleidoscope Jinjutsu, endless slaughter. Suddenly, Mito Gates and T-Sun Haru, who had been playfully bouncing around, oblivious to their surroundings, stood frozen in place. Subsequently, her complexion turned pale, her face contorted in agony. and a torrent of sweat burst forth, even creating a faint mist around her. She then collapsed weakly to the ground. The endless slaughter is the unique ability of Mingshua's left eye, akin to Itachi's Tsukuyami, a genjutsu that drags the enemy's spiritual essence into a realm of illusion. However, the spiritual essence ensnared in this illusion is compelled to endure a grueling 36 hours of relentless combat and carnage against another version of itself, entirely mechanized in thought. Even in death, it resurrects instantaneously, only to resume the battle. It is as if a divine being has seized a humble gladiatorial slave, casting it into an arena to amuse its omnipotent gaze. No one would wish to experience it a second time, for in this infinite slaughter, the spiritual essence's sensations of touch and pain are magnified several-fold. In such circumstances, being wounded or killed is far from a favorable experience. Esteemed elite shinobi like Mito Gate Flame and T-Rune Koharu found themselves utterly defenseless against the endless slaughter, being dispatched in an instant. Mingxua wielded her pristine white Susanoo with a gentle flick of her foot, sending the two soaring towards the direction of the third-generation direct descendant shinobi. Witnessing this spectacle, Uchiha Fugaku inhaled softly, choosing not to voice his thoughts, yet remained attentive to the battlefield. After completing her actions, Mingxua turned to face the now somber Orochimaru. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru? What a pity, the one I most wished to confront was Tsunade Senju. But no matter, once I defeat you, there will be another opportunity to encounter Tsunade. Just don't perish on me, Orochimaru-senpai. With her words lingering in the air, she did not wait for Orochimaru's response. Despite the distance of at least 60 or 70 meters, her white Susanoo extended a hand, its right palm, measuring 3 to 4 meters across, effortlessly reaching into the air. At that very moment, the air behind Orochimaru began to undulate strangely, and a colossal white hand, nearly 4 meters square, ominously appeared and swiftly lunged towards him. Orochimaru, already somewhat irked by the audacious Uchiha youths, was taken aback that this child dared to strike first in his presence. And what a stunning display it was. Is this a space-time ability? The youth of today are truly remarkable. With a swift body flick technique, Orochimaru evaded the grasp of the white Susanoo's hand, reappearing over 10 meters behind it, standing leisurely with his sword sheathed. The waist of the towering white Susanoo, approximately 16 to 17 meters high, bore a deep wound, about a meter in depth, parallel to Mingshua's neck, rapidly healing. Is this the legendary Kusanagi sword? Mingxua stood more than 3 meters away from the surface of the Susanoo, and Orochimaru's recent strike with the Kusanagi sword, along with its extending chakra blade, had only managed to carve a narrow incision a meter deep. Certainly, the chakra blade originally manifested by Orochimaru extends far beyond 3 meters. However, the intrinsic strength of the chakra within the Susanoo, particularly that constituting its skeletal structure, exceeded his expectations, although there remained a considerable distance before it could reach him. Both Orochimaru and Uchiha Rimei left a profound impression on each other after their initial exchange. It is noteworthy that Shimura Danzo had previously exerted considerable effort to utilize what could be deemed his most formidable attack at that moment, the wind-release shuriken, merely to graze the Susanoo of Rimei. In contrast, Orochimaru, with a mere body flicker technique, effortlessly sliced through Rimei's Susanoo, which possessed an equal strength, albeit aided by the legendary sword, Kusanagi. This clearly illustrates that Orochimaru is far from being a hollow name in the annals of the ninja world. How intriguing. Is this truly the apex of combat prowess in the current shinobi realm? I can feel my blood beginning to rush with excitement. Observing the somewhat erratic demeanor of Uchiha Rimei, Orochimaru's lips twitched slightly. This is precisely why I harbor a dislike for the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru offered no reply, and Rimei evidently did not require one. A flicker of crimson briefly flashed in her left eye. She and her Susanoo did not turn. Yet Orochimaru could distinctly sense that he had been targeted. As expected, in the next moment, subtle ripples in the air emerged from both directions, 3 meters away. 2 colossal hands surged forth, one from the front and one from the back, aiming to seize Orochimaru. He utilized the body flicker technique once more, but this time, he refrained from launching a counterattack. Not only were the 2 Susanoo hands subtly obstructing his attack pathways, but Orochimaru also keenly sensed that the feeling of being locked onto remained. He darted sideways for over 50 meters and, having just halted, prepared to form the hand seals for a summoning technique when he suddenly sensed something amiss and promptly altered his gestures to activate the body flicker technique again. Indeed, in less than half a breath, a massive hand, 4 meters square, descended from the sky to strike the very spot where he had just been. Boom. The descending palm once again missed its mark, crashing down with a thunderous sound. Orochimaru's perceptive abilities were undeniably acute. However, he found himself trapped within the rhythm dictated by Uchiha Rimei, compelled to play a passive game akin to whack-a-mole on a spatial scale. This is the power of Rimei's left eye. She can observe specific targets within a 10-kilometer radius from a spatial dimensional perspective. This ability rendered her the only one among the Uchiha sisters unaffected during Sarutobi Hiruzen's execution of the dark arts. Furthermore, she can enable herself, along with her weapons and Susanoo, to traverse through space, launching attacks from peculiar angles. Chapter 71. Others may engage in sparring, but Shimura Danzo must perish. Mingshua's abilities can manifest in an extraordinarily complex manner. However, to safeguard her intelligence, she only employs her Susanoo's spatial penetration to assault her foes when absolutely necessary. This technique incurs minimal expenditure, calculated at a mere chakra 4. Each instance of activating her spatial traversal within a radius of 100 meters consumes less than 10 units of chakra. Naturally, as the distance of application increases, the chakra consumption rises exponentially. It can be said that, as long as Mingxue desires, she could engage in a relentless game of whack-a-mole with Orochimaru throughout the day. After all, given Orochimaru's current capabilities, his taijutsu combined with the Kusanagi sword would be insufficient to breach Susanoo's defenses, at least not to a significant depth. Of course, at this moment, Orochimaru has only made a single move. While Mingxue maintains her seemingly carefree demeanor, she has already heightened her vigilance internally. Orochimaru, a prominent figure in Konoha over the past decade, surely cannot be perpetually subdued. At this moment, Orochimaru is filled with regret. He had previously witnessed the prowess of one Uchiha Shura, who had dominated his own mentor, the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why did he feel compelled to engage in close combat? Was it a subconscious urge to prove himself superior to his teacher? As Mingxue remains alert, she continues to deplete Orochimaru's chakra with her spatial abilities. After all, each of her attacks consumes far less energy than Orochimaru's body flicker technique. It becomes a contest of endurance. This situation persists until the 11th instance of her innate grand capture technique. After executing this attack, Mingxue suddenly finds herself unable to lock onto Orochimaru. He has evaded her with his body flicker technique, vanishing momentarily from her sight. Instinctively ceasing her assault, she activates her left eye Sharingan, channeling more ocular power to scrutinize from a heightened spatial dimension. There he is. Summoning technique, Manda. Orochimaru, you have disturbed Lord Manda's slumber yet again. This time, I shall not forgive you without a tribute of 200 living sacrifices. Assist me in vanquishing this Uchiha brat, and I shall procure 300 living souls as offerings. Oh, this time you are exceedingly generous. It is uncharacteristic of you. Are you attempting to deceive Lord Manda? Manda, the chief elite serpent of the Ryuchi cave, second only to the White Snake Sage and the 3 great serpent princesses, boasts an impressive length of nearly 100 meters and a colossal physique, making it one of the foremost summoning beasts, a frequent companion of Orochimaru. However, just as Manda curiously gazes upon the Uchiha Mingxue, who is the object of Orochimaru's lavish promise, it realizes something alarming. Mingxue, upon encountering the imposing summoning beast, comprehends that should Manda be unleashed to its full potential, it could indeed pose a significant threat. Aunt, who permitted you to gaze upon the Uchiha? The crimson hue in Mingxue's right eye gleamed once more as she activated the kaleidoscope illusion of endless slaughter. The monstrous serpent, Wan Shi, who had been on the verge of unleashing its wrath upon hearing Mingxue's outrageous humiliation, suddenly froze. It appeared as though its very soul had been extracted, and its once raised head crashed down onto the ground, bouncing slightly before succumbing to unconsciousness. Orochimaru sighed inwardly. Indeed, her illusionary abilities could be triggered merely by making eye contact. The fact that Wan Shi was instantaneously vanquished was not to be underestimated. Orochimaru felt a sense of relief, having deliberately avoided Mingxue's gaze since their confrontation, never allowing their eyes to meet. Such a predicament was troublesome. It was no wonder that Uchiha Madara had garnered such a formidable reputation in the past. Is this the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan? How I long to possess it, to study it further. Behind Wan Shi, Orochimaru, perhaps still not entirely consumed by darkness, executed a simplified reverse summoning technique with merely 2 hand seals, banishing Wan Shi back to the Earth Dragon Cave. Of course, it was more likely that Orochimaru wished to avoid antagonizing the Earth Dragon Cave. A vast plume of white smoke billowed forth as Orochimaru once again employed the technique that had previously obscured Mingxue's ability to lock onto him. concealing himself once more. It must be noted that his seemingly accidental actions inadvertently exacerbated the consumption of Mingshua's chakra. This was due to the heightened chakra expenditure required for deep spatial perception as compared to spatial strikes. Thus, their battle devolved into a mutual depletion of resources, with both parties unwilling to resort to desperate measures. Given Mingshua's current chakra and ocular prowess, while the complete form of Susanoo was uncertain, utilizing the fourth form, an augmented size with enhanced weaponry and fortified armor for defense, was not out of reach. Likewise, Orochimaru, as a formidable shadow-level ninja who had inherited the legacy of the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen, possessed forbidden techniques that surpassed even those of the Third Hokage. He certainly had his own hidden cards to play. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestion to engage in battle outside the village had already been a form of probing, and Uchiha Shura's response had solidified the nature of today's confrontation. This was more akin to a sparring match, a battle among comrades, both sides still perceiving themselves as part of the same camp, with no intention of crossing the final line of enmity. However, Danzo was evidently an exception. Should the opportunity arise, Uchiha Huashu would not hesitate to eliminate that old man on the spot, much like how she was currently dealing with the root ninjas and Danzo himself. In this corner of the skirmish, it had devolved into a chaotic melee where the root ninjas were ganging up on Uchiha Huashu. Or perhaps it could be said that Huashu was single-handedly commanding Susanoo to besiege the root ninjas and Shimura Danzo. Earth release, earth flow wall. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, great vortex water blade. The root ninjas, upon receiving support from Danzo, first executed a combined earth release defense technique, erecting a towering structure of high-density earth chakra, as thick as a city wall. Subsequently, a relentless barrage of hairstyle-themed joint attack ninjutsu bombarded the illustrious Susanoo of the Uchiha. With resolute determination, the Uchiha unleashed the power of his ocular abilities, awakening the fourth form of Susanoo, which rose majestically, its pink-hued form elevating by a significant fraction. In its left hand, a substantial, chakra-manifested heavy tower shield materialized, thudding against its chest, leaving only the head exposed. Meanwhile, the true form of Uchiha remained nestled within the chest cavity of Susanoo. Observing the movements of Shimura Danzo and his root ninjas through the gleaming, colossal eyes of Susanoo. Once the fourth form of Susanoo adopted a defensive stance, it entirely disregarded the relentless onslaught of joint ninjutsu from the root ninjas. Simultaneously, the longbow in Susanoo's right hand was further enhanced, adorned with intricate, exquisite dragon motifs, while the gathered chakra surged significantly. After a brief observation, Uchiha deduced the positioning of the root ninjas and the likely location of Shimura Danzo. Decisively opting for a lethal strike, the immense pink Susanoo raised its right hand, the colossal left hand stringing the bow as it swiftly drew back, unleashing chakra arrows the size of a human waist in rapid succession. The formidable chakra wall created by the earth-style wall technique was pierced effortlessly. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Only upon the third did a root ninja emit a pained grunt, indicating that he had sustained an injury, albeit not fatal, still capable of vocalizing his distress. However, Uchiha showed no intention of firing a follow-up shot. Instead, he concentrated his aim toward the vicinity where Shimura Danzo was likely positioned. The towering earth-style wall constructed by the root ninjas was rapidly transformed into a sieve by Uchiha's relentless assault. Though it mitigated the potency of the pink Susanoo's long-range attacks to some extent, the minor hindrance was negligible against the might of Susanoo's enormous piercing arrows. The sudden onslaught of a copious, acrid scent of blood from the root ninjas startled all present, finally illuminating Uchiha's unwavering intent to eliminate Shimura Danzo. This aged adversary had evidently incurred the ire of the Uchiha, prompting some concerned individuals from Konoha to grow anxious. Yet, sensing the restless stirrings among the watching upper ninjas of Konoha, Uchiha Kagami signaled to Uchiha Fugaku to step back beside him. Uchiha Fugaku sighed softly, grappling with the intricacies of the current scene. Did he truly appear so inadequate in the eyes of the younger clan members? Nevertheless, with the elder's endorsement and the evident advantage held by the Uchiha successors, what rationale did he have to withhold his support? Thus, in that moment, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forth. Advancing a few paces to the edge of the battlefield, his gaze fierce as the crimson tomo in his eyes whirled rapidly, converging into a peculiar three-leaf clover symbol. The Manjiki Sharingan. Another pair. However, it is entirely reasonable for Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, to embody such formidable power. A chilling, malevolent energy surged within his cold eyes. and an immense wave of black chakra rapidly emanated around him. First, a colossal spine manifested, followed by ribs, a skull, and arms, culminating in the emergence of a towering 14-meter skeletal Susanoo at the edge of the battlefield. Although this form of Susanoo appeared significantly weaker in both presence and size compared to the Uchiha sisters in the arena, no one believed that this was the pinnacle of Uchiha Fugaku's capabilities. After all, as the clan leader, it was inconceivable that he could be vastly inferior to his juniors. Was it not? This was the prevailing sentiment among the many Konoha Jonin who had been awestruck by the Uchiha clan throughout the day. At the very least, the presence of Uchiha Fugaku quelled the ambitions of some Jonin who had previously been eager to intervene after witnessing Danzo Shimura and the Root Ninjas in action. They extinguished any thoughts of interference, affirming the Uchiha clan's esteemed reputation as Konoha's foremost family. The Uchiha trio present were clearly members of the younger generation, while Uchiha Fugaku belonged to the preceding one. As for the generation before that, even if Uchiha Fugaku himself were to declare that there were no hidden Manjiki Sharingan among the previous generations of the Uchiha family, it is certain that no one would believe him. Chapter 72. The Cold Lord Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed his old comrade Danzo Shimura was in peril and promptly ceased his skirmishes with Haruko. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. After ensnaring his foes with these two terrain-based jutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone dissipated with a resounding pop as his chakra was exhausted. Almost immediately, the real Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared from another direction, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. 5 Elements, Great Rasen Bullet Technique. This fusion of 5 elemental jutsu was nothing short of terrifying, a culmination of Sarutobi Hiruzen's lifelong mastery of ninjutsu. It was a cataclysmic attack akin to a natural disaster. A torrent of fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind chakra converging into a colossal wave of energy, hurtling towards Haruko's violet Susanoo. Having adeptly exited the melee at the cost of sustaining light injuries, Haruko, who had been skillfully controlling the Azura mode, chose to withdraw from it. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's devastating 5 elemental jutsu, Haruko decisively opted to evade the onslaught. A flicker of crimson flashed in her eyes, and in an instant, she, along with her towering Susanoo, vanished without a trace. In the mind space, Nansei reclined comfortably on a sofa, tilting his head back slightly as Haruko's violet Susanoo indeed materialized behind him. The curved screen before Nansei maintained its focus on the moment before Haruko's disappearance. As the torrent of ninjutsu energy surged forth, devastating a 2-kilometer expanse within the 11th experimental forest like a plow. Due to the distance, the elite shinobi of Konoha watching from behind Haruko swiftly dodged, thus avoiding any casualties outside the arena. The towering 3-meter purple Susanoo of Haruko remained unscathed, reappearing in its original position after the torrent-like assault of the 5 elements Great Bomb technique. If not for the surrounding devastation reminiscent of a natural disaster, one might have thought that the previous attack was merely an illusion. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was gasping for breath after expending a considerable amount of chakra, let out a resigned sigh inwardly. Danzo, I've done my utmost. The rest is in your hands. Who could have anticipated that Uchiha Shura possessed similar space-time abilities, albeit with far more limitations than Minato? Haruko's reappearance was undoubtedly a deliberate ploy to mislead all observers, as for which unfortunate soul would eventually collide with this reality. Both Nanxing and she expressed great anticipation. Nearly half of the Konoha elite shinobi bore witness to Haruko's sudden disappearance into the mind space. And while they were unaware of the specifics, many astute individuals began piecing together the overall situation. These Konoha elites collectively inhaled sharply. How on earth could they continue to fight? In close combat, the renowned king of the monkey, as a summoning beast of the Third Hokage, possessed taijutsu capabilities that ranked among the strongest of the shadows, yet Haruko nearly dispatched him with a single, forceful strike. It is crucial to note that the Vajra Rui that the king of the monkey transformed into was not only indestructible, but also resonated with its host's intentions, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to execute techniques with remarkable efficiency. Nevertheless, even with Hiruzen's exquisite taijutsu, he could not withstand Haruko in her Ashura mode. As for ninjutsu attacks, even those that had undergone chakra nature transformation training proved futile against Haruko's compact Susanoo. More potent forbidden techniques, like Hiruzen's recent 5 elements Great Bomb technique, were effortlessly evaded through the use of space-time abilities, leaving everyone bewildered about how to proceed. The spectators felt a chill run down their spines. However, Many of the more politically astute elite shinobi maintained a relatively composed demeanor. After all, while the battlefield appeared tumultuous, apart from Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Hanayuki, the other participants had made little significant impact. Aside from employing the summoning technique of the Great Serpent, Orochimaru, and Hiruzen's earlier use of the Five Elements Great Bomb technique in response to Danzo's peril, there seemed to be a notable restraint. Of course, this restraint among the so-called shadow-level combatants was only relative. The likes of Mito Minyin and T-Rune Koharu, seasoned elite shinobi, had embarrassingly displayed their inadequacies. At this moment, it was evident to all that the two were merely there to observe. Earlier, when Uchiha Akihime was not fully engaged, they managed to hold their ground against a Susanoo towering at 20 to 30 meters. However, once Orochimaru entered the fray, the disparity became glaringly apparent. Miyuki had never employed her spatial abilities against Mito Minyin and Tsune Koharu. The pressure faced by Orochimaru was simply on an entirely different level. Nevertheless, Orochimaru frequently managed to launch counterattacks against Miyuki, with a swift application of the body flicker technique. He evaded the colossal hands of the snow-white Susanoo that had materialized beside him, which were striking down like swatting away mosquitoes. Harnessing the unparalleled speed of the body flicker technique, he thrust the grass cutter sword with astonishing ferocity. The blade pierced through, meticulously aimed and long prepared. And despite Miyuki's repeated precautions, the chakra-infused blade grazed her. A 2-finger-long tear appeared on the outer fabric of her left shoulder, revealing a breathtaking glimpse of her alabaster skin. At that moment, Miyuki couldn't help but feel compelled to applaud Orochimaru's stunning strike. His initial target had been her shoulder. Although she had attempted to dodge upon realizing the potential of the Susanoo being penetrated by the attack, a fleeting hesitation about whether to utilize her spatial teleportation ability led her to evade partially, but not entirely. Her combat experience was evidently lacking. Truly, Orochimaru was deserving of his reputation as a senior. This swordplay caught Miyuki off guard. She had not expected him to be so proficient in sword techniques. It was said that the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, had once guided him, yet it seemed Miyuki was destined to never face the White Fang herself. With a slight sigh in her heart, she maintained an outward appearance of confidence, her bright eyes now radiating a more dangerous glimmer. My apologies, senior. But with my two sisters displaying such enthusiasm, I can't help but feel a competitive spirit as well. Therefore, Orochimaru, you must not perish. This marked the second instance in which Uchiha Miyuki implored Orochimaru not to die, and this time, even he could not afford to be as nonchalant as before. Orochimaru sensed that his recent strike had unleashed something significant. Women can indeed be troublesome. Chapter 73. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are truly. Women can be troublesome. Orochimaru emitted a barely audible sigh, laden with complexity, as he began to perceive a subtly ominous atmosphere. Indeed, the nearly 30-meter-tall snow-white Susanoo gradually dissolved like smoke, as Uchiha Miyuki voluntarily disbanded her protective shell. Yet, neither Orochimaru nor the onlookers felt any sense of relief. Instead, their expressions grew grave. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru felt an impulsive urge to interrupt this girl, although he did not consciously possess the notion of showing off. However, disrupting an opponent's rising momentum was an essential aspect of a ninja's combat prowess. At this moment, the aura of danger emanating from Uchiha Mingxue intensified rather than diminished, causing Orochimaru to hesitate in his actions. Once the Susanoo dissipated, her slender figure, clad in a tight black battle suit, appeared even more fragile, exuding a faintly pitiful allure. Yet, in a fleeting moment of daze, the fierce killing intent akin to that of Uchiha Shura surged forth once more. In the distance, onlookers seemed to glimpse a towering column of blood, alongside the enchanting figure of Shura enveloped beneath the crimson cascade. This ephemeral vision, though not as impactful as the one evoked by Haruko Shura, did not lead anyone to underestimate Mingxue in the slightest. Even Orochimaru felt a surge of admiration for her ferocious aura. Mingxue conjured a pair of pristine white straight swords, composed entirely of solidified chakra energy. This demonstrated her unparalleled mastery over chakra control, as even the likes of Orochimaru, a top-tier warrior, required chakra-infused weapons to manifest sufficiently lethal chakra blades. Yet here was Mingxue, seemingly empty-handed, able to materialize a pair of pure chakra blades out of thin air, leaving no doubt about their lethality. As the chakra blades took shape, Mingxue's left shoulder subtly dipped, and a chakra blade tip, no larger than a fingernail, suddenly emerged from Orochimaru's chest. A chilling scream erupted, and Orochimaru transformed into a puddle of mud, revealing his earth clone. Unfazed by the clone's agonizing cry, Mingshua's crimson left eye flashed, instantly locking onto Orochimaru's true form. With a swift upward slash of her right-hand sword, the distinct sound of metal clashing resonated from the side. Ding! Then, ding 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 ding. Mingxue unleashed a seemingly chaotic flurry of over 300 strikes. Observers might have found her actions somewhat ludicrous if viewed in isolation. Yet none could afford a smile at this moment. Orochimaru twirled his grass-cutting sword into a swirling shield of blades, but despite this, blood mist erupted from his body intermittently, narrowly avoiding vital areas. The strikes left non-fatal wounds that healed at an astonishing rate, indicating that Orochimaru's body modification techniques were beginning to bear fruit. Finally, after a relentless barrage lasting 9 breaths, Mingxue came to a halt. The chakra blades in her hands were now marred and battered, with her right-hand sword reduced to 2/3 of its original length. At this moment, Mingxue was drenched in sweat, although her strikes disregarded distance, slicing from all angles around Orochimaru. Including above and below, she still had to bear the recoil from the clash of blades. Comparatively, her strength, physique, and speed were slightly inferior to Orochimaru's. Despite his dire predicament, Orochimaru remained composed and perceptive, recognizing this disparity during their ongoing skirmish. Consequently, Mingshua's later strikes were consciously met by Orochimaru with uniquely angled counterattacks imbued with various forms of power, whether penetrating, spiraling, or deceptively light, yet heavy. This relentless exchange severely drained Mingshua's stamina, compelling her to cease after over 300 strikes, gasping for breath. Truly worthy of the esteemed Orochimaru. Consider this blow a return favor for your earlier strike, he mused, lightly caressing the half-nail-sized wound at the bottom of his earlobe, momentarily silent. The final blow from Mingshua's shattered blade indeed trembled in her grasp, altering its angle. Otherwise, while Orochimaru might have survived, he would have inevitably suffered severe injuries or substantial chakra depletion. His substitution technique was still not fully refined, particularly against such potentially lethal attacks. Such a formidable junior. In light of this, shall we halt our contest and await the outcome between the others? With a long exhale, Mingxue replied, I dare not impose. She was indeed nearing her limit. To continue would necessitate desperate measures. Moreover, with the military skills of Iron Bones and healing at her disposal, her recovery speed truly rivaled Orochimaru's. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding Leaf Village Jonin collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear that Uchiha had no intention of recklessly fracturing the village. What a relief. Subsequently, many imaginative Jonin began envisioning future battlefields where the 3 Uchiha women would lead them in a merciless onslaught against the remaining 4 great ninja villages. The emergence of such formidable figures in Konoha was indeed a marvel. Meanwhile, in the confrontation between Roots Ninja and Uchiha Kasumi, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed his supreme technique. 5 Nature Transformation Barrage, targeting Haruko in this very position. The 2-kilometer area of devastation completely engulfed Haruko, who was relentlessly slaughtering Roots ninjas, interrupting her onslaught and forcing her into full defensive mode. After the ravaging of 5 Nature Transformation Barrage, aside from a few injured and fallen, both the Root ninjas and Shimura Danzo vanished from the scene. Having fully endured the might of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ultimate jutsu, Haruko dispersed her severely damaged pink Susanoo, casting a frigid gaze toward him. Her Sharingan lacked the tracking prowess of Mingshua's, and she was genuinely astonished that Danzo had managed to escape. Third Hokage, do you truly believe we would hesitate to eliminate you? Haruko's furious inquiry transformed the atmosphere into one of palpable tension as she and Kasumi faced Sarutobi Hiruzen, each wielding their Sharingan, the weight of the moment pressing heavily upon him. Chapter 74, Haruko and Nansei Orochimaru. Oh Danzo, how true this is. If you can pass this trial, the long-standing prestige of Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage has indeed penetrated deep into the hearts of the people. Witnessing him now in a state of complete disadvantage, one after another, the elite shinobi of Konoha began to gather, standing resolutely behind him. Among them were those of shinobi lineage as well as commoners, including 2 esteemed Uchiha Jonin, the last remaining from the line of Uchiha Shursui. Their presence somewhat rattled Haruko, her crimson eyes gleaming once more as the colossal cherry blossom began to grow wildly behind her. However, at that moment, Haruko noticed Haruko gesturing towards her, an indication likely from Nansei. Despite her indignation, she ultimately ceased the gathering of her Susanoo, allowing the tangible cherry blossom chakra to dissipate into mist. Your ability to rally support is indeed formidable, Third Hokage, since you insist on preserving Danzo. The Uchiha will spare that old dog, but he must immediately relinquish all power and retire completely. I mean a total withdrawal. All root ninja must have the cursed seal of tongue disaster lifted. My sister will periodically patrol the village, and anyone found bearing the cursed seal of tongue disaster will be executed on sight, without question. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not underestimate Haruko and Hanabi simply because of the numerous elite shinobi rallying behind him. Moreover, apart from the confrontation with Orochimaru, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku had also brought along 40 to 50 Uchiha Jonin to stand behind them. The implication was unmistakable. Hiruzen cast a complex glance at Haruko. Danzo has devoted his life to the village. Must he be driven to his demise? Allowing him to live is already the greatest mercy the Uchiha can extend. Haruko, with a disdainful gaze, looked at the many elite shinobi standing behind Sarutobi. As a price for your protection of Danzo, 12 years from now, correct, Hanabi? Hanabi, wearing a stoic expression, replied, 12 to 15 years. Haruko smiled as she continued, approximately 12 to 15 years from now, the child with the Rinnegan, whose parents were slain by Danzo's subordinates, will arrive in Konoha seeking vengeance. By then, it will be for you, Third Hokage, to address this matter, for the Uchiha shall never clean up after that old dog. However, by that time, the Uchiha clan grounds will be open to all in the village, and those who enter will receive protection. This marked the second instance Haruko had mentioned the Rinnegan, prompting Sarutobi and the elite shinobi behind him to take notice. Simultaneously, Haruko's inquiry to Hanabi regarding the timing drew attention from Sarutobi and certain keen observers, especially given Haruko's unwavering conviction about the impending calamity that would befall the village in the years to come. Throughout the preceding battle, both Haruko and Akiyuki had revealed various extraordinary abilities, while Hanabi had only showcased the formidable defensive and offensive prowess of her Susanoo. Though these abilities are formidable, they pale in comparison to the spatial and temporal prowess possessed by Haruko and Akiyuki. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan harbors powers related to time? However, this is not the moment for such inquiries. The pressing matter at hand is to navigate through the current crisis. Thus, the discussion shall pause here, with clan leaders and the Jonin captains summoned to the Hokage Tower for further deliberation, while others attend to their respective affairs. Haruko raised her delicate eyebrows, ready to express her displeasure, but unexpectedly, Uchiha Jin spoke up from behind her. Very well, Lord Third, the Uchiha remains willing to place its trust in you. Once more, I shall extend my faith. The two cunning old foxes, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Jin, exchanged knowing glances, having reached a tacit understanding. Uchiha Jin believed that the confidential information Haruko had previously divulged, regardless of its veracity, was not suited for widespread knowledge. It was indeed necessary to have a private discussion, for conflicts among shadow-level powers are never merely isolated incidents. They are entangled with the interests of multiple factions. Today's confrontation has clearly showcased the Uchiha's resolve and destructive capabilities, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen in a position of helplessness, prepared to compromise. Thus, it was imperative that the upcoming proceedings did not further embarrass the Third Hokage, as he remains the leader of Konoha. Despite the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen is now a relic of the past, in the mindscape, Nanxing held no objections. He understood well that although he had lived in an era of information explosion in his previous life, he was merely a fledgling, freshly thrust into the workforce. In this political struggle, Nanxing chose to place his trust in his esteemed elder. At that moment, Akiyuki and Orochimaru approached the gathering, the surrounding Jonin parting to create two pathways as they arrived from different directions to the core of the assembly. Concurrently, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's directive, many Jonin began to disperse, while a select few elite Jonin, alongside the clan leaders and elders, prepared to return to the Hokage Tower. Haruko signaled to Orochimaru, expressing her desire for a discussion, and requested Hanasaku and Akiyuki to accompany Uchiha Jin ahead. After all, the intricacies of political maneuvering could be left to the elder. Haruko cast a keen glance at Orochimaru. Cold Lord Orochimaru, I have heard that you have relinquished your pursuit of the Hokage position to focus solely on honing your personal strength. Orochimaru appeared momentarily taken aback. It seems the Uchiha's intelligence capabilities are indeed commendable. His recent dedication to personal cultivation and ninjutsu experimentation was no secret. Yet his abandonment of ambitions for the Hokage role was not something that most could comprehend. The position of Hokage is significant, yet perhaps not as vital as it seems. The Uchiha's journey is destined for the stars and the vast realms beyond. As Haruko's emotions gradually intensified, she addressed Orochimaru with fervor. In our eyes, You are indeed the most promising among all the predecessors of Konoha, potentially capable of surpassing even the legendary Sannin. If, and I emphasize if, you could resolve your lifespan dilemma, even through means such as body snatching, I would extend an invitation for you to join our ranks. Together, we could embark on a journey to explore the myriad realms, experiencing the breathtaking vistas that different worlds have to offer. Though the notion seemed somewhat absurd, the concept of the myriad realms that Haruko articulated indeed piqued Orochimaru's interest to a considerable extent. Particularly, the mention of body snatching resonated with him. Even if he did not fully grasp its precise implications, he instinctively felt that this term held great significance for him. In truth, body snatching is a theory from Taoism regarding the borrowing of another's body to regain vitality. This concept aligns entirely with the impure world reincarnation technique that Orochimaru would later develop. Chapter 75. Haruko, the patriarch of the Rising Sun clan, expresses her keen interest in cultivating a pair of Rinnegan. Orochimaru involuntarily extended his long tongue to moisten his somewhat parched lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Are you testing me, descendant of the Uchiha? Haruko responded with a slight smile, her demeanor defiant. The distance between stars and between worlds far exceeds the limits of mortal imagination. While we can dispatch warriors to other realms, if they cannot withstand the baptism of the mysterious force of time, even the strongest warriors would be rendered ineffective. Do you comprehend this, Orochimaru? He nodded in agreement, yet his mind was preoccupied with Haruko's mention of sending warriors to other worlds. So, you Uchiha possess the capability to resist the ravages of time? Haruko replied with an enigmatic smile. To a degree, you could interpret it that way. The Uchiha clan carries the bloodline of ancient sages, granting us certain advantages in this regard. Moreover, Orochimaru, you are the only mortal bloodline individual we have encountered thus far with the potential to transcend the limitations of lifespan. Mortal bloodline? He inquired. Precisely. Families such as the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Kagaya all descend from the bloodlines of ancient sages, while individuals like you, who do not possess such bloodline limits, are classified as mortal bloodline bearers. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru felt an influx of knowledge regarding bloodline limits surge within him. He sensed he was grasping something pivotal, yet he could not fully articulate it, a flicker of irritation crossing his serpentine eyes. He discerned that although Haruko's words bore a tone of superiority, her demeanor and tone were devoid of arrogance. This led Orochimaru to lend a degree of credence to her statements, prompting him to pose further inquiries regarding bloodline limits. Haruko, Nanxing, citing the excessive value of certain information, selectively answered only those questions that had previously appeared in the timeline. Although Qingzi only addressed her own questions, Orochimaru's excitement deepened, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. The Uchiha clan, renowned throughout the ages, possessed intelligence and ancient secrets that undeniably surpassed his own. Thus, the concept of myriad realms indeed held a semblance of truth. The dialogue between Orochimaru and Qingzi became increasingly fervent and engrossed. Orochimaru sought to extract more information and knowledge, while Qingzi, or rather Nanxing, aimed to subtly influence Orochimaru's perspective. The two engaged in a highly astute exchange, unwittingly stepping into the conference room of the Hokage building. Is it to say that the Hyuga clan also inherits the bloodline of the Sage's Eye? Certainly, the figure known as the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, bequeathed numerous bloodlines of sages, among which were the Uchiha and Senju clans. His brother, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, passed down the bloodline that includes the Hyuga. Their entrance had already captured the attention of most within the conference room, and Qingzi's words plunged the gathering into silence. Many gazes began to scrutinize the Hyuga clan, with most attendees realizing for the first time the clan's illustrious and ancient history. Observing the peculiar stares directed at him, Hyuga Hikari, an elder of the main family, felt considerable indignation. Esteemed guests, please refrain from disparaging the Hyuga clan. Qingzi shot a disdainful glance at Hyuga Hikari, and upon noticing the man's smooth forehead, instantly recognized his status as a member of the main family, her disdain intensifying. Since the Hyuga have chosen to wallow in mediocrity, they ought to remain in the shadows. What emboldens you to question me? Having been raised in privilege, Hyuga Hikari was unaccustomed to such humiliation, especially before the prominent figures of Konoha. His face flushed crimson as he slammed his hand on the table. Dare you insult the Hyuga clan? A fleeting crimson glimmer flashed in Qingzi's eyes, and a palpable aura of murderous intent bore down on Hyuga Hikari without restraint. Having only ever faced the battlefield under the protection of numerous branch family members, he had never encountered such terrifying killing intent. His complexion turned ashen, drenched in perspiration. Although he had previously sensed Qingzi's formidable presence during the 11th experimental forest observation, those residual waves paled in comparison to the direct pressure he faced now. Seeing him so utterly undone, Qingzi chose not to pursue the matter further. Bullying the weak was not to her interest. Moreover, in such a setting, it was inappropriate to resort to lethal measures. Among the descendants of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, 2 branches inherited the bloodline of the Byakugan. One, a more powerful faction, concealed in a unique location, while the other, the less fortunate, was the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Although Haruko has temporarily spared Hinata Hikaru, she has not entirely let go of the past. Many years ago, Hinata Tenrin was the last echo of the Hinata clan. Ever since his fall, no one from the Hinata family has been able to advance the Byakugan. Orochimaru, ever the opportunist, seized the moment to inquire about this newfound knowledge. The Byakugan can evolve, just like the Sharingan. Indeed, Lord Shura. A resonant male voice suddenly interrupted the conversation between Haruko and Orochimaru. It was none other than Hinata Hizashi, the clan leader, adorned in a flowing dark robe. He stood abruptly and bowed toward Haruko, stating, "My clan brother is merely concerned about our family's reputation and meant no offense. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Clearly, there are still sensible individuals within the Hinata clan. Although it is quite a blow to the dignity of a clan leader to apologize to a junior member of the Uchiha family in such a public setting, one could scarcely ignore that even Sarutobi Hiruzen had been humbled in the presence of the Uchiha clan, led by Haruko. The recent assembly of Konoha's upper echelon had seen Sarutobi make significant concessions. Rather than have a young person like Haruko harbor resentment, Hizashi bravely chose to yield in person. Of course, this may also hint at a strategic maneuver akin to flattery. Regardless, Hizashi opted for this course of action. Haruko was momentarily taken aback. She recognized the leader of the Hinata clan. But has the Hinata family truly become so submissive? Leader Hizashi, you are too kind. I must admit that my earlier remarks with Orochimaru-sensei were somewhat inappropriate, and I seek your understanding. Furthermore, as a token of my apology, and out of my modest curiosity, if any of the next generation of the Hinata clan possesses exceptional talent, I, as the strongest of the Uchiha clan, would be willing to take him as my direct disciple. With my awakened Manjiki Sharingan, I might even cultivate my pupil into the next wielder of the Rinnegan. Hinata Hizashi, along with another elder from the branch family, widened their eyes in astonishment. The Rinnegan? How could one possibly refuse such a tantalizing offer? Chapter 76. The Hinata clan chooses to endure humiliation. Haruko, Nanxing, expressed her desire to accept a talented member from the next generation of the Hinata clan as her direct disciple. She promised to assist in their efforts to advance the Byakugan and awaken the Rinnegan. These declarations plunged the 3 prominent figures from the Hinata family into a momentary state of chaos, while the rest of the attendees in the conference room were equally astounded. The existence of an advanced form of the Byakugan, known as the Rinnegan, bore striking similarities to the relationships among the Sharingan and the Manjiki Sharingan. Did the Hinata clan possess such latent potential? Yet, why had they never developed it themselves? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze toward Hizashi and the others shifted in response to this revelation. The Uchiha clan has become an overwhelming force that is difficult to contend with. If the Hyuga clan were to ally with them, the situation would undoubtedly spiral out of control. Yet, despite the complexities of others' thoughts, including those of Mito Menyen and T-Rune Koban, who harbor reservations about Hinata Hizashi's rejection of Haruko's proposal, events are unfolding towards an irrevocable outcome, as perceived by them. Hinata Hizashi is, of course, aware of the existence of the Rebirth Eye. The current state of the Hyuga clan can largely be attributed to what Haruko previously articulated. They are indeed the vanquished. In the era of warring clans, the Hyuga clan once held great renown, with Hinata Tenrin having once stood against Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, even in his twilight years. However, by that time, he found himself beset by formidable adversaries. According to the ancient texts of the Uchiha, these foes seemed particularly intent on acquiring the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. It was during the defense against these sudden and mysterious enemies that Hinata Tenrin ultimately fell in battle. Following this, the Hyuga clan fractured into the main house and the branch house, separated by the coveted caged bird technique that many ninja clans coveted. Nanxing speculates that the Otsutsuki clan from the moon must have launched a sudden assault, aiming to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan to amalgamate it into the Rebirth Eye. Confronted by the formidable Otsutsuki clan, the aging Hinata Tenrin, though unable to prevail, discovered a method to ensure the clan's survival, the caged bird technique. From that point onward, the majority of the Hyuga clan members bore the mark of the caged bird. rendering the Byakugan of the branch house useless for the purpose of forming the rebirth eye, even if the Otsutsuki were to claim it. This encapsulates the evolution of the Hyuga clan. Simultaneously, due to the scarcity of main house members, the rebirth eye has not re-emerged within the Hyuga clan. Now, Haruko claims she can aid the Hyuga in reclaiming this coveted power, which undoubtedly stirs Hizashi's heart. Nevertheless, he maintains the composure befitting one of Konoha's noble families. Regarding this matter, he requests Lord Shura's permission to visit and discuss it further. Haruko lightly chuckled and nodded. However, on the other side, Akatsuki suddenly expressed a differing opinion. Wait, since you, sister, wish to take a bloodline of the Hyuga main house as a disciple, I shall also select someone from the new generation of the Hyuga branch house to mentor. Haven't we discussed that the caged bird technique may very well be the key to advancing the Byakugan to the rebirth eye? Moreover, after enduring so many years of oppression, it is time for a destined child from the branch to break this cycle. Sister, my disciple will surely become a powerful wielder of the rebirth eye in the future. Why not let them engage in a fateful duel? Ha ha ha, indeed. A fateful duel. How delightful. Is my idea not splendid? Chingzi. She has just realized that after today's fierce battle with Orochimaru, Mingxue seems to have transformed remarkably. Is this a complete liberation of oneself? Nevertheless, it certainly appears to be quite fascinating. Indeed, this challenge is splendid, and I shall embrace it. The long-standing grievances between the Hyuga main house and the branch family must be settled through a confrontation, and surely the spectacle will be breathtaking. Hinata Hizashi, along with numerous elite ninjas from Konoha gathered in the small conference room, listened as the Uchiha sisters discussed how to nurture the future of the Hyuga clan, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Although Hizashi maintained an appearance of a refined gentleman, his hands were discreetly clenched in resolve. The people of Konoha finally gained a fresh perspective on the legendary pride of the Uchiha clan, yet in stark contrast, Uchiha Motoharu felt utterly exhausted. What could have been a discreet transaction was brought to the forefront by Chingzi, not only tarnishing the Hyuga clan's reputation, but also unwittingly creating a potential adversary for the Uchiha. Furthermore, many invisible advantages that could have been secured vanished in an instant. He understood that Chingzi likely had her own intentions and objectives, yet at that moment, the elder found it difficult to comprehend her actions. In truth, Nanxing's motives were straightforward. The Uchiha must project an image of strength to instill fear in others. However, the Uchiha could not appear overly formidable, as the clan's overall strength, aside from the three sisters, was rather modest. Altogether, the Uchiha elite ninja numbered just above 50, a considerable force, yet their power was relative to whom they were compared. In Nanxing's strategy, the Uchiha had no chance against the fifth Hokage. Thus, regardless of which of the legendary Sannin or another individual would lead Konoha, an excessively close relationship between the Uchiha and the Hyuga would undoubtedly pose a threat to the new Hokage. It was not so much fear, but rather the understanding that, currently, Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu, two of the most cunning figures lurking in the shadows, were always prepared to instigate chaos, making Konoha a place that could not be easily trifled with. A singularly powerful Uchiha was already enough to draw attention. If another prominent Konoha clan, the Hyuga, were added to the mix, it would no longer be a matter of the new Hokage's preferences. This was also the reason for Chingzi and Mingxue's deliberate restraint during their previous encounters with Sarutobi Hiruzen and his entourage. As for Chingzi and Mingxue's intention to cultivate a member from both the Hyuga main house and the branch family, they were naturally referring to Hinata and Niji. On one hand, Nanxing indeed harbored a keen interest in the reincarnation eye, since the Legion system could facilitate the evolution of the Uchiha Sharingan into the Manjiki. It was highly probable that the reincarnation eye could also be attained. Furthermore, despite the ties to the Hyuga clan, Niji and Hinata would likely not betray Nanxing and the others in the future. For now, as long as they could firmly subdue Shimura Danzo, they could proceed with the planned reforms of the Konoha Security Department. Subsequently, the interests of the Uchiha and Konoha would align, alleviating any concerns about potential betrayals between master and disciple in the future. Even if, by some chance, a mere two pairs of reincarnation eyes appear after a decade or so, they are unlikely to stir any significant upheaval. Chapter 77. The Monotonous Meeting, the 3-Year Agreement. Naturally, Nanxing acknowledged that her actions stemmed from her admiration for Niji and Hinata, particularly Hinata, who had undergone a remarkable transformation after adolescence. Hearing Haruko and Akiyuki drift into increasingly absurd discussions about whether they would develop romantic feelings if they each took in a male and female member of the Hyuga clan, only to be compelled into a fateful confrontation, prompted a series of melodramatic scenarios. Witnessing the growing discontent on the faces of Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hikari, Uchiha Jin hastily cleared his throat to interrupt the two ladies. Ahem. All right, Haruko. Now, Lord Hiruzen, and we need to discuss important matters. Would you like to sit in? The elder statesman of the Uchiha clan, along with the various leaders of the ninja clans present, felt a stir of curiosity, eager to see how Haruko would respond to Uchiha Jin, the esteemed elder of her clan. Very well, Grandpa Jin, I shall remain to listen. From now on, we shall refrain from speaking. Haruko replied with a smile, while Akiyuki playfully stuck out her pink tongue, nodding in enthusiastic agreement. Many onlookers exhibited a glimmer of regret. It seemed that these three formidable young women from the Uchiha clan shared a profound connection with their clan elder. The subsequent content of the meeting proved rather tedious. As the two cunning old foxes, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Jin, engaged in a battle of wits. The Uchiha sought greater power and elevated status, while Sarutobi Hiruzen predictably rebuffed their aspirations by citing the Uchiha's monopolization of the Konoha police force. Soon after, Uchiha Jin proclaimed that the Konoha police force was set to undergo a transformation, with Uchiha Shura appointed as its chief. Additionally, 2 deputy chiefs would be established, along with several other positions, enlarging the scope by at least 1/3. Concurrently, some members of the Uchiha clan would withdraw from the Konoha police force. All vacant positions, including those of the 2 deputy chiefs, would be publicly advertised and subjected to evaluation, inviting Lord Hiruzen and other high-ranking officials from Konoha to oversee the process, ensuring transparency and fairness. A flicker of surprise crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. The Uchiha displayed considerable audacity in relinquishing control over the Konoha police force, which he had tightly held for many years. However, this decision would inevitably create a plethora of vacant positions for Uchiha ninjas, if the village failed to make suitable arrangements. These Uchiha ninjas might engage en masse in various missions to secure funds for their daily expenses and other operational costs. Given the Uchiha clan's prowess, they would likely monopolize a substantial portion of the already limited mission assignments, thereby disrupting the previously balanced situation and leading to numerous issues and conflicts. Yet, if proper assignments were made for those withdrawing from the Konoha police force, Uchiha Jin would accomplish his goal of expanding the Uchiha clan's influence and authority within the village. However, it is evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen finds himself at a loss, as the initiative now clearly rests with the Uchiha clan, rather than with him, the Third Hokage. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in exchange for a series of favorable conditions for the Uchiha, secured a 3-year period during which Konoha must select its 5th Hokage. During this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Mito Kamen and Uchiha Koharu, must gradually relinquish the majority of their authority. Although the Uchiha will not participate in the election for the 5th Hokage, they will still retain their voting rights. From this moment, Shimura Danzo was stripped of all his positions within Konoha's high command, and all root ninjas who had been marked with the Cursed Tongue seal would have this seal lifted and be integrated into the Umbu, forming a special unit. It can be said that Shimura Danzo's political life has been irrevocably declared over, and he will likely retreat into the Shimura clan for the foreseeable future. No one could guarantee how long it would take for Uchiha Shura to decide to eliminate Danzo if they were to encounter each other in private. Danzo's time is done. Everyone, including many high-ranking Konoha officials who had previously tangled with him, such as Orochimaru, realized this, and their thoughts turned to how to seize and divide the power vacuum and political legacy that Danzo had left behind. Of course, Orochimaru is currently more interested in the various experimental materials and records that Danzo possesses, while the other clans of ninjas seek to reclaim their respective Kekkei Genkai, such as the Byakugan, Rinnegan, and First Hokage's cells. Danzo was unable to attend this meeting, as he had just suffered the loss of his right arm due to a devastating attack from the Uchiha. It is likely that he will not be seen in public for some time. Nevertheless, his fate has already been determined by his former allies and the numerous high-ranking officials present at the meeting. Unless Danzo were to defect, it was also decided that the most important military division of Konoha, the Umbu, would grant a captaincy to the Uchiha, though the specific candidate would require further negotiation. As for the position of the 5th Hokage, Orochimaru, who had previously been relinquished by Sarutobi Hiruzen, has explicitly expressed his disinterest. The most qualified candidates for succession are Jiraiya and Tsunade Senju. However, Jiraiya, by nature a carefree spirit, is currently absent from Konoha, wandering the shinobi world in search of inspiration, and according to his previous wishes, he is unlikely to accept the role of the 5th Hokage. Tsunade, on the other hand, is suffering from severe hemophobia, becoming a quintessential example of a healer unable to heal herself. The 3 years that Sarutobi Hiruzen fought to secure are largely for Tsunade's benefit. Ideally, Tsunade would overcome her affliction within this period, yet it is clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen does not place all his hopes solely on her recovery. Long before the assembly commenced, he had already summoned the acting head of the medical department, Yakushi Rigai, preparing to command him to form a team dedicated to addressing the issue of hemophobia. Additionally, efforts to locate Tsunade must also be initiated, as she can no longer afford to roam freely for over a decade as she did in the original timeline. One can only speculate how Tsunade would feel upon learning the intricacies of the recent events. After dining in the conference room, the attendees extended their discussions deep into the night, ultimately reaching a tentative agreement on the aforementioned matters. In essence, for the next 2 to 3 years, Konoha will once again be under the stewardship of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Elder Council, albeit their authority will be significantly curtailed. It is unequivocally impossible for Sarutobi to wield the same level of control over Konoha as he did before his retirement. As for the specific reforms concerning the Konoha military police force, the Uchiha clan will present a detailed proposal for discussions with the Third Hokage and the higher echelons of Konoha, which will only be formally enacted upon confirmation. The power structure within Konoha has undergone a measured adjustment. In light of the events of the Nine-Tails attack, substantial reforms are impending within the military police force, the Barrier Division, the Umbu, and other defense-related departments. For many years, the principal distinction between Sarutobi Hiruzen and his old comrade Danzo Shimura has been Danzo's relentless obsession with controlling everything, an inability to accept occurrences beyond his grasp. Once he devises a plan, he expects everyone to comply with his vision. Conversely, Sarutobi has long recognized this truth. Seldom do things unfold as intended, and life is often characterized by unexpected twists. To set a goal and formulate a plan, only to achieve that goal through unforeseen circumstances, is already a commendable outcome. In this recent return to power, despite facing the resurgence of the Uchiha clan led by Uchiha Shura, Sarutobi ultimately retains the highest authority in Konoha, albeit with certain limitations and a 3-year term. Observing Danzo, Sarutobi finds his current situation tolerable. At least the position of Hokage and the next successor will still belong to his lineage. It appears that his relentless promotion of the will of fire over the years was indeed the most sagacious decision, as even the new generation of the Uchiha acknowledges their identity as part of Konoha. With Danzo, his rather unfortunate comrade, Sarutobi has managed to balance his thoughts after several introspective reflections. He perceives the Uchiha sisters, led by Shura, as likely the hidden prodigies of the Uchiha clan, while the circumstances surrounding the previous generations of Uchihas align closely with his understanding over the years. After all, if the Uchiha possessed additional Sharingan, today's scenario could have proven far more detrimental to him, potentially allowing them to seize control of Konoha entirely. Should the opportunity arise, Sarutobi firmly believes that the Uchiha, having been suppressed for 20 to 30 years, would not relinquish such a chance. This implies that the Uchiha strength is likely laid bare before all. With the trio of Sharingan led by Uchiha Shura, coupled with the recently revealed Uchiha Fugaku, the situation remains precariously poised. The Uchiha Fugaku indeed took Sarutobi Hiruzen by surprise. In the past, the latter had always perceived the Third Hokage as embodying a facade of strength concealing a gentle heart, a fierce exterior veiling a tender core. Over the past 2 years, whenever his side asserted dominance, Uchiha Fugaku, despite maintaining a semblance of composure, ultimately yielded and compromised. Sarutobi Hiruzen had never envisioned that such a man would possess the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. It can only be said that the Uchiha clan truly produces remarkable individuals. At present, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the situation had not yet spiraled beyond his control. Although the Uchiha Shura sisters exhibited a rebellious demeanor, their willingness to heed the counsel of the clan's elder in the small conference room indicated that chaos had not yet fully enveloped the scenario. Uchiha Kagami, a contemporary of Hiruzen, was an individual with whom he was somewhat familiar. Despite the surge in his influence and the acquisition of 3 years' worth of combat prowess akin to that of a Kage, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not harbor any fear. After all, this venerable figure had once nurtured the legendary Sannin, of whom only Orochimaru remained in the village today. Furthermore, Hiruzen held steadfast confidence in the potential of his own Sarutobi clan, which had yet to unleash its full might. After years of discreetly siphoning funds allocated to Konoha by the daimyo, the Sarutobi family had become a formidable force lurking beneath the surface of the village. Without further ado, assembling a battalion of 500 shinobi would pose no challenge whatsoever. In Hiruzen's eyes, his eldest son, Sarutobi Konosuke, was the most suitable candidate to inherit the title of Hokage. Konosuke had long been stationed in the capital of the Land of Fire, serving as the liaison between Konoha and the daimyo's residence. He had also achieved remarkable feats during the latter stages of the Second Great Ninja War, earning considerable esteem as an elite Jonin within Konoha. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not entrust the Hokage position to his son, for that would be a path leading to ruin. Nevertheless, given the Sarutobi clan's formidable strength, the fifth Hokage, or rather, the sixth Hokage now, had always been envisioned as a role for his eldest son in Hiruzen's plans. Thus, clan leader, your Mangeki ability is Yamatsukuyami? Nanxing, still ensconced within the heart's realm, inhaled sharply. Who are you glaring at? So ferocious? No wonder you've earned the moniker, Killing Eyes. Indeed, there are only names that misrepresent, but never nicknames that mislead. At that moment, Nanxing realized with a start. It was no wonder that in the past 2 or 3 years, even prior to the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, numerous female members of the Uchiha clan had become pregnant. The question arose, were these children truly sired by their husbands, or? Nanxing couldn't help but feel relieved that she had been born before Fugaku awakened his Mangeki, thus sparing herself from the potential ethical dilemmas that could arise. Uchiha Fugaku found himself in a rather awkward position, especially as his wife, Mikoto, regarded him with a hint of peculiar curiosity. It is not as exaggerated as you might think. Daijinjimi is merely a subtle illusion that can temporarily amplify one's desires, akin to suddenly entering a state of mild intoxication. Nanxing realized that it serves to enhance the enthusiasm and frequency with which clan members contribute their tribute. This ability is indeed crucial for the prosperity of the clan, especially considering the general absence of safety measures in the ninja world. As for Fugaku's other ocular technique, it is a traditional skill passed down through father and son, Amaterasu. This is akin to the right eye of Huashu. Nanxing also discovered a somewhat awkward fact. The ocular techniques documented in the Uchiha clan are all named after deities from the Fusang culture. In contrast, the names he assigned to Haruko, such as Heart Space and Azura, are rather unconventional and peculiar. Fortunately, for Huashu and Mingxue, he named only the illusionary ability in Mingxue's right eye as Endless Killing Illusion. The rest, he decided, would be left for the two sisters to ponder, sparing Nanxing from further embarrassment. After all, he hailed from Huaxia, rendering him somewhat illiterate in the context of Fusang culture. However, the three women were quite pleased with the names Nanxing had chosen. They were not traditionalists and did not feel obliged to adhere to the Uchiha naming conventions for the kaleidoscopic ocular techniques. Thus, the kaleidoscopic techniques for the three of them are as follows: Haruko, with Heart Space in her right eye, and Azura, in her left, Mingxue, with Endless Killing Illusion in her right eye and her left eye's spatial ability yet to be determined. In truth, the activation time and size of her ability's portal are exceedingly limited, without exponentially increasing the consumption of ocular power. It barely allows Mingxue to make a swift strike each time. This is also why the ability has minimal consumption. Huashu possesses Amaterasu in her right eye and has named her left eye Yada. This ability enhances Huashu's proficiency with bow and crossbow, granting her an astonishing intuition that nearly ensures her arrows hit their mark. Yada is a well-known deity in Fusang culture, renowned for archery prowess. As for the earlier claims made by Haruko about Huashu's kaleidoscope possessing time abilities, that was, of course, a strategic ruse. My sister witnessed Konoha being largely destroyed by the wielder of the Rinnegan a decade and a half later, let alone whether Huashu could truly foresee such events. Even if there were another capable of predicting the future, Haruko's statement holds a kernel of truth. She is completely unafraid of anyone attempting to debunk or expose her claims. As for the desire to prophesy other events, I regret to inform you that the cooldown period following each prophecy spans several years. The Night of the Nine Tails has now passed, and it was not until the 5th day that Konoha officially released announcements regarding the incident. The moment the Nine Tails appeared, it was swiftly detected by the formidable Uchiha members of the Konoha Security Department, who employed powerful genjutsu to suppress it. This intervention prevented the most potent of tailed beasts from wreaking further havoc within the village. Ultimately, due to a series of unforeseen circumstances, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed his life to reseal the Nine Tails. Subsequently, the esteemed 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, temporarily returned from retirement to lead Konoha through the impending challenges. Simultaneously, the Konoha Security Department, along with the sealing and barrier teams, will undergo significant restructuring, with the most notable changes occurring within the Security Department. Given that the Uchiha clan's ninjas have demonstrated their diverse capabilities during this period, more departments in Konoha are expected to welcome Uchiha members. Furthermore, the security department will also open its doors to recruit new members, inviting Konoha ninjas who possess a sense of responsibility and an interest in law enforcement to participate in the selection process. For the ordinary ninjas of Konoha, this is undoubtedly splendid news. Positions within the security department and the barrier team, which are seldom deployed to the front lines unless the intensity of war escalates drastically, offer stable incomes and a plethora of benefits. While roles in the barrier and sealing teams demand highly specialized skills and are clearly reserved for a select few, the security department presents a different scenario. Isn't it akin to being city inspectors and police officers? Surely, anyone with hands can do it. Such an appealing opportunity. And the Uchiha clan is willing to broaden their recruitment? Could there be better news this year? In an instant, the reputation of the Uchiha clan surged to new heights, with praises for them echoing throughout the village. Thus, in the aftermath of the Night of the Nine Tails, the expansion of the security department became the foremost concern for the majority of Konoha's populace. This announcement rapidly stirred excitement among the ninjas of Konoha. While many from noble clans chose to observe cautiously, those from civilian backgrounds harbored fewer reservations. What is wrong with accepting Uchiha leadership? They are, after all, the foremost clan in Konoha and the ninja world. Aligning with the Uchiha is not a disgrace. Previously, their haughty demeanor kept them aloof, but now an opportunity has arisen. Though the Uchiha's reputation had indeed suffered due to their generally proud and distant nature, the prospect of drawing closer to, or even joining, this formidable clan was too enticing to resist. When interested ninjas inquired at the security department, they discovered that not only were the spots limited, but they also had to endure multiple layers of assessment. Nevertheless, due to the presence of many exceptional lower-ranked ninjas in Konoha, the threshold for evaluation at the security department has been considerably lowered. Even if you are merely a genin, as long as you pass the preliminary examination conducted by the security department, which confirms your combat prowess to be at a chunin level or above, you are entitled to participate in the subsequent recruitment assessments. The evaluation consists of two segments, a written examination and a martial arts trial. According to a source within the department, the content of the written examination has been crafted by a prominent figure with a profound understanding of the will of fire. Despite this assertion, few took the rumor to heart until the day of the actual examination, when they encountered an intellectual inquisition from a foreign realm. Question 1. Please expound upon your understanding of the will of fire and what actions you believe the security department should undertake to embody this principle. Question 2. Which responsibilities, principles, of the security department do you believe must be resolutely upheld? Question 3. If you were to discover that the interests of your family, or even your clan, were in conflict with the will of fire, what course of action would you pursue? This year, it happens to be the turn of Governor Illyrio Mopatis to oversee matters in Pentos. It is uncertain how this governor managed to establish contact with the rapidly ascending call of the Dothraki Sea, Call Hazar, resulting in a period of swift development for Pentos. It is said that last year, Call Hazar engaged in a fierce battle with the Dothraki Sea's former dominant figure, Khal Drogo, who had never tasted defeat until that fateful encounter. Khal Hazar not only seized vast pastures from Khal Drogo, but also forced his Khalasar to retreat to the more barren eastern fields. Prior to his encounter with Daenerys, Khal Drogo was indeed a formidable warrior, having suffered several defeats in that battle against Khal Hazar's forces, with 3 of his 5 Bloodriders falling in combat. Yet Khal Drogo, undeterred by the superhuman prowess of Khal Hazar, found renewed vigor in the face of adversity. Leveraging his numerical superiority to identify a seemingly insignificant vulnerability of Khal Hazar, his mount. Though Khal Hazar had ascended to the 3rd tier, reducing his size yet maintaining his weight, the burden on his steed, a wild horse he named Biden, proved to be a significant test of endurance. This noble steed bore the weight of Khal Hazar through 5 relentless charges. Despite inflicting considerable damage upon Khal Drogo's forces and emerging bloodied, akin to a demonic apparition, Biden succumbed to extreme fatigue after such exertion, and it became evident that another charge might lead to its demise. Compelled to dismount for ground combat, Khal Hazar, having previously suffered 5 defeats in succession, often narrowly rescued by his Bloodriders, mistook this moment as an opportunity. However, this decision nearly led to disaster. In ground combat, Khal Hazar displayed even greater agility and ferocity, his lethality reaching astonishing levels. Under the command of Zergo, over 10,000 cavalry charged forth, creating a tumultuous scene as horses thundered across the battlefield. In the ensuing chaos, Heian was unable to pinpoint Zergo's location, despite launching 13 consecutive javelins. Only one managed to pierce the third Bloodsworn Knight alongside Zergo's steed, allowing Zergo to once again escape death. Chapter 80. The Daily Life in the World of Ice and Fire. Even Nanxing, upon hearing the general account of the battle, believed that Zergo possessed some semblance of a protagonist's halo. Confronted by the incomprehensible prowess of Heian Cao, an extraordinary warrior who led 5 aggressive charges and 1 defensive stand, Zergo suffered significant losses. Half of his warriors perished, yet he emerged unscathed. This was indeed a remarkable miracle. Following that fierce confrontation, Zergo Cao was no longer regarded with the same reverence among the Dothraki. A boundary was drawn along a certain Valyrian road extending from the Dothraki Sea to Westeros, marking a new territorial division. Consequently, Zergo's stature among the Dothraki diminished significantly. He was no longer the invincible overlord. The number of challengers seeking to usurp his position began to swell. Zergo refrained from boasting about Heian's formidable strength, as it was not the Dothraki way to exalt one's adversary to elevate oneself. However, the demise of 3 seasoned Bloodsworn Knights, without a single mark left upon Heian Cao, revealed to Zergo the truth. Heian was a monstrosity, an unfathomable enigma. The Dothraki tradition of dividing into calls hindered their ability to establish vast settlements. A call of nearly 200,000 could be deemed a dominant force in the Dothraki Sea. Thus, there would always be emerging Dothraki calls willing to challenge Heian Cao and Zergo, particularly the latter. After all, Zergo had already tasted defeat once. It appeared that challenging him was comparatively less daunting than facing Heian. This is the history of the Dothraki, where their unique geography and nomadic lifestyle fostered a cycle of unity and division, rendering the formation of a singular, powerful entity nearly impossible. Nanxing remained unconcerned with such matters, for it was Heian Cao who sought to unify the Dothraki. He, Uchiha Nanxing, could never step into the limelight to become their emperor. However, the Grand Palace, the 9 towers originally gifted to Zergo by Pantos, had been renovated by Illyrio and subsequently bestowed upon Heian Cao. Nanxing, accompanied by Qingzi, Huaxiu, Mingxue, and Daenerys, had spent a night or 2 there, but he found the vastness of the residence disconcerting. Once settled in, the daily needs would require an entourage of several hundred servants, a lifestyle that was difficult for someone like Nanxing, who had once been an ordinary individual, to acclimate to within the sprawling confines of such a palace, where rooms spanned hundreds to thousands of square feet. Though the Uchiha clan's territory is indeed vast, it pales in comparison to the opulence of a palace. The Nanxing family can be considered relatively luxurious, yet the largest room in their estate barely spans 100 square meters. In contrast, Daenerys, perhaps truly a vessel of royal blood, exhibits a profound fondness for that grand palace, her beautiful gold-and-silver locks framing her petite figure. If you fancy it, Daenerys, you may take the time to reside there, I jested. However, the task of cleaning those expansive chambers would fall solely upon Samir and Ilya. Samir and Ilya are the 2 handmaidens gifted to Daenerys by Illyrio, who have been confirmed through illusionary interrogation to be free of espionage ties. Perhaps I shall wait until I possess enough servants and warriors to safeguard the palace before I take residence, Lord Nanxing? Daenerys proposed. Nanxing smiled gently, replying, "This is precisely what I meant when I spoke of the adage. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. If you desire that palace, I shall not withhold it. But you must at least have a sufficient number of servants to tend to it and guards to shield you from prying eyes. Similarly, should you aspire to claim the Iron Throne of Westeros, a requisite cadre of civil and military officials, along with the capability to govern a kingdom, will be essential." At the mention of Westeros and the Iron Throne, a flicker of yearning and trepidation crossed Daenerys' crystalline gaze. But the Iron Throne belongs to Viserys. Nanxing cast a sidelong glance at the timid Daenerys, choosing not to pursue the topic of the throne further. "Have him, and you are the only 2 outsiders within the Uchiha Legion. Have him is now the Kaio of the largest Khalasar among the Dothraki. Regardless of whether your future lies in the Bay of Slaves or elsewhere, you must conquer a domain to become a queen worthy of your Targaryen bloodline, to assert ownership over those who follow you." With a playful demeanor, Daenerys nestled beside Nanxing on a single sofa, her delicate frame pressing against his. As she leaned into him, who was merely half a head taller, "Very well, I shall become a queen, my dear Nanxing. Do you have any plans in mind? What do you think of Illyrio?" I inquired. "Illyrio? He is a good man. He sheltered us when Viserys and I could barely afford a meal. Yet, at times, the way he looks at me unsettles me," she confessed. "A good man?" Nanxing mused, slightly perplexed, before reaching a decision. "This year, Illyrio serves as the governor of Pentos. managing numerous affairs of the city daily. I shall invite him to Uchiha Manor tomorrow. In a few days, you will begin to accompany him during the day, observing how he handles the governance of Pintos, and return at night to report and discuss with me or Haruko. If you wish to become a queen, you must first learn how to manage a city. Nanxing arranged for Daenerys to follow Illyrio, a man with a legendary journey from mercenary to governor, who, at this stage, is more than capable of becoming Daenerys' mentor. After a year and a half of learning, by the time the red comet rises in the world of ice and fire, Daenerys would likely have no time left for mundane matters. Sitting beside Nanxing, Daenerys secretly sighed in relief, initially fearing she would be handed over to the rotund Illyrio. Instead, she would be learning from him how to manage state affairs, oversee commoners and nobles alike, preparing for her future as a queen. This was splendid news, especially since she could return to the Uchiha Manor every evening, indicating that Lord Nanxing had no intention of abandoning her. However, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks. How could she be so dependent on a boy 3 or 4 years her junior? Steeling herself, Daenerys declared, "You are the Queen of Targaryen. It is settled then. Sister Haruko, have someone deliver an invitation to Illyrio, asking him to join us for lunch at the manor tomorrow." The following day, at noon, Illyrio arrived at the Uchiha Manor with great pomp, guided by the now familiar Hyacinthe. He instructed the 10 or so attendants and guards who accompanied him to remain outside the stone tower, where they were greeted by Nanxing's servant, Nero. Illyrio then ascended to the second floor of the stone tower to the familiar reception room. After exchanging some rather greasy pleasantries, Illyrio presented a large wooden chest, held by his servant. Inside the chest were several ancient books from various sources, bearing different scripts, yet having undergone initial translation. These texts contained fragments of extraordinary knowledge, albeit mostly incomplete. The scattered and dubious nature of this arcane wisdom was merely embellishment. However, at the center of the chest lay an egg, covered in layers of dark silver scales, roughly the size of a human head. A dragon egg? Indeed, it was a dragon egg. Yet, Nanxing's excitement was short-lived, as he quickly realized that this dragon egg might have turned into a stone egg due to the passage of time. It should have been anticipated. The 3 dragon eggs that Daenerys was supposed to hatch were black, green, and bronze, while this dark silver egg did not appear in the narrative. If it was a fossil, it would make sense. But did the world of ice and fire still hold other dragon eggs beyond those 3? If no others could be found, should he consider taking the original 3 eggs that belonged to Daenerys? As Nanxing pondered these thoughts, he instinctively cradled the dark silver egg fossil in his arms, gently caressing it. After a considerable time, he finally noticed the profound silence in the room, where everyone was gazing at him. Nanxing smiled faintly and handed the dragon egg fossil he held to Kingsley beside him. This was likely a silver dragon egg lost during the cataclysm of the Valyrian era, though its vitality had probably long since faded, rendering it merely a fine collectible. Dragon egg? Kingsley, Huashu, Mingxue, and Daenerys gathered curiously around him. Their interest was piqued due to Nanxing's previous association of the Uchiha clan's origins with the Targaryen family of Valyria, which sparked their fascination with dragons. The Targaryens had ruled the 7 kingdoms for 3 centuries through their dragons, and their decline was intrinsically linked to the disappearance of these magnificent creatures. Naturally, Daenerys harbored a deep interest in dragons as well. The 4 girls gathered around the rare dark silver dragon egg fossil, delicately touching it and engaging in animated discussion. Meanwhile, Nanxing conversed with Illyrio about the prospect of Daenerys learning to manage state affairs and govern a city. Not only will Daenerys grant you the title and respect of a teacher, but the Uchiha clan will also provide you with adequate rewards. Illyrio had always held a favorable view of the Targaryen family. Otherwise, he would not have invested in Viserys. Although mentoring Daenerys would require some additional effort on his part, it evidently bore significant advantages for him. Moreover, with Nanxing promising further rewards, Illyrio had no reason to decline. Nanxing looked at the 4 girls clustered together, chattering excitedly over the dragon egg, and resignedly took out a small pristine porcelain vial from his item management. It contained a potion known as the Tortoise and Crane Longevity Elixir. While it would not elevate one to the extraordinary, it could extend one's lifespan and reduce the likelihood of illness. In simpler terms, this vial of elixir could potentially prolong one's life by a year. As Illyrio's eyes widened in astonishment, Nanxing uttered these astonishing words. In truth, this special elixir had been ordered by Uchiha Shura from the Nara clan, renowned for producing such esteemed products aimed at lords and nobility. The Nara clan had long been herders of deer with a bloodline connected to summoned beasts, yielding high-quality antlers each year that were associated with the extraordinary. While more than half of these were made into specialized military provisions for strategic reserves, A portion was crafted into this unique elixir designed to nourish both nobles and commoners. Naturally, such elite products commanded a high price. The small vial before Illyrio contained 3 elixirs, costing Nanxing a staggering 50 taels of gold. Illyrio, his expression brimming with excitement, tightly grasped the white porcelain vial that Nanxing had placed on the table before him, though his cautious nature would compel him to verify the contents upon returning home. At that moment, he was already inclined to believe much of what Nanxing had said, especially given the extraordinary feats Nanxing had demonstrated over the past 2 years. Not only had the extraordinary ninjutsu of Kingxi and her companions captivated him, but even that Hamiakeo had unabashedly revealed his allegiance to Nanxing during their encounters. In accordance with the martial customs of the Dothraki, Havienko harbored no reservations in showcasing his formidable prowess, whether it be his physical strength, battle spirit, or his innate affinity with the beasts as a Dothraki horse warrior. It was widely acknowledged among those eking out a living on the western shores of Dothraki Sea that Havienko was a powerful warrior capable of taming saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, and storm eagles. Through his interactions with Havienko, Illyrio had gleaned, thanks to the gift of the Starry Night, that the principal reason for Havienko's extraordinary strength lay in this very endowment. This astonishing revelation elucidated Illyrio's sudden investment of effort into procuring the dark silver dragon egg fossil from the South Star, yielding an unexpected reward. Illyrio trembled with excitement, reminiscent of the exhilaration he felt upon earning his first 10,000 golden dragons. He gently loosened the seal of the white porcelain vial he held, and a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Gulp. Driven by instinctual desire, Illyrio swallowed hard. Yet his inherently cautious and cunning nature compelled him to suppress the urge to consume the elixirs immediately. With nearly all the willpower he could muster, he resealed the vial and tucked it away with utmost care. A sycophantic smile spread across Illyrio's face. "Thank you, Lord Southstar, for your generous gift. Serving you is the greatest fortune of my life." Southstar had little patience for this sly, rotund figure's flattery. "Enough, Your Excellency. While a dragon egg fossil is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to a year of life. A living dragon egg would be of far greater value. The reason I bestow upon you the rare tortoise crane longevity elixir is twofold: to express my gratitude for your service over the past year and to facilitate my dealings in the golden market. Furthermore, Havienko will soon announce a bounty for a dragon egg, offering a vial of tortoise crane longevity elixir as the reward." Chapter 82. A Surprise. The silver dragon egg capable of absorbing chakra upon returning to his lair, Illyrio's countenance bore a blend of joy and seriousness. Immediately upon entering his abode, he summoned several trusted appraisers. These individuals meticulously scraped a minute amount of powder from each tortoise crane longevity elixir and, through various methods of assessment, confirmed that it was indeed a beneficial substance for the human body. Subsequently, Illyrio, with a steely resolve, selected one elixir and sliced it open with a keen blade, examining its core once more, and the results were predictably consistent. Illyrio exhaled a long sigh of relief and promptly requested warm water to ingest the half of the elixir he had just cut. In an instant, a wave of refreshing satisfaction surged from his stomach outward through his limbs, enveloping him in a warm and comforting sensation that nearly lulled Illyrio into slumber. Lifespan. The Uchiha clan unexpectedly possesses such a remarkable entity. Illyrio's barely audible whisper gradually faded, and suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes, causing the several appraisers and alchemists below to bow their heads in reverence. "I implore you to thoroughly analyze the components and formula of this elixir. Should you succeed, you may choose either the golden dragon or the exquisite beauty. However, if you fail..." Illyrio left the sentence hanging, yet all present comprehended the unspoken implications. In the Uchiha manner, the crowd gradually lost interest in the dark silver dragon egg fossil, except for Daenerys, who cradled it as if it were the most precious treasure. In a playful mood, Huashu snatched the dragon egg fossil from Daenerys' hands, laughing heartily as he dashed downstairs. Daenerys, taken aback, let out a small roar of indignation. "How dare you? Huashu, you thief! You dare to steal the precious treasure of Her Highness, the Queen. Stop right there." With that, she chased after him, her delicate porcelain-like face twisted into an exaggerated grimace, diminishing her beauty. Nanxing watched the two women chase after each other with a bemused expression, pondering how they could still behave so childishly at this age. However, not long after, a shrill scream from Huashu echoed from outside the stone tower, causing Nanxing and Haruko to furrow their brows in concern. Daenerys was still an ordinary person with no training. If Huashu were to harm her, it would not bode well. Nanxing hurried to the balcony to look outside, only to find Huashu and Daenerys kneeling on the ground, both appearing utterly astonished before the dragon egg fossil. Haruko leaped from the second floor, quickly reaching their side. "What are you two doing?" Huashu glanced at the dark silver dragon egg fossil in wonder before looking up at Nanxing. "Young master, it can absorb my chakra. Could the dragon egg fossil possibly transform into something akin to chakra-infused metal? Or could it be?" Nanxing tentatively reached out to touch the dragon egg fossil. Covered in dark silver scales, and in an instant, the fossil vanished from sight. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of Nanxing and the others. The fact that it could be stored in the item management space indicated that the dragon egg fossil was indeed a lifeless object, devoid of any will. At least it was an inanimate object without consciousness. Wait a moment. It was merely an egg. How could it possess a will of its own? This was akin to a fresh corpse still retaining a semblance of life, yet being eligible for storage in the item management space. Once Nanxing grasped the distinction, he promptly retrieved the dragon egg fossil and placed it into Haruko's hands. "Sister Haruko, you should also try infusing it with chakra." Indeed, the dragon egg fossil did absorb chakra, that extraordinary energy of ninjas, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. Without careful observation, it would be difficult to notice. This brings a certain delight, as the ability to absorb chakra signifies that this dark silver dragon egg possesses potential beyond mere fossilization. Whether it transforms into a material akin to chakra metal or awakens, the possibility is tantalizing. Its inclusion in the item management space implies it can traverse the ninja realm. The notion of I am raising a dragon in the ninja world, and the Uchiha raising dragons in the ninja world, seems quite appealing as well. Subsequently, Haruko, Hanako, and Meishue took turns, diligently channeling chakra into the dragon egg fossil for 3 consecutive hours. It is not that the dragon egg has an insatiable appetite, rather, its absorption rate is exceedingly limited, consuming merely 1 unit of chakra approximately every 2 minutes. Each of the 3 Uchiha girls fed it for an hour, resulting in minimal depletion of their chakra reserves. However, Nanxing grew concerned that the egg might undergo new transformations after absorbing sufficient chakra, prompting her to halt its feeding at dusk and store it in the item management space. "Be patient, little one, when we return. You shall have as much chakra as you desire." Indeed, Nanxing intended to bring this silver dragon egg back to the ninja realm, hoping that if it could be hatched and nurtured, it would be a splendid outcome. After all, as a former mild dragon enthusiast, the prospect of raising a dragon, even one that may not be particularly formidable among the summoning beasts of the ninja realm, would be a source of joy. If not, preserving it as a keepsake would still be quite splendid. Nevertheless, Nanxing believed that the chances were promising, for chakra, as a transcendent energy, represents a fusion of body and spirit, leaning towards life attributes. Given that the silver dragon egg can absorb chakra, the likelihood of success seems substantial. At this point, Nanxing is 7 years old, Daenerys is 11, Haruko is 16, while Hanako and Meishue are both 13. The Uchiha clan unexpectedly acquired a silver dragon egg, and Nanxing's hopes began to soar. Meanwhile, Daenerys commenced her studies under Illyrio, learning the intricacies of managing a city, handling political affairs, and addressing the interests of various social strata. The 3 girls, having ascended to the ranks of Uchiha divine warriors, routinely ventured to the Dothraki Sea grasslands to engage in combat and gain experience. However, the requirement of 100,000 experience points for the next tier is indeed formidable, and the trio's rate of experience acquisition falls significantly short. At the current pace of less than 3,000 experience points per month per individual, their promotion to the next tier remains several years away. Nevertheless, their current strength is sufficient to navigate the challenges facing the Uchiha family in the ninja realm. Furthermore, 10 new Uchiha clan members have been training intensively with Hainkeo on the Dothraki Sea grasslands for nearly 3 months. These 10 new Uchiha with the 3-tomo Sharingan, now elite warriors, have emerged, although only 3 have been deemed to have reached their potential limit, much like Hainkeo. This indicates that the 3-tomo Sharingan and the rank of J-Nin represent the ultimate capacity of these 3 individuals. At least in the assessment of the system, they have lost further potential. Chapter 83. Shimura Danzo's Defection and Pursuit. Uchiha Ao, an elite warrior of the Uchiha clan. Strength, body, agility, spirit, ninjutsu, chakra innate attributes, fire, earth, chakra, bloodline talent. The powerful bloodline talent of the 3-tomo Sharingan, encompassing the abilities of replication, illusion, and more. Uchiha Michiko, an elite warrior of the Uchiha clan. Briefly mentioned. Uchiha Yui, an elite warrior of the Uchiha clan. Briefly mentioned. After observing the rather similar attribute information of the three, Nanxing could only sigh softly. It appeared that not every Uchiha was destined to unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan, let alone the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan or even the Rinnegan. The emphasis that bloodline clans place on the purity of their lineage is not without reason, akin to the sorcerer families in the Western fantasy realms. Generally speaking, those in bloodline clans who possess formidable strength should also give rise to more powerful bloodlines. That said, if the goal is the Mangekyou, the current purity of the Uchiha bloodline is rather commendable. Among 10 Uchihas of mediocre aptitude, surprisingly, 7 can advance to the Mangekyou through the system. Nanxing's ambition for dual Mangekyou does not seem overly daunting. Furthermore, the final evaluation mentioned that if one possesses a compatible extraordinary item, they may forcibly unlock further advancement upon meeting the conditions. The only compatible extraordinary item Nanxing can presently conceive of is the cells of Hashirama. After all, Uchiha Madara utilized such cells to elevate his Mangekyou to the Rinnegan. However, prior to that, Madara's Mangekyou had already ascended to the eternal Mangekyou through his brother, Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyou. Thus, Nanxing cannot be entirely certain that Hashirama's cells will indeed assist Uchiha Ao and the others. Orochimaru should still possess a small portion of Hashirama's cells. It is uncertain what cost would be required to exchange for them. Nanxing plans to thoroughly explore his treasury upon returning. It would be ideal if Hashirama's cells could resolve this issue. If not, the current quota of the Legion is still sufficient, and Nanxing will not hastily consider expelling the 3, who have lost their potential, from the Legion. Although they can no longer gain personal experience points, they can still aid Nanxing in accumulating Legion experience. After Nanxing and his dozen companions returned to the ninja world, the other 10 remained vigilant, while some dispersed. Haruko, Hanako, and Mingyue promptly resumed channeling chakra into the Silver Dragon Egg. Seeing that the Silver Dragon Egg was unreservedly absorbing chakra once again, everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was evident that the revival of the Silver Dragon Egg would not be accomplished in the short term, and whether it could truly be revived remained a question. However, Nanxing and his companions remained hopeful, cherishing the Silver Dragon Egg. They even procured a cradle, lining it with 2 soft blankets, and placed the egg at their bedside. The following morning, a shocking revelation swept through the upper echelons of the ninja clans. Shimura Danzo had defected, severely injured and missing his right arm. It was unclear whether he had a keen sense of intuition that enabled him to predict the impending turmoil, or if he had received a tip-off. Regardless, Danzo had fled the village under the cover of night, taking all the root ninjas with him. The third Hokage dispatched Umbu ninjas to raid the root base, only to find it deserted. Upon hearing the news, Nanxing's expression darkened. A keen sense of smell? If Danzo truly possessed such abilities, how could he have been so thoroughly suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen all these years? The third Hokage was indeed a figure to be reckoned with. One could not afford to lower their guard for even a moment. Now that Danzo had defected from Konoha, he would likely still be hiding within the Land of Fire. Given the tacit understanding between the third Hokage and the daimyo's office, it was certain that Danzo would continue to live comfortably. The situation for the Uchiha clan had transformed into one where the enemy operated in the shadows while they remained exposed. Moreover, with plans to disperse at least half of their clan's ninjas into other departments within Konoha, the Uchiha found themselves lacking sufficient manpower to pursue Danzo covertly. This was not merely a case of Danzo's defection. It provided the Uchiha with a legitimate reason to hunt him down. Although the ninja clans within Konoha did possess a degree of autonomy, Uchiha ninjas already in various positions were not easily permitted to leave the village without official orders. Other powerful figures, such as Haruko and her companions, who did not hold official positions within the village, were unaffected. However, without a substantial number of ordinary clan members to serve as informants, it would prove challenging for Haruko and her friends to locate Danzo amidst the vastness of the Land of Fire. This was, of course, contingent upon Danzo not seeking refuge in nearby small nations to establish hidden ninja villages. Reflecting on the sound village created by Orochimaru, it was evident that, barring any self-exposure, such small factions within the ninja world often went unnoticed. Nevertheless, Danzo's defection had severely tarnished the reputation of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his Council of Elders. At this juncture, Hiruzen dared not publicly announce the event, serving as further proof of the turmoil. Nanxing remained largely indifferent. Danzo's disgraceful departure from Konoha meant his capacity to instigate further chaos was significantly diminished, let alone his aspirations to ascend to the role of Hokage. In a year or so, their ranks would swell with 7 additional pairs of Sharingan, providing ample opportunity for others to explore the ninja world and search for him. If they failed to find him, so be it, but should they succeed, Nanxing would remind Danzo, whether you extend your neck or retract it, the blade awaits. And there is no escaping it. Criticism of Danzo's defection did not come solely from the Uchiha. Clans such as the Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and even the branch members of the Hyuga had seen numerous family members taken to the route under various pretexts by Danzo over the years. Now, Shimura Danzo has defected, and he has even used the tongue curse severing seal to lure away numerous elites from his clan. It is foreseeable that Sarutobi Hiruzen will have to concede certain interests to quell the fury of these ninja clans. Under Natsuki's directive, the Uchiha clan has refrained from voicing their opinions on this matter, maintaining a profound silence. The Uchiha clan appears as if Danzo's betrayal bears no relevance to them. At times, silence can convey a formidable attitude that instills fear in others. No one believes that the Uchiha would abandon vengeance simply because Danzo has defected. This silence merely serves as a precursor to the impending storm. The longer the brewing period, the more ferocious the eventual eruption will be. Chapter 84, Danzo, who escaped with his life again, seeks collectors and investors. Danzo's defection was not entirely unforeseen by Natsuki. He would never accept a fate of surrendering power and influence merely to survive, groveling and begging for mercy. However, Natsuki did not possess the luxury of time to concern himself with this old schemer. In the current ninja world, anyone attempting to compete with Natsuki in terms of development is merely delusional. Moreover, Natsuki requires the time for growth more than anyone else. Danzo's decision to hide suits him perfectly. Although many self-important Uchiha subordinates clamored incessantly, they quickly fell into line after Lord Azura reprimanded them several times during the clan meeting. Subsequently, Orochimaru vanished from Konoha for several months, disappearing to such an extent that even his secret laboratory could not locate him. It is evident that this disappearance is linked to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, as it is high time for Danzo's right arm to be replaced. One wonders if this new version of Danzo will incorporate other enhancements into his prosthetic arm, such as the Byakugan. The 10 or so Sharingan with 3 Tomo and Roots inventory, including those for experimental consumption, are certainly insufficient. Natsuki speculates that Danzo will likely focus at least some of his attention on the Uchiha ninjas who venture out of Konoha on missions. Thus, after Orochimaru's disappearance for 3 months, Natsuki orchestrated a trap, stealthily dispatching Miyuki during a high-level mission jointly undertaken by 3 Uchiha Jonin. Initially, he merely intended to fish for information, but unexpectedly, Danzo took the bait. 6 Root Jonin and 18 Root Chunin, personally led by Danzo, launched a surprise attack on the 3 Uchiha possessing 3 Tomo Sharingan. The trio of Uchiha Jonin, while also needing to consider their mission objectives, found themselves facing Danzo's full might. Ultimately, they were overwhelmed. After revealing her strength, Miyuki procured a pair of slightly slender chakra-infused kunai from the Uchiha secret treasury. Upon experimentation, she discovered that their power significantly surpassed that of her own solidified chakra blades, and importantly, the sensation of striking an opponent felt far more tangible. That night, the radiant blade of Mingxua once again cast its luminescence over the earth. Among the root ninjas who accompanied Danzo into battle, only one, the oil-wielding Nagi, managed to escape. Simultaneously, Danzo's performance astonished Mingxua. His right hand had indeed regenerated, adorned with 4 peculiar, swirling Sharingan embedded in his palm, wrist, and forearm. This was perplexing enough. But the disappearance of Orochimaru and the presence of those Sharingan within Root had already led Nanxing to anticipate certain developments. It was within the realm of expectation that Danzo could utilize this arm to unleash wood release and Jinjutsu derived from the Sharingan. However, it was entirely unexpected for Danzo to invoke the Izanagi technique at such a juncture. Nanxing had long believed that this forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan was acquired by Danzo only after the massacre of the Uchiha, but it now seemed he had been rather presumptuous. One could not fathom what the Uchiha clan, particularly those descended from Shisui, were truly contemplating. Yet, upon reflection, given that Uchiha Shisui had freely reported the awakening of his Kodoame Tsukumi to the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo himself, perhaps the invocation of an Izanagi was not so extraordinary after all. Nonetheless, it was ultimately through Orochimaru's covert intervention that Danzo managed to evade capture. Without that, the Izanagi would merely have delayed his demise. The other oil-wielding Nagi seized the opportunity created by Mingxua's distraction to make a successful escape. Orochimaru, despite remaining hidden, was capable of casting the summoning technique, 5-headed Dragon Gate, a feat only a select few could accomplish. Hiruzen Sarutobi was preoccupied with the intricate affairs of Konoha, leaving Nanxing unable to conceive of anyone else but Orochimaru. However, his absence also indicated that Orochimaru did not genuinely wish to sever ties with the Uchiha clan, especially with the Uchiha sisters who had previously interacted with him. It was not that the summoning technique, Five-Headed Dragon Gate, could counter Mingshua's spatio-temporal abilities. Rather, the mere presence of a formidable figure like Orochimaru would undoubtedly divert Mingshua's attention and necessitate vigilance. 3 months later, after a prolonged absence of over 6 months, Orochimaru returned to the village to attend a high-level meeting. Nanxing refrained from allowing Haruko or Mingxue further contact with Orochimaru, contemplating the potential repercussions of the Uchiha's unexpected actions following the Night of the Nine Tails on the timeline, particularly regarding Uchiha Madara and Obito. Although Madara might have already perished or be clinging to life, Nagato was likely nursing his wounds in some hidden corner. Since the emergence of the 3 Uchiha sisters, Nanxing had lost his foresight concerning the timeline, necessitating a more cautious approach. Time flowed on, and the 12 young ninjas of Konoha were born, with Naruto Uzumaki experiencing a relatively favorable upbringing until the age of 3. Perhaps this was due to the absence of Danzo, that scheming individual who sought to seize control of greater power from the Third Hokage. Within the village of Konoha, no rumors had arisen concerning the Nine-Tails Fox. The Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had also arranged for 2 mature women from ordinary ninja families to tend to Naruto Uzumaki. Naturally, there were also Umbu operatives monitoring and watching over him. However, despite this, Naruto's birth during the Nine-Tails incident and the 6 whisker-like markings on his face rendered him rather unwelcomed. The 2 women, whose families had lost ninja warriors on the fateful night of the Nine-Tails, provided only perfunctory care for Naruto, ensuring he was fed and that his appearance was not excessively unkempt, merely going through the motions. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware of the situation. Initially, the 2 women had worried about incurring the Third Hokage's ire, yet they were taken aback by his continued indifference. Whenever Hiruzen visited young Naruto, he displayed an extraordinary kindness and warmth. Nanxing, however, refrained from allowing Haruko and the others to approach Naruto, viewing him merely as a protagonist, not unlike any other child. Would you not agree, my foolish Udo? Amidst the cacophony of 3-year-old Sasuke's cries, Nanxing tossed him into the air, only to gently catch him, indulging in a rather mischievous delight. However, upon witnessing the little one start to shed tears in fright, he ultimately spared Sasuke a second throw, his conscience getting the better of him. Of course, this had little to do with Itachi, who was tirelessly practicing tree climbing and water walking in the Uchiha clan's backyard. Nanxing was not one to temper his antics simply because a brotherly gaze from Itachi had momentarily caught him off guard. Even though Itachi had graduated from the Ninja Academy in just a year, earning the title of the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan since the legendary Uchiha Shura, he had already awakened his Sharingan. He was undefeated among his peers at the academy, and even his teammates post-graduation found themselves no match for him. His Jonin instructor praised him highly, and due to Itachi's status as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, even Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken notice of him, reportedly holding great expectations. As for Shursui, Nanxing had not seen him in quite some time. According to Itachi, he had become a Nin and was often preoccupied with missions, leaving little time to return home. Nevertheless, the bond between Itachi and Shursui remained strong, despite Nanxing's repeated indications that he and Shursui might not coexist peacefully. Shursui persistently endeavored to mend the relationship between Nanxing and himself, which was one reason why. After cultivating Haruko and others as the second batch of the kaleidoscope system, Nanxing had yet to invite Itachi to join his ranks. As for Sasuke, this little one, as one of the twin stars of the Naruto world, was likely to be spared the series of tribulations that would have arisen from the night of the massacre. As Sasuke's cousin, how could Nanxing bear to see any void in his life? Observing Sasuke's indignant glare directed at him, countless thoughts flickered through Nanxing's mind, accompanied by a sinister smile. This brought an unsettling feeling deep within the innocent Sasuke, who adorably pouted his lips in response. Humph, the vexatious Nanxing, for now. I shall let you be. I am off to accompany my brother in training. With that, the little short legs dashed swiftly towards Itachi. Nanxing chuckled lightly, refraining from further teasing the young Sasuke. He greeted Itachi and leisurely ambled away. As he passed through the front courtyard of the residence, he exchanged pleasantries with Mikoto Uchiha. Indeed, Fugaku Uchiha was absent, engrossed in some unknown task. Mikoto regarded Haruko, who followed Nanxing, with a complex expression, as Fugaku's confidant. She was acutely aware that Haruko was none other than Uchiha Shura. Mikoto felt a sense of relief that, despite losing her parents, Nanxing had someone as remarkable as Haruko by his side, and it appeared that Haruko was firmly aligned with Nanxing's will. At the same time, observing her two sons, particularly Itachi, she felt a twinge of regret that her son lacked such extraordinary fortune and opportunities. Yet, at merely 8 or 9 years of age, as a mother, Mikoto believed she could wholeheartedly accept such a daughter-in-law. Before the new year of the 54th year of Konoha, among the second batch of Uchiha clan members who became part of the Legion, 7 individuals with sufficient potential amassed 1,000 experience points. Strangely, they were unable to initiate their advancement, instead triggering an unprecedented notification. Ding! A strand of the auspicious purple fate has been expended. The bloodline advancement for Legion members no longer benefits from this enhancement. For specific information, the Legion leader may check independently. Nanxing hastily communicated with the system, rummaging through the rigid system information for quite some time before comprehending the situation. It turned out that the novice period had come to an end. The esteemed individual who had traded with Nanxing had not only endowed him with the system, but had also casually bestowed a strand of auspicious purple fate to assist Nanxing in navigating the most perilous phase of his transmigration. As the name suggests, the auspicious purple fate is merely a commendatory embellishment. It is the purple-level fortune that embodies the essence of this phenomenon. As for how to continue acquiring this purple-level fortune, the system simply stated its confusion. Thus, after Haruko and the others, all remaining Legion members would have to rely on their own strength to forcefully transcend the daunting threshold of the kaleidoscope. Nanxing's dreams of possessing dual eternal kaleidoscopes, or even the Rinnegan, were shattered. Nanxing, I knew it. In my past life, I was nearly toyed with by the heavens. How could this life be so smooth sailing? My Legion, 3441, Legion Experience Pool. Uchiha Nanxing, Uchiha Skilled Warrior, 10001000. Strength, Stamina, Agility, Spirit, Ninjutsu, Chakra Innate Attributes, Fire, Wind, Chakra, Bloodline Talent, Dual Tomo Sharingan, endowed with immense potential. Evaluation, possesses remarkable agility and spirit, leaning towards a ninja-type warrior. Your frail constitution is your fatal weakness. Uchiha Haruko, Uchiha Divine Warrior. Details omitted, Uchiha Hanabi, Uchiha Divine Warrior. Details omitted, Uchiha Akatsuki, Uchiha Divine Warrior. Up until this point, the system interface remains relatively normal. It is merely the experience points accumulation of the 3 sisters, Haruko, that has progressed rather slowly. Uchiha Ichika, an elite warrior of the Uchiha clan, possesses strength, agility, sensitivity, spirit, ninjutsu, chakra innate attribute, fire, chakra, bloodline talent, 3 Tomo Sharingan, a multifaceted and advanced ocular technique bloodline talent. Uchiha Mikasa, an elite warrior of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shizuki, an elite warrior of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Hanaya, an elite warrior of the Uchiha clan. As he observed, Nanxing's eyes became glazed over. The probability of this is absurdly low. Even if these 10 individuals were intentionally selected by the elder from among those of lesser aptitude, who, despite being in their teens, have yet to awaken their eyes. Is it truly serious that none can exceed a 10 chance of awakening the Manjiki? I detest you, Ding Ding. After a prolonged silence, Nanxing ultimately had to accept reality, while also expressing gratitude towards that esteemed figure for their generosity. Otherwise, Haruko and her sisters would likely never have had the fortune to awaken the Manjiki, and Nanxing would not have been able to confront Shimura Danzo in this manner. However, why could this not have been communicated earlier? At the very least, it would have allowed me some preparation. Nanxing's earlier assessment of the ninja world situation had been overly optimistic, based on the premise of soon wielding numerous pairs of Manjiki. Now, he could only ardently commend his past actions for remaining concealed, even during his most audacious moments. Though revealing Haruko and the others' identities seems scarcely different,